I was just retired and brought home by a female police officer. Unexpectedly, this action made me the husband of the police officer. If it were someone else, they should be excited and sleepless all night. But I am different. I have to be cautious every moment because the target my wife is chasing is the ace killer of the world's top killer organization, codenamed K. Little did they know that I am that mysterious K. It turns out that 3 months ago, I took on an assassination mission. After completing it, I originally planned to leave the organization and live a peaceful life. But the leader of the organization was not willing to let me go. He joined forces with my disciple and 8 strong men to attack me, intending to kill me. Although they succeeded, I did not completely die, but a mysterious force made me reborn. But no one expected that the reason was the Dragon King ring worn on my hand, also known as the Zodiac ring. It turns out that there are only 12 of these rings in the world, and the owners will possess extraordinary powers. When I was reborn in the hospital, my consciousness was blurred. I just woke up and saw the bright eyes of Goofywan. Her competence and shrewdness were impossible to ignore. Seeing me wake up, she put down the food in her hand and introduced herself. My name is Goofywan. Upon hearing this, I was stunned at the time, and then I thought of something and said to her, "Thank you, wife. When I recover, I will make you a delicious meal." She was a little flustered after hearing this. "What are you talking about? Who is your wife?" I smiled and replied, "Of course it's you. You are not my wife. Why are you here?" Little did she know that all of this was actually made up by me. In order to break free from the organization's control, I need a new identity, and Goofywan happens to be able to help me complete it. She looked a bit puzzled. "You didn't hit your head, did you?" "But I just pretended to have amnesia. I don't remember anything. I only remember that I should be called Hechuan." Hearing this, Goofywan shook her head helplessly. "Don't overthink it. I'm not your wife. I just rescued you from the river. You don't need to pay for medical expenses. You can leave the hospital." Before she could finish, the doctor suddenly walked in and told Goofywan, "You better not provoke her, or I might lose my memory forever." After Goofywan angrily left, a smile appeared on my lips, thinking that this game was getting more interesting. However, at the police station at this time, Goofywan was troubled by a case, when a police officer suddenly came in excitedly and told Goofywan that someone was looking for her. I walked into the police station and shouted, "Wife!" Everyone's eyes focused on me. Goofywan was startled, hurriedly pulled me out, looked at me angrily. "I kindly saved you. Why are you still clinging to me?" Hearing this, I immediately put on a look of innocence and helplessness. "I can't remember anything now. I have no money, and I can't even afford to eat." Goofywan softened instantly, suggesting that I stay here first and she would accompany me after work. Upon hearing this, I deliberately said loudly, I knew my wife wouldn't leave me alone, but Goofywan couldn't be bothered with me. She went back to the police station to investigate my identity, and to her surprise, there was no one named Hechuan in the entire city. Goofywan took me to the center street of Linhai, opened a room for me to live alone, but I directly said the child's words, "Sister, you are the first person to refuse me. You have caught my attention." Goofywan, who was exhausted, had just returned home when the phone rang again. "Fiwan, there is a new case." The deceased was a police officer who would jog in the South Suburb Park every night. Goofywan drove to the scene, asked about the deceased's occupation and whether he had any enemies. The voice on the phone said that the deceased had little social life and hardly any friends. Shortly after, Goofywan arrived at the scene and saw a woman lying on the ground, covered in bruises, with her neck cut open. Goofywan's gaze fixed on the toilet door. A black playing card flashed before her eyes, with golden letters on the table looking particularly conspicuous. Goofywan was pale with fright because this symbol represented the world's largest assassin organization, where each assassin had their own unique killing method. Goofywan was furious, as she did not expect this assassin organization to reappear. But this time it was not the previous killer K. She did not know who this L appearing this time was. K's way of killing was to send a death notice and be able to accurately kill the target on the same day. Unlike K and other assassins, he had no interest in killing small fry, but instead killed those who were involved in major crimes, such as arms dealers or drug trafficking leaders. In any case, most of those who died at his hands were bad people. At the same time, I sneezed in bed. Could it be that someone is worried about me? I walked out of the hotel with nothing to do, planning to take a walk. Who would have thought that I happened to walk to the scene of the crime? This is my expertise. Thinking of this, I quietly approached, while Goofywan was carefully investigating the scene. This case is a challenge for her. Just as she was in a daze, I walked over and said, "Wow, how bloody. Let me tell you, I know who the killer is. It's either a man or a woman." Goofywan was startled by my voice, angrily pulled me out, asking who let me in. Where did he get the authority to come in? A forensic officer trembled and answered her, saying he is your husband. so I let her in. Hearing this, Goofy Wen was furious, gritting her teeth and shouting at me, "Get out quickly! This is not where you should be." Goofy Wen yelled at Huchuan. Huchuan suddenly shivering some fear of the hands of the sugar gourd handed to Goofy evening do not angry well. "I can help you." Goofy Wen snorted coldly. "Huchuan, do you know what you've come to? Now you're under suspicion too." Tsurukawa waved his hand and laughed. "Don't talk nonsense, wife. This person has been dead for at least 3 hours. Have you forgotten? You just sent me back to my room an hour ago." There was a moment of silence from Goofy. It seemed to be the case. "Then get the hell out of here. This isn't a place for you to just come and get him out of here." Goofy Wen gave an order, and in an instant, several police officers pulled Huchuan toward the outside. Hey, honey, listen to me. Honey, listen to me. The murderer is Lefty. He's about 175 tall. Retaliatory killing. May suffer from serious mental illness, or may simply have great hatred for the deceased. She's an acquaintance. She knows her path. Familiar with her routine. Definitely her family and friends. All the acquaintances around her, but not necessarily their handiwork. Because the deceased struggled violently during her life. The very first cut in the neck. The struggle showed that the deceased did not trust the murderer. So it was most likely abetted murder. An acquaintance abetted the murderer to kill her. Goofy Wen frowned tightly. Wait, immediately reaching out to stop. A couple of officers let go of Tsurukawa, who coughed and swung his shirt in triumph. Goofy was a bit surprised. "You just took a look and you know so much?" Tsurukawa touched his hair in a flirty manner. "Handsome is just one word. Brother will only say it once." Goofy Wen snorted coldly, her eyes staring dead at Huchuan. "Bring me to the police station." Hey, wife, can't be like that. Calm down." Tsurukawa cautiously looked around but was still pulled into the car and taken away by the police. The two men sat looking at each other in the interrogation room of the police station. Sucking hey, yummy. Tsurukawa smiled heatedly while holding the instant noodles in his arms and sucking on them. Goofy frowned inside Huchuan. "What the hell do you want? I'm really busy, don't have time to care about you." As soon as Tsurukawa heard this, he immediately put down the instant noodles in his hand and said seriously, "Honey, I can really help you. This is our police business." Goofy spoke up. "The police and the people cooperate well. Besides, I am also regarded as your family. To help you, do not break the law." Tsurukawa heatedly smiled. Goofy Yen was immediately infuriated. "What kind of family member are you? I've said I'm not your wife. Why are you like this?" Tsurukawa shook his head and held out 2 fingers. "Give me 2 days. If I can't solve this case, I will definitely leave your side. If I solve it, hey, you can't leave me behind again. No way. This is a police matter." Goofy Yen slammed the table in a manner that was not negotiable in the slightest. "I do think we can let this little brother give it a try." Just as the two men were talking, outside walked into a middle-aged man wearing a police uniform with a dignified appearance. Goofy Yen hurriedly stood up to give up her seat. "Bureau Zhong." Bureau Zhong nodded, extending his hand to Tsurukawa. "Hello, little brother. My name is Zhong Yen. I'm interested in your profiling. It's similar to what we've been investigating." Tsurukawa held Zhong Yen's hand and nodded. "Yeah, well, I'm just guessing." Zhong Yen laughed out loud. "You can tell so much just by looking at it. Little brother, you are not ordinary. I also heard that you and Xiao Gu are boyfriend and girlfriend?" No. Goofy hurriedly denied, giving Huchuan a hard stare. Tsurukawa was a bit innocent, and feigned an aggrieved grimace. Zhong Yen took the scene all in. Ha, it's understandable for a young couple to have a disagreement. Goofy Yen held her forehead and was speechless. Why didn't anyone listen to her explanation? It just so happens that we also confirmed that since little brother has the ability, then it should be displayed properly. So, we also have to ask little brother for more guidance. Zhong Yen laughed. Huchuan heard. This is to give himself a guarantee. Haha, director has said. Goofy Yen naturally cannot refuse. Tsurukawa burst out laughing. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you solve the case as soon as possible." Zhong Yen nodded in satisfaction. Goofy was angry, but there was nothing she could do. "Come with me." Meeting. Inside the police station office. 4 people were gathered around. 3 men and 1 woman. Goofy Yen walked in with Huchuan and tapped the table, meeting everyone. Several people hurriedly turned to look at Goofy late but froze when they saw their friend's curious Tsurukawa. Goofy Yen pointed to Tsurukawa, introducing. "Tsurukawa, our helper this time. Tsurukawa, let me introduce you. This is the forensic scientist within our group. Song Zae, very impressive." At the head of the group, a boy who wasn't too old and had a handsome appearance waved his hand. "Hello, my name is Song Zae. I'll tell you quietly, I'm a descendant of Song Ci." Tsurukawa instantly brightened up. "Well, really? Fake." Goofy Yen directly poured a pot of cold water. "Xiao Zhao, the only little girl in our group. Red guest, the technician. The cute little girl hemmed and hawed. We've met before." Tsurukawa nodded. "This is Lai, firearms expert, martial arts instructor, ex-military. His name is Zhong Ming, in charge of profiling, psychology expert. Gu Feiyan looked at Huchuan. This is the entirety of our group. How is it? Anything you want to say? Tsurukawa hastily applauded. Awesome. My name is Tsurukawa. I'm a person. I don't have much skill. I just know a billion points of everything. So please take care of me. Gu Fei late smiled. Well, long story short, several people immediately sat down, and Gu Fei came to the screen to drop a pile of clues on the table. The deceased is called Hao Lan, 24 years old, is a civilian police. Preliminary investigation. The suspect is locked in these people. Li King, 25 years old, boyfriend of the deceased. Wang Lu, a friend of the deceased, is said to have had a violent argument with the deceased that night. Hao Hong, sister of the deceased. The others, the deceased didn't have much contact with. Huchuan and I go to Li Jing and Hao Hong's place, and Lai and Zhong Ming go to Wang Lu and Hao Lan's house. Song will examine the corpse. Start moving. As soon as Gu Fei gave the order, instantly the surrounding area began to move. Gu Fei directly took Huchuan and drove on the road. Huchuan, I don't care what you're up to. This is a dangerous matter. It's not as simple as you think. After this case is over, don't get involved again. Gu Feiyan spoke in a serious tone while driving. Tsurukawa smiled a little embarrassed. You're concerned about me? I'm serious with you. I'll help you investigate the people in your family. And in the meantime, just stay in the hotel honestly. Phew, the car whizzed by. Downstairs in the Clear City neighborhood, the two went straight up to the second floor and knocked on the door. Creak, the door was opened and a lean and drenched in mourning man opened the door to the room. Gu Fei evening held up the police card and spoke. Li Jing is at Haicheng City Public Security Bureau. Li Jing was slightly stunned, then reacted immediately. Oh, come in. After the door was opened, the two men walked in and instantly the smell of alcohol rushed in. Li Jing scratched his head. I'm sorry, because I'm so sad. So, Gu Fei nodded. My condolences. Can I borrow the restroom? I'm in an internal emergency. Tsurukawa spoke up with some embarrassment. Li Spotted nodded. Be my guest. Tsurukawa rushed into the restroom. Gu Feiyan, on the other hand, was chatting with Li Jing in the living room. Mr. Li, let me ask, where were you at the time of the crime? Who did you see? Any alibi? Li points and nods. I was working overtime at the time of the crime, and anyone who was working overtime at the company can testify to that. Good. Then how is your usual relationship with Hao Lan? Gu Fei asked. Li Jing froze slightly, and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes. We are very close, we love each other, and we're already about to get engaged. Gu Fei late keenly noticed this but didn't say anything, just smiled. Geez, it's comfortable. Tsurukawa laughed as he walked out. Mr. Li, may I ask what your position is? Tsurukawa spoke. Oh, I'm a doctor at Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. Li Jing replied. Tsurukawa nodded. Well, in that case, it seems like Mr. Li is not suspected. So let's go. Huchuan made a look towards Gu Fei. The latter immediately understood. In that case, Mr. Li, we'll take our leave. Gu Feiyan said. Li Jing nodded at once. Please make sure you find out the murderer of Hao Lan. Gu Fei nodded. Don't worry. Please trust us. The two just came out. Gu Feiyan couldn't wait to ask. What did you find out? Tsurukawa smiled mysteriously. This then. Cheated. Gu Fei's face changed. Really? How did you see it? Tsurukawa laughed softly. Twice. All the toiletries in the bathroom were in 2 sets, along with some feminine cosmetics, and they were all worn the same, which means there's a female who lives here permanently. But it could be Hao Lan's. Aren't they very affectionate? So could it be that they are living together? Gu Feiyan said. Tsurukawa shook his head nonetheless. The southern suburb park is more than 10 kilometers away from here. Would you run for exercise to a park that is more than 10 kilometers away? So, this is more than cheating. Gu Feiyan nodded with a frown. It makes sense. But he has an alibi. Tsurukawa pulled a card out of his coat pocket. A business card for Li Jing. Do you remember what I said before? Just because he has an alibi doesn't mean it doesn't have anything to do with him. Come on. Let's go to the hospital and check on the mentally ill. Tsurukawa laughed as he headed out. The case is 30% solved. The two wasted no time and drove straight to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. Hello, police? Please help me investigate the flow of patients in and out of the hospital interior. Gu Fei asked at the front desk as she pulled out her credentials. One of the junior nurses nodded at the site. You want to investigate that day? February 15th. That's yesterday. Gu Fei said. The little nurse immediately said about investigating. There were no patients out on February 15th. Oh no. There was one patient, Lin Yun, who went out privately on February 15th and didn't return until this morning. Gu Fei and Huchuan exchanged glances, and it seemed that there really was. We want to see him, Gu Fei said. Hey. No see. Huchuan immediately pulled Gu Fei's hand and walked out. Gu Feinian was a bit anxious. What are you doing? He is most likely the murderer. Sarukawa spread his hands somewhat helplessly. Come on. Do we have proof? What if we meet him without proof and spook him? Gu Feinian was silent for a while. So what now? You go and investigate who Li Jing's lover is. Sarukawa spoke. Gu Fei late nodded. Then you that? Hey, I'm going to bed. I'm so sleepy. I haven't slept all night. Sarukawa said while walking toward the outside. Could not help but murmur, let me this killer as a police officer to investigate the case. Reverse the Big Dipper. Gu Fei is also helpless. She is also sleepy, but the case hasn't settled yet. Until it was dark again. The group returned to the office, all of them yawning. Sarukawa was sleeping soundly with 2 chairs lined up. Non-evening sister. We went to find her sister. Just kept crying, and didn't ask anything, no clues at all. Do you think it could be a random murder? The one called Wang Lu was away on a business trip and wasn't in Haicheng at all, Xiao Zhao said. Gu Feinian shook her head somewhat worriedly and looked at the sleeping Hechuan. Alright, everyone is tired. Go back and rest first. Come early tomorrow and have a meeting, Gu Fei said. The crowd nodded and all left. Gu Feinian shook Hechuan awake. Where are you going? Back to the hotel? Sarukawa was confused. Can't we go home? Gu Fei frowned. That's my house. Sarukawa waved his hand. Forget it then. I'll stay here. Bye. Gu Feiyan snorted coldly, ignoring Hechuan, and walked out on her own. Sarukawa's eyes lit up and he immediately went to the monitoring room. There are still police officers on duty inside. Comrade, give me the February 15th. Li Jing neighborhood entrance monitoring. Sarukawa said. The officer immediately tuned in. Hurry. Faster. Keep speeding up. Sarukawa said while scrutinizing the surveillance. The screen images rapidly play. Dazzling. People cannot see clearly. Stop. Rewind 5 minutes. The woman in the upper right corner. Zoom in. Sarukawa said. The police zoomed in. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw the girl's face. Found it. How Hong? Bang. Sarukawa directly pushed open the door of the autopsy room. How is it? Contemporary Song Ci. Did you find anything? In the autopsy room, Song Zhe was sitting around eating as the body lay naked on the counter. Hey, I like it when you talk. Song then hemmed and hawed and held out the autopsy report to Sarukawa. Haolan's neck was slashed first. The wound was very deep, basically dying very quickly. But the murderer seemed to hate her as much as he did, and stabbed her 7 more times towards her body after she died. But then, the 7 stabs weren't not stabbing key areas, suggesting that the killer was unprofessional. A first-time murderer, a murder of passion. Sarukawa looked at the case report and nodded. Well, it's not bad. What the hell can't be seen? But I probably know who the murderer is. There's no evidence. Song Zhe's eyes lit up. Really? That's what you know? Sarukawa nodded. It's simple to know who the murderer is. It's just that. I'm more interested in knowing how they're related to each other and how they can be connected. Wait a minute. Them? You mean the murderer wasn't alone? Song asked. Sarukawa nodded. Yeah. Do you think a mentally ill person could have picked an unmonitored road specifically to strike with precision? Someone must have abetted it. That's why I kind of can't associate them with it. Song then nodded. Mentally ill. Police? Doctors? Can't be reached indeed. Sarukawa rubbed the corners of his eyes. Psychopath. Sarukawa's eyes lit up. I think I know. Songza looked at Sarukawa. What do you know? The corners of Sarukawa's mouth curled into a smile. The card. I probably know how the modus operandi works. Sarukawa put down the autopsy report and hugged Songzae, then ran out in a hurry. See Song then face confused. What is it? Panic. Hey, boring, or with the corpse to stay a piece of comfortable. Sarukawa didn't go back to the hotel and took a taxi directly to the middle of the mental hospital. Taking the police officer's license that he had secretly touched Songzae, he came straight in. Police. I want to see Lin Yun. Click, into the hospital room. The lights in the room were off and it was pitch black as a figure was tied up against the bed. Long hair covered his face so that he could not see his features, and his hospital gown was in tatters. Sarukawa closed the door directly and sat in front of Lin Yun in the dark. Lin Yun. Hello, I'm a police officer and I'm here to arrest you, Sarukawa said bluntly. Lin Yun's eyes on the hospital bed suddenly fluttered for a moment, followed by raising his head, his face expressionless. February 15th. I escaped and killed Haolan. I killed Haolan in a public restroom in South Suburban Park. Sarukawa smiled. I know all. What you have to say. I know all. The next day, the crowd returned to the office to discuss the case. Sarukawa that? Gu Fei asked. Songzae shook his head. Last night he said something about probably knowing the modus operandi. So he ran out in a hurry and never came back. Gu Feiyan's heart thumped. She wouldn't go looking for the murderer herself. Go to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. Hurry. Gu Feinian grabbed the door and got into the car and sped in the direction of the mental hospital. When I got to the hospital, I learned that Sarukawa hadn't come back since he left last night. In the hospital room, Lin Yun also disappeared. Suffered. Gu Feiyan secretly gritted her teeth. Something had happened. Search the entire city. Huchuan is in danger. Gu Fei finished speaking and drove herself towards Li Jing's house. Gu Feiyan knocked on Li Jing's front door in a panic. The latter opened the door with a confused-faced Tsurukawa. Did Tsurukawa come to your place? Li Jing shook his head. Officer Crane? No. What happened? Gu Feiyan panted and shook her head. He was taken away by Lin Yun. Li Jing's face rubbed a moment to become pale, but also some unnatural is well, that to hurry to find Lin Yun is very dangerous. Gu Fei nodded and twisted her head to leave. Li Jing's fingers were trembling a little, and when he saw Gu Feiyan drive away, he hurriedly put on his clothes and left himself. The car slowly drove out of the neighborhood. Li Jing did not see. In the back of the road, 2 cars hidden on the side of the road. Li Jing has gone out. Follow him, Gu Feiyan said with a cold face. The 2 cars immediately caught up. Xiao Zhao looked at the gloomy Gu Fei with a flustered face. Sister Fei, don't be angry. Huchuan also just wants to solve the case earlier. Humph, putting yourself in danger to solve the case. Stupid, don't let me find him if you can, or I'll beat him to death with a beating, Gu Feiyan roared. Scaring little summoner. Half an hour ago, Tsurukawa sent a message telling them to go to Li Jing and give him the story of their disappearance and then follow him. The crowd was relieved to see the message. The car traveled until it left the city and came to an abandoned factory. Li Jing's car in front of him stopped, and the crowd immediately stopped as well. Walked to keep up. The factory was dark, full of rusty iron tools and dilapidated. Li Jing cautiously looked around to check if there was anyone. The surroundings were quiet. Li Jing went straight up to the second floor and pushed open a large iron door. Creak, the door was pushed open and the sun shone in. Tsurukawa is tied to a chair and blindfolded. Lin Yun lowered his head and sat aside. Li Jing went up and gave Lin Yun a mouthful. Roaring, who told you to kidnap a cop? Lin Yun was dumbfounded and handed over the card in his hand. On the pitch-black card, an L was written in gold script. He said he's an L. He's the one who brought me here. Li Jing instantly froze and his face paled. Oh, Mr. Li, how are you? Tsurukawa shook his head, shaking the blindfold down, smiling at Li Jing. How did you know about L? A slight look of panic appeared on Li Jing's face. Sorry, I impersonated L just to lure you here. Oh, Tsurukawa winked. Moreover, Lin Yun has already explained everything. That Li Jing was instantly furious and kicked Lin Yun over. Immediately afterward, he copied the stick on the ground and swung it at Lin Yun. You're a fucking asshole. You're killing us. I told you to kill. I didn't tell you to say everything. Bang, bang, bang. The sticks kept smashing into Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun tightly covered his head. I didn't say anything. I only said that what you asked me to say before was that I killed someone. Li Jing suddenly froze and turned around in a panic to look at Tsurukawa. Tsurukawa hemmed and hawed, and the next second the rope was untied. Tsurukawa twisted his wrists and stood up. Admit it yourself. You lied to me. Li Jing's eyes were filled with anger. Who made you so stupid? There was no evidence. Now that you're talking in person, it's a good thing. Tsurukawa hemmed and hawed. Come back to the police station with me. Beautiful thought, kid. Now that you know, you'll die too. A cruel color emerged on Li Jing's face, directly copied the stick and rushed over. Tsurukawa looked disdainfully at Li Jing's hideous eyes and moved his wrist. It's been a long time since I've done anything, so let's try what level you're at. Bang! Just as Tsurukawa had finished speaking, there was a burst of fire from the doorway, and a bullet hit Li Jing's shoulder with precision. Ah! Li Jing cried out in pain and answered to the bottom. Several people instantly rushed up to hold Li Jing and Lin Yun down on the ground. Tsurukawa froze slightly, and immediately afterward, he immediately put on an innocent and weak look. Hey, there you are, wife. Gu Fei rushed up gasping for air and slapped hard on Huchuan's face. Sigma degree. Tsurukawa immediately felt his face burning. The people present were all startled, not daring to utter a single breath. Tsurukawa, are you a child? Who gave you permission to meet the suspect in private? Do you know how dangerous it is? If we hadn't gotten there, you would have been there. Gu Feiyan was panting and her head was covered in sweat from the shock she had just experienced. She just happened to see the scene where Li Jing raised his stick and swung it at Tsurukawa, and without even thinking about it, she directly pulled out her pistol and fired, which saved Tsurukawa. Tsurukawa covered his cheeks in some panic. I want to solve the case early. Gu Feiyan instantly became furious when she saw Huchuan talking back, and as soon as she grabbed Huchuan's ears, she headed out. Ouch! Ouch, wife! Wrong! Spare me! Carry it all the way to the car and throw it into the passenger side. Huchuan rubbed his ears in a burst of fear. Mama! The angry Gu Feiyan was too scary. The top assassin, K, didn't even dare to fart. Tsurukawa, I'm telling you, putting yourself in danger is the most foolish behavior. If you are looking for death, stay away from me. Don't let me know. Gu Fei roared up towards Huchuan. Huchuan shivered and hastily pulled Gu Feiyan's hand. It's really wrong. I won't dare next time. This murderer was caught. It's okay. Don't be angry. Gu Fiyin snorted coldly and shook off Huchuan's hand as the car sped away. Inside the office, there was silence. Gu Fiyin's face was gloomy to the extreme, and several people looked at each other not daring to say a word. Xiao Zhao touched Sarukawa's hand. You messed. You go. Sarukawa gulped and shook his head. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? It's not your wife. Go ahead. Xiao Zhao pushed Huchuan towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei slammed the table. Several people instantly stood upright in fear. What are you waiting for? Go to the interrogation. You don't need me to say these things, Gu Fiyin yelled. The crowd rushed to the interrogation room in a hurry. You're coming with me, Gu Fiyin pointed at Huchuan. The latter immediately nodded. Aha! Huchuan followed Gu Fiyin to the interrogation room. Splat! Gu Fiyin threw something on the table. Li Jing, right? Explain. Account for what? I'm just learning about my patient's condition and where to go to save Mr. Surukowa. Li Jing smiled slightly. And I'm going to sue you for the damage you did to me. There was some smugness on Li Jing's face. You don't have to do this. Did you kill Haolan? Gu Fiyin's eyes were sharp and cold. Li Jing waved his hand. Evidence that? I want proof. Why would I kill my girlfriend? Gu Fei was a bit angry and was about to speak but was stopped by Huchuan. Sarukawa smiled slightly. Mr. Li Jing, let's not talk about the factory for now. Let me tell you a story. It tells the story of a scumbag cheating on his wife. Li Jing's face changed. Gu Fiyin's headset instantly heard Zhong Ming's voice. He's nervous. Huchuan is right. Keep talking. Sarukawa smiled slightly. It says that this scum is a soft rice king. Not only eat soft rice, but also with his sister-in-law got into it. Then his girlfriend found out and threatened to sue him. So wouldn't that make him a soft touch? So he gave up his girlfriend and continued to plan to screw his sister-in-law. This person is a family. What can we do about getting married in the future? So a plan surfaced. Don't say it. Li Jing covered his head. Sarukawa smiled. This scumbag is a doctor who has a lot of mentally ill people on his hands. I told you to stop talking. Li Jing suddenly became agitated and struggled to rush up. Sit still for me, Gu Fei roared. Sarukawa snapped and pressed the information in his hand on the table. This contains every transfer record Haolan gave you in the past 3 years, and the security footage of Haolan living with you. At the same time, Lin Yun, the patient, has a great tendency to hate the police. His family members had been arrested for crimes when he was a child, and he has hated the police ever since. You took advantage of this and had a plan floating around in your head, because you knew Haolan's habits. So until February 15th you kept on instilling your thoughts into Lin Yun, telling him how bad the police were, how bad Haolan was, and then finally on the day of February 15th you put Lin Yun in the middle of the South Suburban Park in the name of being on duty. Li Jing laughed. What a wonderful story. I still say that the evidence that the hospital is more than 20 kilometers away from South Suburban Park. I had been at the hospital that day. How did I get there? Sarukawa pulled the information out of his hand with a slight smile. Yes, you are always in the park. But Haolan is not. Li Jing's face changed. Gu Fiyin was also a bit puzzled. What did this have to do with Haolan? Sarukawa frowned because Haolan couldn't have imagined any more that Haolan was one of the murderers. Snap it! Sarukawa threw a photo in front of Li Jing. Mr. Li, this is the view of Ms. Haolan's visit to your house on the day of February 15th. You should be able to see clearly what's put on it. Li Jing was so nervous that he was picking his fingers. Gu Fiyin took the photo out and looked at it. And on the photo, Haolan seemed to be holding a black object in her hand. This is your car's car recorder? It records the entire content of Ms. Haolan sending Lin Yun to the South Suburban Park. It even has the entire content of Haolan teaching Lin Yun how to kill and how to run after killing. Sarukawa snorted coldly. Haolan couldn't have imagined that she was killed by her own boyfriend and her own sister. Haolan took these things as to go to your home to burn. But Haolan, in order to constrain you, secretly prepared a copy of their own. And now it is placed under the bed of her home. Very coincidentally, was found by us. And now she is next door, and has all said. Bang! Li Jing gritted his teeth and slammed the table. Shit. This stupid woman. Sarukawa grinned, pulling out the recorder behind him and placing it on the table. Mr. Li Jing, this is before in the factory inside our conversation. The reason why I do not take out, is to give you a chance, now, the opportunity to grasp in your hands if not to say. Sarukawa spoke half-heartedly, but the threat was clear. Li Jing instantly broke down and covered his head and sobbed. I said all. Huchuan raised an eyebrow at Gu Fei, his face full of smugness. After sobbing, Li Jing organized his emotions. Haolan and I have a long-standing grudge. She found out about Haolan and I, and threatened to sue us and make us lose our reputation, so that the family property is all hers, and Haolan and I have nothing. So we started to kill. I did keep instilling emotions with Lin Yun until February 15th. On the day of February 15th, I released Lin Yun and asked Haolan to send him to the South Suburban Park. because I knew Hao Lan's habits, where she would go running every day. So, after killing the man, Hao Hong sent Lin Yun over and I was teaching him to confess. This way Hao Hong and I will be able to clear the air. The person was killed by Lin Yun. No one will think it was us. And that's all that happened. Sarukawa nodded. So, where is L? L taught you guys this strategy, right? Li Jing's face changed. I don't know. The person was killed by Lin Yun. We were the instigators. We don't know anything. L. He's lying. Jiang Min said over the headset. Sarukawa smiled. Well then, in that case, let's go catch Hao Hong. Li Jing froze. What do you mean? The two men gathered their things and stood up. Sarukawa suddenly revealed a smiling face. Oh, there is no car recorder video. Hao Hong did destroy it. I just lied to you. Li Jing instantly froze up, followed by a feeling of great anger. Copy your mom. You lied to me again. I'll kill you. Li Jing struggled to get up from his chair, but the handcuffs locked him firmly in place. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed slightly. Who made you so stupid? The two men turned and walked out, leaving Li Jing alone in the room roaring. Inside the office, a cheer went up from the crowd. Sarukawa, it's possible. It's still you. Really 2 days to break it. Xiao Zhao patted Sarukawa's shoulder. Sarukawa laughed softly twice and thank you all for your cooperation. Andre was also giddy. Not bad kid. I like you a lot. Goofy and also relaxed as she watched the crowd, not realizing that Huchuan was really good. And in just a few words, he was able to figure out the case. Huchuan, when did you figure all this out? Gu Fei asked. Huchuan smiled. The day you guys went back. I went to check the security camera and saw Hao Hong take the car recorder to Li Jing's house and it was all connected. Sarukawa still hid some of it because he knew L's modus operandi, and he knew that even though it looked like Lin Yun was being used as a knife, all three of them were actually L's knives. What L is best at is laying out a kill. Everyone can be his knife. Gu Feiyan smiled and sighed. Well, congratulations. You won. Tonight, go to the barbecue. My treat. Yay. Yeah. Inside a barbecue restaurant, the crowd was giddy and kept eating and drinking. Gu Feiyan cleared her throat and spoke. Ahem. All be quiet for a moment and listen to me. The crowd froze down for a moment. Gu Fei late mysteriously smiled and showed the content on the cell phone. Haicheng Public Security Bureau officially announced that the invitation to Comrade Huchuan for Haicheng Criminal Investigation Consultant. Everyone applaud. Oh, good. The crowd applauded for a moment. Sarukawa also froze slightly. Counselor? Little Call nodded. That's right. That means you can work with us from now on. We are a team. Just as a few people were talking, at the doorway a large beautiful woman walked in. The woman was stunningly beautiful and sweet, carrying a cake in her hand. Well, Sister He Yun, you're here. Gu Feiyan hurriedly picked up the cake. Let me introduce to you all. This is my friend, He Yun, whose family owns a flower store and a cake store. He Yun smiled and waved her hand. Looking sweet. Everyone eat. I'll leave you alone. Gu Feiyan hurriedly took He Yun's hand together. He Yun shook her head. No. You guys eat first. I'm still busy at the store. I'll come back to play with you then. After sending He Yun away, Gu Feiyan placed the cake on the table and opened it up with a small white crane looking cute on top. Ahem. I don't know your birthday, and I don't think you should know it yourself. So in the future, just today, which is also the time you joined our team, let's make it your birthday. Gu Feiyan smiled and pushed the cake towards Huchuan. Sarukawa glanced up at the crowd, his originally beaming face somehow falling a little silent. There was also a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had cheated himself out of this cozy and friendly situation. Was he really qualified to accept it? Song Zhe patted Sarukawa. What are you thinking about that? Make a wish. Huchuan lightly laughed twice. Only there is inevitably some bitter flavor in it. He himself is just playing. How did these people take it seriously? That Sarukawa closed his eyes. I hope you all have a safe life. I guess. Few the candles were blown out. The crowd cheered and divided up the cake. After 3 rounds of wine, all the people's faces were stained with some redness, and one of them was on the verge of having a good time. Gu Feiyan suddenly realized that Huchuan seemed to have disappeared. Looking around he found the balcony and Sarukawa was alone looking off into the distance. Gu Fei walked over slowly. Hey, what's doing that? Skipping drinks, isn't it? Huchuan glanced at Gu Feiyan and smiled faintly. Thank you. Gu Feiyan blushed and waved her hand. There's no need to thank me. From now on we're on the same team. Sarukawa's heart was a bit stuffy and his thoughts were a bit confused. He seemed to have done something wrong. Gu Feiyan thought that Huchuan was thinking about his own identity, and immediately took some pity on the teenager in front of her. Don't worry. I'll help you find your family, and in the meantime, stay here in peace. Sarukawa nodded. Why do you want to catch Ko? Gu Feiyan froze. How did you know? Sarukawa pointed in the direction of the crowd. Gu Fei instantly became a bit exasperated. This group of people, big mouths. This is a grudge between me and K. I must catch this criminal myself. Bring him to justice. Just don't ask. A hint of disdain flashed in Sarukawa's eyes. The one who could catch him had yet to be born. Gu-fei late yawned and smiled. Go. Sarukawa froze. Where to? The corner of Gu-fei's mouth hooked up in a smile. You won. Of course I'll fulfill my promise. Come on. Let's go home. Sarukawa froze. This was to take him home? No. Don't need it. I can live in a hotel. At the critical time, Sarukawa suddenly wimped out. Finished? With a person who wants to catch himself every day. That is not finished. But Gu-fein seemed to bet on the general pouting upset a pull on Huchuan. No way. We've agreed. Without saying a word, he pulled Sarukawa outside. You guys eat. I'm taking Huchuan back, Gu-fein said and pulled Huchuan into the cab. And the two of them took off, leaving the crowd looking confused and blinking without knowing what to say. Sarukawa is still really non-evening sister husband? Star Lake Bay, the most expensive villa area in the entire sea city. Creek. Gu-fein pushed open the door. Come in. This is my home. Sarukawa all froze. The exquisite 3-story villa in front of him. Simple but revealing. Exquisite. Looks like it is worth a lot of money. Wife, you are so rich. Sarukawa froze a bit. Gu-fein waved her hand. It's my family that's rich, not me. The room is arranged for you on the 3rd floor. I'll live on the 2nd floor. And the 1st floor is the living room. So you can just wander around and familiarize yourself with the environment. I'll go buy you some daily necessities, Gu-fei said as she closed the door behind her and retraced her steps, leaving Sarukawa alone in the house. Sarukawa fell headfirst into the soft sofa, and suddenly had a smile of enjoyment on his face. He. This is also considered to be wrapped up. At the supermarket, Gu-fein pushed the car with a sad face. Toothbrush, cups, slippers, towels and clothes. What else? Suddenly Gu-fein walked to a place where her face flushed, quickly took down 2 things and stuffed them into the car, and immediately went to check out. The salesman checked out one by one and suddenly froze. Ma'am, we have men's underwear where you buy 2 and get 1 free. Gu-fein swished her face all red. No need. Can't wear that much. The salesman nodded. Okay. After leaving the supermarket, Gu-fein felt a pang of chagrin. Why did she buy these for him? The whole thing seems like you are really like his wife. I'm going back to scold him. When they arrived home, Sarukawa was still cozy on the couch. Gu-fein threw a brainful of things at him, a bit exasperated. You'll go shopping by yourself from now on. Sarukawa froze and laughed softly twice. Thank you, wife. I'm warning you not to scream. I'm not your wife. And it's okay for you to live in my house. But don't tell anyone else, especially the people in the bureau, Gu-fein said with a threatening face. Sarukawa hastily nodded. Okay. I know, wife. Only then did Gu-fein nod in satisfaction. All right, go to sleep. There are still things to do tomorrow. That. Sarukawa nodded as he hugged his stuff but suddenly turned around and said in a bitchy way, really not sleeping together? Get out. Gu-fein let out a roar, scaring Huchuan into running away. Seeing Huchuan's appearance, Gu-fein couldn't help but be amused. By the way, I have an old cell phone here. You use it first, and then I'll buy you a new one, Gu-fei said as she tossed her cell phone to Huchuan. Sarukawa subconsciously clenched it with 2 fingers. Good hands, Gu-fei exclaimed. Instantly a sense of crisis surged to the heart. That, by chance, don't throw it around in the future. It's dangerous. I go to sleep. Sarukawa quickly disappeared, almost discovered. Suddenly in a daze he seemed to see a man standing in front of the forest bed. Sarukawa was startled and instantly came to his senses. What are you doing? What are you doing in my room? Gu-fein skimmed her mouth. Big brother, you're late on your first day of work. You're really something. Sarukawa looked at his bedside alarm clock. It was only 12 o'clock. Solely just swinging for the fences and laying back down on the bed. Come on. I'm just a consultant. It's not like I have to clock in and out of work like the rest of you. Gu-fein lifted the quilt and pulled Huchuan up. Don't come to this. From now on, if I go to work, you have to go too. Get up. We have a meeting today. Huchuan reluctantly gathered himself and followed Gu-fein to the police station in the car. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the crowd's faces cold and grim one after another. What's up now? One by one, they're throwing off their faces. Sarukawa was a little amused at the sight of the crowd. Xiao Zhao shook his head. Let me tell you something. Lin Yun, Hao Hong, and Li Jing were assassinated yesterday during the transfer. What? Gu-fei exclaimed. Who did this? Xiao Zhao held out a photo to Gu-fei. On it was a bullet with a letter printed on it, N. Gu-fei instantly frowned. N? The crowd nodded. All 3 were killed by bullets, and the bullets were extremely accurate. One shot killed them. It seems that they were afraid of them talking nonsense. Sarukawa is also a bit puzzled. Why, according to theory, the organization wouldn't come to China. So why did they all come in a flash? Knock, knock, knock was puzzling a few people. The door was knocked to go. The line of sight to see. At the door of a handsome man wearing a suit, yellow hair, smiling face, fluorescent, stood in the doorway. Nonetheless late. It's been a long time. Gu Feiyan froze and then rejoiced. Nanchang, why are you here? Gu Fei rushed over excitedly. It was a cause for gossip. Sarukawa's heart thumped. Ha, it seemed like something was different. And the crowd also put their eyes on Sarukawa. Nanchang laughed. I came to have something to do. And stopped by to see you. How is it? It's okay here. Gu Fei nodded with a smile. Well, it's not bad. I'm the one who asked Nam Sung to come. Zhong Yan said as he walked in. There is something important to tell you. Nam Seong, sent to assist you. Zhong Yan nodded towards Nam Sung as he spoke. Nam Sung smiled. Hello everyone. I'm Nam Sung from the third branch of the International Secret Service. Just call me Nam Sung. The crowd froze. Interpol? The scene shifted and Nam Sung posted several separate letters on the board. Look everyone. Next, I'm going to introduce the organization that these letters represent, the heads. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow, a little puzzled. This person even knows the name of the organization. It looks not simple. Oh. Nanchang continued to introduce. The heads are by far the most mysterious and powerful killer organization we have encountered. They travel between countries to assassinate some important people. Meanwhile, in the heads, there are 12 killers. Their letters are N, L, G, H, T, M, A, R, E, together. That stands for nightmare. Every one of them, they have their own way of killing people. Total perverts. Nanchang snorted coldly. That's not right. That's only 9. So there are still 3 that? Little Call asked. Nanchang nodded. There are 3 more. They are S, L and K. The 3 of them are special existences. They don't belong to the people above them. The 3 of them are alone. And they are even more dangerous than the 9 above them. Especially him. Nanchang pointed to K. This person, before killing someone, will send a death notice. At present, those who have been assassinated by him are some extremely important people, as well as some people who have countless sins in their hands. Among them, there are more than 30 leaders of the largest international drug trafficking gangs, as well as many leaders of countless assassin organizations, and various criminals. He seems to hate drug dealers very much, which means that a dealer may have done something to him to cause him to hate them so much. He's also the most feared opponent of our Interpol, also the most powerful person in the killer organization. Maybe, at this moment, he's hiding between us and we didn't even realize that. Haha. Nam Sung made a joke, but scared Sarukawa out of his wits, and almost did it himself straight away. Anyway, we received a tip-off that this assassin organization has come to the territory of China, and at this time, they are hiding in the middle of Haichang. So the higher-ups have specially sent me here to assist Fein Yen and bring these criminals to justice. Gu Feiyan froze a bit. Assist me? Nanchang nodded. The above has decided to restore Gu Feiyan's status as a member of the third branch of the International Agent Group. Stay in Haichang and continue to carry out the mission. Gu Fei froze for a long time. The crowd was indeed surprised. Sister Fei, it's Interpol. Oh my god. Gu Feiyan instantly eyes slightly red. Really? Really? Namseong nodded. Really? Welcome back. Gu Fei instantly burst into tears. Everyone around them was happy for Gu Feiyan. Only Huchuan kept frowning tightly, his eyes fixed on the letters on the blackboard. Nanchang smiled. Everyone listen to me. Although their identities are not clear, they are very powerful. Nansei held up a ring he was carrying in his hand, and Sarukawa's vision froze. Nanchang smiled mysteriously. Everyone, the next thing to tell you is a new world, the 12 zodiac rings. Everyone who holds a zodiac ring will gain unimaginable abilities. These are terrifying, because, as far as we know, there are a total of 6 people in the heads who possess the zodiac rings. We're dealing with criminals who are likely to have bizarre abilities. Sarukawa frowned. Why would this person know so well? Why do you know? Sarukawa spoke out coldly. Nanchang froze. He didn't expect the kid in front of him to ask this question. Because, someone from our organization has managed to go undercover and become a part of it. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. So that was it. Interesting. Nanchang smiled slightly. But it seems like we have their people in us too. When these words came out, the crowd instantly focused their eyes on Sarukawa. Sarukawa froze. Hey, what? Gu Feiyan shook her head. Huchuan was rescued by me. It can't be someone from heads. Are you guys stupid? How can there be such a coincidence? The crowd laughed and just joked. But Sarukawa's heart went straight to his head. In case he was really exposed one day, he would still be dead. Even if the Dragon King ring could be reborn, it wouldn't be enough. Besides, it seems that the Dragon King ring can only be reborn once, because it's broken now. It's useless. Nanchang raised the ring in his hand. This one of mine is the sacred monkey ring. Its ability is very powerful. It can track anyone from thousands of miles away. As long as you put his stuff on it, you can sense where the other person is, but only for a day. The crowd was a little awestruck. So amazing, so powerful. Nanchang smiled. Everyone, the world is not as simple as you think. I'm here to tell you that this world, souls, magic, exist. All magical things will gradually emerge later. From now on, take care of each other. Together, catch the criminals, return world peace. For half a month in a row, there were no cases. In the Inyun flower store, Sarukawa was lying on his back in front of the window in boredom, confused, helpless, living like a bullied little girl. He sighed and was a bit speechless. I say, Crane Big Handsome, you've been running to me every day for the past half a month. Are you very idle? Do you have nothing to do at the police station? Sarukawa shook his head. You're still not happy about helping you work. I haven't asked you for your wages yet. Hyun was a bit speechless while cleaning. Why don't you find Goofy in to play? You have to come to me. Sarukawa bristled in displeasure. She doesn't have the time to care about me. She's been unusually happy with that nonsense this whole time. Hyun instantly laughed. Good. So someone was jealous and came to hide from me. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of jealousy am I? I have you, a beautiful woman, with me every day. I'm still happy. What kind of jealousy is that? Hachwan disdain. He will not tell her. Just come to hide a little bit. These 2 days Gufei evening in Nanchang every day to discuss the K thing. His own in the side to listen to the panic. Hyun put down the broom in his hand and sat next to Hachwan and laughed. Hachwan, I'll tell you, this chasing a girl, you can't get away from her. Especially if it's a high-cooled girl like Gufian. You have to stick to her. You have to stick to her. So that once she gets used to your presence afterward, she panics when you suddenly disappear or go cold on her, you know? Sarukawa glanced at Hyun. So you know a lot about I'm super knowledgeable. Okay, go back. Don't stay on my side all the time. It's affecting the handsome boys coming to my store to hit on me. Hyun waved his hand and pushed Sarukawa out. Sarukawa spat out his tongue slightly. Be single for the rest of your life. After saying that, he quickly escaped. Hyun shook his head a bit helplessly. Little brat. Back at the police station, the two were still chatting in the office. And Sarukawa was annoyed to see it in his heart. And I don't know what there is to talk about. Songzae walked over and said, it looks like a really talented man and woman. TSK. The two looked at each other with some embarrassment as Sarukawa had anger in his eyes. Song then bitchily covered his mouth. Sorry. Slip of the tongue. Ya ha 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 ha, said the bitchy, whooshing away. Hachwan suddenly stifled a grunt and walked over to knock on the door. Gufei, come here. The eyes of the office crowd instantly lit up. Here it comes. The long-awaited episode is here. Eat melon family members. Gufian also froze and walked over wondering what's wrong. As soon as Hachwan pulled Gufian outside, the crowd immediately got down on the glass to check it out. Sarukawa wanted to say something and was a bit upset. Can you stop chatting with Nam Sung every day? Have you considered my feelings? What kind of relationship we have you forgotten? Gufian couldn't help but look around when she was spoken to, and only relaxed when she saw that no one was there. Sarukawa, you have a brain no problem, right? Gufian nudged Hachwan's head. Nam Sung and I are just normal friends. You're overthinking it. It seemed to realize that I was wrong with that statement. How it seemed to explain the feeling. Ugh, I'm just a normal friend with you too. What do you mean I forgot about our relationship? We don't have a relationship. Sarukawa instantly covered his face with an aggrieved look. Ooh, you scummy girl, how dare you say that now? Woo, put. Gufian almost spit out blood. The room lit up. It was time to eat the melon. OMG, change of heart girlfriend in broken him. TSK. What a great plot. Xiao Zhao marveled as he munched on his popcorn. I'm telling you, this Gufian is just greedy for freshness. Look, this quickly kicked Hachwan, right? Songzae heatedly laughed. I do think Gufian still likes Hachwan. Look at the last time. Hachwan was in danger. Gufian shot without saying a word. Anxious, this can't be faked. Zhongming opened his mouth and said, I think so. Andre nodded in agreement. Hey, look at that. How it's holding up. Am I right? Zhongming said excitedly. Outside the house, Gufian breathlessly held the aggrieved Hachwan in her arms. Hachwan, don't come with this. You're losing your memory. Not being stupid. I'm really not your wife. Sarukawa doesn't listen. Just wants to stay in his arms and cry. Gufei was given a headache by the noise. Alright, I promise you, I won't talk to Nanchang all the time anymore. Okay? Sarukawa instantly turned sad to happy. Hey, I knew my wife was the best. Gufei late helplessly sighed. Get along with most of the month. She is aware of Hachwan's temper. Obviously so big people. But naive then. One still has to coax. And Sarukawa seems to be interested in everything. This half month alone took him to eat Magiki 7 times. Went to the amusement park 8 times. It's all like that. And say you didn't accompany him. Gufei is really speechless. The two had just returned to the house when Bureau Zhang walked in with a serious face. There's a case. Someone in the Huizhou neighborhood has reported a crime. Go! The crowd instantly became serious, and several vehicles instantly set off, traveling towards the Huizhou neighborhood. The Huichao neighborhood is a small, but not large, and old houses from the past. It's usually older seniors who live there. There's no elevator and not much surveillance. As soon as a few people walked into the building, a pungent odor of blood instantly spread over. It's very strong. The whole building spread all over. Sarukawa frowned and walked up to the fourth floor. The fourth floor had been cordoned off and several police officers were inside checking out the evidence. Once inside, several people were instantly stunned by the sight before them. The floor was full of broken body parts. Blood was all over the floor and walls. Countless pieces of broken flesh were splattered in all directions. And the entire room was filled with such a strong odor of blood that it was no longer possible to tell what was what part. The entrails were indistinguishable from where they were. The head was placed on the cabinet under the TV. The limbs had disappeared or had been cracked. And the whole house could be described as gruesome. And on the wall where the TV hung, a big R was written on it. Vomit. Instantly, Shozu couldn't hold on any longer and ran out to vomit. The crowd was also shocked by this tragic scene. This murderer's methods were too cruel. Sarukawa clenched his teeth. Seeing this scene, he knew who the murderer was. Still okay? Sarukawa asked, turning his head. Gu Fian's face was pale, but she still nodded stubbornly. Sarukawa took a deep breath and began to examine it gradually. The door locks weren't broken. It wasn't a break-in. The body was crushed. It wasn't a sharp object. It was caused by a blunt object smashing it. Zhang Ming, go question the surrounding tenants. Song Zai packs up the crushed body and performs an autopsy. Xiao Zhao, little call has run out and thrown up. Sarukawa sighed next. I need all of you to get out. Sarukawa's words made the crowd stare. What did they mean? Nam Sung was slightly stunned. You're going to do a case reenactment? Sarukawa nodded. It's dangerous to reenact cases. It's best if you don't stay inside. Nam Sung nodded. I'll cooperate with you. The house was completely cleared and the bodies were removed, but it was left as it was before. The two stood together looking around the living room with an uneaten takeout bag on the table. Ready? Sarukawa asked. Nam Sung nodded. Come on. Bang, the door slammed shut and the house went dark. Knock. Knock, there was a knock on the door. Take out. An outside shout came from outside. The dead man pushed the door open. Thank you. Just as he was about to close the door, the murderer broke in, kicked the dead man to the ground, swinging the sledgehammer in his hand. He struck the dead man with hammer after hammer. Bang bang bang, blood kept splattering in all directions. Minced flesh kept flying across the room. The killer struck hammer after hammer, and all that could be heard in the silent night air was the sound of the hammers hitting flesh. Sarukawa! Sarukawa, wake up! A cry of alarm came. Sarukawa awoke with a jolt, only to realize that the toy air hammer in his hand had been deformed. Nam Sung was beaten to the ground, in agony, and pulled himself to his feet by the crowd. No! Sarukawa thought back carefully. Not right. If the murderer came in and did it, then how did this takeout get placed on the table? The crowd was stunned. In their perspective, just now Sarukawa opened the door and swung the hammer like a madman to beat Namseon dead. They were so scared that they pulled Sarukawa back in a hurry, afraid that something would happen. Nanchang waved his hand. The position of the deceased is also not right. The first blow should not have hit a fatal injury. The deceased still has the ability to move. But why are there no signs of struggle in the house? Everything is undamaged. Start over. Start over, the two said in unison. Gu Fian's brows were furrowed. No, the two would definitely be in danger if this went on. But the two men pushed the crowd away and started setting up again. Knock. Knock, there was a knock on the door. Take out. Squeak, the dead man opens the door to his room and takes the takeout and thanks. Then closes the door. Taking a step over to the couch, he opened his takeout and ate. But soon I felt dizzy in my head. And within 2 steps of standing up, I fainted next to the TV. Click, the door lock opens automatically for some reason and a masked man walks in carrying a hammer. Bang, a hammer hit the dead man in the chest position. At once the dead man was awakened by the blow. A sharp pain from his chest caused him to struggle and crawl around. Bang, the next blow smashed into the dead man's leg, limbs, followed by smash after smash. Blood was splattered and gore was flying. Countless pieces of flesh were smashed into mud. I don't know how long the smashing had been going on, but the murderer took a plastic bag and put something in it. Sarukawa woke up instantly. The crowd gathered around the house with worried faces. Nam Sung was on the ground with his eyes closed tightly, unconscious. Help! Gu Fian exclaimed, and several people rushed in to carry Nanchang out. Sarukawa's eyes widened as he pressed down on Song Zai quickly. Autopsy. The body should be missing some kind of organ. Go! Oh, good. Song Zai immediately went back to the police station with the remaining corpse for the autopsy. Sarukawa's head exploded in pain, as if something had been missed. Goofy and walked up with some concern. You can't use this method in the future. It's too dangerous. Sarukawa shook his head. It's still not right. If the deceased was awake, then why didn't the people around hear the deceased shouting? Why did the murderer take the dead man's entrails? And how did he open the door of the room? Nope, the reenactment failed. Sarukawa was a little frustrated. Go ask. Ask around. I need to know more specific details. Huchwan looked at Goofian with some excitement. Goofei immediately nodded. Leave it to me. You go back and rest first. Listen to me. Sarukawa nodded. Good. Sarukawa's head didn't feel any better until the night was winding down. Knock. 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 Goofian knocked on the door of the room and asked in a soft voice. Huchwan. Feeling better? Sarukawa opened the door with a muffled grunt. Well, Nam-sung that? Goofei late shook her head. He's fine. You guys really scared me today. Do you know how scary you were at that time? What a way to go. Sarukawa took a seat at the table and explained case reenactment, which is to bring yourself completely into the character you're interpreting, and deeply experience what happened based on all the detailed clues in the house. Is dangerous, but it works. Goofy frowned. You can't use it in the future. As I said, the prerequisite for solving a case is in ensuring that you are not in danger. Okay, I get it. What about the results of the autopsy? Sarukawa asked. Goofian's face changed. As you said, the body is completely unpieced together, and his liver is gone. Sarukawa nodded as if he didn't seem surprised by all this. Investigate the deceased's usual diet. I see that he ate salads for takeaway and he shouldn't have been drinking alcohol. There should be no disease in the liver at all. Goofian froze. What you mean is, eat. The murderer must have taken a healthy liver in order to eat it, Sarukawa said with a sullen face. Hiss. Goofian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This is too shocking. Is it a normal person? It wasn't unreasonable for Sarukawa to say that. He knew the man was a cannibalistic maniac, and only eats healthy offal. The crime was committed by brutally smashing people to death with a hammer, and then just ripping out the healthy guts. You need to be prepared, because this man will be committing another crime soon, Sarukawa said, looking at the food on the table and losing a bit of his appetite for a moment. Goofei likewise. She had been a police officer for a long time, but it was the first time she had encountered such a tragic case. So it seems that heads really don't have any so-called good guys. A bunch of perverts, Goofei scolded. Sarukawa gulped. Not necessarily. That K isn't only killing bad guys. Goofei snorted coldly. Don't mention him to me. I hate him the most. If I were to meet him again, I will not. Click click. Goofei snapped the chopsticks in her hand. Huchwan shivered and looked at Goofei with some fear. Why didn't he remember what he had done to Goofei? Is it that he forgot? After all, it seems that he killed too many people, but they are all bad people. Should have nothing to do with Goofei. Then why do you hate yourself so much? What did K do to you? Do you hate him so much? Sarukawa asked carefully. Goofei evening said, her face suddenly gloomy. Face also surfaced a touch of shame color. Back then in Japan, it was because of him I was removed from Interpol, and Goofei gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. He also molested me. My teacher also died because of him. I have to catch him. Sarukawa's heart thumped. Finished? Think about it. Hichuan looked at Goofei's face, gradually overlapping with the face he remembered from before, except that Goofei was still very green at that time. Sarukawa heart a burst of bitterness. His own. Then just mouth bitch hand bitch. This is still the bitter fruit he personally planted. But why did the teacher die because of him? This Sarukawa did not know. Sarukawa was drenched in cold sweat. This absolutely could not reveal his identity. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed. But it was an accident at the time, and he himself was careless. Definitely not on purpose, because he was hiding. He broke into a house and didn't expect Goofei to be bathing in the room. And he himself is so dead sitting on the couch commenting on it. Seems to say something else. Small boobs, small ass. Even when he went to grab the gun with Goofei, he accidentally touched something that should not be touched. Himself before he left a sentence. That his hand felt good. Just what Sarukawa did not expect is that the world is so big. Why so coincidentally met again? Sarukawa was about to vomit blood. What a sinful fate. Why is there such a coincidence? He only recalled it once Goofei said it. Huchwan looked at Goofei somewhat sheepishly, his forehead in a cold sweat. Goofei saw the situation, snorted a laugh. Why which you? A look of weakness. You are not K. Sarukawa hastily nodded and responded, well, that of course. This K really bold. Dare to molest my wife. Caught directly killed. The corner of Goofei's mouth smiled. Screw you. Come on, eat quickly. The next day, the two arrived at the police station early. Nam-sung still had gauze wrapped around his head and looked miserable. Sarukawa, you hit me pretty hard. You almost didn't kill me. Huchwan smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. I'll let Goofei treat you to dinner later. Why not you please? Nam-sung wondered. I don't have any money. Sarukawa was a bit smug, invisibly revealing his position. Alright, the meeting is over. Gu Fei opened her mouth and said, how's Sansa? Song then shook his head. The deceased is called Liang Chang. The body is too mutilated. The fatal wound need not be distinguished. Disappeared the liver. But there is drug residue inside the stomach cavity. It's triazolam. Sarukawa was puzzled. Triazolam? It's supposed to be a medical drug. This shouldn't be easy to get. Gu Fei Lake nodded. The murderer can skillfully cognize the internal organs and use drugs. Is it a doctor? Nanchang's face changed. Doctors don't use knives and use hammers? That's pretty sick. The heads are all perverts. Cough cough cough. Sarukawa coughed violently, accidentally getting scolded again. Where's Xiao Zhao? How's it going over there? Xiao Zhao shook his head. I checked the surveillance. The district is in disrepair. There is not much surveillance, and did not capture the murderer. And the elderly usually sleep early. Going up and down the stairs as well as the deceased's neighbors did not hear any other sounds. The knocking should be loud. Why can't I hear it? This is very strange. It should be able to be heard no matter what. Zhong Ming said strangely. Sarukawa's eyes lit up. Unless R has a ring. Sarukawa looked to Nansei. Do you think R will have a ring that blocks sound? Nanchang nodded. This is indeed possible. We only know that someone in the head has a ring, but we don't know what the ring is capable of. So, it's very possible. Sarukawa sighed. No clues. Not a trace of fingerprints left. Xiao Zhao, go investigate the takeout order and find out who delivered it. Call shook his head. The takeout wasn't even there. I finished my investigation. It was an imposter. Sarukawa nodded. That means the victim didn't order takeout. She was just surprised. So she opened the door to take a look, only to be killed. Suddenly Sarukawa seems to remember something. Wife, you say, the doctor is not very aware of the patient's physical condition? If the deceased has seen a doctor, or physical examination, will the doctor know the physical condition? Gu Fei's eyes lit up. It makes sense. Huchuan, you're too smart. Put it this way, the murderer should be a doctor. The two were a little excited, but they didn't notice the sudden change in Nanchang's face next to them. You, what did you call her? Gu Feian instantly covered her face. It's not. You don't misunderstand. We're not in that kind of relationship. Sarukawa, however, was somewhat amused. With a provocative face, he looked at Nam Sung. Nanchang's face was a pale and sour. Damn. Himself into a clown. Gu Fei stared hard at Huchuan. This matter is a long story. Anyway, let's solve the case first. Click. Seems to be the sound of something breaking. Oh, so it's Nanchang. The crowd rejected the state of having a melon and not eating the son of a bitch to eat it silently. Huchuan smiled and looked at Gu Feian. Wife, since you've been exposed, let's make it clear. You shut the fuck up. I'll clean you up when I get home. Gu Feiyan scolded with a scarlet face, but the next moment it suddenly felt wrong. Click. The already shattered Nanchang became even thinner. You are still living together. Gu Fei is about to collapse. The more she talked, the more confused she became. So much for simply just swinging for the fences and counting balls. Gu Feiyan clenched her teeth. Nanchang, thank you for taking care of me. Click. Nam Sung's whole body became gray and white. I know, I'm a clown. With a word Nam Sung stumbled away. Sarukawa covered his mouth and giggled. Haha, comfortable and unrestrained. Half a month of gloomy mood swept away. Gu Feiyan glared fiercely at Huchuan. You're satisfied? Sarukawa immediately nodded. Satisfied. Satisfied. Gu Fei late coldly grunted. But it's good to talk about it before it's too late, so as not to get involved all the time. I don't like Nanchang, and I don't like you either. Gu Fei roared. Click. Another heartbreak. Sarukawa also turned gray. The corner of Gu Feiyan's mouth hooked up in a bad smile. Let you be pleased. Sarukawa stumbled out as well. The rest of the crowd silently gave a thumbs up. Bull. In just a few minutes, two men had their hearts broken completely and turned into clowns from then on. It also had to be Miss Gu. Two gray and white men sat together, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, forlorn in more ways than they could count. She's your wife. Why are you still coming over? Nanchang said breathlessly. My wife says she doesn't tea like you, and she doesn't tea like me. Sarukawa was equally breathless. Hey, hey. Two sighs of despondency. The day passed quickly and there was no progress at all in the case. It was as if Nam Sung and Sarukawa had short-circuited their minds and were completely reduced to walking corpses. The police station didn't even look at Gu Fei late. Even at night, I take a taxi home by myself. Completely ignored Gu Feiyan. Gu Feiyan also fell free, running around all day to collect evidence. The people are busy solving the case. Only Sarukawa and Namsung look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle every day. Pa Gu Fei kicked open the door to Huchuan's room. Sarukawa lay on his bed in a state of raw frustration. That's enough from you. Don't you hurry up and solve the case. Gu Feiyan was a bit angry. Sarukawa glanced lightly. Oh, I see. Gu Feiyan was a bit helpless. Are you going to keep spending time with me like this? Sarukawa waved his hand. What can I do? My wife doesn't like me. Gu Feiyan's teeth itched with anger. Are you young or not childish? Who let you say it on purpose? I'm just angry. As soon as Sarukawa heard this, a gleam radiated from his eyes and propped up his head. So what do you mean? No, I really don't like you. Plop. Sarukawa planted himself under the covers again. Gu Feiyan smiled helplessly. Come on. We've only known each other for less than a month. What makes you think I've fallen for you? Gu Fei evening. You are so cruel. But for you to be this counselor, Huchuan said angrily. You come less. I like. Is not a little frustration to swing rotten people. If you are serious about solving the case, maybe. That day I will fall in love with you is not necessarily Gu Fei late laughed and turned to leave. Sarukawa was suddenly energized. Are you serious? Say it again. Don't say good words twice. Gu Fei waved her hand and left. Hichuan immediately smiled with joy. Lying on the bed in a flirtatious pose looking at the figure of Gu Feiyan's departure, Hichuan eyes flashed a flash of evil. He. Let you fall in love with me. At that time, if the identity is exposed, to see if you give up to catch me. He. The next day, when Sarukawa arrives at the police station in high spirits, he receives an invitation from Nam Sung. Let's go to autism together. Sarukawa waved his hand. Sorry, from now on, you're going to go off by yourself. My wife promised me a chance and you. No. Click. The originally grayish Namseon turned completely black and white. The whole person was extremely depressed and despondent, and was devastated. Covering his heart and staggering his body went to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. From start to finish, the clown was the only one. Nanchang completely realized that this is just a small love affair between the two people, and he is the biggest clown from the beginning to the end. The king of Gotham. Tired. Destroy. Nam Sung, blacked out. Sarukawa was amused. Ahem. Wife, did the hospital check? Gu Feiyan nodded as she looked at the pile of information in her hand. Well, investigated all the hospitals Liang Chang has been to in the past 6 months. There are 17 of them. Gu Feiyan closed the information and frowned. Is this Liang Chang so afraid of death? Why did he go to so many hospitals? What's wrong with that? Sarukawa nodded. There's probably some kind of disease that he doesn't know about. Start with those full body checkups and give me a copy of all the doctors he's seen. Gu Fei nodded. I'll pass it to you on my cell phone. By the way, there seems to be progress on Song Zai's side. You go and take a look. Sarukawa smiled and nodded. Okay wife, I'll go then. Gu Feiyan frowned as she read the information and didn't pay attention to what Huchuan said and subconsciously responded. Well, go ahead. Nam Sung, who had just returned, heard the two address each other and silently went back to looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Sarukawa went straight to the autopsy room, where Song Zai was looking at the body with a sad face. What for? Sarukawa asked. Song then shook his head. No matter how you spell it, it doesn't seem right. It seems like something is wrong. Sarukawa was a bit mesmerized by the corpse, so he just put on his gloves. Let me try. Song Zai was a bit confused. You know how to do autopsies? Sarukawa hemmed and hawed. Try it. Sarukawa began to operate in earnest, and as time passed minute by minute, Song then went from being skeptical at the beginning to being shocked at the end. Then it turned into the assistant next to him looking at Sarukawa with an adoring face. After 2 hours, the two were relieved. A body was put together. Big brother, from now on, you're my big brother. You're too awesome. Song Zai excitedly looked at each one eyes as if they were in love. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed. It's okay. Your hands aren't raw, but it's not your fault because. The two men looked at the extra pile of body parts on the table. This isn't even a human body. There were simply 2 corpses in front of me. Song Zai's face changed drastically. This means 2 dead people. Why is there only 1 head at this scene? Sarukawa nodded. Both corpses are about the same height and weight and age. You keep spelling this one and I'll go talk to them. Sarukawa threw down his gloves and turned away. What? You said 2 dead people, 2 corpses. Gu Feiyan was shocked. Sarukawa nodded. It's like this. I have a guess. Could the deceased be twins? Because they were all about the same height and weight and age. Xiao Zhao, quickly check. Gu Fei frowned. Xiao Zhao immediately got busy from the computer. Non-evening sister. Computer is not logged in the dead have twins information, said Xiao Zhao. Sarukawa frowned, feeling that his suspicions were right. Xiao Zhao, let me do it. Sarukawa squeezed Xiao Zhao out of the way and kept tapping away at the computer. Xiao Zhao froze. You can do it too? Sarukawa smiled slightly. Try it. After a while, Sarukawa exclaimed. Found it. The deceased is 22 years old. I hacked into the information of all the newborns in the hospital 22 years ago, and there are a total of 130 of twins. Among them, click. Sarukawa investigated that picture information out. This one, Liang Chang, Liang Shan, twins, matches the age of the deceased too. Sarukawa frowned. So, the dead were twins. Gu Feiyan nodded. Go check Liang Shan. Xiao Zhao immediately ran to the data room to retrieve information on Liang Shan. Gu Feiyang was a bit surprised. You're quite good. You know everything that even Xiao Zhao can handle? What else do you know? Sarukawa instantly had a numbness in his back. Had he been exposed? This is very simple. Well, ha ha ha, Xiao Zhao definitely will. She just didn't react for a while. Sarukawa laughed heartily. Gu Fei narrowed her eyes, half convinced. She always felt that Huchuan seemed to be hiding something. I found it. Xiao Zhao hurried back and said found it. Liang Shan male. He committed 2 robberies and murders when he was 18. He disappeared and was never caught. Sarukawa nodded. I can probably connect the story. Liang Shan committed the case in order to avoid the investigation, and has been sharing an identity with Liang Shan ever since. Until today. Gu Feiyan nodded in agreement with Huchuan's speculation. Right. Then how did the murderer know? Sarukawa's eyes lit up. The hospital. Only the hospital knows they're twins. The hospital again? All the clues point to the hospital. Gu Feiyan frowned. Excluding the hospitals with the minor checks, we ended up with 4. And we split up. Go check. Several people quickly left at Gu Feiyan's command. I've investigated the testimonies of the surrounding neighborhood, so take a look. Zhang Auntie, I saw Xiao Liang come back at about 6:30 yesterday. He was carrying a big box in his hand. We also broke the ice and said hello. After 2 he went home and never saw it again. Upstairs neighbor of the caller, I suddenly smelled a pungent odor of blood at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Very heavy, so I rushed out to check, and found that it was coming from the small beam home, so I rushed to the police for fear of accidents. I did not expect, out of such a thing. Sisterly, Xiao Liang is usually introverted, do not talk to people, in addition to work, is to go home, not even a girlfriend, we just his neighbors, but not very familiar. Sarukawa looked at the message with some confusion. If we go by the statement, the time of death was between 6:30 and 12. Gu Feiyan knocked her head, feeling a bit of a headache. Why does it all seem to be wrong? It feels like something was left behind but we didn't find it. Sarukawa threw the statement on the table. These are useless. Now there are just 2 clues. One is the hospital and the other is the takeout. Also, the body is not all the second body is missing a lot of things. Gu Feiyan raised an eyebrow, a bit puzzled. You mean you let the murderer pack it up and take it with him? Sarukawa shook his head. I don't know. I'm going to case reenactment again. No way, it's too dangerous. Gu Feiyan immediately refused. Sarukawa waved his hand. Then what to do? Now there is no clue at all. There are so many doctors in the hospital. How to investigate? There was a moment of silence from Gu Fei. Okay, you're coming with us. Now be precise to every second. Every single second. It all has to be completely accurate. Case reenactment is the way to go. Go get Nam Sung. Gu Feiyan sighed. Well, it seemed like it would have to be this way, and she could still protect them by following along as well. The trio arrived at the murder scene at 6 p.m. It was already slightly dark, and the hallway that smelled like blood looked a little scary. The residents of the entire building moved out of fear, and the previously quiet neighborhood became desolate. For the last time, make sure you get 100% of the details right. Sarukawa said. I'll play the murderer. You 2 play the deceased. Sarukawa spoke up. Gu Feiyan's face changed. I don't know how. I don't know what to do. It's okay, you just have to sit on the couch. Sarukawa began to get into the swing of things after explaining himself. March 3 to 6:30 p.m. Liang Chan walked in from outside. Yo, Auntie Zhang, you look good today. Stop. Sarukawa waved his hand to stop. It's not right. According to Auntie Zhang's statement, according to Auntie Li's statement, Liang Chang was cold and never talked to them. But why? On this particular day, he talked to Auntie Zhang? Nam Sung froze. This hinges on coincidence? Huchuan shook his head. Impossible. There is no such coincidence. People's character is generally unchanged. Unless that day was not Liang Chang. Sarukawa's words startled the 2. Not Liang Chang? Sarukawa nodded. If this murderer possesses a ring, that is disguise, that doesn't everything make sense? The 2 men blushed. It's still a real possibility. Sarukawa waved his hand. Let's assume it's the disguise. Let's start over. I'm the murderer. I'll come back as Liang Chang. Come on, let's start over. The sun was gradually setting as a young man carrying a large suitcase approached outside the neighborhood. Yo, Auntie Zhang, you've been good lately. Auntie Zhang smiled. Xiao Liang, where did you go with such a big box? Liang Chang laughed. Bought a box ready to put things in. With that, Liang Chan walked up the hallway. The key went into the lock and clicked and twisted. The door was open and in the house Liang Shan was still watching TV on the couch with a takeaway on the table. Brother, you're back? Liang Shan asked. Aha. Liang Chang lowered his voice in reply and placed the large box on the corner. What's it loaded with? So big? Liang Shan replied as he ate his takeout. It's fine. Go get me a glass of water. Liang Chang still suppressed his voice and replied. Liang Shan answered and got up to walk towards the kitchen, at which time Liang Chang put the triazolam that had been prepared long ago into the takeout. Liang Shan handed Liang Chang the cup of water and then ate by himself, but a second later, standing up, I felt dizzy. The whole person's eyes went black and he collapsed on the ground in an instant, before falling unconscious. Liang Shan saw the figure of Liang Chang holding a hammer. Bang! Ah dash! The three suddenly came to their senses. Without realizing it, they had already arrived at the scene of the crime. Nam Sung slumped to the ground in a depleted state. Sarukawa had a toy hammer in his grimacing hand. Gu Feinian sat on the sofa in a daze, a little confused. What exactly was the situation now? That's right, that's it. Sarukawa spoke up, pulling Minamari up from the ground. No. Then since the murderer pretended to be Liang Chang, then how did Liang Chang's body get in? Sarukawa pointed to the corner. The non-existent box. That big box. It's the one that holds the bodies. That means, Liang Chang didn't die at home. He was already killed outside. Then the murderer disguised himself as the deceased and went through this series of events to come here. Kill Liang Shan. The body was smashed. The entrails ripped out. And then parts of Liang Chang's body were mixed with Liang Shan's, which created the current murder scene. Gu Fei Evening nodded. Reasoning is completely correct. It is also completely reasonable. But, sound that? Why didn't the surrounding residents hear the sound? Disguise and mute can only satisfy one. Sarukawa cupped his chin. The sun had set and the house was dark. The three of them just sat and thought. Blankets? Futon? None of it's right. How in the world did you not make a sound and give it a smash like that? Sarukawa was a little confused. Suddenly Sarukawa stood up excitedly. I've got an idea. The two also immediately stood up, their eyes focused on Sarukawa. Sarukawa smiled slightly because, this is not the first scene at all. The two froze. What do you mean? Sarukawa was a bit agitated. I realized before that there was too much blood in the room. Splattered everywhere. Even with the most force it couldn't have been like that. So, our previous speculations were all wrong. Everything is wrong. Sarukawa took 2 deep breaths. Listen to me. I'll restore the modus operandi for you now. The murderer did change his appearance. However, not become Liang Chang, but Liang Shan. 2 brothers using one identity. One goes out for a day. And that day should just happen to be when Liang Shan goes out. The murderer killed Liang Shan outside, brought his shattered body here, and stunned Liang Chang in the same way. But he didn't do it here. The murderer took the mesmerized Liang Chang out, threw Liang Shan's crushed body on the ground. The body of Liang Chang was mutilated outside. Unlike that, the murderer brought back all of Liang Chang's body after it was shredded, mixed it with Liang Shan. Only the internal organs were put into the box and left the room. There's surveillance outside. There's no time either. So the place where the killer shredded Liang Chang's body is somewhere in the neighborhood. Go find it. Sarukawa went out first, and the two immediately followed. The 3 of them had been searching the neighborhood for quite some time, and although the place was small, there was an unusually large amount of weed. Suddenly Sarukawa seemed to see a place, an abandoned corner littered with weeds. A cramped power distribution room was there. There were some flies constantly flying around. The 3 men cautiously felt their way over. The door lock has been violently broken, Sarukawa said, pushing open the door to the power distribution room. Instantly a pungent corpse stench, mixed with the smell of blood, came over. The inside of the abandoned distribution room was littered with splattered blood and already some shredded tissue. This is where he shredded his body, Sarukawa said. Back to the house. Sarukawa spoke up. The 3 of them went back to the murder scene. Sarukawa clutches his head in confusion. Why did the murderer take the entrails? What does he want? Gu Fei was a bit confused. Didn't you say he was going to eat it? Sarukawa nodded. It's meant to be eaten. But what I'm saying is, what's the effect of eating it? Gu Feinian instantly had some wicked chills. I've never eaten it. How would I know? Sarukawa rubbed the corners of his eyes. Ears suddenly twitched. With his years of vigilance, a tiny footstep came from the hallway outside. Sarukawa sighed a bit. In the eyes of the murderer, what could he be doing eating these things? Is he doing it for healing? Or for sacrifice? Or simply for revenge? Gu Feiyan suddenly brightened up. She jumped up from the sofa. Didn't you say before that Liang Shan committed a robbery and murder? Could it be the family of the deceased? Nan Shang was a bit against it. I don't think so. If it's a family member, how can it take so many years to take revenge? Well, I think so. It's quite possible that it's for healing or sacrifice. Or maybe it's a hobby. The cold wind blew through, a bit chilly, and Gu Fei said as she tried to walk to the door to close it behind her. I think that the murderer is the doctor. That direction is clear. Let's check in that direction. Sarukawa laughed. There are so many doctors in the hospital. Checking them one by one? Gu Fei looked at Huchuan and nodded. That will also be. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Sarukawa suddenly darting towards her. Before she could react to the speed, she was pulled into Crane's arms. It was followed by a loud bang from behind. There seemed to be the sound of something hitting the ground. when she subconsciously turned around. A dark-covered man held a sledgehammer in his hand in the doorway position. It had already smashed a crater where she had just been. Gu Fei was confused. What was going on? What's going on? Before he could react, the figure quickly disappeared running towards the stairs. Nam Sun yelled, "Hey! Who are you? Don't run!" he said and also instantly chased after him. Sarukawa held her tightly in his arms. Is everything alright? As soon as Gu Feiyan looked up she saw the urgency on Huchwan's face before she reacted. Oh, it's fine. Sarukawa stood up at once and opened the window with a crash. Let them come quickly. We reasoned right. That one is the murderer, said he. Jumped straight down the next second. Huchwan. Gu Feiyan was about to die of fright. This was the 4th floor, but when she reached the window, she saw that Sarukawa had long since landed intact and was chasing after him toward the door. It was only then that Gu Feiyan sighed in relief and immediately called. Just as Gu Feiyan finished her phone call and chased her down, she suddenly collided with Huchwan at the door. Huchwan, is everything alright? Gu Feiyan said with concern. Sarukawa shook his head. It's fine. Let's get going. Gu Feiyan was a bit puzzled where to. Although puzzled, she still followed Huchwan outside. Have been walking for a long time. Huchwan are silent. Gu Fei late feel a little strange. Huchwan, Nanchang that? Sarukawa shook his head. I don't know. Let's go first. Don't ask. I think you'd better come back to the police station with me first. Click. Gu Feiyan grunted coldly, drawing her pitch-black pistol and aiming it at Sarukawa. Sarukawa froze and turned around. What are you doing? Gu Feiyan's eyes coldly snorted and directly threw over a handcuff. Handcuff yourself. Sarukawa was silent for a moment, picking up the handcuffs and cuffing himself. How did you recognize it? The corner of Gu Feiyan's mouth hooked into a smile. Huchwan's eyes are a sylvan color. You can change your appearance, but you can't change the color of your pupils. I'm charging you with home invasion and murder. Arrest you. Gu Feiyan snorted coldly, then wanted to come up and arrest the murderer. But suddenly a handkerchief covered his mouth, and he said that it was not good. And in the next second dizziness gradually came. Rubbish. Behind Gu Feiyan. At some point, a person who was tightly wrapped and wearing a mask unexpectedly appeared. Take it back. The two men just wanted to take Gu Feiyan away. Let go. Coldly, a voice came from behind him. The two followed the line of sight as Sarukawa stood behind them with a murderous glint in his eyes. The murderer was instantly a bit alarmed, and hurriedly took the pistol in Gu Feiyan's hand over. The next second Sarukawa was long before him. Click. 2 sounds. The pistol instantly turned into a pile of parts scattered all over the ground. Bang! A punch that sent the murderer straight out. The masked man instantly pulled out a white dagger and placed it against Gu Feiyan's neck. The threat obvious. Sarukawa instantly frowned. Too close to kill himself. I'm afraid. Release her and I can spare you guys once. Sarukawa spoke coldly. The two murderers glanced at each other, and in the next second, they directly pushed Gu Feiyan and fled in a hurry. Huchwan didn't chase after him and hurriedly came up to hold Gu Feiyan in his arms and patted his face. Hey, how's it going? Gu Feiyan was unconscious. Hey. Huchwan sighed and hugged Gu Fei in the direction of the car. Wait. Gu Fei instantly woke up, looking around in shock and bewilderment. Suddenly I realized that something seemed wrong. It seemed like my own home. Suddenly he felt something soft next to him and looked down to see that it was Sarukawa's head. Sarukawa, how did you fall asleep here? It was only then that Gu Fei reacted to the fact that she had gone home at some point and was now lying in bed. Sarukawa opened his eyes in a daze. I say, Missy, it's late. What are you making a scene for? Gu Feiyan froze a bit and looked at the time. It was already past 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Aren't we at the murder scene? I've got the killer under control. He pretended to be you. Ha, it's more like they controlled you. Sarukawa said in a bad mood. I told you not to run around, but you can be mesmerized by them? Huchwan said this. Gu Fei late only remembered what happened, and immediately blushed a little. Sorry for dragging my feet. So you saved me? Sarukawa spread his hands obviously. And I'm tired of carrying you back. Gu Fei instantly felt somewhat grateful and moved. Thank you, Huchwan. Sarukawa smiled and waved his hand, bringing the pistol over to him. Keep it safe. This can't be lost. Okay, as long as it's okay. I'm going back to bed. I'm sleepy. Gu Fei late nodded, looking at the back of Huchwan. Left the corner of his mouth somehow just upward. Today's Huchwan, extraordinarily handsome. Early the next morning, the group returned to the police station. One by one, they all moped around, not finding any clues at all. The hospitals have all been investigated as well and can't find anything. Sarukawa bounced in from outside. Yell, what's going on? Why are you all so sad? Nanchang sighed a mouthful. The duck to the mouth. Flew. Did not catch. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed and pulled out a shiny ring from his pocket. Nam Sung shivered and looked at his finger. Crap. When did you touch it? Sarukawa laughed. Last night. Ah, I fought with that murderer, pulling off his hair. Didn't you say that this ring can be tracked? Let's go. Arrest someone. Gu Feiyan was also shocked. So everything was in Hachwan's grasp. Sarukawa waved his hand, tossing the ring to Namseong and Sung's police license in his arms. Crap, I thought I lost it. So you have it. The chief even scolded me for it. Sarukawa, you deserve to die. Songzae broke down and said. Sarukawa was a bit embarrassed. I borrowed it last time and forgot to return it to you. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but laugh. That's finding a god thief. Several police cars see traveling towards the direction of the First People's Hospital of Haicheng. Countless police officers flooded into the internal medicine clinic. We're looking for Dr. Zhaoli, Gu Fiyan asked. I'm sorry, Dr. Zhaoli didn't come to the hospital the day before yesterday and hasn't come until today, the receptionist said. Gu Fiyan instantly felt that something big was wrong. Zhaoli might have run away. Search the city. Over the next few days, the entire police force of Haicheng quickly mobilized to search for Zhaoli throughout the city. The people are also on edge. The entire sea city was shrouded in gloom. I say, why are you here again? Hee-yun was a bit speechless. Irritation surfaced on Sarukawa's face. Do you hate me a lot? Hee-yun shook his head. Hey, I didn't say that. I just thought, you're a big detective. A police counselor. What's the point of running to my side for nothing? Hachwan is a little discouraged and bored. Lying on the table. Then where do I go? I'm only responsible for solving the case, but not responsible for arresting people. The murderer has been found. I have nothing to do. I'm bored at home by myself. Gu Fiyan is very busy, and does not accompany me. Hee-yun smiled helplessly. You have to understand Fein Yen. She is very busy. When she is free she can naturally accompany you. Sarukawa leaned over the table a bit helplessly. When are you free? Line ha. You, don't be whining. Before no case. Non late to take you to the amusement park for many days. Still don't call to accompany you. I know her for so long. She has been so to you a person. You still resent up. Sarukawa was instantly interested and immediately came up. What do you mean? She likes me? He stroked his chin and thought, well, it's actually more like being raised as a son. Sarukawa blankly glanced at Hee-yun, unable to hide the breathlessness in his eyes. Ha ha ha, after all, who's a boyfriend or girlfriend and needs their wife to take them to an amusement park? Hee-yun couldn't help but laugh. Hachwan heatedly smiled. Sister Hee-yun, the moves you taught me last time were really useful. Why don't you teach me 2 more moves so that I can learn them? Hee-yun's eyes twinkled and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a bad smile. You really want to learn? Sarukawa immediately nodded expectantly. I'll tell you if you help me arrange all these flowers, Hee-yun said, pointing to the flowers. Okay, no problem. Huffing and puffing half a day's effort, only to tie these flowers. Tired and sweaty Hachwan is still excited. Now you can teach me. Sarukawa's eyes shone brightly. Hee-yun propped up her chin and smiled. Hachwan, let me ask you, do you really like Gu Fiyan? Hachwan was stunned. He didn't expect Hee-yun to ask this. Hee-yun smiled. From the first time I saw you, I realized that you hide it well and are on the defensive against everyone. So you don't even like Gu Fiyan, right? Hee-chuan looked at Hee-yun with some caution, not realizing that this woman was really not simple. Hee-yun waved his hand. I'm just a flower store owner, an ordinary person. I've just seen so many people that I don't have to be wary of me. So I don't have any tricks up my sleeve. Just be yourself. If Gu Fiyan likes someone, then he likes whatever he looks like. If he doesn't, no trick will work. Get it? In matters of affection, one must be sincere. Sarukawa was a little silent, and his heart was a little confused. Che, let me work for you for nothing. Stinky face. As he said this, he pushed the door open and left. Looking at Hachwan's departing figure, Hee-yun couldn't help but hook a smile at the corner of her mouth. Aya, cute little guy. I hope you and Gu Fiyan get along well. Having just returned to the police station, the crowd was a little busy. Where did you go? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa shook his head. Flower store. Why? Gu Fiyan sighed. Zhaoli made his move. 100 Continents Gymnasium. 2 female corpses were found. Twins, missing kidneys. Sarukawa was stunned. Huh? What are you waiting for? Let's go. Gu Fiyan nodded, and the 2 of them drove over toward the Baijiu Stadium. The 2 victims, aged 12, twin sisters, were found dead in the gymnasium, in the women's changing room, a few moments ago, at 11 o'clock on March 7th. Sarukawa's eyes glazed over. Underage? He's an animal. He can even do this. The car flew by and soon arrived at the gym entrance. The 2 men made a quick dash to the changing room, which had been cordoned off by the police. The 2 female victims were dead in their chairs with their chests shaved all the way to their stomachs. The entrails were pulled all over the place and the kidneys disappeared. Same look. Another twin. The scene is sort of more complete than Liang Chang and Liang Shan, but it's still bloody. Sarukawa observed the details around him with a sullen face. No signs of struggle. Triazolam again. After the disorientation in the hands, Sarukawa frowned as he watched the scene in front of him. Aside from the twins and the different viscera that disappeared, there must be other connections. Zhao Li shouldn't be randomly picking twins. There must be something we didn't realize. Gu Feiyan was somewhat unable to bear to see this scene and turned around to walk out. Two beautiful flower bones that had not yet bloomed were just snuffed out before the sun rose. The liver. Kidney. Sarukawa murmured in a low voice. Is it for alchemy? Sarukawa was a little strange. Why on earth? Why? Could it really be for some reason? Huchuan walked out to find Gu Fei. Gu Feiyan's eyes were red and her voice choked. And it was the first time Huchuan had seen Gu Feiyan like this. Fei late. Help me find someone who is well versed in Taoism law and some strange tricks. I want to ask him something. Gu Feiyan nodded and hesitated slightly before looking at Sarukawa with an almost pleading gaze. Sarukawa, we need to catch him as soon as possible. Otherwise more lives will be lost. Please. Gu Feiyan had already sobbed uncontrollably when she said this, and her tears kept falling down in big drops. Huchuan's mood was also incredibly heavy, and he could only hold Gu Feiyan gently in his arms. Leave it to me. I want to let him go. The two handed the crime scene over to the crowd and drove straight to Skyway Park. What did you bring me here for? Sarukawa wondered. Just follow me. Gu Feiyan pulled Huchuan while walking towards the inside. Soon, ahead of the location, a large group of old men set up a stall to tell fortunes. Sarukawa frowned. Will this work? Gu Feiyan scared her mouth. Of course these aren't. Come with me. The two headed straight in and were soon in a shady pavilion with an old man in sunglasses squatting inside. The old man was plainly dressed with sunglasses and a gourd around his waist. A fortune-telling stand was set up on the ground. Gu Feiyan seemed to respect this old man and hurriedly went forward to assist him. Pei Lao, how are you today? The old man who was addressed as Pei Lao laughed. It's you, little girl. What? Looking for my old man something? Sarukawa wandered over and glanced at the stall. Why don't you go outside and set up a stall? There's no one here. Pei Lao was slightly stunned. It's all pitfalls out there. Old man, I am the real deal. Where did you come from, little doll? Dare to talk to me like this? Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. What did I say? Gu Fei late patted Huchuan eyes, warning. Pei old man, you help us take a look at this chant? Gu Fei late took the photo of the deceased in her hand to Pei Lao. At the same time another pile of money was taken out of the bag. Sarukawa was instantly a bit offended. Isn't this a pitfall? Pei Lao's old mouth smiled as he heftily put the money away. Then I'll take a look. Look, he said, taking his sunglasses off to reveal his cloudy old eyes. Hey, you're not blind. Sarukawa was a little surprised. Pei Lao frowned a little unhappy. Not blind, cannot wear sunglasses? You, this little brat, cannot put a little respect. When I told my fortune, you were still a tadpole. Pei Lao pointed at Huchuan's nose and cursed. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth quirked. Gu Feiyan glared fiercely at Huchuan. Laughed. Pei Lao, you don't get along with him. He's childlike. Pei Lao coldly grunted as he looked at the photo in his hand. TSK. Hissed. The more Pei Lao looked, the more he frowned. This murderer is sick. He took these entrails to eat. Not only these two, but also the heart, the lungs, the stomach, 5 in all, and they must be twins. They must be twins born on September 9th. The conditions are harsh. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. This old thing was really something. Gu Fei late became anxious. Then what kind of disease does this murderer have? Hey, there is no need to say it. Must be a terminal disease. This method is evil. Cheat. The murderer does not know where to hear from. Cannot cure the disease. I advise you. First the twins born on Chongyang Day to protect. Not as soon as the murderer to do it again. Cackle. Pei Donglai said slowly. Gu Feiyan instantly became anxious. Huchuan, let's go. Let's first investigate the twins born on Chongyang Day. Gu Feiyan anxiously pulled Huchuan away. Pei Lao laughed and nodded the money in his hand. But I did not expect. Huchuan suddenly ran over and squatted down. He laughed. Old thing. I just gave you a fortune teller. I calculated that. You this stall today. Clatter all at once. Sarukawa directly overturned all of Pei Lao's stalls. There's a bloodbath. Old man, go home now. Sarukawa laughed as he scattered. Angry Pei Lao roared. Crap, little brat, don't let me see you. The two went back and did a quick investigation and found that Liang Chang Liang Shan and the two female victims were both born on September 9th. That is to say, it's really as Pei Lao said. The murderer only picks the twins of pure young day to kill. Sarukawa nodded. For more than 20 years, Zhao Li has been working as a doctor in the hospital. I think he should have found 5 pairs of September 9th twins. Otherwise he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to get started. Go and mobilize all the information on all the twins born in Choli Hospital in the past 22 years. Sarukawa said. The crowd immediately began to get busy. Sarukawa had been sitting in his seat thinking, now completely led by his opponent. Found it! Xiao Zhao let out an exclamation. Several people rushed over. The first pair of twins, also known as Liang Chang Liang Shan. The second pair, today's deceased, Wen Xin. 1. Third pair, male, 17 years old, Tong Zhua, Tong Yi. Fourth pair, male, 3 years old, Wei Jin, Wei On. Fifth pair, female, 20 years old, Yi Lu, Yi He. Goofy and nodded. Mobilize the information. Send people for all-round protection. Yes, yes. Goofy and was then relieved that Jolly didn't have a chance to make a move. No, bring them to the police station. We can't let them leave until the murderer is caught, Sarukawa said with a sullen face. Goofy evening froze. We don't have this right. Have you forgotten Zhao Li's methods? If he changes his appearance again then? Sarukawa's words made the crowd stare. Yes, this was unthinkable after all, had to be defended. Goofy and's eyes were firm for a moment. Take them to the police station, take care of them. I'll take the blame if there's a problem. Go! The crowd was able to move quickly, and in just one afternoon, the crowd had secured the 3 remaining twins. Goofy also instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a few days loosened up a little. Come on, let's go home, Sarukawa shouted. Goofy nodded and unconsciously yawned. She was really tired these 2 days, not just physically. Shall I drive? Sarukawa said. Goofy let out a light laugh. You still know how to drive that? With that, she threw the keys to Hachuan and walked to the passenger side herself. After getting into the car, Sarukawa was a bit proud. I'm not bragging to you. Driving skills? I'm a professional. Boom, there was a roar and the car stayed put. Why don't you leave? Sarukawa was a bit strange. Goofy gulped and silently buckled her seatbelt tightly. You put it in gear. The car drove smoothly down the road. Goofy Nyan seemed really tired and slowly fell asleep. The light from the roadside shone on her delicate face, revealing a bit of cuteness. Hachuan looked at Goofy's face and unconsciously put on a smile. A very good girl. Young, beautiful, excellent. Thinking about it, Sarukawa's eyes lost down a bit. Shouldn't he provoke her? It might not be good to lie to her like that. Sarukawa was a little distracted. Why was that? Maybe this whole thing was really his own capriciousness. He didn't belong here and didn't deserve to have friends, let alone a life like this. Every day in the past, he was on edge, just as Haeyun said, although now he lives a comfortable life. Sarukawa cannot change himself, and remains wary of everyone. In other words, Sarukawa never thought of the crowd as friends. It was just a tool to hide his identity. But today, for some reason, Sarukawa always felt that he had overdone it. As he was thinking, a hand brushed the back of his hand. Thinking about what that? Goofy opened her mouth with her eyes closed. Awake? There's still a ways to go. You can sleep some more. Sarukawa spoke faintly. Goofy smiled. I don't want to sleep. I want to say thank you. Sarukawa froze a bit confused. Why? Goofy's vision looked into the distance. We've been together for almost a month. Thanks to you. Without you, it would have been difficult to carry out the work. Sarukawa snorted out a laugh. That's it? Then just take me to the playground a few more times. Goofy turned her head sight to Hachuan, but there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Sometimes, I really suspect that you were sent from heaven to save me. You're so smart and know so much, but you were picked up by me. Ha ha. At first, I felt that you are such a frivolous person, calling out wife when you see one, and pestering me all the time. But later, I realized that I seem to have invariably transformed my thoughts about you. Sarukawa immediately smiled playfully. So wife, do you like me? Aha. Goofy fell silent for a long time and sighed. Hachuan, you know what? I always feel that you have a sense of distance. This feeling hasn't been there for a day or two. It's always been there. It feels like you're so mysterious, and this distance makes me realize that it's like I'm not from the same world as you. Goofy's voice was sincere, not half false, while hiding a great deal of emotion. Sarukawa was a little flustered and flustered. Goofy evening smiled. Do not have to care. Maybe this is also your self-protection mechanism. Well, after all, you are a person with amnesia. But, you can try to believe me. After all, we are friends. Well, friends are all about trusting each other. Ever since the moment you protected me at Liang Cheng's house, that glance, your anxious expression, I knew that you were already someone I could always trust. Oh, Goofy smiled out of the corner of her eye, but those words seemed to stick into Sarukawa's heart like a needle. It was hard, and seemed to scold him. A touch of bitterness flowed out of the corner of Sarukawa's mouth. His heart filled with guilt for the girl in front of him. How sad it would be to know that Sarukawa had been cheating. Also at this moment, Hachuan's inner thoughts seemed to have changed. Goofy evening no longer seems to be a tool. Sarukawa understands that he can't be like this anymore. He should leave, take the life that belongs to her and give it back. Along the way, the two were not talking. Hachuan drove seriously, and Goofy looked outside with her eyes. All the way to the house, the two weren't communicating, until a moment before entering the house. Goofy called out to Hachuan. Hachuan, actually, it's quite good to be like this all the time, isn't it? Goofy opened her mouth with a blush appearing on her face. Sarukawa froze. Pretty good. Gufei Evening shook her lips a little twisted. Huchuan, I really have this feeling for the first time. I'm not sure if it's, give me a few days okay? Let me ask myself. I will give you an answer. At the same time, also give myself an answer. After that, he quickly ran back into the house. A few question marks surfaced on Sarukawa's head. What do you mean? Huchuan was a bit puzzled, feeling that Gu Fian was a bit strange off. Not caring though, he closed the door and went back into the house. Looking around at the setup, Sarukawa sighed a mouthful. It's time to go. Die of laughter. People like me can also have friends. Really convinced. Sarukawa planted himself under the covers and swung for the fences. The next day, the whole police station was noisy. These three twins were not very happy with their families and thought it was just a waste of time. One has a lot of resentment. Hey, I'm not the one who said that. You police don't go to catch the murderer. Why are you imprisoning our children? A big mom said with a wrinkled face. Gu Fie tried to put on a smiling face and comforted. Big sister, calm down. This is also for the sake of your children's safety. When the woman heard this, she was instantly furious. You police are incompetent. You can't catch the murderer. But you still talk about protection. How can we trust you? We want to leave. Auntie pushed Gu Fei Nian away with one hand. Gu Fei fell to the ground without paying attention and hit his head on the table so hard that he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Xiao Zhao's few people were stunned, and each of them stood in place, not daring to move. Click, Aya. Just in the exact instant, the older woman also let out a murderous scream. Gu Fei looked up as Huchuan held the older woman down with a tackle. What's wrong with you? You assaulted a police officer. Cuff me, Sarukawa bellowed. Frightened, Xiao Xiao and the others rushed over to escort the big mom into the interrogation room. Sarukawa stood up and pointed at the crowd in front of him. I told you that you were brought here to protect your lives. Don't be so fucking ungrateful. They're cops. I'm not. Touch us again. I'll kill you. Sarukawa roared up. Instantly the crowd was scared to the atmosphere. Or the first time to see Sarukawa so angry. Huchuan coldly grunted as he helped Gu Fian up and brought her inside the office. Gu Fengyan covered her head with a little bit of inner leap. Is she standing up for herself? Huchuan, it's not good for us to be like this. Sarukawa cut out. What's wrong with assaulting a police officer? I'm not a police officer. I'm not under your control. I'm telling you, when dealing with someone like that, you have to be better than her. Huchuan took out an ice pack from the refrigerator and pressed it on Gu Fian's head. Is it broken? Gu Fian smiled sweetly. No. There's just a bag. It hurts. Huchuan suddenly froze, swallowed his saliva. Gu Fian's tone. How does it sound like pampering? Huchuan froze a bit and couldn't help but reach out and touch Gu Fei's forehead. Gu Fei instantly blushed. No fever. Ha, what's going on? Sarukawa wondered. Gu Fian instantly frowned as she slapped away Huchuan's hand. You're the one with a fever. Alright, down to business. What do you think? What will Zhao do next? Gu Fian asked. Sarukawa thought seriously for a while. Two ways. Dog jumps over the wall and kills people indiscriminately. And hide. Gu Fian rubbed up. That won't do. What if he kills people indiscriminately? Sarukawa shook his head. Don't worry. If he wants to kill indiscriminately, the first person he'll kill will be you, or me. Gu Fengyan froze. Why? Because we ruined his plan. If he retaliated, certainly retaliated against us, so we do not need to take the initiative, waiting for him to send the door, of course, or to search the whole city. Oh, Gu Fei nodded. Good. I'll go down and make arrangements. For a few days in a row, there seemed to be no more movement from Zhao Li. Wherever the three pairs of twins went, they were protected by police personnel, so Zhao Li couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Gu Fei Evening hummed as she picked out dishes at the food market after work. Sarukawa went home first to get ready for shabu shabu today. After buying the ingredients, Gu Fei walked towards her home alone. The breeze on the road is not dry, cool and comfortable. Gu Fian looked at the ingredients in her hand, thought about the Huchuan at home, and couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. One is really like a married woman now, with a husband at home waiting for dinner. The more Gu Fie thought about it, the more she felt unusually comfortable with her current life. While he was still fantasizing, a man wearing a cap and a mask walked up to him. As the two approached, the man suddenly moved closer to Gu Fei. Immediately after that, Gu Fian's complexion was stunned and her eyes became lax. The man grunted coldly and tried to walk away quickly, but I did not expect that the next second was Gu Fian's grip on the neck, directly a naked strangle. You, how are you not dead? I clearly stabbed you, the man said in horror. Gu Fian sneered. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. Caught you, Zhao Li. Instantly countless police officers came out from all directions, directly holding Zhao Li down on the ground. Sarukawa came out from the side. Is everything okay? Gu Fei smiled heatedly. Of course it's fine. Let's go. Go interrogate him first, and then go home. Shabu shabu. In the interrogation room, the two men sat in front of each other. The man in front of him also revealed his appearance. A face without an ounce of fat. As if it were just a skin wrapped around bones. It was so thin and frail that it looked as if it could wither away at any moment. Goofy and dropped a copy of the DNA test report. The hair that Huchuan took off the murderer that day was the same as yours. Zhao Li, you're the murderer. Give an explanation. Zhao Li laughed coldly, sounding creepy. I'm a dying man. What do I have to answer for? Whatever you guys want. Sarukawa raised his eyes. Zhao Li, right. 4 consecutive years to win the first prize of medical synthesis. 7 consecutive years to be recognized as doing excellent doctors. The head of internal medicine. The youngest head of internal medicine. You're very good. When Sarukawa finished speaking, Zhao Li's body trembled. You're young and have a great future ahead of you. Why did you take this step? Sarukawa asked. Oh, what's the use? I saved so many people. But there is no way to save myself. Work so busy every day. Until now there is no deposit at all. My wife left me. My children need money. But Zhao Li looked at his body. Terminal cancer. There is no cure. What thoughts do I have? Sarukawa nodded sullenly. Where is R? Did he give you the idea? Zhao Li nodded yes. After being busy for half a day, I realized that I'm suffering from another disease. Zhao Li smiled to himself. Suffering from the disease called hope. There is no rule for this disease. It infinitely amplifies my desires, causing me to become like this. Zhao Li suddenly laughed maniacally when he put that method in front of me. This disease appeared, and I kept admonishing myself. How can I prey on life with these hands of mine that save lives? Zhao Li trembled as he looked at his hands. But this disease has been constantly eating away at my mind. Step by step turning me into such a murderous demon. Oh, I really deserve to die. The two men listened heavily. Sarukawa stood up. Hope is only existed in the human most desperate when the last flash of light. It is not a disease. It is salvation. 'Cause you to become like this is not it. Is our guidance. Is you do not accept your fate of the idea. You are not willing. Once someone casually a guide you will not hesitate to rush over. Even if to become a dehumanized devil. In the final analysis, good and evil are a matter of thought. And the last disease you suffer from is not hope, but the loss of the last vestige of humanity, which I call greed. Sarukawa walked out. Goofy and looked at Huchuan's back for a long time. Zhao Li's tears continued to flow down horizontally, smashing his hands in indignation. I'll explain all. Zhao Li all explained clearly. The 2 pairs of twins were killed by him, in order to take the 5 viscera boiled medicine. It's a total disgrace. Although the case was solved, they are seen to have disappeared again, as if it had never come. And the ring on Zhao Li's hand had also disappeared. There was silence in the office. The case was solved but no one was happy about it. Couldn't talk about it. Don't know if it's the sadness of this society or the sadness of human beings. Alright. It's always a good thing when a case is solved. Tonight's celebration dinner is on me. Nanchang spoke up. Excuse me. Sarukawa waved his hand. Instead of pulling Goofy, he left on his own. Goofy was a bit puzzled. You're not going home? Sarukawa shook his head. The crowd was a little confused as to where else Sarukawa would go if he didn't go home. Sister Fei, go after him. He definitely has a problem. Xiao Zhao hurriedly pushed Goofy out. Goofy pretended to look like she was being forced, but her body was still honest. Inside the Sonic Florist, Sarukawa sits in front of the window with a heavy heart, as if something is wrong but he doesn't know how to say it. Hiyun brought 2 cups of coffee and put them in front of Sarukawa to sit with him. I mean, are you really going to plan on leaving? Hiyun asked. Sarukawa nodded. That's something I've been thinking about for a long time now. I don't fit in here. So where do you fit in? It's so hard to have a bunch of good friends. You're giving up? Hiyun smiled and looked at Sarukawa. Boom, flakes of light rain fell outside, interspersed with a bit of thunder. Huchuan sighed a mouthful. Goofy is a very kind girl. I can't do this to her anymore. It's not fair. Then state it. What's wrong with that? I think that little girl should like you. Why don't you say it? Hiyun was a little confused. Sarukawa let out a bitter laugh. You were the first to quit the organization. Tell me, aren't people like us in danger at all times? Hiyun was shocked. The smile also stiffened on his face but then sighed. Don't call me T anymore. T's dead. I'm just the owner of this flower store now. I know what you mean. You're afraid of bringing danger to them, aren't you? Sarukawa nodded. If the organization knows that I'm not dead, then I will be greeted with endless assassinations. Don't you think it's dangerous? Hiyun let out a laugh. But you're dead. In the eyes of the organization, K is dead. Sarukawa fell silent. Hiyun patted Sarukawa's shoulder. Come on. When did King of Assassins become so indecisive? That's not like you. Sarukawa shook his head a little helplessly. The corners of his mouth smiled out. I don't know what's going on. This isn't like me. Hiyun sighed. Do you really have to go? Sarukawa nodded firmly. To go. Hiyun nodded. Then you'd better talk to Goofy. Hiyun said this and ran away. Huchuan froze, instinctively looked toward the door position. Goofy and head was wet by the fine rain, the whole person breathing heavily, a face of confusion to look at Hachwan. Seeing that Sarukawa was watching, she tried to squeeze out a smile as she walked up to go. Goofy and asked as she sat next to Hachwan. Hachwan didn't dare to look Goofy late in the eyes, could only nod in a deep voice. The two fell silent for a moment. Goofy and laughed dryly twice, half jokingly. Ha ha, it's because there's too much going on living with me, isn't it? You dislike me. Hachwan's eyes looked toward Goofy, and his heart was somehow touched in the softest place. Goofy evening. There is no unending feast under the sky, always pestering you. Like this is not a thing. Sarukawa smiled. Goofy's eyes slowly reddened a bit. It's okay, I have money. I can afford you. Where do you think you can go as a person with amnesia? It's very dangerous out there. Go anywhere. Goofy had not finished speaking. Hachwan snatched his words. To places I haven't been before. Sarukawa smiled. The two were silent again. Outside the small rain continued to patter. Pedestrians hurried by. Life is different. Everyone has a different life. Berry. It seemed to be the sound of rain hitting the window and the sound of tears dripping down the table. Don't go. Goofy murmured softly with her head down. Sarukawa didn't hear what's wrong. Goofy burst into tears. Tears continued to flow out, dead, pulling the corner of Hachwan's coat. Please. Don't go. Okay. Goofy could no longer control her emotions. Her tears flowed out, and her voice became choked. She, who was usually high and strong, was actually crying like an abandoned little girl at this moment. The sadness of the impending parting filled her entire body and mind. Hachwan's nose couldn't help but sour when he saw Goofy like this. Why? I don't seem to have a reason to stay here anymore. Just do it for me. Don't you like me? Stay. Okay. Goofy wiped her tears as she sobbed. Hachwan took 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Goofy, shaking his head. I'm sorry, Fian. It's always been me who lied to you. I didn't actually reach that level with you. It's me who's been harassing you. I'm really sorry. I don't mind. I've known for a long time, although you keep calling me wife on your lips. But, you're still very defensive. I know all that, but can it stay like this? I am very willing. Why do you want to go? Obviously you are not relatives. To go there? The more Goofy spoke, the more tears she had. How could she wipe them away? The tears were about to drown her. She was about to break. Sarukawa sighed. He didn't know what to do. Let me tell you, nonetheless, late. In fact, Sarukawa has offended a lot of people outside. Many people are looking for him to take revenge. So it's dangerous for him to be around you guys. He is worried about this. Yin couldn't stand to watch and walked out and said. Goofy froze and shook her head. I'm a cop. I'm not afraid. We'll bear the burden together if there are difficulties. Goofy's eyes lit up again. Do you owe a lot of money? I do. I can help you. Yin covered her face speechlessly. She didn't expect it. Goofy was even a love brain. Sarukawa also cried and laughed a little. No money is owed. So I don't need you to give it to me. Goofy seemed to understand and nodded. Hachwan. Don't go. I'm not afraid. There are difficulties. We can face them together. Avoidance is not a solution. Trust me. Okay? Hachwan met the flickering light of hope in Goofy's eyes, and he himself instantly felt as if he were an animal. Why did he coax a girl? Sarukawa hesitated a little. Goofy took Hachwan's hand tightly and promised solemnly. I swear, from now on, no matter what difficulties I encounter, I won't be afraid, and I will face them together with you. Does it have to be so formal? And how does? Sound like a wedding word? Sarukawa sighed. Well, then, I'm not leaving. Goofy leisurely hummed a song as she watered the flowers in her office, in a very happy mood. Behind them, the crowd gathered around and couldn't keep their eyes off Goofy's back for a long time. Something's not right. This week has been very wrong. Song then spoke up. Aha. Several people agreed. When have you guys ever seen Goofy smile so much? So what the hell is this about? Zhou Ming was a bit confused. Xiao Zhao pulled a few people over. What else could it be? Nothing more than falling in love. A few people were a bit surprised when Little Call said that. With whom? The 10,000-year-old iron tree has blossomed? Song Zhe was a bit disbelieving. Xiao Zhao waved his hand. Who else can I talk to? Hachwan. You see the attitude of non-evening sister to Hachwan these days. And the mood these days, needless to say. But didn't Fei Lian raise Sarukawa as his son? And Lai said a little strangely. Fuck you, how can that be? I can guarantee that the two are definitely in a situation. Xiao Zhao swore with conviction. You who? All there? Sarukawa walked in from outside. Goofy saw Hachwan and immediately smiled and fluoresced and walked up to bring the cup of water that had been prepared long ago to Hachwan. How is it? Is it hot outside? Sarukawa obediently took the glass of water and waved his hand, just posting a publicity announcement. It's not hot. Goofy took out a tissue to help Hachwan wipe his sweat. With some heartache on his face from time to time, The eyes of the crowd behind him glowed to themselves at this look. I told you, those two are definitely in love. Xiao Zhao was a bit excited. As if the CP he was knocking around had become a reality. How does it feel that only Fian has changed a bit? Huchuan is still the same as before. Sung then hemmed and hawed and laughed. I didn't realize that non-late is still a love brain. Hey, Huchuan, let's go to the movies after work today. I seem to have been watching for a long time. Gu Fei said as she sat next to Huchuan. Yeah, what do you want to see? I'd like to see your gate, going or not. Gu Fei was a bit expectant. Yeah, go watch. Just as the two were still chatting, knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door and Zhang Bei walked in from outside. Traveling on business. Gu Fian, get ready. Gu Fei was stunned. When? Now. Duro Zhong nodded. Now go back and pack. The flight is at 12 at night. Gu Fian instantly frowned. It was not easy to be free and still want to watch a movie with Huchuan. And then this happened. I don't want to go. Can we let them go? Gu Fei asked tentatively. Duro Zhong was stunned and then said with some doubt. Yo, the sun has come out of the west? Usually you are not the most active at work? What happened this time? Gu Fei Nian hemmed and hawed. Just this once. Just once. Duro Zhong nodded. Alright. Then Song Zhe go with Huchuan. Wait. Gu Fei Nian instantly got up and snatched the information over with one hand. For the sake of my work. I'm obligated. I'll go. The crowd behind us is speechless. Is this for work? None of us wanted to reveal it. Duro Zhong couldn't figure out what Gu Fian was up to. Alright. You go with Huchuan. The location Japan. Where there is someone to receive you. To Japan? What case? Sarukawa wondered. Duro Zhong waved his hand. It should be quite complicated. You guys will know in the past. Wow. At 3 o'clock. The plane landed on time at Osaka International Airport in Japan. The two carried suitcases, trench coats on their bodies and sunglasses so dark they glowed. Handsome and dashing. Shit, man nah, didn't I say someone was coming to pick me up? An hour later. Huchuan and Gu Fei stood at the airport entrance cursing. The wind at night is a little bleak. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Suddenly a short, but explosively cute girl padded over in the distance, shouting as she ran. Gradually, he ran up to the two men. The scene of the waves made the two men look away for a moment. Gu Fei evening subconsciously looked at his. Cannot be compared. I'm late. The girl gasped as she spoke. Sarukawa was a bit speechless. Little sister, do you know what time it is? Sarukawa said breathlessly. Gu Fei and that girl both froze. You still speak Japanese? Gu Fei Nian was surprised. Sarukawa nodded a little. That girl bowed in a hurry. Excuse me, because there is a case. Private name front is Tsukimi-san and Akio Disu. Private Kotaku Ashimasu. My name is Tsukimi Satsuki Sakura. Please take care of me. Sarukawa nodded. Private name front is Tsurukawa Disu. Her daughter's name front is Jifuan Disu. Private Tachi. My name is Tsurukawa. Her name is Gu Fei. Please take us to the hotel. Sarukawa spoke up. Gu Fei was beside her with a confused face. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand a thing. Tsukimori Akisakura immediately reacted and hurriedly handed over 2 pairs of headphones with both hands. Gu Fei received it and brought it on. Tsukimi Ryaki Sakura asked expectantly, can I hear you now? Gu Fei immediately nodded. It's okay. Autumn Sakura smiled sweetly. Her delicate doll-like face was adorable. Then I'll take you two to the hotel now. The car drove slowly on the road. Huchuan was a little sleepy, but Gu Fian was in high spirits. Sarukawa, let's finish the case and not rush back, okay? I want to play here for a few days. Sarukawa yawned and nodded. Yeah, no problem. Akizakura immediately raised her hand and smiled. I can be your guide. The cherry blossoms of the Meguro River are very beautiful at this time of year. Gu Fei laughed. Good. Then many thanks to Autumn Cherry. Chio Sakura's face suddenly changed. Looking at Gu Fian somewhat warily, Gu Feiyan froze. Had she said something wrong? Ha ha ha. Sarukawa couldn't help but laugh from the sidelines. No name. There are only 2 ways you can call her by her first name in Japan. One is if you're especially close, and the other is, you're going to beat her up. Gu Fei instantly blushed profusely and made a joke. I'm sorry Tsukimori, I didn't mean that. Sorry. Gu Fei hurriedly apologized. Autumn Sakura giggled. It's okay. I like it when Afternoon Sauce calls me by my first name. So we're considered very good friends now. Gu Fei nodded with a smile. Yes, we are very good friends. Sarukawa shook his head helplessly. Unable to understand the relationship of girls, only met for less than an hour and become very good friends. It seems that this Akisakura is also a chesty guy. Sarukawa's sight couldn't help but glance at it. TSK, that's awesome. Is that true? Soon the car arrived at the hotel. Akisakura gave the room card to the 2 of them and bowed. Then I'll come pick up Fei Nianju and Sarukawa-kun tomorrow. So both of you have an early night. Bye. After sending off Autumn Sakura, the 2 also grabbed into the hotel to wash up and sleep. Sleepy all. Knock. Knock. Surukawa was just getting ready for bed when there was a knock on the door. Hachuan opened the door. Outside, Gufian stood outside in her pajamas with an expectant face. What are you doing? Aren't you sleepy? Surukawa wondered. Gufei shook her head. I can't sleep. Let's chat. Bang. Surukawa shut the door mercilessly. At 10 o'clock on the first day, the sound of another slamming door came from outside. Surukawa opened the door with a sleepy face, and outside the door was the exquisitely made-up Gufian and Sho Sakura. Come on, it's early. Hey, aren't you guys sleepy? Surukawa was really speechless. Akizakura spat out her tongue. Surukawa-kun, we need to hurry up and get to the police station. Oh, don't go back to sleep. Surukawa sighed. Traveling on business is still so tiring. All along the way, Surukawa was a bit beat up and kept yawning. Gufei looked on in amusement. It didn't take long to get to the police station. There was a row of Japanese police standing at the entrance, and just as the two men got out of the car, a group of policemen swarmed up and kept shaking hands with the two men. Good day to you both. I am the Japanese police chief, Ryoma Nomura. On behalf of the Osaka Police Department in Japan, I welcome you both. Surukawa and Gufian were confused by the enthusiasm of the Japanese police. How big a case must this be? How big a case is this? The crowd brought the two men right in. Suddenly, he realized that there seemed to be two other people in the police department, only that the attitude of these two people was a bit different, not paying much attention to the two, but instead looking carefully at the case in hand. Nomura Ryozan hurriedly introduced himself. This is Miyamura Chihaya, our best detective in Osaka. This is Koizumi Jutsu, also a very good detective. Both were asked by us to help out. Surukawa looked at the two men. One was very young, probably only 18 or 19 years old, like a high school student. The looks were also very handsome. Koizumi Jutsu was a little older, looking in his 30s, like an older man. I don't think the Chinese people can solve the Japanese case. After all, Chinese people still don't understand Japan. Miyamura Shifuyu opened his mouth. His tone had some targeting. Gufian couldn't understand what was being said, but looking at Miyamura Shifuyu, it seemed like he wasn't treating them well. Surukawa smiled and replied in Japanese, I count as understanding, because my forefathers have already helped me to teach the Japanese a lesson. After all, my forefathers had personally driven the Japanese back. How can I not count as understanding that? Also, let me know, the Japanese is probably some. A contemptuous smile hung at the corner of Surukawa's mouth halfway through his sentence. Surukawa's words made the Japanese in the room blush, wanting to find a crack in the ground. Miyamura Shifuyu's face was also suddenly ashamed. Surukawa looked at Tsukini Ryaki. Sakura smiled and said, for the Japanese who respect history and are friendly, I think I can probably be friends as well. And for those who are not, I'm sorry, he doesn't even have the strength to make me look good. Gufian couldn't help but ask quietly when she saw that the crowd was silent, what did you say? Why are they all silent? Surukawa smiled. The ancestors gave me the backbone to kill their prestige and let them know that they are now begging us for a favor. Just give me some peace. Surukawa clapped his hands. All right. I don't want to talk to you guys about this nonsense. Tell us about the case. Autumn Sakura immediately brought the information over and introduced it. It's like this. On the 20th of March, the chairman of the Osaka Akutagawa Group, Akutagawa Jingjie, received a threatening letter, and at the same time, the big miss of the Akutagawa Group, Akutagawa Yukari, was kidnapped. The letter said that he had 3 days to come up with 300 million yen, or he would tear up the ticket. On March 23, the Takeshita Group's eldest daughter, Takeshita Tinya, was kidnapped. The family was similarly threatened with a letter. The two syndicates are in a supreme position, and at the same time they are the financial backers behind Interpol. So Interpol is taking it very seriously. Surukawa raised an eyebrow. Oh, so it's the capital side. No wonder. Surukawa had a bit of a headache. Got an eyebrow? Any idea who did it? Akazura nodded now. All the clues point to a special organization, the Black Wind Group. Surukawa was a bit surprised to hear this name. This organization is familiar to him. The corners of Surukawa's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. The Black Wind Group is a very powerful assassin organization in Japan. But the former patriarch of the Black Wind Group, Ichiro Kirakawa, died under Surukawa. That's what happened when he killed Kirakawa Ichiro to escape and break into Gufian's room. Surukawa couldn't help but smile. It was quite a bond. Funny how the shy little cop from the beginning can't recognize himself when he's standing next to him at this point. What are you laughing at? Gufiye was puzzled. It's okay, since you know it's the Black Wind Group. Go and arrest them. Why are you looking for us? Surukawa spoke up. Autumn Sakura shook her head. It's not that simple, because just 2 days ago, Akutagawa Kajikai was killed. The murderer is nowhere to be found until now. There are still 3 days left. If they can't be found, Akutagawa Yukari will be killed. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. You mean that the one who killed Akutagawa Kajikai is also related to the Black Wind Group? The only way to find out which of them is connected is to solve this case? Akizakura nodded as expected of Tsurukawa-kun. So smart. Oh, so it is still to solve the murder case. Well, it is not too late. Go and take a look. Wait, Nomura Ryozan stopped the crowd. This case absolutely must be kept secret, and the police department will not give you all any facilities because it concerns multiple camps. So, everything that follows will all depend on yourselves. The police department is not involved. Sarukawa was stunned. What? Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to get into the crime scene like that? It won't help at all? Nomura Ryozan nodded. That's right. Sarukawa had a headache. This is simply a pit. Then this way the Japanese police are clearing the air. Whatever happens has nothing to do with them at all. Miyamura Chihaya laughed. Hey, how about a race? Let's see who solves the murder case first. Sarukawa looked at Miyamura Chihaya and laughed softly twice. Well, in that case, I'll play with you. And when the time comes, don't cry if you lose. Exiting the police station, Sarukawa had a headache. Abroad, how do you check yourself in a shitty place where people aren't born and don't know the place well? Goofy and felt a little funny when she saw Tsurukawa's headache. Alright, don't push yourself. The Japanese police have already dumped the pot on us. We are representing China with Interpol. Their calculations are really good. Miyamura Shifuyu walked over and handed Tsurukawa a business card. This has my contact information on it. So to be fair, feel free to call anytime you need my help. After saying that, he left on his own. Goofy and laughed. This Miyamura Chiyu is really strange. Just now he was so malicious towards us. But now he's different. Just as the two were talking, a car stopped beside them. Akizakura poked her head out. Afternoon sauce. Sarukawa-kun, I'll assist you. The car whizzed by and the trio headed towards the Akutagawa group, gradually beginning their tour of Japan. This one is better than the case. It's so hard. The trio had just arrived at the downstairs of the group and wanted to go in, but they were directly stopped by the security guard at the entrance. I'm sorry, sir, but you're not allowed in here without an appointment. The three of them are in a tizzy. Is this directed at me? Sarukawa couldn't help but let out a question. Quick! The nearest flight, back to China. Sarukawa shouted up. And that's a hell of a case to crack. How to break? The three of them wandered aimlessly through the streets, unable to find their destination or know how they should break. But it's too humiliating to just go back in the dust, isn't it? Just as the three were walking, a large group of black-clad people suddenly surged ahead. Nura to capture Mayoro. That's them. Catch them. The leader of the group shouted. And instantly countless people rushed towards them. The three men shivered. Startled. This. What's the situation? Goofy said in horror. Run! Sarukawa shouted. The three of them quickly ran backwards in a hurry. Aha! Crap! Damn it! I'll never come to Japan again. Sarukawa cursed as he ran, with countless people chasing after them behind him. Tsurukawa-kun, I can't run anymore. Akizakura was running at the same time. His chest fluctuated tremendously, and Sarukawa gulped. It was indeed quite heavy. Sarukawa gritted his teeth and braked directly. You guys run first. I'll stop them. Gu Fengyan shook her head. It's too dangerous. Gu, cut the crap. I'll distract them. Meet at the hotel. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed the two away. The two had no choice but to leave first. Sarukawa stood still waiting for the group to come and was relieved to see the direction the two had left. When Sarukawa turned around, he had long since changed his eyes. The corners of his mouth quirked into a slight smile. It's been a while since I've done anything to move my hands. 10 minutes later. Ouch. It hurts like hell. At the bottom lay a dense mass of black-clad men. Sarukawa stood on the ground wringing his wrists. It didn't feel good. Who can still get up? The crowd on the ground wailed and wailed, and not a single one got up. Sarukawa snorted coldly and tried to turn away. Stay, please stay. The man in charge stood up and said, We are asking for your excellency's help, not to embarrass your excellency. Sarukawa froze a bit confused. Ask me for a favor? The man nodded. Hahi. Yes. Sarukawa frowned. Not sooner. In the middle of a Japanese-style tea house, Sarukawa came to a room surrounded by people. Opening the door, a cold-faced man sat inside. The man had a knife at his waist, his hair tied back, and a hint of feminine air in his handsome face. Welcome, Your Excellency. The man spoke. Sarukawa froze. You know Chinese? The man smiled and nodded, pouring Sarukawa a cup of tea. Sarukawa sat straight down. Sorry, we Chinese don't have a tradition of kneeling. The man waved his hand to signal that there was nothing wrong. I am Kasuga Megatron, second-generation leader of the Black Wind Group. Sarukawa's body paused a bit. Surprised it's you? Kasuga Megatron nodded. The reason for inviting Your Excellency here is to make it clear that the Akutagawa group incident was not our doing and has nothing to do with my Black Wind Group. Sarukawa was a bit silent. He felt that the Black Wind Group shouldn't be so boring, and this incident might not really be their doing. Tell me what for? Sarukawa asked. Kasuga Megatron smiled weakly, but the next second wowed out. The whole person flew over and hugged Sarukawa directly. Sarukawa-san, you have to save us. Damn it. Which one of you bastards framed us for the Black Wind Group? Now Interpol, the group's bodyguards, and various forces are all looking for us. We can't take it. Oh, they're too much of a bully too. Sarukawa, a cold chill of foot to kick Kasuga Mega Ryu away. Talk, just talk. Don't get so close. Kasuga Megatron cried and wiped his tears. I know your information and I know that you're a very powerful detective. So, please must help me. Kasuga Megatron snapped his 5 bodies and showed great sincerity. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth twitched. A little speechless. A killer organization. To ask someone to help them return their innocence. Who is this looking for reason to go? In order to repay your excellency, I, the Black Wind Group, am willing to give your excellency whatever help I can, please. Kasuga Megatron opened his mouth with tears in his eyes. Well, Sarukawa responded. Wonderful, please be sure to let me entertain his excellency, said Kasuga Megatron as he was about to pounce again. Poppy. Sarukawa lands a straight leg kick hitting the door and even knocking it down. Kasuga Megatron, who was lying on the ground, gave a thumbs up. Your excellency's foot is powerful. Awesome. Back at the hotel, Goofy and stayed in her room with Autumn Cherry. Sarukawa almost died of shock when he opened the door. The 2 girls saw Sarukawa come back and rushed forward to check up worriedly. It's okay. It's okay. Is everything okay, Sarukawa-kun? Hey, checking is checking. What's the point of stripping your clothes? Sarukawa hurriedly pushed away the 2 female hooligans to protect himself. It's okay. Those people are from the Black Wind Group. This incident wasn't done by the Black Wind Group. Goofy and put her heart down only when she saw that Huchwan was fine. So that means the only lead is now broken too? What should we do? Sarukawa held up his cheeks with a worried expression. Now I just want to go into the crime scene to see. I don't know anything. How can I solve the case? The 3 were also speechless for a while. Sarukawa looked at the card in his hand. Is going to make this call? Sarukawa shook his head and dropped the card. In fact, it was too easy for him to enter the scene of the crime, the first place in this building. He could shop like he was shopping, but how to bring these 2 girls behind him in as well? That was a problem. Akizakura sighed. Alright, Sarukawa-kun, leave this matter to me. The 2 froze, their eyes looking towards Autumn. Sakura, what's your best idea? Autumn Sakura patted her chest and assured, today you 2 have a good rest. I promise, early tomorrow morning, the 2 of you will be able to enter the scene of the crime. Autumn Sakura finished bouncing away, leaving the 2 men wide-eyed. So, this girl has an unusual status? Do all of you Oni-chan like being cops? Sarukawa couldn't help but spit it out. It was pretty funny. Goofy sighed and came closer to Huchwan. Really not hurt? Let me take a look. Oh oi, AI, starting to move your hands again. Aren't you, Goofy? You're getting bolder and bolder. The 2 bickered and the time passed quickly. In the room, the 2 men didn't want to move after eating. One laying on the couch and the other on the bed to start fattening up. Have I gained weight recently? Goofy asked. There was a moment of silence from Sarukawa, the death question, which he chose not to answer. Goofy couldn't help but mutter when she saw Huchwan's silence. Definitely think I'm fat. Goofy inside. She had known Huchwan for a long time, but the 2 of them still hadn't made their feelings known. Goofy late has probably already recognized his own heart. Just, not very good to say it. And I don't know what Huchwan is thinking. As soon as a person was full, they began to think wildly. And Goofy thought of Autumn Cherry's pair of ferocious weapons again. Couldn't help but look down at her own. TSK, what do you eat to grow that big? Early the next morning, a brand new Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the hotel. A black-clothed bodyguard rushed over to open the car door. And Autumn Sakura, who was wearing a beautiful dress, got down from the car and looked at the 2 with a fluorescent smile. I've got tuxedos for you guys. Go change into them and let's go to the group. Goofy and Huchwan looked at each other and gulped. Still really missy. What the hell? Why are you dressed like that? Sarukawa said a little strangely. Akizakura winked because the Akutagawa group is having a party today. So you can go and dress like this. Then you can sneak in. Ha. Still have to sneak. The 2 of them walked out after changing their clothes. And Akazura's eyes instantly lit up. Sarukawa was dressed in a white high-fashion suit. And his delicate and handsome appearance was extraordinary. Goofy evening in a light blue dress, more elegant and cold temperament. Goofy was already very beautiful, and this outfit could only be considered the icing on the cake. But Sarukawa is different. He never dresses up and wears casual clothes. Now a hairstyle a do suit wear simply handsome. Goofy late eyes are glued to the body of Huchwan. Really is a person rely on clothing. Sarukawa was a bit shy at the stare. What? Doesn't it look good? Goofy blushed and quickly shook her head. It looks good. I'll definitely go back and make a few more for you. Alright, let's get going. The three of them were not in a hurry and took a car directly to the Mustang group. Pull out the invitation to come in smoothly. All the way up to the 17th floor. The door opened. The banquet hall is full of people, all of whom are the mainstay of Japan's high society. Every one of them is talking and swimming. The trio attracted the attention of everyone present as soon as they appeared. And with the trio's looks, it was hard not to. Huchwan, aren't we a bit too high profile? Gu Fei asked somewhat unnaturally. It seems like there are some. The party was in order. Akizakura pulled Tsurukawa aside. The scene of the crime was on the 19th floor. Akutagawa Kajikai died in his private office, which was unlocked from the inside and had only one window. There was no chance of a crime being committed. Tsurukawa nodded. It's still a secret room. It seems quite challenging. Well, you guys continue. I'll go up and take a look, Tsurukawa said as he touched out silently. The people there, even Gu Feiyan, didn't realize that Hichuan had disappeared, and at this time, Gu Feiyan had already surrounded a lot of men around her, and was being enthusiastically introduced. Gu Feiyan had an embarrassed look on her face. I can't understand what you guys are saying. I can't understand. Nonetheless, the guys kept rambling on endlessly. Tsurukawa followed the fire escape all the way to the 19th floor, which had been cordoned off and no one was here. Tsurukawa blended in easily. As soon as he opened the door to his office, a pungent odor came through. The white body trace line on the desk exists. There was a streak of blood on the table that went all the way underneath it. The bleeding was high, probably from a single cut to the neck. But Tsurukawa immediately realized that something was wrong. If the neck was cut, it should be a spatter mark. But except for the table and the floor, the rest of the place was clean. There was no trace of blood at all. That means that Akutagawa Kajikawa might have died long before he was slashed in the throat. Come out. Don't hide, Tsurukawa said in a cold voice. Squeak. The cabinet next to it was surprisingly opened, and Miyamura Shifuyu slowly stepped out of it. You found it too? Tsurukawa nodded. Can we go to the autopsy? Miyamura Chihaya sighed. I wouldn't be here if I could do an autopsy. The people of the Akutagawa group refused to do one. Tsurukawa laughed. Refused to do an autopsy? 100% problematic. I went to meet the people from the Black Wind group. They didn't do it. That is to say, this murderer is the same as the one who kidnapped Akutagawa Yukari. It's an insider of the Akutagawa group. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. It's the same as my speculation. I didn't realize that you, a Chinese, had some level. Tsurukawa cut out, not bothering to show off his tongue with this oni. Will the pushback site? Tsurukawa asked. That's for sure. Deducing the scene is the most basic operation of a detective. The corner of Miyamura Chihaya's mouth curled into a smile. Come on. The two men immediately crouched down and scanned the entire live session, unable to miss a single detail. There are minor scratches on the doorknob, probably fishing line. Tsurukawa said. There's a streak of water all the way down the door. Chihaya Miyamura was not to be outdone. The two men swept from the room with unseen eyes. It seemed as if every detail of the case was magnified at the moment. Magnified again. A separate circular mark on the wooden table suggests that the deceased was probably in the habit of drinking tea or coffee, and there was a hint of a strange odor in the teacup, faded by too much time, but most likely sleeping pills, Tsurukawa said, looking at the table. There's a special knock mark on the table. I think it should be the watch the deceased was wearing on his wrist, probably left by the knock at the moment he drank the sleeping pill. The murderer wasn't after money, he simply wanted the life of Akutagawa Kajikai. The two of them leaned together, the scene constantly coming back to them in their minds. I know. They both spoke at the same time and looked at each other with another smile. You first. Chihaya Miyamura raised her hand. Tsurukawa cleared his throat. The killer took the drugged coffee and walked in. Akutagawa Kajikai drank it and fell asleep. The killer did it then escaped. Miyamura Shifuyu's eyes flickered. Then why is the blood different? Tsurukawa laughed. Because the coffee is not only placed with sleeping pills, but also a poison. Akutagawa Kajikai died in his sleep from the poison, so there is no sign of struggle. Tsurukawa looked at the house. There are pillows on the couch with the futon. Akutagawa Kajikai should be in the habit of taking naps, so no one is disturbing them for a while. The murderer didn't rush to do anything after he poisoned Akutagawa Kajikai. He also went to prepare to make a secret room. Miyamura Chihaya smiled a little excitedly and looked at Tsurukawa. That's right. Just as I thought. Tsurukawa waved his hand. Tell me about the secret room then. Small point, Miyamura Chihaya said and went to the door. This one locks the door in a circle. Normal fishing line won't lock it. Just make it look like a handle out of ice. Fasten and handle to it, with one end of the fishing line tied to the handle and the other passed along the bottom to close the door. With a firm pull, the fishing line will penetrate the ice handle, but because the handle will quickly condense, it won't fall off, and it will also lock the door with the force. The murderer took the fishing line away, and as the ice handle slowly melted over time, it left such a long trail of water, and this secret room is complete. Papa Tsurukawa clapped, not realizing that this Oni was somewhat interesting and not that stupid. Okay, so that's as far as the house can extrapolate right now, and there's only one way to find out more, and corroborate our suspicions. Next, autopsy, autopsy, the two said in unison. The two had just returned to the banquet when Hachuan saw Gufian surrounded by so many people, hurriedly walked over and pulled Gufian Gumananasai. Korea is a private girlfriend Disu, sorry, this is my girlfriend. Saying that, he pulled Gufian away quickly. Gufian couldn't understand what Hachuan was saying, but seeing the reactions of these people she could guess a general idea, and suddenly a small leap of joy ran through her heart, and her face hung scarlet. Did you go to the crime scene? Gu Fei asked. Tsurukawa nodded. A very strange case. There's a situation within their group. These things are probably done by someone within their group. I need an autopsy, but their group won't allow it. What should I do? Tsurukawa was a bit annoyed. Go in quietly, Gu Fei said. Anyway, it's not in the country, and since the Japanese police don't care about anything, why should we care about that? What to do? Gu Fei nodded and said. Tsurukawa smiled. Makes sense. So tonight, he. The two men smiled at each other. The party continued into the afternoon. It was only when the two got back to the hotel that they collapsed on the bed, so tired of dealing with all these people. Everyone comes up and asks for identification. Akizakura smiled and looked at the two. Tough job you two. Did Tsurukawa-kun find anything? Tsurukawa nodded. The murderer is within the Akutagawa group. Most likely someone close to Akutagawa Kajikai. I'm going to the autopsy tonight. Tsurukawa spoke. Akizakura blushed. Tsurukawa-kun, corpses are not allowed inside the hospital morgue. Tsurukawa stared at Akizakura's serious expression, a bit speechless. Can't you accommodate at all? Autumn Sakura shook her head. I can't help it. The two of them, Hachuan and Gufian, hemmed and hawed and gradually stood up and walked towards Autumn Sakura. Autumn Sakura gulped and leaned close to the wall. What are you doing? Tsurukawa snorted coldly. What for? Oh, of course. Ah, yeah, no. As night fell, the two men held their police cards in their hands, but the photographs had been taken down. Walking towards the hospital, Autumn Sakura was wrapped up tightly in the covers and kept squirming on the bed. Jingle bells. Just as the two were trying to get into the hospital, the Tsurukawa phone rang. Hey, Tsurukawa, Koizumi Jutsu is dead. It was Miyamura Shifuyu's voice on the cell phone. Tsurukawa froze. What? How did you die? He was hit by a car last night. But can you believe it? It was done by that murderer. It's terrorizing us. Tsurukawa frowned. This murderer was a bit too arrogant. So you're going to keep investigating? Chihaya Miyamura said our duel can be cancelled. Tsurukawa looked up at the hospital sign. The so-called detective. Even if there is a lot of danger ahead, he can't stop searching for the truth. Can he? Tsurukawa asked rhetorically. Miyamura Shifuyu's laughter immediately came out from the cell phone. Ha. Right. Half an hour later, see you at Osaka Hospital. Half an hour later, Miyamura Shifuyu, dressed in black, came over. The three of them went in together towards the hospital. There were only two doctors on duty at the entrance to the hospital, and no one else to guard it. We want to see the body. Tsurukawa pulled out his police license and said in Japanese. The little nurse nodded. That's the one at the far end. The three men quickly went inside and closed the door. Honey, you watch our back, Tsurukawa said, going in quickly with Shifuyu Miyamura. At the doorway Gufian froze. A smile surfaced on his face. He called me wife. Hey. He. The two men quickly found the body of Kajikawa Kajikai and pulled it out onto the counter. The pale body had not the slightest trace of blood, and the neck had been slashed with a knife, the wound skinning the flesh, and the cut was deep. The two men took a deep breath and began the autopsy. Tsurukawa gently opened the dead man's mouth and carefully came up to sniff it. Bitter almonds. Potassium cyanide. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. The victim's fingernails are worn and his face is grim. Consistent with the phenomenon of struggling before poisoning, the victim died before he killed. Miyamura Chihaya rubbed her chin and wondered. But what's the point? It's already poisoned. So why do you need to add another cut? Tsurukawa looked closely at the wound area. Look up. This wound is a strange shape. Hey. The surface of the wound was irregularly shaped, and although deep, it appeared to have been caused by two cuts. Miyamura Chihaya also looked carefully. I know. Tsurukawa laughed as he pulled Chihaya Miyamura over to stand behind him. The two of them pressed together. You watch, huh? Tsurukawa scratched his arm against Chihaya Miyamura's neck. Miyamura Chihaya's eyes lit up. Oh, so that's it. The dead man's wound was facing downwards. If it was a man, there should not be much difference in height, so the wound could only have been facing upwards. And the man's force was sufficiently strong that he did not need to make two cuts. Tell me about your profiling, Tsurukawa asked. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. Female, around 25 years old, around 160 in height, right-handed as her preferred hand, familiar with the building's environment and close to Akutagawa Kajikai. well educated with some medical knowledge. Sarukawa nodded. This way want to find the murderer is not difficult. Just, no evidence. Gu Fian ran over in a panic, and saw the posture of the two people froze, somewhat ambiguous. What are you doing? Sarukawa hurriedly pushed away air. Test. Forget it. Come on people, what to do? Gu Fian was a bit flustered. Sarukawa and Miyamura Chihaya exchanged glances, directly rushed over to Tsurukawa as he carried Gu Fian onto the mortuary table and covered it with a white cloth. Put back the body of Akutagawa Kajikawa. The two of them hurriedly took out their white coats from the side and stood in the way, pretending as if they were examining the body. Creak, the door was pushed open and a man and a woman at the head walked in. Seeing the two froze but didn't care, thinking it was a doctor doing an autopsy. The woman's appearance was exquisite, and her temperament was also very good, only that there was some indifference between her eyebrows. Take Mustang's body away. The woman snapped. A few bodyguards behind her carried the body out. Then leave. Sarukawa and Miyamura Chihaya leaned against the dais and watched the woman leave, and the two of them smiled. Isn't she? Sarukawa asked. Chihaya Miyamura nodded. It fits perfectly. What identity? Sarukawa asked. Miyamura Chihaya scat her mouth. A 60-year-old man's little dainty wife. To use your Chinese verse, is a pear blossom pressing down on a begonia. The two men smiled at each other. Gu Fiye lifted the white cloth and gasped, why do I have to pretend to be a corpse? Huchuan smiled and pinched Gu Fiye's cheek. Because you're pretty. With that, he walked out with Shifuyu Miyamura. Gu Fiyin froze, a blush appearing on her face. Really? But then on second thought, what does that have to do with being a corpse? Tsurukawa, you liar. When I left the hospital, it was late and a little cold outside. I suggest that we can stay together in the meantime. Because, well, they're definitely going to do it to us. Tsurukawa nodded. Okay, to your house. The three walked toward the distance, seeming as if they had forgotten something. In the center of Osaka, in a mansion of unparalleled splendor, vertical rows of servants stood next to each other. A brightly lit, gilded hall with woolen carpets wherever your feet tread. The table was fully set with silver cutlery, and the solid wood furniture revealed an exotic aroma. Luxurious. The only way to describe it is luxurious. The table was set with a myriad of delicacies in a row. Sashimi, everything. Gu Fiyan and Huchuan both stayed dumbfounded. Why do rich people either like to be detectives or police officers? Miyamura Shifuyu waved her hand. No need to be polite. Feel free to enjoy. Sarukawa picked up his chopsticks and put them down again, looking at the pile of sashimi on the table. Can you take some human food? It's all raw and uneatable. Sarukawa was a little upset. Miyamura Shifuyu blushed. Hey, you're too ungrateful. I've taken out the best to entertain you. You might as well get 2 plates of dumplings. Sarukawa added. Miyamura Chihaya bristled. No taste. Get him something cooked. After dinner, the three of them sat in the lobby a little bored. That's the end of the case. No evidence to arrest anyone. It's a bottleneck. There's nothing you can do about it, even though you know the killer is that one. Hey, wait. Do you think we should find Akutagawa Sydney first? Gu Fei said. The two froze. Where to look? Not a clue. Check. We can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. Our main mission is still to find Akutagawa Sydney's. Gu Fian looked at her cell phone. There are 2 days left. The kidnappers are going to tear the ticket. There was a moment of silence from the three. Even if they knew. Hey, we can follow it. Miyamura Shifuyu suddenly came to her senses. As long as we follow that woman, even if we tear the ticket, we'll know where it is. Papapat Tsurukawa applauded. Little brains can do that. Miyamura Shifuyu was a bit pleased. Yes. Then let's do it. I think the three of us will split up to keep an eye on her. I'll keep an eye on her home, and Gu Fian will keep an eye on the company. Tsurukawa stares daily. How about that? Tsurukawa was a bit speechless. Why do I have the biggest workload? Because, the idea I came up with. Gu Fei evening is a girl. You can do more. Miyamura Shifuyu heatedly laughed. Tsurukawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. Over the next 2 days, the three of them began to take turns staking out the woman, keeping track of her. But the woman seemed so normal. There's nothing strange about it. It's been 3 in 1. Until this evening, Chihaya Miyamura went out and didn't come back for a long time. Where's the man? Tracking. Tracking to where? Gu Feiyan was a bit strange. Tsurukawa was still huffing and puffing. He was tired from yesterday and had followed him for a long time until evening. Gu Fian didn't have the heart to disturb him and went out to look for Miyamura Chihaya on her own. Until after 12 o'clock at night, Tsurukawa woke up quietly. And there was no one else in the entire mansion except the servants. Neither one has returned. I don't know where they've gone. Tsurukawa sat on the sofa a bit speechless. Stalking can still lose you? What are these two up to? They're not going to get caught in the crossfire. Inside the dimly lit room of an unoccupied, rotting building outside the wilderness, a few blankets were scattered across the floor. On top of the blanket sat 4 people: Miyamura Shifuyu, Gu Fei, Akutagawa Yukari and Takashita Tilt. There was a moment of silence as the 4 men looked at each other being pent up. It's really been a 1-2 punch. Don't worry, both of you. Hachuan will come to our rescue. Gu Fei opened her mouth to comfort. The 2 girls were both excellent looking and cute. Because they had been imprisoned for a few days, they were a bit dirty, blocking their delicate and cute looks. Sister, you said it 7 or 8 times already. Who the hell is this Tsurukawa? Akutagawa Yukari Nono opened her mouth. She'd been tied up for days, and there hadn't been anyone to rescue him at all. Sydney Akutagawa sighed. I'll just wait for my dad to come up with the money. Your father is dead. Shifuyu Miyamura spoke directly. The girl froze momentarily, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Goofy instantly kicked Miyamura. Chiyu, can you? No. No way. Akutagawa Yukari's face instantly paled. Whoa, woo woo, how could my dad be dead? It can't be. Woo woo. There was an instant bawling sound in the darkened room. Or your stepmother killed her, Chihaya Miyamura said. Woo woo, whoa, whoa. I hate you, Sydney Akutagawa howled. Goofy glared fiercely at Miyamura Chihaya, who was a bit vain anyway. Sooner or later, we'll have to know. Maybe. We'll meet with his father in a while. Creak, the door was pushed open and a group of black-clad men walked in. A female at the head of the group slowly walked in and looked at the few people with cold eyes. Akutagawa Yukari suddenly looked agitated and struggled to rush up. You vicious woman, why did you do this? But the next second it was kicked back again. The woman wiped her glasses, then a sinister smile hung at the corner of her mouth. You say that? That huge asset? Of course it belongs to us. Miyamura Shifuyu's eyebrows twitched. We? Yell. It looks like there's more than one person. Oh. Is this man in front of me also in an organization? Sydney Akutagawa looked at the woman with anger in her eyes. The woman grinned. Don't worry. Once the 2 days are up and the asset transfer is successful, I'll send you to meet your father. And you guys. With that the woman backed out, clanging the door back shut. Sydney Akutagawa couldn't help but sob. Gu Fei touched his head to comfort up. Don't be afraid. Hachuan may come to save us. Another unknown amount of time passed. The clunk. Door was opened again. Not the same. This time only one person. A young man wearing sunglasses and a bodyguard outfit just like the one he had just worn. With an open smile on his lips, Gu Fei instantly froze. The man came forward and sked, lifting Gu Fei's small face with his hand. Little girl. Quite pretty. Want to play with your brother? The corner of Gu Fei's mouth hooked up a smile in a light tone and said, yes, just, it's a bit inconvenient here. Right. Why don't you take me out and go home to play? The man nodded. Well, it really isn't as good. Bang, a super rocket headbutt straight from Sydney Mustang, instantly crashing into the young man's stomach. Put. The young man came close to spitting out a mouthful of old blood, as if struck by a heavy blow. Miyamura Shifuyu looked at this scene with shock and poof. Ha 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 ha, laughed out loud with abandon. Mustang Sydney stubbornly raised her face. Don't move, non-evening sister. Bastard, come at me if you dare. Goofy instantly cried and looked at the man with a heartbroken expression. Hachuan, are you alright? The corner of Tsurukawa's mouth floated up a touch of blood. The whole person kneeled on the ground, painfully covering his stomach. I am really convinced. The scene shifted to Hachuan sitting on the ground with his stomach covered, and Gu Feiyan was rubbing Hachuan's stomach with a heartbroken look on her face. Yukari Akutagawa frantically bowed beside her and apologized. This girl has so much force. It's the first time I've been hit so hard in years. Tsurukawa lamented. Who made what you guys just said so misleading? Takashita leaned in to add. Gu Feiyan cried and laughed. We were just joking around. Who knew that Akutagawa? She took it seriously. Alright, don't say anything more. Let's go. Gu Feiyan helped Hachuan up, and the few people walked outside together. Out for a split second a few people froze. Outside lay a group of black-clothed men strewn about. Each one fainted on the ground. Gu Feiyan looked at Hachuan in shock. This, you hit? Tsurukawa hastily touched his head and hemmed and hawed and laughed, pretending to be nonchalant. I drugged them in their takeout. Well, I have no hands. How can I beat it? Gu Feiyan nodded with some surprise at his words, worthy of being Hachuan. So smart. Gu Feiyan looked behind her triumphantly at the 2 people. I told you, Hachuan will definitely come to save us. The smug look was as if she was showing off her husband. Akutagawa Yukari's eyes took on admiration when she looked at Tsurukawa as well. Amazing. Only Chihaya Miyamura narrowed her eyes in skepticism, as there was no sign of any takeout there at all. Several people hurriedly left the place and first returned to Miyamura Shifuyu's home to rest up for the time being. The 2 girls had changed into clean clothes and were gulping down their food, and it looked like these 2 were having a bad time. Tsurukawa sat bored and looked at his cell phone as if he was sending a message. Sydney Akutagawa swallowed the food in her mouth. Tsurukawa-kun, can I pay you to be my housekeeper? I need you badly. Tsurukawa laughed softly, still not looking up. Oh yeah, so how much can you pay me? Gu Fei instantly became vigilant. Her sharp gaze fixed dead center on Yukari Mustang. 2 million yen a month, how about that? Akutagawa Yukari said. Sarukawa looked at his phone and nodded well. It looks like a lot. Gu-fei instantly sweated. I offer $4 million. Takashita leaned and spoke coldly. If it's not enough I can add more. Gu-fei immediately looked between the two men. Full of anxiety. I'll give $5 million. Huchuan glanced at Gu-fei speechlessly and reached out to rub Gu-fei's head. Are you stupid? Just kidding. I'm not going anywhere. Gu-fei immediately felt a sweetness in her heart then. This is what you said. The corners of his mouth couldn't suppress the upstage. Sydney Akutagawa sighed pity. Dun Miyamura Shifuyu ran over in horror. You guys, come check it out. Several people immediately came to the TV. The TV is showing the 3 most wanted criminals. And it says that they are the real culprits who kidnapped Yukari Akutagawa and Takashita Tilt. Photos of the 3 were hung up. Can't stand it. Wife, pack up, go back to your country, Sarukawa yelled. Miyamura Chihaya immediately hugged Sarukawa's thigh. Don't, what am I going to do if you leave? I don't want to be in prison for the rest of my life. Fuck you, Sarukawa kicked Miyamura Chihaya away. I'll go back and beat Jonyen to death. Go out on a few errands. Pure torture. Miyamura Chihaya sank her face. No need to think. It must be that woman's doing. What the hell is she up to? Are the Japanese police a bunch of assholes? Sarukawa waved his hand. I don't know what you guys are up to, but I'm going back to my country. I really can't take it anymore. Gu-fei hurriedly pacified Huchuan. Don't get excited. We are now wanted and can't go back. Sarukawa was a little annoyed that the Japanese police had begged them to come, and now they were wanted criminals. No, we seem to have gotten it wrong from the start. Sarukawa sat on the sofa and thought seriously. What was this person's original purpose? Is she only after the life of Akutagawa Kajikai? Sarukawa had a bit of a headache for a while. Sarukawa. She said earlier in the day that it looked like she was transferring some assets or something. Gu-fei said. Sarukawa froze. Brain instantly a flash of light. You. Why did not say earlier? Sarukawa got anxious. It's over. It's over. The crowd was confused by Sarukawa's reaction, not knowing what was going on. As soon as Sarukawa anxiously pulled Miyamura Chihaya outside, the 3 girls were about to follow when Sarukawa scolded them. Stay here. Gu-fei shivered, not knowing why. Hichuan was angry. Sarukawa glanced at the 3 and left with Chihaya Miyamura. In the car, Miyamura Shifuyu looked at Sarukawa suspiciously and asked, what's wrong with you? Sarukawa scared. You don't see it here? Miyamura Shifuyu's eyes stared carefully, recalling Sarukawa's question just now, and suddenly a light flashed in his head. Wait a minute, what do you mean? Sarukawa nodded. That woman wants to transfer her assets. It would have to be inside the Akutagawa group. After transferring the assets her purpose would be discovered and it would be very obvious who the murderer is, so she would definitely run. But, there are countless powerful people partying inside the group right now. Those can be walking gold. You think that woman can't be impressed? Miyamura Chihaya's brow furrowed. Oh no, what are we going to do? Beep beep beep. Sarukawa picks up the phone. Sarukawa, you've gone too far. I won't forgive you. Akizura's roaring voice came from the phone. Akizakura, listen to me. Get the police to the Mustang Group building immediately now. There's danger there. Hurry. Sarukawa couldn't explain it to her in time, so he had to order it offline. Akizakura heard Sarukawa's urgency and also panicked a bit. Oh, okay. Hanging up the phone, the car went straight inside the Mustang Group building. The 2 men got out of the car in a hurry. Sure enough, at the entrance of the group, originally 2 security personnel had been shot and died tragically inside. The 2 men were instantly alert and quietly felt their way in. On each floor there were black-clad men armed with firearms. It's bad. It looks like is under control, Sarukawa said as he looked at the situation in front of him. Let's go. There's surveillance in the elevator. Let's take the fire escape. Miyamura Shifuyu waved his hand, and the 2 of them headed up the stairs. Boss, 2 people, boss. 2 people appeared. Someone in the surveillance room said. The woman from before nodded. Let them in. The 2 men who were struggling to climb the stairs at this point didn't realize they had been spotted. The more Gu-fei and the 2 girls sat down, the more uneasy they became. No, we can't. Sydney Akutagawa spoke up. We're going to the group. Sydney Akutagawa spoke up. Gu-fei was a bit hesitant, but Hichuan won't let me go out. Yukari Akutagawa scared. Just think how happy Sarukawa would have been if you had completed the mission. At that time, he must think you're the best. Gu-fei was a bit hesitant, but at the same time she was a bit worried about Huchuan's safety. Alright, let's go. Panting, the 2 men felt their way upstairs and quietly pushed a little gap along the ventilation ducts. It was seen that, inside the large lobby, all the people were escorted by several black-clothed men with loaded guns, all of them looking terrified and trembling with fear. Hey, what to do now? Chihaya Miyamura asked. Sarukawa looked in the direction of the surroundings. You watch here and listen to what they say. I'm going to take down the surveillance room. Otherwise it's too inconvenient for us to move. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. Then be careful. Sarukawa immediately touched out. He had seen the map before coming up and knew where the location of the surveillance room was. Now that the entire building is under control, all in black, it's not a good time to move at all. Beep beep beep, countless police cars surrounded the place downstairs, and Akazura scrambled out of the car to make a call. Sarukawa, we're here, how's the situation? Sarukawa spoke. The situation is not optimistic. They are all on the 17th floor. The house about 7 armed personnel. How many in the building do not know. The scene is controlled. You do not act rashly. Akazakura immediately reported the situation to Nomura Ryozan behind her. Nomura Ryozan immediately started working on the setup. Sarukawa twisted his head to see a man in black smoking there in the corner. Thought better of it and touched it slowly. You, who are you? The man in black was shocked. Sarukawa waved his hand. Delivery. Bang, a punch directly on the face of the man in black. The man in black fainted on the spot. Sarukawa dragged the man into the building, changed into his clothes, and strutted inside. Follow the elevator straight down to the 4th floor, where the entire building is monitored. Inside, 3 men in black stood with guns. Clicked. Sarukawa directly to the handgun on the egg directly walked in. The guards explain. I'm here to change the guard, said Sarukawa. The 3 of them stared at each other in disbelief. Paward. Sarukawa froze. Matu. Ah! The 3 men howled in pain and twisted up on the ground, bleeding from bullets in their arms and legs. SHHHH. Sarukawa signaled for silence before dry humping them one by one. Within the surveillance, not only the 17th floor, but probably more than 20 black-clad people. Wait a minute. Huchwan's eyes stared. He saw Gufei on the surveillance, Sydney Akutagawa, and Takeshita Tilt. Sarukawa was instantly flustered. Immediately, he rushed out to run wildly in the direction of the 3, but it seemed to be too late. When Sarukawa arrived, there were only shoes scattered on the floor. Ouch! Sarukawa sighed. Tick-tock. Suddenly the sound of a broadcast came from overhead. That detective boy. Your people are already on the 17th floor. Please come immediately. Oh. It was the woman's voice on the broadcast. Sarukawa sighed a little, threw down the gun in his hand, and went straight to the 17th floor, while pushing the door straight open. So many sightings inside. Gufei, Akutagawa Yukari and Takeshita Tilt were tied together. Gufei felt a sudden pang of shame. If it wasn't for her, Huchwan wouldn't have come. Didn't I tell you not to come? No injuries. Crane was a little helpless. The woman next to me came up with a smile on her face. You're very good. If it wasn't for them, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to catch you. Sarukawa nodded. May I ask your name? The woman smiled. My name is Yoko Namiki. Nice to meet you, said extending a hand. Sarukawa smiled and didn't hold it well. I'm here too, so tell me what you want. Yoko Namiki didn't say anything. She just slowly walked behind Sarukawa and pointed at these people. Look at them. They represent the highest echelons of Japan. Yet they socialize themselves to enjoy themselves and can't do anything of substance at all. So if I were to give them all their money and hold all their power in my hands, wouldn't Japan become a more peaceful place? Sarukawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. What the hell are you going to say? The organization behind me is called Dawn. Dawn is the future of this world. How about it? Want to join us? Nanaki Yoko's eyes lit up, looking at Sarukawa with admiration. Sarukawa rubbed the corners of his eyes. Sorry, I'm not joining anyone. Bang. Sarukawa let out a muffled grunt. The bullet pierced his arm. Yoko Nomiki's eyes were filled with disdain as white smoke rose from the gun in her hand. Tic-tac-toe. Blood kept dripping on the ground. Don't! Gu Feingyan watched in horror as the scene struggled and tried to rush over. Sarukawa covered his wound, eyes still sharp as he looked at Yoko Nomiki. Yoko Nomiki crouched down and reached down to lift Sarukawa's chin and smiled. Not everyone deserves to enter the dawn. I'm giving you a chance. Sarukawa forced a smile. I don't. Pa Nomiki. Yoko slapped Sarukawa's face with murderous intent in her eyes. I gave you a chance. Bang! A kick kicked Sarukawa aside to look at the group coldly. Now, each of you will be given 1 hour to transfer your assets to this account. Yoko Nomiki gave Sarukawa a cold look. Mikasa, this one's for you to play with. With that, Yoko Nomiki walked out. Huchwan struggled to come and lie down next to Gufei. Gu Feingyan's tears kept dripping down on Hichwan's face. I'm sorry. Hichwan, I really deserve to die. I'm sorry. Huchwan shook his head and buried his face in Gufei's thigh. Gufei stared. Sarukawa lifted his face and smiled. Hurry up. The next second a big man full of muscles behind him walked over and directly dragged Gufei in aside. The big man smiled and rubbed his fists. Kid, the last guy. He only lasted 5 minutes. I wonder how much you can last. Sarukawa braced himself and stood up looking around. There were 4 other armed officers in the room, all looking over with anticipation. Sarukawa smiled. I don't need 5 minutes. A minute. The big man froze. A murderous intent surfaced in Sarukawa's eyes. 1 minute. Kill you. The The big man instantly became furious. Swinging his fist, he rushed forward. Sarukawa dodged the punch with a slight side of his head, and followed it up by sticking directly to the big man's body. Ka-chow! Ah! The big man screamed miserably and immediately stepped backward, covering his hands in agony. One of his hands was twisted and deformed. It drooped feebly. Several others were startled by the sight and immediately held their guns ready to fire. Sarukawa instantly came to the big man, locking his hands around his throat. "Don't move! Fire one shot and I'll slit his throat." Sarukawa's hand made a forceful move. That big man instantly fainted a bit and couldn't breathe. The four immediately dared not act rashly. "Go to hell!" A furious shout. Gu Feiyan flew up and kicked a flying kick on a person. Well, the man was kicked straight out. Gu Fei immediately picked up the firearm with a roll. Do. Do. Killed 3 people instantly. Rocket headbutt. Wasabi Yukari let out a furious cry, instantly knocking a black-clothed man out of the air. It turned out that Huchuan had just buried his face in Gu Feiyan's leg to spit out the blade hidden in his mouth. Gu Fei immediately moved slowly to cut the rope away. Seeing that the scene was under control, Sarukawa put his heart down and clicked with a force in his hand. The big man instantly fell to the ground with his pupils lax. Sarukawa similarly fell to the ground, the pain coming from his arm continuing. Blood also continued to flow. Huchuan sat paralyzed on the ground, and Gu Feiyan immediately rushed over to him. Tears fell in big drops. "I'm sorry. Really sorry." Huchuan smiled and reached out to wipe Gu Feiyan's tears. "Tears are useless. Go home and take good care of me now." Gu Fei nodded with a sob. "Alright, go close the door and call Akizakura. Tell them to organize an extermination." Sarukawa took a deep breath after tossing his cell phone to Yukari Akutagawa and looked at the wound on his arm. It was deep and bleeding profusely. "Listen and close your eyes. Don't look," Sarukawa said. The next second he thrust 2 fingers hard into the bullet hole. Put. Blood gradually soared out, and Hichuan's forehead was in a cold sweat, and his face became extremely pale. Dang it, with a crash, Sarukawa snapped the bullet out with a stiff finger. Rip, with a tear tearing off his clothes and tying them around his shoulders to stop the bleeding. Finishing this before he was able to catch his breath and lay down on the ground for a short rest. "Boy, you're awesome. Can you get us out of here quickly?" an older woman said in Japanese. "What's your hurry? Wait for the police to come, not hurry up to die. Do not see are injured. To go you go. Gu Feiyan pointed at the big mom and cursed. It was the first time that Huchuan had seen Gu Feiyan like this and couldn't help but snort a laugh. "You're still laughing. Does it hurt?" Gu Feiyan said in pain. Sarukawa shook his head. "This small injury. It's fine." Just as the two were chatting, Akutagawa Yukari hurried over to Sarukawa. "It's not good, Miyamura Chihaya," he said. "There's a bomb inside the building." Sarukawa scuffed up and sat up. "What?" Sydney Akutagawa nodded seriously. Sarukawa was a bit silent. If the bomb exploded, the whole building might collapse. Even the people in the neighborhood would be implicated. This can't go on like this. Huchuan walked over and picked up a gun and threw another one to Gu Fei. Looking to Sydney, "Mustang, you take them and run away. I'll stop them with Fei Nian." As if determined, several people nodded. Instantly, he opened the door and stormed out. "Hurry!" Akutagawa Yukari shouted, and these people instantly rushed out to frantically run for their lives. The 2 men cautiously looked around the corridor, but somehow didn't spot a single black man. "Night, go to the surveillance room," Sarukawa said. The 2 came back inside the surveillance room. Still couldn't see anyone from the surveillance. Sarukawa dialed Chihaya Miyamura's number. "Where's the bomb?" "Miyamura Chihaya, on the other side of the phone. Side a little. The bomb is on the 1st floor. If it explodes, the whole building won't be saved. I'm dismantling it. Not sure if there's any more. Be careful. They might all be gathered on the roof." Sarukawa answered and hung up. The 2 men slowly felt their way over to the roof of the building, all the way up to the 19th floor. The long disappeared man in black appeared. But, all dead people. There were so many already dead black people lying around the entire building. It looks like it was killed by someone. Did they kill each other themselves? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa shook his head. "It was a knife that cut his neck. I think it was a samurai sword. There might be others inside this building." The 2 of them slowly groped their way to the front of Akutagawa Kajikai's office. Vaguely, I heard what sounded like a sizzling noise inside. Before the 2 could get inside, rumble, a room directly behind them exploded. The strong shockwave blew the 2 people directly out. Fragments of the walls around them were splattered in flames. Boom, another explosion. Fireworks filled the air. The 2 were groggy in the head. "Is everything okay?" Sarukawa shouted. Gu Feiyan struggled to get up from the ground. "It's fine." The 2 helped each other up, only to see Yoko Namiki in the house running out of it clutching a computer and rushing to the roof. "Go!" Sarukawa shouted, and the 2 of them rushed after Yoko Namiki. But when they reached the end of the corridor, the 2 men just went up. and there were 3 black-clad men standing above them who directly swept up with their guns. The 2 men rushed back as bullets continued to pass in front of them. Bared a muffled grunt. The gunfire stopped. Sarukawa probed. The man in black lay on the ground with his neck bleeding continuously as a man in samurai robes and a katana stood there. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile upon seeing Sarukawa. Kasuga Megatron. Senpai. Sarukawa-kun, I'm coming to save you. Sarukawa was a bit surprised. Awesome. The 3 of them immediately went up the stairs. On the roof, the helicopter whirred. Yoko Nanaki waited with an anxious face for the helicopter to land. Namiki Yoko, don't you run away. The 3 came up panting. 2 guns were aimed at Yoko Namiki. Yoko Minami closed her eyes tightly with a face full of anger. Bastard. Just by you guys, you can't even catch me. Gu Fei didn't say anything, just silently walked towards Nanaki Yoko. Sarukawa froze. What are you doing? Hey! Gu Fei came directly in front of Nanmu Yoko, reached out and snapped a heavy slap directly on Nanmu Yoko's face. This is to return it to you for Huchuan, Gu Fei said angrily. Sarukawa froze, followed by a helpless smile. He didn't even take himself seriously. This girl was so serious. You seek death. Nanmu Yoko was instantly furious. A slap was thrown at Gu Fei. Bang! A gunshot rang out and Sarukawa accurately hit Yoko Namiki in the shoulder. Yoko Namiki screamed in misery instantly. Put up less resistance. Gird your loins. Sarukawa blushed a little when he opened his mouth to utter those words. Before the light to hear others said to him, or the first time from his own mouth, this feeling is still a little cool. Dreaming, dawn, forever and ever. The corners of Yoko Namiki's mouth curled into a smile. The words were roared out in a maniacal manner. The next second she pulled out a remote control from behind her and pressed it directly. Boom boom. A few people only felt that their feet were trembling chaotically. The sound of explosions continued to emanate from all parts of the building. A missile came out of nowhere and blasted directly into the helicopter. Bang! Instantly exploded away. Yoko Namiki looked at the scene in horror. What's going on? Who is it? Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a bullet from nowhere went straight through Yoko Namiki's head. The 3 looked at the scene in horror, not understanding what was happening. Only Tsurukawa realized that Yoko Minamiki had been abandoned by her organization. Boom! The whole building is still exploding and in jeopardy. The trio tried to push out, but the stairs were blocked by debris from the explosion. The 3 were trapped on top of the roof. Finished. We cannot escape. Gu Fei evening collapsed and said, out of an errand to give you a whole death. Kasuga Megatron sat down cross-legged and laid his sword across his lap. What are you doing? Sarukawa queried. Kasuga Megatron faced Sarukawa and smiled. Even if I die, I want an honorable death. I plan to commit harakiri. Gu Fei also sat down paralyzed, tears dripping down again. Huchuan, we're going to die. Sarukawa sat down along the wall. The walls around him were falling off and the whole building was shaking as if it was going to collapse in the next second. Gu Fei sobbed and jumped into Huchuan's arms. Sarukawa, I'm afraid I don't have a chance. In fact, I still have something I want to say to you, Gu Fei said seriously. Gu Fei took a deep breath and looked solemnly at Huchuan. Beep, beep, beep. Just then the sound of a helicopter suddenly came from the sky. Hey, Sarukawa, no injuries on the helicopter. Akazura beckoned her hand to look at the 3 with an excited face. Sarukawa suddenly brightened up. No, get down here. Okay, going down immediately. Autumn Sakura immediately beckoned, and the helicopter slowly stayed above the roof. 1 week later, inside the hospital, Sarukawa unwrapped his bandages. His wounds almost recovered. The hearts of the people behind them hanging in the air were released. The case is sort of over and done as an organization is exposed to everyone for the first time. Kasuga Megatron got off the plane that day and disappeared in front of the crowd, not knowing where he went. Sarukawa wouldn't have asked. After all, it was also an organization that was not to be seen. Sydney Akutagawa inherited the Akutagawa Kajikai group and is now busy dealing with the aftermath. Geez, it's okay. Sarukawa stretched his back. This trip to Japan almost died here. Dawn's plan kind of fell through. I don't know what other moves will be made in the future, but it's probably nothing to do with Sarukawa. Okay, next, enjoy the ride. Autumn Sakura said I'll organize for you the most fun places in Japan. Over the next 2 days, a few people pretty much wandered around some of the sites. Cherry blossoms of Meguro River bloom on both sides of the river, colorful and unearthly in beauty, with cherry pink blossoms blooming all over the place. There was a beautiful color in the air. Nagoya's Wagyu beef cuisine blossoms in the mouth. And OSU Kananji Temple carries even more of Japan's temple culture. Akiba-en's electrical commercial district is the birthplace of Japanese anime culture and is filled with stores selling anime video game and handmade goods. The Tokyo Tower, a combination of modernity and romance, was built on the model of the Eiffel Tower in Paris. There's also Asia's first Disneyland. In fact, Huchuan thought it was just like that, but because Gu Feiyan was very interested, Although it was not the first time he came, it was the first time he was so specialized in touring. The smile on his face hasn't gone down in days. Inside the hotel at night, Tsurukawa, let's go to a hot spring tomorrow. Gufei looked at the guide in her hand with an excited face and said. Tsurukawa was a bit raw, having overdosed on exercise in the past 2 days. I say Missy, what's so good about a bathhouse? Big deal. When we get home, in the bathtub, I'll boil a lot of hot water for you, and you can soak whenever you want. Gufei beamed a bit unconvincingly and held her cell phone up. It's not the same. I especially want to experience it. Oops. Go 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 go. Gufei began to pamper herself by pulling on Huchwan's sleeve. Accompany me. I want to play. Okay. Go 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 go. Huchwan was a bit helpless. Recently Gufei was getting more and more fond of pampering. She was simply a different person from when he first met her. But it did work and it did hold him. Yeah. Gufei instantly beamed with joy and took her phone to search. Silver Mountain Hot Springs, Gufei exclaimed. Yikes. Are you guys going to the hot springs? The door was opened and Autumn Sakura walked in from outside. There's also Chihaya Miyamura and Yukari Akutagawa, who I haven't seen in a while. Gufei evening suddenly felt bad. We are not sure. Before Gufei could finish speaking, Huchwan said, yes, we are going. Autumn Sakura's eyes instantly lit up. Too good. Let's go together. Chihaya Miyamura smiled back and nodded. Ginzan Onsen is quite nice, but there's no snow right now. My suggestion would be Kusatsu Onsen. It's nice there too. Gufei instantly twisted her head around and cried and mourned. People obviously wanted 2 people to go. These people are adding to the chaos. Yeah, let's go together then. Tsurukawa said. A few people simply packed up and traveled towards Gunma Prefecture. After traveling for 4 hours, we finally arrived at Gunma Prefecture. There are only 3 rooms left? Autumn Sakura wondered. The clerk nodded yes. There are only 3 right now. Autumn Sakura spread her hands. 3 rooms. 1 for 2 people. How do you split it? Tsurukawa looked up. It's just me and Shifuyu chanting. Nonetheless, night alone in a room chanting. Akazura nodded yes. No. Gufei suddenly became agitated. A roar froze several people. Gufei instantly felt a little embarrassed. I'm scared. Tsurukawa cried a little. So you live with Akazakura? Gufei clutched the corner of her coat. Some twisted face, also some scarlet eye. Am not used to living with girls. A few people in the room were a bit speechless. Not used to being with girls? So you're staying with Tsurukawa? Akutagawa Sydney had long since seen Gufei's thoughts and asked with a smile. Gufei suddenly blushed, but pretended not to care that. Well, that's what you guys said. I can't do anything about it. Tsurukawa wanted to say something else, but Sydney had long since pulled Akizakura away with a smile on her face. Looks like we're the ones being the light bulb. The 2 sisters laughed and left. Miyamura Chihaya patted Tsurukawa's shoulder and shook his head. TSK, then gave a thumbs up towards Gufei. Gufei instantly felt a pang of shame that made her want to find a crack in the ground. Huchwan looked at the rune cards in his hand and glanced helplessly at Gufei. Can't figure out what you're thinking. Back inside the room, the 2 briefly packed up their things. The room was furnished with 2 tatami mats, very close together, almost next to each other. Tsurukawa wondered a little. Why do you think the Japanese don't sleep in beds? Have to sleep on the floor? Gufei shook her head. I don't know. Maybe the floor is more comfortable? Changing clothes became a problem again. There appeared to be no cover inside the house. The 2 of them got up wide-eyed and stared at each other. Gufei blushed even more and looked at Huchwan somewhat sheepishly. Huchwan looked at Gufei and couldn't help but gulp. I'll go out. You change first. With that, he walked out. Gufei instantly breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but cheer herself up. Gufei, it's okay. There's still plenty of time at night. Go for it. Change your clothes and come into the lobby. The 3 sisters were dressed in bathing suits. The 3 of them were lovely and pure. And Gufei was even more beautiful and moving, with a great sense of something else. Bye-bye. See you in an hour. Autumn Sakura pulled Gufei towards the female bath. The 2 men walked towards the male bath and each began to enjoy the hot springs. The stream of water in the warm pool constantly wafted a steaming mist. It's so cozy. Autumn Sakura sighed a little. The 3 girls soaked in the pool, relaxing all over. A white piece of Duong Big 2 clusters reflected in the water. Gufei and Mustang Sydney both looked dumbfounded, their eyes staring straight up and unable to hide their eyes. Autumn Sakura blushed a little. What's wrong? Gufei gulped. What did you eat? How did it grow so big? Akazakura scratched her head a little embarrassed. I don't know. Maybe all the nutrition went up here causing it not to grow. It usually still bothers me that even proper underwear has to be customized and it's heavy. Gufei and Sydney looked on with some envy. The 2 men looked at each other and still couldn't help but extend their demonic hands. An hour later several people came into the room in comfort. Each face flushed slightly lazily on the floor. It's so comfortable. Gufei said. Should I order something to eat? Shifuyu Miyamura said. Going out to order something. All through the evening, several people were doubly bored. There wasn't much to play with, and after chatting for a while they each went to their rooms. The remaining two people looked at each other face to face, and the atmosphere was somehow a little awkward. Sleep, sleep, Sarukawa said and laid himself down and closed his eyes. Gu Fian pursed her lips and didn't say anything, turning the lights off and plunging the room into darkness. There was a silence, and after an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei could no longer hold back this atmosphere. Huchuan, are you asleep? Gu Fian turned to face Huchuan, quietly looking at Huchuan's sleeping eyes in the darkness of the night, and felt a burst of satisfaction in her heart. Seeing that Huchuan didn't say anything, Gu Fian thought that Huchuan had fallen asleep. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and he quietly slipped his hand under the covers of Sarukawa to hold his hand. Sarukawa's hand was warm for a moment, his palms sweaty. Gu Fei evening froze, tight face burst red. You didn't fall asleep, did you? Sarukawa nodded in the darkness. Just woke up. Gu Fei instantly felt a bit shy, having been discovered for secretly touching her hand. But in the next second Gu Fian took a deep breath and didn't feel shy anymore. Since she was discovered, she touched it openly and honestly. Huchuan, I'm very happy now. Since I've known you, every day I've lived is very satisfying. That. He, Gu Fei said with a smile. Sarukawa froze slightly but still didn't open his eyes, just faced the ceiling and closed his eyes. Yeah, well, I thank you too, Sarukawa said. Gu Fian was instantly a bit unhappy. You're being a bit distant with this sentence. What, thanks or no thanks? I don't like it. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Huchuan's mouth. Fei Nian, can you promise me one thing? Gu Fian immediately nodded. You say, as long as you say it, I'll agree. Good. Then can I beg you, don't ever fall for me. Sarukawa's voice was flat, but it contained seriousness. Gu Fei stood frozen for a moment, not understanding what she had heard. Why? But this isn't what you've been doing all along? Gu Fei evening said in disbelief. It was my problem before. I was too offensive. I apologize. I think we should keep a little distance in the future. It was as if there was the sound of something breaking in the darkness. Gu Fei pulled her hand back and laughed harshly. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly like you that? I just think of you as a friend. On his lips, the crystallized tears at the corners of his eyes kept slipping down. Go to sleep. It's getting late. Gu Fei late gave a laugh and turned around. Silence fell within the room again, and Huchuan looked slightly sideways at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's back was turned to him, but it was obvious to see that her body was trembling, and there was the sound of sobbing that was strongly suppressed. Sarukawa felt a pang of remorse in his heart, but words spoken were like water thrown out. He didn't want to do this either, but he just said it early that he couldn't let Gu Fian fall that deep. How sad it would be to know his true identity later. The night was silent until dawn. Huchuan opened his eyes. There was no one next to him. Gu Fian didn't know where he had gone, and the pillow he had slept on was clearly a trail of tears. Sarukawa side stretched and stood up, heading outside. Outside the lobby, Gu Fei sat on the sofa with slightly red and swollen eyes. When he saw Sarukawa come out, he instinctively wanted to come over, but on second thought, he sat back and twisted his face to ignore Sarukawa. Yo, all there? Sarukawa greeted. A few eyes glanced at Sarukawa humphing and ignoring Sarukawa. Sarukawa was a bit speechless. What was wrong with him? Why are they all so cold to themselves? Kind of hungry. Got anything to eat? Sarukawa asked. Gu Fei late was a little hesitant, panicked and glanced at Autumn Cherry there. I'll go get it for you. But before she could get up, she was pushed back by Autumn Sakura. No, you can't go buy it yourself if you're hungry. You just use others. Sarukawa is more than a little innocent. He just asked, well, night you eat? Gu Fian just wanted to speak, was given a hard glare by Cherry, and was so scared that she immediately didn't dare to speak. Sarukawa shrugged a little breathlessly and ran off to eat. Gu Feiyan got a little flustered. Autumn Sakura. This isn't good. Sarukawa. He'll ignore me. Sakura slapped Gu Fian. I say, why do you have to rush up and coax him? Listen to me, just ignore him. Gu Fian hesitated, always feeling that this does not work. I do not. Let me not take care of Huchuan. It is more difficult than dying. Autumn Sakura and Sydney covered their heads speechlessly. Do you want to be so in love? Listen to me. You have to show your attitude. You have to show him that you're not the only one. You watch. As long as you hold out for 2 days, I guarantee that Sarukawa will definitely approach you of his own accord. Sydney patted her chest and swore. Gu Fie cried out, is it reliable? Absolutely. Akazura nodded. Gu, what's so good about this crappy hot spring? I really can't figure it out. It was at this moment that a few people walked in from outside. One of them even cursed and said it's just a broken hot spring. What's there to soak in? The crowd behind him looked unhappy but didn't say anything. Who is this person? So unqualified. Miyamura Shifuyu frowned. Brat, who are you talking about? The man seemed to have heard and immediately rushed over. Miyamura Chihaya looked around. It seems like you're the only one who's so unqualified. You seek death. The man was furious and wanted to rush up, but was pulled back by the crowd behind him. Kids don't get on his bad side. Get going. With that, he pulled the man inside. Sarukawa walked in with food in his mouth. What the hell? Who are these guys? Miyamura Chihaya shook her head. Tourists. I guess. I don't know. Pretty unqualified anyway. Hachuan didn't say anything, and came to Gufian's side to hand over what was in his hand. Aw. It's quite tasty. Have some? Gufei looked blankly at Sarukawa's side. Autumn Sakura pinched her without a trace. I am not hungry, Gufei said with a sullen face, turned around and stood up to go back to her room. Sarukawa's outstretched hand froze in midair. What is she doing? Several people in the room were silent. With a big "you guess it yourself" look, Hachuan sank his face as he threw the food down and chased Gufei to the room. Seeing Sarukawa chasing after him, Akasakura showed a bit of smugness. See, someone is in a hurry. Sarukawa chased him all the way to the room. No name. What do you mean? What's going on? Sarukawa inquired. Gufei's eyes took on a trace of aggression but still forcefully said, I didn't do anything. I'm fine. Then why are you ignoring me? Sarukawa wondered. When Gufei heard Hachuan say this, her anger instantly rose. I'm ignoring you? Didn't you say we should keep our distance? Sarukawa was a little flustered and hastily denied it. Not. I mean, even if you keep a distance, you can't not say a word. I'm just talking about the behavior and demeanor. Enough, Gufian yelled, standing up with red eyes. Hachuan, what the hell do you want? Obviously. You were the first one to pester me before. Now you're the one who said to keep your distance. I've listened to you and you're still not satisfied. What do you want me to do? Make me disappear before your eyes? Gufian said, all the grievances in her heart in her head, and tears spread in her eyes. No, I didn't mean that. Sarukawa hurriedly explained, I was the one who pestered you before. But, I don't want to hear it from you. I hate you the most, Gufei yelled, snatching out the door with red eyes, leaving Sarukawa alone in the room in a daze. Until the evening, Hachuan didn't come out of the door of his room, and Gufian didn't come back. The three sat in the lobby in a bit of a panic. That's a hell of a fight. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Sydney said. Autumn Sakura shook her head. No, it won't. The two of them will have a fight to calm down and be fine the next day. Alright, go to bed early, guys. Until nightfall. Sarukawa couldn't sit still any longer and pushed open the door to his room. How late is it and you're still not back? As he said that, he got dressed and went out to look for it. It was still a bit cool outside at this time of day, and as the cold wind blew away, Sarukawa couldn't help but shiver. It had been a long walk before I saw a small figure at a roadside stop sign. The little girl hugged her legs lying on the recliner, curled up, out too anxious. What things did not take? Go back also cannot wipe the face. So just in the chair to make up for the night. The cold wind blew a shiver through Gufeinan. Hachuan sighed a bit helplessly and slowly walked over to drape the clothes over Gufei. Gufei froze, and when she looked up, she saw Hachuan's glum and gentle eyes. Gufian froze and hurriedly sat up and tightened the clothes on her body. How did you come? Hachuan's eyes were on Gufei's feet. The white feet were stained with a lot of dirt and there were some minor cuts. Silly or not, even if you come out, you have to wear shoes, Sarukawa said with a stern face. Gufei buried her head in her lap and didn't say anything. Hachuan came to Gufian and squatted down in front of her. Come up. Gufian was a little hesitant, but she still hurriedly climbed up. The steps were given, and she didn't hurry down. Hachuan carried Gufian on his back towards the hot spring hotel. In the future, even if you have a fight, you're not allowed to go out. Got it? Hachuan said in a deep voice. Behind her back, Gufei buried her head in the shoulder of Hachuan's neck with a glutinism. Back in the room, Hachuan called a basin of water and gently helped Gufian wipe her feet. Gufian reflexively wanted to draw back but was tightly pulled by Hachuan. Don't move. The wound may leave a scar if not treated properly. Gufian's face blushed with shame. It was the first time she was held by someone else's foot. It was too shameful. It's dirty. I'll just do it myself, Gufei said with a suppressed voice. Sarukawa glanced at it without saying anything, instead wiping it carefully. Gufian looked down at the serious Hachuan. Her heart thumped, and her heart, which had been sulking, was not aggrieved at all at this moment. In its place, it is full of happiness. Hey, what are you smiling about? You're not going to have your heart blossom just because I just did a little bit of this little thing. Sarukawa couldn't help but spit out. Gufeinan froze, pulling over a pillow and burying herself in it, not wanting to face Hachuan. Hachuan shook his head. Miss Gu, I think this love brain of yours needs to be cured. You'll be cheated like this, you know. Gufian stuck out her face and spat out her tongue slightly. Slightly, except for you. No one else can fool me. Sarukawa sighed helplessly, because he knew that he was afraid that he had also moved his feelings, and never thought that he would like someone else. Looking at this silly girl in front of him, Tsurukawa, from the bottom of his heart, didn't want to be lying to her, but he didn't dare to reveal his identity, because Gu-fei said that her teacher died because of herself. This Huchuan had to figure out what was going on, otherwise, he'd never be able to face Gu-fei with his true identity. Give me some time. Non-late. Give me some time. Tsurukawa muttered. Gu-fei evening was a little stunned. What? Mean? There was a sudden scream from outside. Tsurukawa subconsciously glanced at the alarm clock. 2:20. Stay. Don't go out. I'll go take a look. Huchuan rubbed Gu-fei's head and walked out. After a lot of people had gathered in the direction of the men's hot spring in the hotel, these people kept looking inside. Chihaya Miyamura is among them. Tsurukawa walked up and tapped Chihaya Miyamura on the shoulder. What happened? Miyamura Shifuyu's face changed when she saw Tsurukawa coming. Dead man. That unqualified man during the day died in the hot spring. Tsurukawa was shocked and hastily lifted the crowd, only to see a naked man floating on the surface of the water in the midst of the steaming hot springs, already dead. And this man, the man with no qualities during the day. Autumn Sakura immediately rushed over as well and took out her police badge. Police, no one is allowed to leave this hotel now. The crowd got a little disgruntled for a moment. Quiet. My name is Miyamura Chihaya. It's Osaka's #1 detective. Don't worry everyone. As long as the murderer is still here on the road, I'll catch him out. Chihaya Miyamura said. All around the room began to talk. He's the famous detective? He's so young. Miyamura Chihaya looked at Tsurukawa smugly. My visibility is still very impressive. Tsurukawa cut the crap. Go ask for an alibi and I'll do the autopsy. Tsurukawa came into the room. A little serious. There are dead people out there. Don't you dare believe it. Gu-fei immediately froze. Ah, what? Tsurukawa nodded. That's right. Stay honest. It looks like we're going to be forced to work overtime as our tour of Japan comes to an end for now. I'll go with you, Gu-fei said as she put on her shoes. Don't. The bodies are dead in a lesser state. You'd better not go, Tsurukawa said. Gu-fei suddenly became serious. Her eyes said seriously. Huchuan, I am a police officer. The duty of a police officer is to catch the criminals and return justice to the dead. You can't back down just because of some minor setbacks. It won't work. Gu-fei rambled while putting her shoes on. Ahem. Let's go. Go check out the crime scene. The scene was under control. And inside the hall, Miyamura Shifuyu was asking what was going on as she and the two girls took control of the situation. Tsurukawa ignored them and walked into the middle of the crime scene on his own. The body has been brought up and placed on the shore. The body was a pale color. The skin on the body had been soaked with a slight looseness, and there were rib indentations and light red bleeding spots on the surface. Dilated pupils, hemorrhaging of the mucous membranes, and a large amount of light red foam in the mouth are consistent with drowning. Gu-fei looked at the scene with some doubt. The body has no signs of struggle and no other external injuries. It looks like it was really drowned. A big living person can drown himself in a hot spring? Gu-fei was a bit skeptical. Tsurukawa didn't say anything. He just broke open the mouth of the dead man and sniffed carefully the smell of alcohol. It looks like he drank a lot of alcohol. Gu-fei's eyes lit up. Drinking alcohol and taking a bath may induce a rupture of the cerebral blood vessels, hence ischemia and hypoxia. Is it because of this? No, Tsurukawa said as he examined it. You see, although this person has the smell of alcohol on his breath, the odor is only emanating from his mouth. It's very faint and almost disappeared by the hot spring water. This means that the wine was confined to the mouth, so that the deceased was already in shock or dead when he drank and was not capable of swallowing. Gu-fei instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. That means the person who fed him alcohol is the murderer? Tsurukawa nodded. It looks like the murderer was trying to disguise the victim as if he was drunk and entered the hot spring and drowned. The bodies can only be seen here on the surface. There's no way out. Go ask them, Huchuan said, walking out with Gu-fei. Outside, Miyamura Chihaya looked sadly at the notes in her hand. Tsurukawa came over and tapped the deceased. Died around 1 o'clock. Any clues? Miyamura Shifuyu froze. Are you sure? Tsurukawa nodded. You still don't believe in my level of autopsy? It really is that point in time. Miyamura Chihaya laughed bitterly. That would be difficult to do. This point in time, all present, all have an alibi, in addition to you and Gu-fei late, and me. Tsurukawa patted Miyamura Shifuyu's shoulder. Sorry. I went to look for Nani night around 1 o'clock. Both of us weren't at the hotel, and you're the only one who doesn't have an alibi. Shit, no way. Chihaya Miyamura panicked. Come on, cut the crap. Doesn't he have friends during the day? Call them over for a statement. Tsurukawa waved his hand, and a few people temporarily vacated a room to use as an interrogation room. Inside the room, Tsurukawa and Miyamura Shifuyu were sitting up there quietly looking down at the 5 people below. 5 people, 2 men and 3 women. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves and your relationship to the deceased. The 5 people looked horrified. You looked at me. I looked at you. And for a while they didn't know who to speak first. I'll go first, a bearded man said. My name is Ichiro Kitamura. The deceased was my debtor, and at the same time, several of us were friends. Ichiro Kitamura introduced himself, and several others nodded in agreement. The deceased's name is John A.L. Yamashita. We came with him, and a few of us all got together for a drink last night. But John A.L. Yamashita had one beer, and at about 12:30, John A.L. Yamashita said he was going to the hot springs and told us to drink it, and we ignored him until we found the body. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. So did anything unpleasant happen while you were drinking last night? A few people suddenly got a little flustered when they heard Sarukawa ask this, but no one said anything. Sarukawa laughed softly next. My name is Sekiyama Lienjuan. The deceased was my friend, and I am also the owner of this hot spring inn. Sarukawa was a bit surprised. So you're the boss? Sekisen Renjin smiled and nodded. Next, my name is Reika Haru, and I'm the deceased's secretary. He was my boss, the first girl said. Sarukawa nodded, constantly writing something in his handbook. My name is Ano Yasuna, and the deceased was my friend. That's all. My name is Yugong Xin. The deceased was my husband, the last girl said. Sarukawa was slightly stunned. Your husband? Then aren't you sad that he died? How come it feels like you are somewhat indifferent? Amamiya Xin shuddered and instinctively looked towards Kitamura Ichiro, which Sarukawa keenly caught. Sarukawa let out a laugh. Amamiya, I was just asking off the top of my head. No need to be concerned. Well guys, next, please wait in the lobby. No entry to the crime scene is allowed, as well as return to your rooms. Next, please understand that we will be searching your house for all useful clues. Sarukawa nodded and walked out with Chihaya Miyamura. That Amamiya Xin is not right with Kitamura Ichiro, Miyamura Shifuyu said. Sarukawa nodded. Could it be a love killing? Chihaya Miyamura wondered. I don't know. Let's go to the dead man's room first. Maybe there's something we can find. Gufian and the others? Sarukawa wondered. Oh, they're going to interrogate the others, and the two of us will be mainly responsible for this side. Sarukawa stretched a bit helplessly. Let's go. Come out to play but also overtime. Really convinced. The two came into the dead man's room, a sort of VLP private room above the second floor. It's kind of luxurious inside. The room somehow smelled really weird. Miyamura Shifuya checked the garbage can with a sudden look of disgust. It's this. Sarukawa looked over to see two used doll burp bags sitting in the trash can. With whom? Sarukawa wondered. Other than his wife, who else could it be? I'm getting more and more skeptical that it's a love murder. Ichiro Kitamura's eyes were clearly not right when he looked at Xin Yugong. Sarukawa agrees with that. But there has to be proof. You can't condemn someone just because of a look. The open drawer also held a couple of file folders with what appeared to be items written on them. It seems to have been signed. Sarukawa, look at this, Miyamura Shifuyu shouted with a quick wave. Sarukawa came over and looked at the plan. A plan for the demolition of an onsen ryokan? This inn is going to be demolished? Miyamura Shifuyu nodded. It looks like there is a killing opportunity. Oh, it seems that this group of friends, every one of them is hiding very deeply. Maybe, every one of them has a killing opportunity. That. Sarukawa nodded. The only people related to the deceased are these other people. All of them are tourists with no interactions. Let them go. Focus on investigating these 5 people. Shifuyu nodded in approval. Hey, Sarukawa, I have a plan. How about it? Want to give it a try? Sarukawa looked at Shifuyu suspiciously. What are you doing? Ha. Fraudulent confession. Pop in the lobby. Shifuyu startled the crowd with a slap on the table. Amamiya, your relationship with Mr. Kitamura isn't that simple, is it? You should have heard of my name as well. No hidden matters can escape my eyes. Tell me. Don't be hiding. Amamiya Xin instantly pinched the corner of her coat nervously, a look of panic appearing on her face. I'm in an ex-girlfriend/girlfriend relationship with Kitamura Ichiro, Amamiya Xin said through clenched teeth. Shifuyu and Sarukawa looked at each other and smiled. Yeah, well, tell us about your relationship, Shifuyu said. A touch of bitterness flashed in Amamiya Xin's eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. I fell in love with Ichiro Kitamura when I was in college, and at that time Janjichi Yamashita was also pursuing me. But I didn't agree. It had been so many years until later. I had reached the point where Ichiro Kitamura and I were talking about marriage. But something went wrong at this point in time. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Kitamura Ichiro's eyes. Amamiya Xin continued. Kitamura Ichiro's company is in an economic crisis and has no choice but to turn to Yamashita John Il. Then John Il Yamashita bought his company and he owed a ton of money. Amamiya Xin looked at Kitamura Ichiro and said, and then later I went to plead for leniency to let him have a few days. But this beast, even. Amamiya Xin covered her face and cried bitterly as she said this. Ichiro Kitamura clenched his fists with veins rippling, forcing down the anger in his heart. Amamiya Xin constantly sobbing up later. There is no way. Kitamura Ichiro company crisis is so deep. Yamashita Zhongi opened conditions. As long as I marry him, to help Kitamura Ichiro to solve this problem. So I can only. Bang! Kitamura Ichiro instantly stood up in a violent rage later. I realized that all of this was the work of Yamashita Janael, including the problems with my company. Everything was his doing. I couldn't wait to kill him right away. Ichiro Kitamura roared like a raging lion. So you killed him? Sarukawa asked with a raised eyebrow. Kitamura Ichiro froze, then regained his senses. I was useless. I was trying to kill him, but I didn't have time to do it. He was already dead. It really wasn't me. Sarukawa nodded. Kitamura Ichiro rushed over and hugged Amamiya Xin. I'm sorry. I was too cowardly. That's why the incident developed into this. It's all my fault. Ichiro Kitamura said, smacking himself madly. Amamiya Xin quickly pulled back. Ichiro, it's not your fault. Everything is Yamashita's fault. It's good that he died. Sarukawa didn't hold back a chuckle. Feeling funny as hell just watching some people fake it. Then, Mr. Sekiyama. You that? Sarukawa said as he threw that information in front of him. The information shows that you have mortgaged this hot spring hotel to Janael Yamashita and that it will be demolished soon. Sekiyama Lianjuan's face changed. He didn't expect Sarukawa to even discover this. That's right. This hot spring inn is mortgaged to Mr. Yamashita, and I invited Mr. Yamashita here today to ask him to forgive me for a while. Besides, there's no way I'd kill someone at a hot spring hotel. So even if the mortgage is cancelled, who'd dare come to a hotel where someone has died after that? Sarukawa nodded. There was nothing wrong with the comment. It even dispelled Sarukawa's suspicions. Kitamura Ichiro was a bit flustered. That way we're not under suspicion, right? Then I can take Amamiya Xin back to live a good life. Sarukawa gave Kitamura Ichiro a somewhat helpless look. Sir, I advise you not to talk to me in a hypocritical manner, or else, I'll really get angry. And if I get angry, all those dirty things you've done will come out. Kitamura Ichiro's face changed. He did not expect Sarukawa to be so faceless. What did you say? I can't understand. Ichiro Kitamura's eyes are a little averted but his mouth is still hard. Sarukawa laughed and clapped his hands. Wife. Coming. Goofy and aggressively walked out from inside, slapping a file bag on the table, angrily looking at Kitamura Ichiro. You're such an animal. So disgusting. Kitamura Ichiro was scolded and stood up sharply. What did you say that? Hachuan immediately pulled Goofy in to prevent being bitten by the dog. Don't be in a hurry. Let's take our time. This is the file bag found under Mr. Yamashita Janael's bed. It's something he always carries with him wherever he goes, and there are a lot of secrets in it. Sarukawa said as he took out a pitch-black recorder from his file pocket. Immediately after placing it on the table and pressing play, after a momentary bared sound, Ichiro Kitamura and Janjichi Yamashita's voices rang out from inside. Mr. Yamashita, as long as you help me get through this, I'll do whatever you want me to do, Kitamura Ichiro said. Humph, with goods like you, what makes you able to give Gongyu Xin happiness? This was Yamashita Zhongi's voice. Mr. Yamashita is right, so I'm willing to give her up. Tomorrow, I'll have her here tomorrow. At that time, whatever Mr. Yamashita, Kitamura Ichiro said. The recording is played. Kitamura Ichiro's face instantly paled and immediately explained this. Is not it? You listen to my explanation. Amamiya Xin covered her mouth full of disbelief what she heard. Kitamura Ichiro took hold of Amamiya Xin's hand. Listen to me. It's not what you think. Amamiya Xin fiercely smacked Kitamura Ichiro's face. A look of despair surfaced on his face. I don't want to see you again. With that said, he twisted his head and ran wildly to his room. Ichiro Kitamura's face was on fire as his dirty side was exposed, and inside he was even more tormented. What does your excellency mean? What good does this do your excellency? Kitamura Ichiro yelled, pointing at Sarukawa. Sarukawa lay on the sofa and crossed his legs. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. Nothing meaningful. Just don't want to see someone's heart so dirty. But spit out pure words. I look disgusting. That's just the way I am. I can't see people pretending to be better than they are. Sarukawa laughed softly twice. You. Kitamura Ichiro pointed at Sarukawa. You twice. And twisted his head away with an indignant grunt. Sarukawa scat and looked to a few others. It seems that you have an interesting story. Do I need to search it? Or do you tell it yourselves? The few remaining people looked at each other, were silent. Sarukawa nodded. Since none of you have volunteered to explain, then all of you go back to your rooms and wait. The crowd was all back in the room in a flash. The 5 men sat around in the hall. None of them had a time of commission. So who killed this victim? Akazura asked curiously. It seems like there's something we haven't found, Sarukawa said as he walked towards the dead man's house. The house of the deceased was also fully furnished and there was nothing strange about it. Sarukawa casually opened the drawer to check it out. And there was nothing special inside. Only a small blue box. Opening one, inside seemed to be some pills, and Sarukawa didn't know what they were, but they should have been the pills that the deceased took. Sarukawa went to Reika Haru's room and knocked on the door. The door was opened, and Reika Haru was wrapped in a bathrobe, revealing large swaths of pale skin and shoulders. Sarukawa sighed as he hastily closed his eyes in confusion. I'm sorry, Reika-sama. Reika Haru shook her head. It's okay. What did you want to see me about? Sarukawa held up the box in his hand and asked, does Mr. Yamashita usually take his medication? Reika Haru nodded yes. Mr. Yamashita has to take his antihypertensive pills every day. Not a day less. Sarukawa nodded. Okay, you rest. After saying this, he was just about to leave, and Reika Haru seemed to be in a hurry to pull back, but his feet slipped and jumped directly into Tsurukawa's embrace. Hiss. Tsurukawa sucked in a mouthful of cool air, panicked and looked around, but then he turned his head and saw a murderous gaze around the corner. Numb. Tsurukawa completely numb. How can this be explained? How can it be so coincidental? Good death, let Gu-Fei evening see. A murderous gaze flashed in Gu-Fei's eyes as she silently turned to leave. Gulped. Tsurukawa forehead, fine sweat slowly flowed down. Finished? Why, there is a sense of crisis. He will not be made to die. Tsurukawa hurriedly helped Reika Haru up. Reika Haru spoke up. Yesterday Mr. Yamashita asked me to go to his room at around 11 o'clock. But when I went to his room he wasn't in there and I don't know where I went. Tsurukawa froze and couldn't help but rub his chin. 11 o'clock? Not in his own room? Yes, thank you Ms. Reika. And please wait in your room. Saying goodbye to Reika, Tsurukawa tiptoed slowly back into his room with a sense of apprehension. Inside the room, Gu-Fei sat on the floor expressionless, seeing Hachuan come in and look at him flatly. But the more this kind of look, the more terrible Tsurukawa felt. It seemed to be the calm before the storm. I can explain. Tsurukawa was the first to open his mouth in a tentative manner. Gu-Fei late laughed. No need to explain. After all, we are just friends. You don't need to explain to me. I'm fine, he said and smiled at Tsurukawa. Finished? Hachuan inwardly had only one thought: Gu-Fei may be angry and crazy, and he did not dare to close his eyes when he slept tonight. So do not give yourself a knife. Gu-Fei took the bathrobe with a stiff smile always on her face. I'm going to take a bath. Go wherever you want today. Don't care about me. I can't wait to enjoy a whole room by myself. Bang, finished and left by slamming the door heavily. Tsurukawa wiped a handful of panic sweat from his forehead. What to do? What to do now? Why don't you give people a chance to explain? Tsurukawa simply did not care for the time being, and picked up his cell phone to take pictures of the pills to search the internet. I don't know how long it took, but creaking, the door was pushed open. Tsurukawa was concentrating and said faintly, "You're back." Gu-Fei's low voice answered, "Aha." The next moment Tsurukawa felt a white figure approaching his side and a scent surrounded the tip of his nose. Tsurukawa subconsciously looked up, confused. In front of her, Gu-Fei was wearing a white bathrobe. Her small face was red, revealing a large area of white shoulder skin, and her two long legs were exposed in the air, exuding a charming flavor. The short bathrobe strangled her chest, almost on the verge of jumping out, and her wet, loose hair rested above her shoulders in an indescribable charm. Teasing, rhyming, sexy, hot. Gu-Hachuan couldn't help but gulp, even forgetting to breathe as he stared blankly at Gu-Fei in front of him. Gu-Fei's face turned red, not knowing if it was because of the bath or because of her shyness. Gu-Fei late lowered her head and did not dare to look at Hachuan. Asked softly, "Can you help me blow dry my hair?" Tsurukawa nodded dully. The hair dryer was in her hand and her fingers brushed through her dark hair. Gu-Fei's back was turned to Hachuan, and from a distance it looked like the two were pressed together. But the two of them were also very close, almost as if Gu-Fei was about to lean into Hachuan's embrace. The whole room was unusually quiet. Neither of them spoke. Both seemed to be enjoying the moment. "Do you like this?" Gu-Fei suddenly opened her mouth in a very small voice and asked. Tsurukawa froze, and then immediately thought of the scene in front of Reika Haru's room earlier. No. Just now I was just going to ask Reika Haru something and she suddenly fell. We didn't do anything. Tsurukawa immediately denied it. Gu-Fei laughed out loud when she saw how serious Hachuan was. "What are you thinking? Of course I trust you. We've been together for so long. Don't we even have this much trust?" Gu-Fei turned her head to look at Hachuan. Her entire body snuggled into Hachuan's arms, the two of them close together. Both of them could feel each other's body heat. Hachuan's heart thumped, and Gu-Fei's heart thumped as well, looking into each other's eyes for an instant, with only the other person left in them. But what makes Tsurukawa a little embarrassed is that he is, after all, a bloodthirsty young man. Certain things are indisputably branched and froze, and in order not to let the discovery, he can only try to arch his body. Tsurukawa's ears flushed and his breath caught. "You are beautiful today." Tsurukawa spoke up. Hearing this compliment, Gu-Fei's eyes flashed with a few moments of delight. The next second Gu Feiyan couldn't help but close her eyes, seemingly waiting for something. Huan gulped, seeing that Gu Fei's rosy, soft lips had a great attraction for him at the moment. The head seemed to want to go down uncontrollably. Although Tsurukawa tried his best to resist this desire, the more he resisted, the more he craved. But for some reason, a sense of vertigo came on extremely fast and his eyes blurred. But the whole thing went straight to the bed. Gu Fei instantly opened her eyes in shock. Hichuan, lie down. The lower half of the small tent is also exposed. To Gu Fei, evening startled, thought that hidden concealed weapons that, but also instantly reacted by covering his face in some shame. What's wrong with you? All right. Tsurukawa trembling hand struggled to raise the box in his hand. I just tried the drug with my own body. This is fucking ecstasy. Pfft. The hand drops down. Tsurukawa's entire body passed out. Gu Feiyan was somewhat speechless as she looked at the already sleeping Hichuan breathlessly bringing the medicine over. Ouch. I'm so convinced. Are you stupid? At some point the next day, Tsurukawa ghostly opened his eyes, found himself lying in a soft and gentle place. When he opened his eyes, he was actually lying on Gu Feiyan's lap. Other than some pain in the head, the rest was comfortable. Gu Feiyan didn't know that Huchuan had woken up, and was still holding Huchuan's head and trying to steal pictures. Tsurukawa suddenly opened his eyes, startling her. Awake, you. Didn't say so earlier. Tsurukawa propped himself up and sat up. Fine. You stole my ugly picture, right? Delete it. Cut it out. Give it to me. Huchuan directly jumped up and grabbed Gu Feiyan's hands to hold her down. Delete or not? Gu Feiyan stubbornly shook her head no. Tsurukawa, wake up. Bang. The door was pushed open. Miyamura Shifuyu stood outside the door and froze at the sight. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Sorry, you guys carry on. Bang. Miyamura Shifuyu closed the door. Continue, you hammer. Tsurukawa hastily stood up and rushed out. Gu Feiyan blushed for a moment. Outside the lobby. As soon as Tsurukawa placed the box of medicine on the table, this medicine, I found it in my room under the mountain. It was originally a blood pressure medicine, but I ate it yesterday, and the medicine was switched for ecstasy. It'll take about 20 minutes to take effect, so all those people's alibis are invalid. They all had the opportunity to commit the crime. As soon as Yamashita goes back to his room, takes the medicine, and then goes to the hot springs, he'll pass out in the hot springs, and he'll drown in them without anyone even needing to do anything. So, the person who changed the medicine is the murderer. Tsurukawa voiced his speculation. But, how can the murderer ensure that Yamashita must take the medicine? Sydney queried. Miyamura Shifuyu snapped her fingers. I see. Yesterday's confession, Yamashita only drank 1 beer. It stands to reason that level shouldn't be dizzying. But before the front desk clerk made a comment that Yamashita stumbled a bit when he left and looked dizzy. So could he have thought he had high blood pressure and went to take his medication? Tsurukawa nodded. That's a possibility. So there's something in the wine too? Tsurukawa called everyone over and asked, what did you all drink yesterday? Did you feel anything unusual? Reika-chan frowned. I remembered when I said that. Yesterday's wine seemed to be particularly strong. A bit more powerful than normal wine. Who brought the drinks? Tsurukawa asked. It's just those regular drinks at the store. The same as everyone else. Sekisen Renjin said. Tsurukawa and Miyamura Chihaya fell back into contemplation, as if everything was normal. But according to this confession, there must be something wrong with yesterday's wine. Who had access to it? Tsurukawa and Miyamura Shifuyu exchanged a glance, and probably had an idea in their hearts. What were you all doing around 11 o'clock that night? Shifuyu Miyamura asked. At 11 o'clock, Mr. Yamashita came to my room and we talked about some things, Sekiyama Lianjuan said. Tsurukawa nodded. This was probably what Reika Haru was talking about when she went to her room down the hill and didn't see him. At that time he was in Sekisen Renjin's room. Something's wrong. The murderer should have made another trip to the hot springs after Yamashita Janael's death and filled Yamashita Janael's body with alcohol. Did any of you leave between 1 and 2 last night for drinks? Tsurukawa asked. A few people looked at me and I looked at you. I think they all went to the restroom or something, because everyone was a little drunk by that time, so a lot of details were forgotten. Tsurukawa nodded, pulling Chihaya Miyamura aside. I can see why they get dizzy from drinking. Chihaya Miyamura nodded. I think we've both come up with the same thing. Blood pressure pills. Tsurukawa nodded. The murderer put all the replaced antihypertensive pills into the liquor. Overdosing on antihypertensive pills will cause the blood pressure to drop to a very low level, insufficient blood supply to the brain. So naturally you will get dizzy. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. But Yamashita Janael prepared a lot of antihypertensive drugs. It is impossible to all at once into the wine. So the murderer must not have used up. The time of the crime is very fast. He did not have time to throw the rest of the antihypertensive pills. It must still be somewhere. Chihaya Miyamura nodded. Tell the 3 of them to go look in the room while we keep an eye on them. Huchuan nodded his head to go remind Gu Feiyan of the 3 of them. Inside the lobby, Shifuyu looked at the three coldly. Do any of you know that Yamashita suffers from severe high blood pressure? A few people nodded. We all know this because he takes his medication every day and we see it more or less all the time. Oops, the case seems to be bottlenecked again. What about this one? What about that one? Chihaya Miyamura kept looking at the notes in her hand, trying to find some other information in them, but there didn't seem to be any. These confessions are awesome and almost bug-free. If two people committed the crime that, Miyamura Chihaya muttered. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and Miyamura Chihaya realized, yes, if two people committed a crime that, if it was one person, then this murderer would need to avoid the crowd in a very short period of time to complete, change the drug, and administer the drug, as well as pouring the wine. In such a hurry, it's very easy to make a mistake. But in the case of two people committing the crime, one person changed the drug, the other drug, drinking in the crowd are dizzy. One person to take advantage of the inattention to go out to fill the wine, the other person to watch the crowd present to cover. Seems a lot more reasonable. Since that's the case, then this person who changed the medicine must have been someone close to Yamashita Janael and knew where he kept his medicine, and also knew when he wasn't in the room. Shifuyu turned her attention to the two men, Amamiya Xin, Reika-chun. These two, a wife and a secretary, were the only ones who had access to and familiarity with Janael Yamashita's room. In other words, it was one of the two of them who changed the medicine. Shifuyu hurriedly told Tsurukawa his suspicions. Tsurukawa listened and thought for a long time and nodded. That's right. One person is too much of a rush for time. Two is likely. The medicine. It should have been changed when Yamashita Janael went to Sekiyama Lienchun's room. Who could have possibly gone to the room at that point in time? Tsurukawa asked. Chihaya Miyamura raised an eyebrow. You mean that? Tsurukawa nodded. Amamiya Xin, as her wife, should have been in the room. But Reika-haru said that Amamiya Xin wasn't there when she went. Then there's a good chance Reika-haru will go in and change her medicine. Tsurukawa said. There's another possibility. Is that by that time, Amamiya Xin had already changed the medicine? She went out and gave the medicine to that companion. The two nodded in agreement. So there must be a murderer between the two. So it's still no one who's ruled out. Tsurukawa frowned. Miyamura Chihaya was a little embarrassed. At least we've narrowed it down. So we can look further. It's evening again. Shifuyu Miyamura chatters with Tsurukawa in the hallway. You go. Tsurukawa spoke up. Miyamura Chihaya shook her head. I'm not going. I have no experience at all. I can't figure it out. Tisk. Tsurukawa was a bit hateful. I don't have any experience either. Just go. Miyamura Chihaya quickly shook her head. Why don't you go? I'm not going. It's too embarrassing. We'll be treated as a pervert. Huchwan some headache. How to explain is not listen to that. How? I go Gufei party will be angry. I just coaxed good. You cannot stand by and watch me again to provoke her angry it. I don't care. You can go or not. Anyway, I'm not going. Janael Yamashita's body is stinking. So if you're not going, forget it. Just go. Miyamura Chihaya waved his hand in a big way like he didn't care about anything. Tsurukawa gave Miyamura a hard stare and turned away towards one of the rooms. Miyamura Shifuyu immediately covered her mouth to stifle her laughter and followed behind as if she was eating melon. Knock. Knock. Tsurukawa took a deep breath and knocked on Reika-haru's room. Reika-haru opened the room and saw Tsurukawa with a start. Mr. Tsurukawa, what can I do for you? Huchwan cautiously looked around without spotting Gufian's figure and sighed slightly in relief. Ms. Reika, I have some questions I want to ask you. I wonder if it's convenient. Reika-haru nodded and gestured for Tsurukawa to come in and speak. Huchwan cautiously looked around and realized that there was no Gufian silhouette. Sighed in relief. And for some reason, his heart was weak. It always felt like Gufian would rush out from there in the next second. Coming into the room, Reika-haru poured Tsurukawa a glass of water. Mr. Tsurukawa, if you have any questions just ask and I'll be sure to cooperate. Tsurukawa nodded and took a deep breath. The whole thing putting on a straight face. Miss Reika, I'd like to discuss with you about having sex. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and Reika-haru's hand froze in midair, unable to believe what she was hearing. Tsurukawa didn't dare to look at Reika-haru's face, just staring at the tabletop with dead eyes. Reika-haru put down the teacup in her hand and leaned against the counter for a moment of silence. Mr. Tsurukawa, do you have eyes for me? Reika-haru spoke out of turn. Tsurukawa spewed right out. No. Reika-haru frowned. Oh, so Mr. Tsurukawa doesn't like me? Am I ugly? Tsurukawa froze in his tracks. So he said he couldn't come. Every sentence was wrong. It's so hard to deal with. No. I'm asking you this because it's helpful in solving the case. It doesn't mean anything else. Tsurukawa hurriedly explained. Linghua-chan hummed and laughed. The corners of her mouth hooked up in a color of displeasure. Ask. Tsurukawa coughed to ease the embarrassment. Is that Reika-san still a virgin? When this question was asked, Tsurukawa couldn't wait to immediately find a crack in the ground. It was too shameful. Sure enough, Reika-chan's face instantly exploded red when she heard this question, and her entire body rose up in anger. Bang, the next second Tsurukawa was pushed straight out. Put. Ha ha ha. Shifuyu Miyamura, who was hiding in the doorway, burst out laughing. Goodness gracious, Gu-Fian heard the sound and came over. What's wrong? What happened? Tsurukawa immediately froze. Only one thought in his mind, it's over. Sure enough, Linghua-chan was furious and shouted at Gu-Fian. Miss Gu, please control your boyfriend. Don't let him ask for privacy on the pretext of solving a case. Gu-Fei evening froze. What did he ask? Reika Haru gave Tsurukawa a hard stare. He wants to discuss something about sex with me. Bang! Reika Haru closed the door of her room with a bang after saying those words. The air froze again, and Gu-Fei looked at Huchuan in horror. Tsurukawa waved his hand in a daze. I can explain. Tsurukawa, get your ass back here, Gu-Fei yelled. It scared Huchuan. Aha! But. Ha 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 ha. Miyamura Shifuyu was suffocating internal injuries on the sidelines. Tsurukawa heart bitter. Can not say. Passing by the side of Miyamura Chihaya, Tsurukawa took a hold of. Damn, I'm done with this one. Amamiya Xan side, you must go, or I will kill you myself. Miyamura Chihaya froze. There's no discussion. I'm going back to get a lecture. If you don't go, who will? Hurry up. Tsurukawa kicked Miyamura Shifuyu away from him and returned honestly to the room himself. In the room, Tsurukawa sat on the floor holding his legs honestly. Gu-Fei at her side, her face red with anger, kept walking around. Are you a pervert, going to someone's girl's room in the middle of the night and asking that question? Speak, Gu-Fei scolded. Tsurukawa some aggrieved that people are also to solve the case well. Then you can't come and ask me. You're not afraid that people will call the police to arrest you? Gu-Fei was all pissed off and blurted out. Tsurukawa grinned. So do you know what it's like to have sex? Gu-Fei suddenly speechless. Live. I. Tsurukawa waved his hand. Look. Gu-Fei suddenly burst into red. Then why did you go and ask someone else? This question was never right in the first place. Tsurukawa waved his hand. It's really for the case. Nothing else. I'm not inexperienced. I know very little about it, so I can only learn about it from experienced women. And I'm also trying to test her. Gu-Fei laid a burst of speech. You. Inexperienced. Can look at movie and television and so on. Well, speaking here, Gu-Fei is also a little ashamed up. Gas masked all. Do not know what they are saying. This kind of thing, even if you ask, it should be us girls to ask. You are a big man running to someone's room in the middle of the night to ask this question. It's good that they don't beat you to death. Shit, it must have been Miyamura Chihaya's bad idea. I'm going to beat him to death. Gu-Fei exploded in a rare outburst. Tsurukawa stifled his laughter and spread his hands. Asked. Then how to do it. And, also, did not ask a what. Gu-Fei let out a long sigh and sat down next to Huchuan. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Why don't we experiment? Tsurukawa said with a snort of laughter. Gu-Fei was also amused. Out. Screw you. I'm not a random person. Alright, quickly tell me what the hell you guys have gotten yourselves into, Gu-Fei said. Tsurukawa sighed. The first time I went to Janael Yamashita's room with Chihaya Miyamura, we found that kind of stuff in his room. Gu-Fei froze. What is it? Set of used. Tsurukawa spoke up. So we hypothesized that Yamashita Janael must have had sex with a certain female when he went to Sekiyama Lianjuan's room. And when Yamashita left, that female most likely switched the drugs. Gu-Fei was a bit puzzled. Isn't that her wife? Can there be anyone else? Tsurukawa nodded. That said, but that, according to Yamashita's own information, he seems to have some relationship with Reika Haru as well. Oh, so we still need to ask. We can't just blindly jump to conclusions. After listening to Huchuan's explanation, Gu-Fei also regained her senses and couldn't help but think. Then who do you suspect the most? Gu-Fei asked. Reika Haru, first of all. She said she went to look for Yamashita Janael, but she only realized that Yamashita Janael wasn't in the room when she went in the room. And Yamashita Janael's room has a lot of things belonging to women. Oh, but that Amamiya Xan didn't live in the same room as Yamashita Janael. Those things Amamiya Xan has all by herself. They obviously don't belong to her. So I'm suspicious of Reika Haru. I also went into her room just to see if there was anything in her room that matched what was inside Janael Yamashita's room. Tsurukawa explained. Gu-Fei nodded. So did you find anything? Tsurukawa helplessly waved his hand. Didn't find anything that, and was blown out. Anyway, the story of a few of them is extremely dogmatic, extremely difficult, extremely confusing. Anyway, trust me now. Gu-Fei nodded. Are we still overlooking someone? Before Gu-Fei had finished speaking, a scream came from outside. The two froze. It seems like Shifuyu's voice. Oh. After a while, Miyamura Shifuyu came over with an aggrieved face covering her face. I just asked her if she had sex recently and she came up and slapped me. The two said in unison. Miyamura Chihaya instantly became even more aggravated. Sarukawa waved his hand. I think we can think about who would join forces with this drugged person to kill Yamashita Janael. That's a problem. Nonsense. It must be an ex-girlfriend, Miyamura Shifuyu said. Sarukawa does not think so. If it is a former boyfriend and girlfriend, how can two people at the same time are trapped? And then how to save one it? Actually, I do think that Guanshan Lianjun's motive for murder is more urgent, because this hot spring hotel of his will soon be demolished, Gu Fiyan said. But he has a point. If he kills someone at a hot spring inn, even if he doesn't end up tearing it down, how is he going to stay in business from now on? Sarukawa said. Perhaps there's someone else we've overlooked. Ono Yamana. We haven't even put our suspicions on her for the past 2 days. Crane's eyes were sharp and unusual. It was time to check up on her. Sarukawa and Miyamura Shifuyu carefully combed through the clues so far. The manner of the killing was known, as was the connection of certain of them. The only thing I don't know is who the hell it is. Who was that guy who had sex with Janael Yamashita? All this time we've been so preoccupied that we always thought it was his wife or secretary. But is there a possibility that it's Ono Yamana? Sarukawa asked, voicing the suspicion in his mind. There was a moment of silence. The two of them were ostensibly just friends. Check. Sarukawa grunted coldly. It's time to end this. It's been dragging on for a long time. The two men gathered the crowd into the hall, while the other three went to the room and searched it. Oh no, Sanya. I hacked into your and Yamashita Junichi's cell phones, and on the surface you have no contact, but I found a hidden folder in it. It's full of your ambiguous messages. Sarukawa threw his cell phone on the table. Without looking into it, Sarukawa realized that the two were inextricably linked. Sarukawa sank his face. Since everyone is here, let me make it clear that the person who had sex with Mr. Yamashita Janael in his room around 11 o'clock that day, which one of the three was it? The three girls froze. Reikaharu immediately denied it. It wasn't me. I don't have that kind of relationship with Yamashita Janael. Amamiya Xin also shook his head a little embarrassed. It wasn't me either. I was in Kitamura Ichiro's room during that time. Sarukawa turned his attention to Ano-sanai. Ano-sanai clenched his fist. Sweat involuntarily slid down his forehead. I admit it. It's me. In fact, I'm not just friends with him. We're lovers. Sarukawa nodded, sort of confirming his suspicions. But he wasn't going to tell Ano-sanai that he didn't have the equipment to investigate anything right now. If Ono-sanai didn't admit it, there was nothing she could do herself, so she couldn't get her mind right, and she was still swindled out. So you're the one who changed the medicine? Sarukawa asked. Ano-sanai instantly became a bit flustered. It's not me. I don't know. I went back to my room after that day was over. After that until I drank at night, I didn't know about the medication change. Sarukawa pinched the corners of his eyes with a headache. It was getting to the point where no one still recognized it. It's also true that admitting to switching drugs is tantamount to admitting that you're a murderer. Sarukawa laughed softly. Now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you. There are two murderers among you, and these two murderers cooperated with each other to kill Yamashita Janael together. The five felt a sudden panic as they listened. Sarukawa was satisfied to see the expressions of the people, since there is no way to find evidence in this way. So I am going to share the case report with all of you. What do you think? Just as Sarukawa was talking, Miyamura Shifuyu ran over with an excited look on her face and murmured a few words into Sarukawa's ear. Sarukawa immediately brightened up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Let's start by giving the modus operandi. Around 11 o'clock, one of the murderers came to Yamashita Janael's room to change the drug that was supposed to lower blood pressure into ecstasy, a drug that I personally experimented with, and which took effect in about 20 minutes. Then put the replacement BP pills into the drinks you are drinking, because an overdose of BP pills can lead to dizziness and a lack of blood supply. That's why you're feeling dizzy. But because the paralysis from the alcohol makes you think it's the extra strong drink of the day. But one person is different. That's Mr. Yamashita. Sarukawa laughed. Janael Yamashita suffers from high blood pressure. He's been taking medication every day. And just as he finished his drink, he also felt a little dizzy. But, Sarukawa drew a blank. Mr. Yamashita only drank 1 glass that day. The anti-hypertensive medicine contained in it wasn't enough to make him dizzy. And the reason he was dizzy was because, with his high blood pressure, he was really offended. So he went back into the house and took the ecstasy that was supposed to be a depressant. But since the drink also contained a depressant, he wasn't dizzy for a while. He thought it was the anti-hypertensive medication he was taking that was working. So in his healthy state he was ready to take a dip in a hot spring and get comfortable. But unexpectedly, in the hot spring pool, he felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. So he fell asleep in the hot spring. And the murderer, after seeing that Mr. Yamashita Janael had only 1 drink, was not enough to disguise the situation as a sudden illness and death from a drunken bath. So in the middle of the party, when the crowd was drunk and giddy, she had her companion cover for her and carried a bottle of wine to the hot springs herself. But what he didn't expect was that by this time, Mr. Yamashita had drowned in the hot spring. The murderer had no choice but to go down to the water and scoop up Mr. Yamashita Janael, and once again dunk him with alcohol, disguising his death as a sudden illness after being drunk. All of this was accomplished with only one bathroom break before returning to the party to continue drinking with you. That's the whole killing process. Sorokawa couldn't help but applaud, I have to say. Very well thought out. And very well coordinated with your companion. It's a pity that 100 things were not done correctly, and clues were still left behind that. Sorokawa laughed. Because you didn't expect the body to be found so early. The banquet wasn't even over before the body was discovered. You didn't have time to discard all the tools of the trade and evidence. And now it has been found by us. Hachuan clapped his hands. Gu-Fian and Shiosakura walked over with the three of them carrying things. Sarukawa smiled. Mr. Sekiyama Lianjuan, and Miss Anayama Nai. Your cooperation was very meticulous. It's a pity that we still found evidence. The two men's faces instantly changed drastically. Don't you talk nonsense. What proof do you have? Guanshan Lianjun instantly became anxious and roared. Sarukawa held out a pair of jean pants from the bag. The spring water of the hot springs is rich in a lot of minerals, so staining it on top of things like wool absorbs something subtle that I don't think even Mr. Sekiyama Lianjuan himself has noticed. Sarukawa threw the pants on the table with one hand. This was recovered from inside the suitcase in your room. There are obvious traces of erosion from the hot spring minerals at the pant legs. I assume you got them when you went down to fish for Mr. Yamashita Janael. Besides, you're the owner of the hot spring inn, so it seems like you're the only one who has access to the backstage liquor without being suspected, Shifuyu said. Guanshan Lianjun's expression was instantly stunned, frozen in place. Amamiya Xin covered her mouth in surprise. I remember, that day Sekiyama Lianjuan seemed to be wearing these pants at the very beginning, but when he went to the toilet and came back, he changed his pants. Sekizan Lianjuan's face changed. But how could I possibly kill someone at my own hot spring inn? It wouldn't do me any good. Pop Miyamura Chihaya slammed that information directly onto the table. Demolishing the hot spring inn is a government project. Yamashita Janael has no say in it. That means that no matter what, the hot spring inn will be demolished. You killed him because the hot springs hotel had been mortgaged to him, and when it was demolished, you wouldn't get a penny, and you're penniless, and you owe him a fortune. Miyamura Shifuyu coldly snorted. Now do you have anything to explain? Guanshan Lianjun's face changed and fell silent, not expecting a pair of pants to reveal his murderous ways. Sarukawa laughed. The truth is like that. Often the slightest insignificant thing can drag you into the abyss of 10,000 feet. Sarukawa looked to Ano-sanai. Ms. Ano-sanai, tell us your story next. Ano-sanai somehow managed to get a look of relief on her face. How did you find my evidence? Sarukawa took out a jacket and placed it on the table. We didn't find the medication that was switched out by you, but we knew it was you when we found the residue of the medication coming off in your coat pocket, along with a very strong smell of medication. Ano-sanai smiled and nodded. The two of you are really great. If only there had been two of you in the past. Sarukawa nodded. Ms. Ano-sanai, can you tell us why you want to kill someone? Ano-sanai let out a bitter laugh. Because I am taking revenge. I graduated from the same school as him, and when we were in school, he asked me to be his girlfriend because I was pretty, and I refused. Then he started rumors that I was a support girl and joined up with other students to bully and verbally abuse me, all of which I was able to put up with. Until one day, said Ano-sanai, her eyes flushing red, I couldn't stand it and reported it to the teacher. The teacher called his parents over and scolded them. He got angry. In one night, even together with some classmates, burned down my house with Molotov cocktails. My mother is paralyzed in bed. I wasn't able to come back because I went out to work part-time, and when I finally came back, my mother was already. Anayama now covered her face and cried out in pain. Amamiya Xin. Several people froze. No, not right. Obviously you're one of the people involved? Ano-sanai instantly laughed maniacally. Doesn't this face look familiar to you guys? Anayama now struggled to get up and looked at the few people. After I dropped out of school, I spent all my savings to get this face fixed. The real Anayama Nana died a long time ago, and my real name, it's called Hanami Suin. I'm the one who was bullied by you guys in school, the one who has been bullied and bullied by you guys. The remaining four were greatly shocked. They looked at Ano-sanai in horror. Ano-sanai smiled with satisfaction at seeing the crowd's reaction. I hid my true identity and became Ano-sanai, approaching you all and bringing you together. It's all about revenge. I was by Yamashita Janael's side, luring him to find a way to screw over Kitamura Ichiro's company, luring him to forcibly take possession of you and marry you, luring him to screw over your hot spring inn, and finally meeting you all here to kill you one by one. Ha ha ha. Ano-sanai was a bit maniacal. That's right, I killed the man. But I also took advantage of Sekiyama Lianjuan's greed. I didn't expect you to fall for my mere tricks. And the moment I killed Yamashita Janael I realized what the hell I'd been living for all these years. Put. As Ono Yamana said this, he suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It's no use. The hour is up. Let's go to hell together. I put poison in all the breakfast I gave you today. Ha ha. Of course. The two detectives don't worry. I don't hurt innocent people. When Anayama now finished speaking, the people present instantly felt a sharp pain in their stomachs. Everyone is in a panic. Goofy and Sho Sakura and Sydney were stunned. Where had they ever seen such a scene? In an instant, everyone began to wow and spit out blood, and their breath instantly all shriveled up. Ano-sanai looked at Tsurukawa with a smile sorry for the trouble. Tsurukawa sank his face and sighed a long sigh. If you had met me earlier, all these don't need you to do it. The next life is a good life. The corners of Ano-sanai's mouth curled up in a relieved smile as they planted themselves on the ground one by one. Call an ambulance. Autumn Sakura yelled. No need. All dead. Hopeless. Better call the police to collect the bodies. Tsurukawa said coldly. The scene is too shocking. Just a moment. Originally alive and well a few people suddenly all die violently. But this is not called a surprise for Tsurukawa. A person who has been scheming for so many years and has gambled everything she has to participate in this game. So how can she lose that? Tsurukawa had nothing but admiration for this kind of person. The shrill sound of sirens surrounds the spa hotel, a place of relaxation that has turned into a scene of tragedy. The sinful distortions of human nature contribute to this, and where there is an evil cause, there will be evil fruit. There are evil fruits, and there are those who eat them. And as Hanami Suin said, if there had been a detective who dispensed justice back then, is it possible that none of this would be happening now? The answer is no. A detective, even if he is in justice, still cannot fight against the difference in status, position, power. The moment the scales of law are tipped, this is the time when lynching, which represents the final punishment, makes sense. There are too many sinful people in the world, and that has always been the driving force behind Tsurukawa's behavior with K. 3 days later, inside the Takashita group, Tsurukawa looked at Takashita leaning in front of him with a speechless face. Come on. I'm going back to my country. Why did you ask me to come here? Takashita leaned in, propping up her chin, and looked carefully at Tsurukawa for a long time before she spoke. You resemble someone, like my fiancé. Only, you look different from him, so I want to hire you to help me catch him. Tsurukawa gulped. No answer. I'm going back to my country. Takashita tilt's eyes flashed a smile. Don't you want to know who my fiancé is? Tsurukawa scratched his head and chuckled. Must be pretty cool, but it has nothing to do with me. Takashita leaned, coldly grunted. He is a liar. Cheated me a whole $200 million. His name is called Furukawa Chingling. Have you seen it? Tsurukawa swallowed saliva, forehead fine, sweat slowly out. No. I have not even heard of. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. My wife is still waiting for me there. I'm leaving. Bye. Tsurukawa stood up and waved his hand to hurry away. Takashita leaned, looked at the information in his hand, and then looked at Tsurukawa's back. The corner of his mouth smiled. Just arrived in China 3 months ago. Tsurukawa, could it be that you really are? At the airport entrance, Autumn Sakura and Sydney hugged Goofy and wouldn't let go. The three of them hugged into a ball and didn't want to leave. Autumn, Cherry, Sydney, you guys can go to High City in China to play with me when you have time, Goofy said. The two girls nodded. Well, we'll definitely be there. Miyamura Chihaya smiled and looked at Tsurukawa. Farewell. When we meet next time, we have to decide the winner. Tsurukawa smiled and patted Miyamura Chihaya's shoulder. Dawn, this organization must be careful. If necessary, go to the South Street Road No. 30, Kasuga Megatron. Where? Miyamura Shifuyu nodded. Don't worry. A little Dawn. This detective fights him to the end. Huchuan picked up Goofy and waved towards the three of them. Bye-bye. See you again. April 1st. The two of them, who had been traveling for half a month, finally returned to Haichang, and the two of them temporarily went home for a day's rest. The next morning, he came to the police station with a large bag of gifts he had bought from Japan. Strangely enough, it was a bit cloudy today, and there was not a single person in front of the police station, not even at the duty post. The two were wondering that kind of thing when they walked to the police station. They were surprised to see yellow runes plastered all over the place inside. What's going on here? The police station has changed the dojo? Goofy said as she looked around in horror. All the way inside, there were also talismans plastered everywhere. Inside the office, Song Zhe and the others stood honestly. In the center position placed a table of offerings. Pale old man wearing a yellow Taoist robe, holding a mahogany sword in his hand, mouth chanting and gesticulating something. What are you guys up to? Goofy said. Several people immediately turned their heads at the sound of the voice, and when they saw Huchuan and Goofy, it was as if they had seen their savior, and they all surged over in an instant. Ah, woo, non-evening sister, Tsurukawa, you guys are finally back, Xiao Zhao cried and wailed. Gu Fian was a bit puzzled. What are you guys up to? How did the police station become like this? Huchuan came to Pei Lao's side of a hand to grasp Pei. Old man, you tricked and cheated to the police station? Not afraid to arrest you? Pei Lao instantly old face drooped down. Fuck you, brat. I'm the one you invited. Say I'm cheating again. I'll kill you. Gu Fian looked at the scene with a headache. What the hell is going on? Song then quickly said, is this way? You just left soon. We received a report. Longshan River in Longshan County. Next to a female body was found. So that we went to the past will be the body brought over to investigate the case. But, there was something wrong with the police department when they brought the body here. First, several of us had nightmares in which a girl in a red dress with no visible face was screaming at us, said she died a horrible death. Later on, there were even brothers on duty who saw figures in the morgue. But then they went in and saw nothing, and then later, someone even sent a courier to the police station with our home. The delivery came from who knows where, but it was either some watercress or some wet, dirty clothes. Our police station, it's haunted. Song then finished in one breath. Sarukawa snorted and laughed. So metaphysical? It's really fake. Pei Donglai slapped Huchuan's head. Kid, I'm telling you, it's just so mysterious. Ghosts, this kind of thing, it exists. I open my eyes to see. Your police department. I'm afraid you really led haunted. Sarukawa felt particularly funny. Wise eyes? I didn't see anything other than your old, bleary eyes. Gu Fian helplessly held her forehead. Bureau Zhong, it's fine for them to fool around. Why did you follow suit? A look of embarrassment surfaced on Zhong Yan's face. Nonetheless late. It's true that there was. I also had nightmares. It's especially scary. The breathlessness of the two men was written on their faces. Why had the police department recruited a bunch of cowards? Come on. We just got back and we have to go to work. We found a body to investigate. The body is screaming for justice. And we're still here with all this nonsense. Sarukawa waved his hand and joined Gu Fian in distributing the items in his hand to several people brought from Japan. For you. Several people immediately cheered up. This is not waiting for Lord Sarukawa. When you come, I believe that with your strength you will definitely be able to redress this girl's grievances. Song Zhe said playfully. That's right, you're a contemporary Bo Cheng Tian. Sarukawa-sama. Anyway, I'll leave it to you. Xiao Zhao immediately took over the conversation. Sarukawa, who was in the middle of dividing things, froze. Was he being cranked up? Sarukawa was somewhat helpless. Gu Fian was also a bit helpless. Well, in any case, don't engage in this. If the public sees the police station like this, who will still believe us? Quickly, clean it all up. A few people looked at me. I looked at you. And none of them moved. Sarukawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. A real ghost? Several people nodded immediately. Sarukawa waved his hand. That can't be helped. In order to prove that there are ghosts in the world, I'm not leaving today. Can I live in the police station? If I'm good the next day, all of these things you clean up. A few people looked at each other. Really? It's dangerous. Sarukawa nodded. Gu Fian was also helpless. Hao Huchuan also followed and started fooling around. Forget it, I'll stay here with Sarukawa today. If we're okay, tomorrow, all of you will give me a big cleanup. Do you hear me? Gu Fian roared. Several people nodded immediately. Pei Lao heatedly smiled and came over. Kid, let me tell you, a young man like you who is full of young energy, female ghosts love it the most. Sarukawa laughed and said yes, not only female ghosts like, girls also like. Okay old man, I am not scared. Do not bluff me. Pei Donglai coldly snorted and flung out a talisman paper from his hand. Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's really dangerous. Take this talisman. If you use it, remember to come to my place to kowtow to me for a few times and call me grandpa. A smug look emerged on Pei Donglai's face. Oh, I can call now. Grandfather, why don't you return to the West? Save the pitfalls to scourge others. Huchuan faintly opened his mouth and said, you, bastard, piss me off. Pei Lao's face was red with dislike. Too lazy to talk to you. Anyway, when you guys can't solve it, look for me again. Ha ha ha. Pei Lao laughed and walked out of the police station. Sarukawa cut a sound some disdain. He has seen a lot of things, but he really has not seen a ghost. Even if there is, it can make her have no return, and become a crotch. Yuck, hands down defeated. Cut the crap, take me to the corpse. Sarukawa waved his hand. Song Zhe immediately doggedly stuck up. Lord Crane, this way please. Inside the grimy morgue, a water-soaked and festering body lay on top. The body was highly decomposed and had been blistered and swollen, presenting a giant view. The face had no features to go with the cheeks, and seemed to have been flattened. The whitened body surfaced with a foul odor. The hands and feet were bound at the hands and feet with wire, but the wire was set into the flesh because of the blistering and swelling. There were no other traumatic injuries, and there were traces of rope strangulation at the neck. It was tragic, as if the deceased had been abused in some way during his life. Has the identity of the deceased been investigated? Sarukawa asked. Songzae shook his head no. The dead man's face was completely disfigured. The fingerprints of his fingers and toes had been deliberately erased. They had been highly damaged and could not be extracted. Sarukawa nodded somewhat silently, observing the corpse keep an eye out for missing persons in the recent time period. Have Xiaoxiao and the others quickly find out information about the deceased and prepare for the autopsy. Sarukawa clapped his hands together and just came back into work again. Near night, outside the sky is also gradually dark. Sarukawa in the office floor laid 2 layers of bedding, but also to get comfortable. Sarukawa, do we really have to stay here? I feel a little uneasy. Hey. Gufei looked around at the yellow talisman paper and panicked a little. You're scared? Sarukawa laughed. I'm not scared. I just feel a little bad. Gufei swallowed and looked around. For some reason, she also felt eerie at the police station. Sarukawa lay on the cushion and smiled, patting the spot beside him. It's okay. If you're scared at night, your brother's arms are always open for you. Gufei cut a sound. Come on. Just this one night, huh? Tomorrow hurry up and let them take off these charms for me. I wasn't afraid of it, but I've been worried about it in my heart. Gufei said as she lay down, and Huchuan turned the lights off, the office instantly plunging into darkness. For some reason, although she didn't believe in ghosts, Gufei's heart was still involuntarily beating a drum. Instinctively, there was some fear. It seemed to have sensed Gufei's nervousness. Huchuan gently leaned his hand toward Gufei. Gufei seems to have grabbed the straw that saved her life and immediately held onto Huchuan's hand, and only then did her nervousness relax a little. I don't know how long it took, but Gufei was struck by a wave of drowsiness and reached a state of drowsiness. Vaguely he seemed to see the appearance of a figure standing beside him. He couldn't see the face clearly, but the figure was huge in size. It seemed to be dripping with something. Gufei wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids were heavy and she couldn't wake up. In the disorientation it seemed that the figure gradually dissipated and was replaced by a woman in red. The woman in red seemed to have her back to her, unable to see her face, only her back. Gufei wanted to walk over and take a shot, but it was so close and so far away that she couldn't reach it. No name. No name, a shouting voice. Gufei woke up instantly, breathing heavily, looking around in horror. He was already sweating profusely himself. His body was sweltering and his chest was stuffy. Huchuan looked at Gufei worriedly and took out a tissue to wipe her sweat. What's wrong with you? Why did you start shouting as soon as you fell asleep? Gufei was a bit confused and rubbed her cheeks hard. What did I say? The corners of Sarukawa's mouth pulled. A serious color emerged on his face. You said, save me and help me take revenge. I died a horrible death or something like that. Gufei's face instantly turned white upon hearing this. How was this exactly like what Songzae and the others had described during the day? Sarukawa, as much as I hate to admit it, I had a nightmare just now, and really dreamed about the woman in red. Gufei looked around a bit nervously. I feel like something is really wrong. Sarukawa rubbed his chin and thought, are you being mentally implied? They said that during the day and you thought that. Gufei shook her head. She didn't understand this psychology thing either. But, so strange. Sarukawa smiled helplessly. It's okay, go back to sleep. Don't think so much. Sarukawa smiled and laid down with his arms open. If you're scared, I can hold you in my arms and sleep. The corners of Gufei's mouth pursed. The tension was also dispersed by Huchuan. I want to go to the restroom. You accompany me. Gufei pulled Huchuan up. Hurry up. Sarukawa was a bit helpless. And you said you weren't scared. The two of them slowly made their way towards the restroom. It was also very dark inside. Gufei late shouted. I do not know what happened. Originally a good voice activated lights, but did not light up. Sarukawa stood in the doorway. Go ahead. Gufei swallowed awkwardly and smiled. It's so dark. It's a bit scary. You're not asking me to go in there, Sarukawa said in horror. Gufei pouted and tried to put on a pitiful look, pulling at the corner of Huchuan's coat. There's no one there anyway. Just go in and stand at the door. Sarukawa went into the women's restroom. What a joke. I don't want to be called a pervert. Inside the restroom, Sarukawa stood lifelessly in the doorway. Are you done? Sarukawa shouted in an irritated tone. Will you stop yelling? Gufei's voice came from the innermost compartment. AI. What kind of sins have I created? Sarukawa said breathlessly. Time passes by. Gufei evening, however, suddenly trembled her voice and shouted in a small voice. Huchuan, are you still there? Sarukawa responded. Well? Gufei cried out instantly, rushing out to hide behind Huchuan. Sarukawa was startled. What are you doing? What are you doing? You've gone to the restroom and you're crazy. Gufei pointed inside the toilet cubicle in fear and said, there is someone inside. There is movement inside. I also saw a barefoot person. Sarukawa instantly got goosebumps. Don't talk nonsense. We're the only two in the entire police station. There's no one there. Gufei was on the verge of tears, pointing at one of the toilet doors with a trembling hand. I'm not lying. I really saw a pair of miserably white and naked feet. Tsurukawa gulped and slowly moved his feet towards the toilet cubicle. Hello, who are you? I advise you to come out quickly, or else I'll really do it. There was no movement coming from inside, and no one chimed in. Hachwan glanced back at Gufei, who nodded firmly. I'll fuck you up, Tsurukawa shouted, kicking the entire cubicle door right in. There was a thud, and the entire cubicle door was kicked straight inside. Tsurukawa brought the door up as soon as he could, but he couldn't see anyone in the cubicle. There's no sign of anyone at all. Goofy hurriedly came over to look at the scene in horror. No, it can't be. I really saw it. Tsurukawa narrowed his eyes. You should be right about that because Tsurukawa's eyes were on the ground, and on the ground, next to the pit, there was a puddle of water. Hachwan swallowed and looked at Goofy. I've just been outside, and I'm sure no one has come out. Which means, there really are ghosts. The two shouted and fled to the office in a panic to unlock the door. The two tightly hidden in the table on the floor with a quilt wrapped around the body. The two hugged together shivering. Ooh, I told you not to sleep here, Gufei said with a sob. I'm not going to die at the hands of a ghost. Hachwan shivered and took the talisman paper given by Pei Lao in his hand. Anataba, hallelujah, empty you a few. Wow. Marza, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Jesus, bless us both. The two stayed like that, and I don't know how long they also passed out, until the day dawned. Songzae. Several people came to the office but found that there were no two people in the whole office. Where did it go? These two? Something's not going to happen. Is it? Little Call said. Songzae laughed, probably too scared. The two went back. Just as Xiaoxiao was sitting at her desk, she suddenly felt someone pushing on her leg. Little Call screamed in terror and ran away in a hurry. It was only then that Gufei and Hachwan got out from under the table. Holy shit, you guys are so fancy. What the hell that? Songzae looked at the two in horror. Both of them had dark eyes and were obviously depressed from a night's sleep. What time is it? Why are you all here? Gufei said breathlessly. Songzae looked at his watch. It's 8:30. You won't be hiding because you're afraid. Songzae was a little skeptical. Nope, we weren't scared at all. We hid to scare you guys a little. Tsurukawa remained stiff-lipped. How could we possibly be afraid of that? Look, are we not in the least bit fine? Where are the ghosts? Gufei said with a fake smile. Songzae nodded. All right then. In that case, all of these talismans will be torn off. Wait, don't. The two men rushed to stop it up. Ha, I knew you two were scared, still not admitting it. Songzae looked as if he had already seen through it. Hachwan and Gufei blushed. A few people immediately surrounded the look of interrogation. Quickly say, what exactly did you two find out yesterday? The two looked at each other, filled with a sense of fear. We really have seen a ghost. His Xiaoxiao sucked in a breath of cool air. I told you, go to the park and invite Elder Pei. Wait, Tsurukawa pulled at Shuzu. I'm not kowtowing to him. A few people looked at Tsurukawa. So what are you going to do? Tsurukawa clenched his fists and said hatefully, in this life, no one has ever been able to scare me. Catch a ghost. What? Catching ghosts? Zhongming was a bit scared. You're not kidding. I'm not kidding. Today, no one leaves. All of you stay. Catch the ghosts, Tsurukawa said, looking at the crowd. A few people's eyes were filled with fear. It's settled. I just can't believe it. Even a ghost can yell at the police station now. How dare you? Go back and get ready. 11 o'clock tonight. It's called Operation Ghost Destroyer. 11:30 at night. The five men stood in front of the police station with righteous indignation. Faith looked at the police department. Andrina? Tsurukawa asked. And Lai said he has something at home. Not coming, Song said. Shit, why is this guy running away from the battle? And, Xiaoxiao, why are you wearing garlic around your neck? It's a ghost, not a vampire. What the hell? Tsurukawa looked at the circle of garlic hanging around Xiaoxiao's neck and somewhat doubted her intelligence. Xiaoxiao embarrassedly hemmed and hawed. In case it works that. Tsurukawa coughed. Today, our mission is to catch the ghost, or to catch whoever did the ghosting. Tsurukawa waved his hand towards the police station. The ghost extermination operation has officially begun. Taking advantage of the night's obstruction, the ghost extermination squad began their operation. Cautiously, he crept into the middle of the police station while it was still dark. The police station was dark at this time and no one could be seen. Team 1, go to the first office building. Team 2, go to the second office building. Meet downstairs at the end. We're going to the morgue together. Go. Instantly a few people began to split up. Zhong Ming, along with Xiaoxiao and Song, formed one team and headed to the first building, while Yichuan and Gufei went to the second building as the second team. After the order was given, the first team moved quickly, the three of them agile and fast. All are extremely good police role models. The trio's silhouettes instantly disappeared into the building. Woof woof, woof woof woof, a violent barking sound came. He saw Xiao Zhao and Zhong Ming quickly scurrying back with Song Zhe fleeing in disarray. Report Captain, the first team's mission has failed. Song Zhe was bitten by a dog. Song then cried out. A teeth mark on his leg after being bitten sitting there. God damn it, the second team's rhubarb. I'll give it a stew sooner or later. Song Zhe cursed angrily. Sarukawa breathlessly covered his face with a look of despair. How did these goods become police officers? Take him to the hospital before he bites anyone else. Yes, Xiao Zhao immediately assisted Song Zhe to limp away. In an instant, a squad of 5. 1 killed in action, 1 in logistics, and 3 left that could carry out the mission. Change of plan, go straight to the second building, go. The 3 of them immediately crept into the second building in the dark. Gu Feiyan took out a small peachwood sword from her bosom and held it in her hand as she cautiously looked around. Sarukawa was startled. Where did you get that? Gu Feiyan heatedly laughed. I asked Pei Lao for it during the day. Just like you. It's small and cute too. I doubt you're cursing me. I'm not little, Sarukawa retorted. Well, cut the crap. According to what our colleague said, there are a total of 3 houses that are haunted. Room 1, the archive room, second room, conference room, third room, the morgue. Let's go to the file room first. Go. The 3 men came inside the archive room in the dark. The door to the room opened and creaked with an eerie sound. The 3 men were so nervous that they gulped. Inside the archive room, there were densely packed shelves stored with all kinds of information, all of which were old unsolved cases that had been dusty for many years, and cases that had not been solved. Go on, go find it, Sarukawa said, and was the first to walk in himself. The 3 of them went in together to look for it. Lights, turn on the light first. Gu Feiyan was puzzled, turning her head towards the door to look for the light switch, but when I got to the door I didn't touch it for a long time. Looking back, both Sarukawa and Zhong Ming's figures had disappeared. Oi, Sarukawa, where did you go? Gu Fei asked in some panic. Strangely, there was no Sarukawa's figure coming from just such a large room. Gu Feiyan was on the verge of tears. She had only turned around. Why had both of them disappeared? Gu Feiyan hurriedly bound the peachwood sword in front of her chest, discreetly looking ahead with a sobbing voice. Sister female ghost, complain if you have a grudge. Take revenge if you have a grudge. I have no grudges against you. Don't come looking for me. Okay. Plop, there was a loud sound as if something had fallen, but this gave Gu Feiyan a shiver of fear, and she hastily crouched down by leaning on the wall, her legs a little soft. Oh, you go to Zhong Ming, his psychologist. He can enlighten you. Go to him. It's okay to take him away. Gu Fei looked around in horror. Suddenly there seemed to be a huge silhouette slowly approaching in front of them. Gu Fei instantly went limp on the ground as the figure got closer and closer. Probably as big as 2 people. The lower half of his body was human, but the upper half of his body couldn't be seen in human shape. Gu Fei instantly stood up in sweat. The entire person was so terrified that she couldn't make a sound. Ah-ha-ha. A screaming sound came from the police station in the darkness of the night. Don't yell, it's me. The black shadow made a sound, and it turned out to be Sarukawa's voice. Sarukawa walked slowly, carrying Zhongmyung on his shoulder. Gu Feiyan instantly froze. What are you guys doing? Scared me to death. Sarukawa a little speechless. Will be Zhong Ming thrown down. I do not know what thing to make a sound to give him a fright. He directly hit the shelf to knock themselves out. Gu Fei covered her head with a headache. She hadn't realized how unbearable this team of hers was until today. Obviously no one was hurting them, and just by themselves they were giving themselves a whole lot of half-death. So there are no more ghosts? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa shook his head. I followed the sound over and guess what I found? Gu Fei shook her head. Sarukawa handed over a dusty case with a sullen face. This is what I found on the ground, and if there is a ghost, it must be something she wants us to discover. And this is the clue. Gu Fei evening will file bag unwrapped. Above the shocking few words Longshan River woman drowning case. This. Gu Fei looked at the case with surprise. Sarukawa nodded. The case from 7 years ago. Also a woman was found drowned in the Longshan River, in the same state as this body. Both seem to have been tortured before they were born. Sarukawa's eyes have sharpened a few points. Around Longshan River, there is definitely something wrong. I suggest that the cases be investigated together. Reopen the case from back then. Gu Fei nodded and agreed with the decision. Day 2. The office is simply gruesome. With Song Zhe's thighs bound with gauze and Zhang Myung's head wrapped around it, the ghost extermination squad operation was a complete failure. Gu Fei was also helpless. Gu Feiyan stood up and pasted some information on the wall. Introduced the basic information of Longshanha. Longshan River. A big river that reaches more than 700 kilometers, most of which are surrounded by some villages, and the villages alone reach more than 300 villages. The body was found at the middle reaches of the Longshan River back at Longwan. Sarukawa nodded. Even though the body was found in Hui Longwan, it wasn't the first crime scene. The location is definitely not right. Xiaojiao frowned. That Longshan place is so big. How can we find the first crime scene? It's too difficult. Gu Fian nodded. 7 years ago the case was defined as an unsolved case just because the area spanned too much and there were no clues. Sarukawa didn't say anything. Just walked up and silently looked at Longshan's map. There. Sarukawa clapped his hands. Listen to me everyone. I performed an autopsy yesterday and the body was dead for about 4 days. The weather hasn't changed in those 4 days. And the current speed averaged roughly 4 kilometers an hour. The body floats at a speed that removes the backwater speed. The downstream speed is roughly the speed at which the body is floating, plus the average speed of the current, minus the backwater speed, which is subtracted because the body is downstream. The body won't move minus the body's floating speed, plus wind resistance. So the end result is roughly 5 kilometers per hour or so. And in 4 days' time, 480 kilometers. Pa! Sarukawa picked up a pen and circled a location on the map. This is where? Sarukawa asked. A few people by that Sarukawa a meal of calculations counted blindfolded. This is to find the location? This is the Huilong Mountain. Huilong Mountain is very big and it's filled with thick woods. There's no village here and it's not where people normally go. Xiao Zhao explained. Sarukawa nodded. That's where the first sight of the body was. Sanzei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No. You can figure this out? Crane smiled. It's basic. Elementary school knowledge. Excessive modesty is so annoying. Depart. Gu Fei gave the order. Sanzei limped, and Zhangmiang covered his head and headed for the door. Forget it, little call. Let's go, Gu Fei said, shaking her head. Huchuan Xiaozhao. Gu Fei lay 3 people onto the car, all the way line driving back to the direction of the Dragon Mountain. I don't know if it was a psychological trick, but Gu Feiyan always felt as if someone was guiding her. Everything is so deliberate. Maybe ghosts do exist. 2. Been walking for hours. The sun was high in the sky. The day was hot, and the road was soon blocked as we kept walking along the river. Sarukawa. Up ahead is Huilong Mountain. There's no road anymore. The car can't drive in. Sarukawa poked his head out of the window and looked around. The jungle was dense and impenetrable. A good place to dump a body. Get off, Sarukawa said as he got out of the car with his backpack. The 3 of them had prepared the material things they needed to enter the mountain long before they came. They were ready to go into the mountains. Sarukawa patted the compass in his hand, but realized that the needle had been spinning around. Holy shit, what the hell is this place? Even the compass doesn't work well anymore, Sarukawa said as he put the compass out and instructed the 2. First, our purpose of entering the mountains this time is to find the village. Second, if we find the village, we must not say that we are police officers. Thirdly, we must pay attention to safety and always keep an eye out for everything, Sarukawa instructed as he packed his things. The 2 girls nodded. The 3 of them left the car where it was heading towards the mountain road. The sun was high outside, but the woods were chilly, and it was so dense that the sun couldn't even come in, making it look airy and a little scary. I don't know how long I've been walking, but it's getting a little dark outside, and the already dark woods are getting even darker. The 3 of them slowly fumbled to get out their flashlights and continue walking, until it was already dark outside. Sarukawa pulled out his cell phone. Evening. 8:11. Ah, I can't. Xiao Zhao sat on his butt panting. Take a break. I'm too tired. The 3 of them sat down in place, and Sarukawa took out his fire engine and began to skillfully raise the fire. Simply bring the food in the bag to the 2 men. We've been walking for hours. Why haven't we even seen the shadow of a village? Gu Fei was puzzled. Not that I doubt you, but is there really a village in a place like this? A ghost would want to live here. Call sighed a little and held out his hand to wipe away the sweat, but suddenly something seemed to be seen in sight. It seemed to be a figure. Ah, ghost, Xiao Zhao cried out in horror, pointing to a spot. Sarukawa froze and followed the line of sight to a leaf and nothing else. Don't yell. What the hell? Sarukawa was a bit speechless. Xiao Zhao cried and fumbled with his hands. There really is. Just now. Right there. Such a big shadow. Shoo, and it's gone. It's really there. A little suspicious. Sarukawa stood up with his dagger gripped tightly in his hand and slowly walked over towards where Xiao Zhao was pointing. Xiao Zhao was scared and hid behind Gu Fei. Not long after, Sarukawa walked to that location, and suddenly, his eyes stared. This is. Sarukawa was horrified to find a brand new shoe sitting intact under a tree. Sarukawa looked around with some suspicion. It was pitch black and there was no sign of anyone at all. Sarukawa carried the shoes over. Why is there a brand new pair of shoes here? The 2 girls were also confused by the situation and didn't understand what was going on. Sarukawa couldn't help but gulp as he carefully recalled the direction in which the shoes were placed. I have a guess now. Could the female ghost from the police station have followed us here? The 2 girls shivered and looked at Sarukawa in horror. You joking, right? Sarukawa was also a little unsure about what else was going on with the shoe. Perhaps it's not certain that she's showing us the way, Sarukawa said with a sullen face. Go, let's go ahead and take a look. The three of them immediately gathered their things, put out the fire, and headed in the direction where the shoes had been placed. The woods were dark, and even with the trio shining their flashlights it was a little hard to see the path. It's gray up ahead. Tsurukawa walked at the front of the line to scout the way. Crap! Suddenly Tsurukawa let out a cry of surprise. The entire person instantly disappeared. The two girls were dumbfounded where they were, staring blankly at the place where Tsurukawa had disappeared. This. Instantaneous movement? Xiao Zhao shouted as he pointed ahead in horror. Instantaneous my ass. There's a pit. Tsurukawa's voice came from the front. The two men went over to see that there was a small slope in the ground, and below the slope was a deep pit. Tsurukawa fell back on his side in the pit, a trap still appearing deadlocked around his ankle, both already oozing blood. The two men saw this and hurriedly took out ropes from their bags and threw them down Tsurukawa. How are you doing? I'm fine, Tsurukawa said as he forcefully broke the trap. Luckily, it didn't have that kind of barb on it, or Tsurukawa would have been in for a treat. The two men pulled Tsurukawa up paralyzed with force. Gu Feiyan's eyes were sharp for a split second before she saw the blood on Hechuan's ankle. What happened to your foot? Did you twist it? Gu Fei immediately came up and asked worriedly. Tsurukawa shook his head. There are traps underneath. It looks like there should be villages around here. Gu Feiyan was instantly distressed, and hurriedly took out some gauze as well as medicine from her bag and sprayed it on Hechuan. Wrapping the wound carefully, Gu Feiyan helped Hechuan up. Come on. Come up. I'll carry you. Tsurukawa shook his head. The ground is uneven. It's not good to walk. Just walk slowly. Gu Feiyan sank his face and pulled Hechuan onto his back. You're all like this and you're still trying to be strong. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Feiyan domineeringly carried Hechuan up on his back towards the direction of the target and walked slowly. The three of them stopped and rested along the way, and probably traveled for about 2 hours. A clearing surprisingly appeared in the woods ahead, peeling back the bushes, and instantly a village surfaced in front of the three. Gu Feiyan was instantly a bit surprised. Hechuan, look! We found it! Most of the village ahead was made up of wooden houses, not massive, but boarded up. Some bonfires could be vaguely seen at the entrance to the village. There seemed to be a few more silhouettes. Hi, old-timer, can you help? Xiao Zhao instantly beckoned and called out. Those figures froze a bit when they heard Xiao Zhao's voice, probably not expecting that there were people inside the bushes at this hour. After a moment's hesitation, he saw several men running from the distance. I couldn't see it until I got close. The few men who came were some dark-skinned robust men, all dressed as if they were the ancient kind of hunters. These men had a glint of essence in their eyes, a constant smile on their faces. It was relatively normal, but in the eyes of the three, for some reason, it just felt like a strange feeling. Where are you guys from? Where are you from? One of the men asked, speaking with an accent. Xiao Zhao immediately smiled sweetly. Old folks. We are hikers. Accidentally got lost in the mountains. This friend of mine got his ankle injured by the animal trap. Can you help us? Little Call asked. A few of the men looked at each other. Wait. I'll ask the patriarch. With that, several people turned their heads and ran towards the village. In a short while, several strong men arrived carrying an old man sitting on a sedan chair. The old man, with a strange walking stick in his hand, sat on a sedan chair being carried by several men. The old man was very kind-looking and smiled in a benevolent way, giving people a very good feeling of getting along with each other. Where are a few of you from? The old man asked as he came over. Ah, we're students from Heizhou University, here to climb the mountain for fun, Tsurukawa said. The old man stroked his white beard as he seemed satisfied after hearing this. Our village is small, so if you don't mind, a few of you can stay for the night temporarily. The old man laughed as he ordered a few strong men. Bring them to my house. Yes. After being guided by a few people, he entered the village and realized that it was much larger than he had seen from the outside. Even some of the houses are very well built. It wasn't until they got to the center of the room that a relatively large two-story courtyard surfaced. Please come in, several of you. This is the home of our patriarch. Tsurukawa nodded and slowly walked in. The man at the door gave a strange smile for some reason and retreated immediately afterward. The three of them glanced at each other. All in good time. This village was weird. Oh, it should be the village they were looking for. All the way inside the house, the furnishings in the room were ordinary, nothing special, and a kerosene lamp sat alone on the table. Have you guys noticed that this village doesn't seem to have any women? Oh, Tsurukawa couldn't help but voice out a reminder. The two girls instantly reacted to the fact that from just now until now, it seemed that all they had encountered were men, and they hadn't seen a single woman's figure. At this time of day, the women and children are asleep, and those men are the caretakers. The three were still chatting. Suddenly a voice came from the inner room. Immediately after that the old man came out of the inner room in a wooden wheelchair and explained with a smile. Tsurukawa nodded. So it is. The old man laughed. The rooms are ready for the three of you. It's getting late. Rest early. Old sir, we only need one room. We don't need to prepare that much. Sarukawa smiled and spoke. The old man shook his head in a slight blink. In our village, unmarried men and women are not allowed to live together. They are punished by the mountain gods. Please also abide by our rules. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes, keenly sensing a hint of something wrong. I'll be fine living alone. The two of them are married, Xiaoxiao said with a smile as she nudged Sarukawa. Gu Fiyan frowned. No, it was too dangerous for Xiaoxiao to sleep alone. Fei Nian, you and Xiaoxiao share a room. That's always fine, Huchuan said. The old man nodded, pushing his wheelchair slowly into the house. Good night everyone. After the old man left, Huchuan discreetly pulled out a dagger with a pitch-black blade and handle and handed it to Gu Fei. This is my knife. It's been with me for years. It's called White. Take it for defense. Gu Fei looked at the pitch-black Xiaobai with tears and laughter. Good. Sarukawa waved his hand and limped over to the room. Good night, Gu Fei said softly as she looked at Huchuan's back. Good night. Night. 2:20. Sarukawa lay alone on his bed as the moonlight outside shone in slyly. Sarukawa couldn't sleep, a little worried about the two girls. Sighing, he got up and out of bed and limped towards the two girls' room. I don't know if it was Sarukawa's illusion, but he seemed to hear what seemed to be movement on the two girls' side. When Sarukawa was a little closer, he was surprised to find that outside the door of the two girls, there seemed to be a few people squatting inside at the bushes. Sarukawa was so far away that he could only vaguely hear the voices of several men who seemed to be whispering. But after a while, the men took a lingering look at the two girls' rooms and walked away. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes. There was definitely something wrong with this village. Looks like we'll have to find a way to stay. After all, there's still stuff that hasn't been investigated. Sarukawa cautiously looked around. No one else was around, and walked up and knocked on the door of the two girls' room. Creak. Gu Fei opened the door and saw that it was Huchuan, slightly stunned. What's wrong? Sarukawa shook his head. The people of this village seem to have their eyes on you too. I'm afraid their minds aren't that innocent. Gu Fei's face suddenly looked a bit worried. What then? There are so many of them. Huchuan waved his hand to signal Gu Fei to rest assured. You don't have to be afraid of that. I've got that. Sarukawa smiled. You come less. You are injured. I suggest, tomorrow we leave first, then mobilize the police force to come together to investigate. Anyway, we already know the direction of this village, Gu Fiyan said. Sarukawa rubbed his chin and thought, I'm afraid they won't let us just leave this way. Tomorrow I'll find a chance to stall. You and Xiaoxiao go back first. I can't run fast with my injured leg. I'll slow you guys down, Huchuan said. Gu Fiyan's face suddenly turned serious. Are you kidding? Do you think I would let you alone in such a dangerous place? Don't even think about it. This program is vetoed. Gu Fei tilted her face and looked firmly at Huchuan, eyes full of non-negotiable. Huchuan suddenly felt a bit amused and reached out to pinch Gu Fei's cheeks. You're worried about me? Gu Fei Nian blushed, realizing that she seemed to have come on a bit strong, and immediately buried her head down in some embarrassment. Huchuan felt funny when he looked at Gu Fiyan's appearance. Just now he was so powerful, but in a flash he was shy again. Huchuan reached out and picked Gu Fei's chin to force a stare. You care about me? You're not talking nonsense. Gu Fiyan was a bit annoyed that shameless Huchuan had started teasing herself again. Gu Fiyan leaned her head on Huchuan's chest. The two of them were briefly silent for a while, just snuggling up. The sly moonlight shone on the two of them, enveloping them in a special glow. Huchuan gently reached out and wrapped his hand around Gu Fei. What's on your mind? Gu Fiyan skimmed her mouth and looked at Huchuan's face with some heart. I used to think that I'm still young and should work well, but since I met you, my mindset suddenly shifted. That. The corner of Gu Fiyan's mouth hooked up a playful smile. Suddenly, I feel that I should retire. It's more important to live well. Oh. Sarukawa's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of incredulity. Really? Looks like I'm still good enough to make a career woman think about getting married? Gu Fiyan's face was suddenly a little hot, not daring to look at Huchuan. I didn't say I'd marry you. You think beautiful. I just have this kind of idea. Age to the natural. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Fiyan still had a stiff upper lip. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes and sighed helplessly. Comrade Gu, please, while your mouth is tough, can your body keep up? Gu Fiyan suddenly realized that she had somehow tightly hugged Huchuan's waist, and her head was pressed against Huchuan's chest, deadly snuggled in his arms. The posture of the two was extremely ambiguous, just like a pair of young lovers who were inseparable in the midst of a passionate love affair. I'm looking at your injury and I'm afraid you'll fall. Helping a little bit. You don't misunderstand, huh? Gu Fiyan said as her eyesight evaded. The blush on her face still betrayed her. Sarukawa couldn't help but smack his lips. It's not a love brain. How did you change? Dead arrogant. Gu Fiyan was so shy that her head was about to go up in smoke. She was completely no match for Huchuan in terms of her mouth and was completely defeated. AI. I say you too. Can the love talk end quickly? I'm getting sleepy. Xiao Zhao's voice shouted out from inside. Gu Fei, late even more shy, hastily pushed away Huchuan, afraid to be discovered. Look, you quickly go back. Sleep. It's very late. their own careful a little. Sarukawa spread his hands. Okay, then you guys also pay attention. Don't sleep too much at night. Oh. Gu Fei nodded. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth hangs a gentle smile and extends his hands. Not hugging? Otherwise you won't be able to sleep at night. Hey. Gu Fei suddenly lowered her head and her fingers were so nervous that they were shaking, and there was a panicked look around at the pitch blackness. Immediately, he rushed up and jumped into Sarukawa's arms, then quickly backed away again. Good night, slammed the door behind him. Sarukawa couldn't help but laugh and shook his head helplessly as he walked back. His little cop, he's still weirdly cute to come. Back in bed, Sarukawa kept a smile on his lips. As long as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with Gu Fei's appearance. The love that welled up in his heart continued to eat away at Sarukawa. The king of the slayers was writhing like a maggot on the bed. Although walking in the Jianghu so many years, Sarukawa played too many roles, but for the first time really exposed to the knowledge of this aspect of love. He seemed to be caught up in it and couldn't get out of it even by relying on his strong willpower. At the moment, he felt like he was in the middle of a passionate love affair with Gu Fei like a normal couple. This feeling, it's so good. Gu Fei's side was the same. Closing her eyes was Sarukawa's cheeks with a gentle smile. Yikes! Gu Fei covered her face as she tossed and turned on the bed, letting out a pleasurable shriek. Xiao Zhao was tortured to the point where his eyes were black. Sister, please, I'm so sleepy. Gu Fei nodded with a smile. Fine. Go to sleep. Plop. Little Call fell headlong onto the bed. There was a silence. Gu Feiyan kept making giggling noises, already fantasizing about what the child's name would be in the future. Xiao Zhao, do you think it's better to get married in a Chinese wedding dress or a Western wedding dress? Aha, we're half Chinese and half Western. Wear skirts, short sleeves, long sleeves, pants, whatever you want. I'm getting sleepy. Aha, why hasn't the earth exploded yet? That is, until it was hazy and bright outside, and the sound of raindrops hitting the roof woke Sarukawa up. Raising his hand, he glanced at his watch. 6:23. It was raining outside, and the sky wasn't all that bright. The wound on his ankle was vaguely painful, but this small injury was nothing to Sarukawa. Taking advantage of the hazy weather, Huchuan quietly came to the door of Gu Feiyan's room with Xiao Zhao and knocked on it. Gu Fei opened the door with a creak and pulled Huchuan in. Little Call also woke up, only with dark eyes and a lack of energy. Zhao, the gun, food, and a few tools are in the bag for you. I'll investigate the village with Non-Night. You go out and find them. Remember, I marked all the way here. It's obvious. Follow the marks and you'll get out. Sarukawa instructed as he gathered his things. Go on. Be safe. Gu Fei said. Call nodded and yawned. You guys too. Bye. Xiao Zhao put on his backpack and broke into the middle of the rainy deep forest, out of sight of the two men. As the day dawned, Gu Fei rushed in crying. Not good. It's not good. Xiao Zhao is missing. Gu Feiyan cried and knocked on the door of Huchuan's room. Sarukawa opened the door and asked anxiously. What's wrong? What's wrong with Xiao Zhao? Gu Feiyan sobbed and wiped her tears. Last night Xiao Zhao said he went to the toilet, but he went and never came back. The patriarch also heard the shouts and came out of the house. What happened? The patriarch inquired. Sarukawa's eyes were sharp and dead on the patriarch. A friend of mine is missing. The patriarch froze slightly, followed by a few moments of anger surfacing on his face, but then hid it. Don't be in a hurry. You may have gotten lost in the woods. It's raining dangerously outside right now. Don't go out. I'll have someone go and look for you. Sarukawa nodded gently. Okay. Thanks. The patriarch finished and walked out. Huchuan and Gu Fei looked at each other. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. Something's not right. Oh, I suspect that this village most likely has some unseen secrets. Gu Fei nodded. We must start investigating. No time can be wasted. The two just walked out the door. It was seen that there were really many more women within the village. Only that each of these women was silent and they all had a man standing beside them. The women didn't say a word, just kept their eyes on Sarukawa's side. Sarukawa's eyes kept scanning the people, keenly catching something out of place. Huchuan leaned close to Gu Fei's ear. Look at their ankles. Gu Fei looked along with Sarukawa's reminder, and surprisingly, she realized that all of these women had some blood on their ankles, probably from wear and tear. Gu Feiyan covered her mouth in horror sight to Huchuan. Huchuan quietly nodded, which was what Gu Feiyan was thinking. These women, although they were dirty and dressed in rags, each revealed a hint of fear in their eyes, as well as the temperament of each, who should be educated people. And there was some great incongruity with the men in these villages. Wife, since they do such things, the target that made us stay is you, Sarukawa said softly. Gu Feiyan's expression instantly tightened, forcing down the color of fear in her heart. Huchuan gently held Gu Feiyan's hand in his. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you. Gu Feiyan felt her hand being held, and when she met Huchuan's confident eyes, she felt a sense of peace in her heart, and her nervousness and fear were eased. Wife, this way, these women are imprisoned. They must be more fearful of men. I'll go and look for the place where they imprison people. You go and find a woman to ask, Sarukawa said while observing the whole village. Gu Fei nodded. Then be careful. The two moved separately. Gu Fei Nian put a smile on her face and went to interact with these women. Hello, girl, can I learn how to make this stuff from you? Gu Fei smiled as she found a woman fiddling with a crop on the ground. The woman panicked a little and instinctively glanced at the man beside her. The man narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Gu Fei could feel the fear of the woman in front of her. Gu Fei late held the woman's hand, looked at the man and smiled. We girls chat. You don't listen. Go busy yourself, little brother. The man froze slightly and looked at Gu Fei with a bit of greed in his eyes, unconsciously gulping. Then smiled and patted the woman in front of her on the shoulder. I'll go over there then. Don't talk nonsense. Immediately afterward the woman shuddered. After the man left, the woman almost had tears in her eyes. Gu Fei gently held the woman's hand and sat down next to her. What's your name? How old are you? Gu Fei late asked. The woman said softly, I am called Li Fish, and I am 20 years old. Gu Fei late narrowed her eyes. This age should still be the age of school. Hello, my name is Gu Fei. Nice to meet you. Li Fish nodded lightly, taking advantage of the effort of lowering his waist to pick up something to suddenly spit out run. Gu Fei instantly froze, but her face remained unchanged with a smile, because she knew that there were a lot of people watching them right now, and if the slightest change in her expression was detected to be wrong, the woman in front of her might face the danger of killing her. Gu Fei smiled and continued to chat with Li Fish in one way or another, talking about the usual stuff. Li Yu didn't dare to answer or speak at first, but slowly she seemed to adapt, or maybe she was infected by Gu Fei, and she also chatted along with Gu Fei. It was a pity that Gu Fei intended to inquire about the situation in the village, but Li Yu really didn't know anything about it. This made Gu Fei even more convinced that these women were being held captive. Otherwise it's impossible to live in this village and not know what's going on in the village. On Sarukawa's side, he kept wandering around the village, but had already figured out the layout of the village along with roughly where it was. It's just some little tail trailing behind it. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth curled up into a light smile. The person who could keep up with him hadn't been born that yet. In just a flash, the man following behind him realized with horror that Sarukawa's figure had disappeared. Disappeared right under their noses. Immediately they started looking around the village in a bit of a panic. On Gu Fei's side, Li Yu seemed to have opened up to her. There's talking and laughing. The two looked like they were having a good conversation. Li Fish, you are not from this village, right? Gu Fei suddenly changed her words and asked tentatively. Li Yu's face changed, becoming pale and scared once again. Gu Fei narrowed her eyes and said softly, explain to me. There's a chance I can get you out. Trust me, okay? Li Yu held back the tears in her eyes, not daring to look at Gu Fei's line of sight. Gu Fei held Li Yu's hand tightly. Li Yu, I can save you. You should still have family and friends outside. Be brave for once and give yourself a chance. Li Yu immediately broke away from Gu Fei's hand and picked up the crops on the ground. The shrine at the back of the village. Li Fish spoke in a very small voice, immediately carrying his things back to the house. Gu Fei froze slightly, and then a smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. It worked. The two of them gathered in the room. Gu Fei immediately said excitedly, I did it. That Li Yu said that the ancestral hall behind the village. There must be some secret there. Sarukawa nodded. I think probably that's where these women are imprisoned because I looked all over the village and didn't find the so-called dungeon or anything. So I guess the secret is inside. Oh, wait for the night. Let's go check it out at night. Sarukawa said. The two men sat in the house until noon, when the matriarch came to the house with food. I'm sorry you two. We did not find your friends, the patriarch said in a cold voice. Sarukawa nodded. It's okay. She probably went back on her own first. The matriarch smiled slightly and placed the food on the table. Enjoy. The food gave off a mesmerizing aroma. A plate of roasted meat of some kind that looked like wild boar, color and flavor. The two men gave all the food in their bags to Call. Gu Fei looked at Huchuan and couldn't help but swallow his saliva, picking up the meat and getting ready to eat it. Hey! Huchuan grabbed Gu Fei's hand. Honey, the meat smells good, but don't eat too much. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. Gu Feiyan was slightly stunned and didn't understand what it meant. I'm so hungry. Just eat a little. Gu Feiyan pouted, really hungry. Sarukawa somewhat helplessly reached out and pointed at the old man. Respect the old and love the young, understand. Let the old man eat first. Gu Fei immediately nodded her head honestly and looked at the old man with a burning gaze. The old man laughed and walked up and picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. It's delicious. Use it slowly. Seeing that the old man was fine eating by himself, Gu Feiyan was relieved, smilingly tearing off chunks of meat and handing them to Huchuan's mouth. Have a piece. Sarukawa smiled and waved his hand. Amatba. I'm a vegetarian. Gu Feiyan froze, unable to figure out what Huchuan meant. Why was he suddenly vegetarian? So he just ate it himself. The meat was tender and just right. It was indeed delicious. Ahem, honey, eat less. or you'll be screaming about losing weight again when you get back. Gu Fian's heart thumped. She hadn't shouted about losing weight, suddenly remembering Hachwan's perversity. Could there be something wrong with this meat? But in the next second, Gu Fian suddenly felt the sky spinning and her head couldn't help but feel dizzy. The next second both eyes went black and fainted directly. Hey! Sarukawa covered his head with a headache. Silly wife, won't listen no matter what you say. The patriarch clapped his hands, and in the next second, several men instantly flooded into the room. One of the men held a chain, and with a strong yank, the beaten and half-deadly fish was dragged in and thrown to the ground. Li Fish's body was drenched in blood from the beating. One of his eyes had fallen out, revealing a bloody hole, and his face was covered in wounds. The skin on his body was shocked by the whip. Ripped and she lay on the ground, her eyes having long since lost the light of hope. I'm sorry, I don't want to die, Li Fish said with a weak breath. Sarukawa nodded, understood. It didn't take much thinking to realize that it should be Li Fish who couldn't take the beating anymore and blurted out what happened during the day, and it couldn't be blamed on her. The matriarch stood up from his wheelchair and slowly walked over to Gu Fei. His eyes stared straight at Gu Fian with a greedy smile on his lips. Excellent. Ha ha, hey, so not treating me like a human being. I'm still here. This is my wife, Sarukawa said as he pulled out his ears. The patriarch snorted coldly. Kid, name a price. I'll buy this woman. Sarukawa was instantly interested. These people actually didn't want to kill him? Oh, what's the most you can offer? Sarukawa asked with interest. 30,000, how's that? The patriarch said smilingly. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth pulled. How poor are these people? A talent worth $30,000? Hachwan shook his head. $30,000? My wife is so beautiful for $30,000? You're kidding. $1 million, Sarukawa said coldly. These people were taken aback to hear that number. Only Li Fish cursed breathlessly. You men are all the same. Sarukawa was a bit curious at that. So, you were also sold by your companion? A flash of shame surfaced in Liu's eyes. The matriarch laughed. Her boyfriend. Just $20,000 to sell her. Kid, I'm asking a lot. 1 million. You're kidding. Sarukawa scratched his head with a headache. So, you guys have bought quite a few? The patriarch nodded with an expressionless face. There are those who buy and those who capture. If you don't agree to sell, the male is killed and the female is captured. The patriarch said this with enough of a threatening tone to mean that if you don't agree, you'll be killed. Slap. Sarukawa couldn't help but applaud. Then in that case, the female body in the river is also related to you guys, right? The patriarch frowned. Who are you? Why do you know? Sarukawa laughed and knocked on the table, pointing at Gu Fian. This one. A police officer? Oh, what do you think we're here for? The patriarch's brow suddenly tightened. Miso stood up. AI, don't get excited. Just kidding. In fact, we're just college students in the neighborhood who are fans of detecting crimes. Because recently, the corpses outside of Huilongwan have been making a lot of noise. We came to have some fun, and we got lost accidentally, and we didn't expect it to be you guys. Sarukawa's eyes shone brightly as he put on an innocent look. It really does look like brainless college kids. The matriarch was relieved to hear this. Do you like it here? It's a paradise and you can stay here too. The matriarch waved her hand, and the men outside got in. A few more women bound with ropes. All of them are very young and pretty looking. Sarukawa looked at the men and nodded. I assume you are not ordinary villagers. Sarukawa rubbed his chin and pondered. Although you look like villagers, you don't have the appearance of villagers except for your costumes. In the mountains is nothing but hunting, but you have no wear and tear between your fingers at all to draw a bow. You should be a women trafficking gang, Sarukawa said with a smile. The patriarch immediately clenched his fists. His eyes sharpened as he looked at Sarukawa. Kid, don't make any wild guesses. You'll lose your life. Sarukawa sighed and held out his hands. All right, since you caught me I can't run away. Arrest me and give me a few days to think about it. But you can't touch my wife while I'm thinking about it. You've seen my brain. Your village has too many loopholes. It's easy to find. Maybe I can help you change all that. Oh. The patriarch's eyes flashed with a glint of essence. Because of the incident in Huilongwan, someone did have their eyes on their place. Fine, I promise you. I'll give you a few days to think about it. Tie him up and throw him in the shrine together. The matriarch gave an order, and in an instant, several men rushed over to tie up Hachwan with ropes, and together with Gu Fian and those women, they brought them directly to the inside of the ancestral hall and locked them up. Inside the shrine, Sarukawa was dumbfounded as he was wheeled in. Inside the small shrine, there were 24 women lying around covered in filth. The women were chained together, and there was no gleam in each of their eyes, revealing despair. No one even looked at Sarukawa at all. Bang! The doors to the shrine slammed shut, plunging the inside into darkness. Sarukawa was in a somewhat heavy mood. He could see that the young girls were all very young, in their 20s at most, but every single one of them was tortured and bruised. I'll get you guys out. Sarukawa didn't hold back from speaking up, but no one took him up on it. Huchuan lifted the unconscious Gu Fei to let her lean on him, gently wiping away the dust on Gu Fei's face. Fortunately, he was by Gu Fei's side. Otherwise, he couldn't believe it. Gu Feiyan felt Huchuan's touch gradually waking up. Huchuan, where are we? Gu Fei asked with hazel eyes. Shrine. We've been discovered and locked up. Gu Feiyan instantly sat up upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the scene in front of her. She thought about people being imprisoned, but not so much. With a hiss, Gu Feiyan cut the rope and stood up. Holy shit, how did you stand up? Sarukawa wondered. Gu Feiyan raised her hand and lit up the pitch-black dagger in her hand. I have Xiaobai. I hid it inside my clothes. Huchuan froze his eyes, couldn't help but look at Gu Feiyan's chest. Damn. It even felt it before me. Huchuan murmured in a low voice, slightly regretting giving Xiaobai to Gu Fei late. Gu Feiyan ignored him and turned to check on the condition of these women. Are you guys okay? I'm coming to save you. Don't be afraid, Gu Fei said. But no one paid any attention to her either. These girls were so physically and mentally devastated that they had lost all hope. Save your strength and come over here, Sarukawa said. Gu Fei also felt that there was no need to say anything, so she could only come and sit next to Huchuan. Then what do we do now? Gu Feiyan was puzzled. Waiting for someone. I delayed for a few days. Wait for Xiao Zhao and the others to come, Sarukawa explained, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Gu Feiyan had no choice but to wait quietly. I don't know how long it had been, but it was already getting dark outside, but the village seemed to be extraordinarily lively today, with the constant sound of people shouting. Sarukawa, someone's coming quickly, tie me up, Gu Fei said. Huchuan retied Gu Fei. The door was suddenly opened and outside the fire was brightly lit and it seemed like there was a party going on. There were constant sounds of people laughing and joking. A few men who were drunk to the point of inebriation stood in the doorway position. The men's eyes kept scanning among the crowd, then came up and grabbed a girl by the hair and dragged her out. That girl instantly showed a pained expression. The inside and outside of the shrine presented a stark contrast, but it didn't seem all that different. It's hell inside the shrine, and it's hell outside the shrine. Only, on one side there is a hell for prisoners and on the other side there is a feast for evil spirits. Hey, let go of her. Stop it. Gu Fei immediately spoke out to stop it. Ha, the man flinched at the heckling. Gu Fei's eyes were incomparably angry as she stared at the man dead in the face. Let her go. Gu Feiyan struggled to her feet trying to stop this from happening. Unexpectedly, the man laughed and slowly walked over to Gu Feiyan. Your clan leader promised me not to move her, Sarukawa said coldly. The man instantly bawled out, I'm going to sell it sooner or later anyway. How about letting me inspect the goods first? Ha 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 ha. The man let out a demonic laugh, followed by pulling Gu Fei's legs to drag her out. Gu Fei kicked the man away. Bastard, don't be moving them, Gu Feiyan scolded angrily. A couple of the men burst out laughing instead of being angry. Fine, then we'll move you, ha ha ha, said a few men, and they wanted to rush up and hold Gu Feiyan down. Gu Feiyan quietly untied the rope and held Xiaobai in her hand. She was ready for a fight to the death. Sarukawa, I'm sorry. I can't see them getting hurt anymore, Gu Fei said, slowly standing up and looking at the men warily. Disgusting laughter continued to emanate from the mouths of several men, their eyes staring straight at Gu Feiyan as if they were looking at prey. But suddenly Gu Feiyan suddenly felt a killing intent coming from behind. But the murderous intent seemed to be directed not at himself but at the group of men in front of him. Gu Fei looked back somewhat strangely. Instead, she saw the look in Sarukawa's eyes, and suddenly she was frozen in shock. What a look! As if being gazed at by a devil. A morose chill came out of the ethereal pupils. Intense killing intent continued to blossom out in his eyes, as if they were all condensing into shape. Gu Feiyan's forehead was in a cold sweat. It was the first time she had seen this kind of look in Huchuan's eyes. Inaccurately, she couldn't believe how Sarukawa had that look in his eyes. It was so scary. It was as if the people who had died at his hands were in a state of 1,000 if not 10,000. Sarukawa, calm down a bit, okay? Gu Feiyan didn't know why, but subconsciously urged Huchuan to calm down. Such of Sarukawa made her feel horrible. I'm really angry, Sarukawa said, word for word. Slowly, he stood up. A few men didn't see the look in Sarukawa's eyes and only found it funny. Ha! You're a skinny monkey and you're really angry. What are you? Ha ha! We're about to play your wife in front of you. Ha ha! Sarukawa sneered, and the rope binding his body suddenly fell off. Gu Feiyan took a closer look, and the rope was actually torn directly at the rope. Gu Fei stood still as Huchuan expressionlessly crossed over to Gu Fei and took Xiaobai from her to the men. A disdainful look appeared on the face of one of the men who was drunk. Come, my neck is right here. Kill me if you can. The man stuck his head up. Sarukawa smiled slightly good, followed by placing his hand on the man's neck. Ka chow. Breath seemed to freeze in the air. There was a sudden silence all around. Immediately after the rumble, the man's body should fall to the bottom. His eyes widened angrily, but he had long since stopped breathing. What the fuck? A man shouted as he pointed at Sarukawa. Goofy uncovered her mouth and looked at the scene in surprise. What had happened? Was this Hachuan? Pust. Blood splattered everywhere in just a minute. Goofy's pupils trembled. Couldn't believe what she was seeing. Within the mapping of her pupils, blood continued to splatter in all directions, and with each slash, a figure fell with a crash. After the last sound, several bodies lay on the ground. Sarukawa turned his head, his arms and cheeks stained with blood. Hachuan revealed a gentle smile to look at Goofy, and I said that I will not let you receive harm. Wait for me for an hour. Just 1 hour. After saying that, Sarukawa walked out and closed the shrine door heavily behind him. Goofy reacted and frantically ran to the door, but the door was locked from the outside by Hachuan. Through the gap, Goofy's face instantly paled, and she couldn't believe the scene she saw in front of her. Every time Sarukawa walked by, someone fell past him. Goofy's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Her face instantly paled and she fainted in the next second. I don't know how much time has passed. There seemed to be the sound of countless people exclaiming from outside. Again, there seemed to be the sound of someone slamming the door. Immediately after, Goofy Nian felt that someone was calling out to her, and opened her eyes to be surrounded by a group of people. Xiao Zhao, Zhang Ming, Song Zhe, and Lai. There were also officers who were constantly calming the girls behind them. Sarukawa that? Goofy asked in confusion. A few of the men were pale and somewhat evasive. Goofy Nian struggled to get up and ran outside. The entire village was covered in corpses and bloodstains. The killings are dry, almost always a single stab to the throat. Goofy Nian's eyes were red, and she was surrounded by police. Goofy ran to the location right in the center of the village, surrounded by SWAT officers with guns in their hands, right in the middle of nowhere. Zhongyan's face was cold as he stared angrily ahead. Goofy and pushed away the SWAT team, and Sarukawa was sitting on his knees in the center position, carrying the head of that patriarch in his hand. He was covered in blood and gasping for air. Sarukawa, gird your loins, you're breaking the law, Zhongyan chided. Sarukawa waved his hand and threw the patriarch's head away, sticking Kahaku on the ground. Yeah, maybe, Hachuan said indifferently, but his eyes caught sight of Goofy among the police. Goofy was stared at by Hachuan and instinctively felt some fear because she had seen all of Hachuan's behavior before. Sarukawa was slightly stunned, but the corner of his mouth pulled out a bitter smile nonetheless. I'm sorry. Zhongyan clenched his fists tightly. The sight around him made him disbelieve. An entire village, more than 80 people, all dead. Wait, Goofy suddenly rushed out excitedly to block the police's gun. These people are a criminal syndicate. They trafficked women, rape, murder. Sarukawa was acting in self-defense. He's not guilty. Goofy's face was resolute as she looked toward Zhongyan. Zhongyan was instantly infuriated and her face turned red. Goofy, you're a police officer. 80 people. How is this defined as self-defense? This police uniform you're wearing. You are not allowed to speak for criminals. Zhongyan reprimanded. Arrest me. Zhongyan waved his hand. Immediately, a SWAT officer stepped forward and tried to cuff Sarukawa. Sarukawa coldly grunted a reverse and held the SWAT officer down, chambering over the gun against his head. Swish, in an instant countless gun muzzles were aimed at Sarukawa. Hachuan, don't. Goofy immediately waved her hand to signal Hachuan to calm down. Trust me. Don't do it. You calm down some. Goofy's voice had a sobbing tone in it, as if she was praying. Hachuan looked at Goofy with infinite tenderness in his eyes. Fian, you misunderstood. I just don't want them to catch me. As soon as Sarukawa threw the gun out, his hands reached out to Goofy and Officer Gu. Please catch me with your own hands. Sarukawa smiled slightly. Goofy Nian trembled as tears continued to slide down her face. I don't want. Goofy choked on her voice. Goofy, don't forget, you're a cop. Zhongyan gave an angry rebuke. Goofy Nian wiped her tears, took the handcuffs, and slowly walked over to Hachuan and squatted down. Sarukawa tried to reach out and wipe the tears from her face, but with blood on his own hands, he still didn't touch them. Goofy laid sobbing body efforts to open the mouth to say, Hachuan, I take the Haicheng City Public Security Bureau, announced that you are arrested. After saying that, he cuffed Sarukawa with trembling hands. Sarukawa laughed at the situation instead. Officer Gu, congratulations on catching me. I lost. You're great. Take away. Zhongyan gave an order, and the SWAT officers came up and directly escorted Sarukawa away, leaving Goofy frozen in place. The sky was chilly with a steady drizzle. May 3rd, 3 days after Sarukawa's arrest. Haicheng broadcast. Shocked the world. Huilongshan big trafficking in women case to be solved, but up to 80 people of the criminal group, but by the City Public Security Bureau of Criminal Investigation consultant Sarukawa one's own power to kill all of them, which is in the end how much is true. Sarukawa in the end is the murder of the devil or to fight evil with evil. The case is being heard. You stay tuned. In the police station, there was an atmosphere of silence. The crowd of the panel froze in their seats. No one speaking. Gu-fei late these days seems to be demented. Do not eat. Do not drink. Just focus on any news of Huchuan. No news. Quietly look out the window today's. They have been ordered to stay out of this case, saying they are trying to avoid suspicion. Sarukawa's case has also been transferred to the Supreme Court. If this goes on, it's not a solution. Think about what to do. Xiao Zhao looked at Gu-fei's back and said. The crowd sighed for a while. They couldn't even believe how it was possible for Sarukawa to kill an entire village by himself. It's simply unbelievable. When they went over, they saw the entire village littered with corpses, and Sarukawa collapsed in the center of the village carrying a head in his hands, tired and panting. If this continues, something will happen to Sister Fian. Xiao Zhao looked at Gu-fei's back. Knock, 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 just in time to freeze. There was a sudden knock on the door. Hiyun walked in slowly. A few people wanted to shout but were stopped by Hiyun, who slowly walked over to Gu-feian and patted Gu-feian's shoulder and smiled. Nonetheless late. Is it okay? Hiyun asked. Gu-feian bowed her head in silence and didn't say a word. Hiyun didn't say anything. She just held Gu-feian's hand in her hand. Fian, I think you can stop thinking so much. The most important thing now is to prove Huchuan's innocence, right? Hiyun saw Gu-feian's mind at a glance. Gu-fei evening eyes dimmed a little. The corners of his mouth a little bitter. Hiyun's sister. I thought he was not simple, but I did not expect him to be really mysterious and dangerous to me now. I suspect that he is deliberately close to me. Hiyun sighed. Does it matter? Gu-fei was silent. Hiyun gently patted Gu-feian. Fian, in fact, I've known Huchuan for a long time. His identity is not that simple. If you doubt it, why don't you ask him that yourself? You like Sarukawa, and Sarukawa likes you, and Sarukawa really likes you without any purpose. That's the best bond between you two. Trust him. Think about what happened in the village. What did he really kill for that? Now, you're the only one who can help him, so don't make yourself regret it, okay? Hiyun smiled and patted Gu-feian's shoulder and turned to leave. Gu-fei's eyes brightened. The village matter. Sarukawa, it's for me. He loves me. Gu-fei suddenly figured everything out. Sarukawa had been hiding for so long, and could have stayed hidden if not for her. At this time, Gu-feian was enlightened and no longer dwelled on this matter. She immediately and impatiently dialed a phone number. Beep beep beep. The phone rings. Hello. It was a man's voice over there. Gu-fei took a deep breath. Dad, what you said before, I promise, but I want you to hire a lawyer for me, the best lawyer in the world. Inside the director's office, Gu-feian was arguing with Zhongyan. The whole police station could hear the two of them arguing. Why can't I get a lawyer for Huchuan? Gu-fei said with a slap on the table. You are a police officer first and foremost. You should know, in this kind of situation, you have to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, it will have an impact on your future prospects. Zhongyan said bitterly. Huchuan only knows us. If we don't help him find a lawyer, who will? Gu-fei's face turned red from the argument. Her tone was firm. She had already made up her mind. We'll find a defense lawyer for him. Don't worry about that. Zhongyan said helplessly. The public opinion of this case has spread everywhere now. Where else would a lawyer dare to take this nail-biting case? Sarukawa can clearly be defined as self-defense. The dirty things those people did, enough to be shot 100 times. Sarukawa is nothing but enough. Zhongyan burst into a rage and stood up with a slap on the table. Gu-fei, you know what you're talking about. Even if those people are guilty, they should be handed over to the law, instead of resorting to lynching. I'll say one more thing. You are a police officer. Don't forget your identity. Gu-fei sank her face and directly ripped the police license off her neck and threw it on the table. I, Gu-feian, resign from my position as the head of the Haicheng City Criminal Investigation Team from now on. I also resign from my status as a member of the International Agent Team. I quit. I am now questioning this case as a family member of Sarukawa, and I will hire the best lawyer to plead not guilty for him. Director Zhong, keep your pedantic notions in this position for the rest of your life. Bang! Gu-fei slammed the door. The people outside the room were all a little stunned. When he saw Gu-feian come out, he hurriedly came over. Sister Fei, don't be impulsive. Really quit? Xiao Zhao immediately asked. Gu-feian shook her head. I'm not impulsive. With the identity of a police officer I can't hire a lawyer for Huchuan, but without that identity I can help him find a lawyer as his girlfriend. I've made up my mind. Bye-bye everyone. Gu-feian waved her hand towards the crowd, turned around and packed up her things and left directly inside the police station. The crowd was dumbfounded in place, looking at Gu-feian's departing figure in silence. I suddenly feel, Kei-do seems to be right. Kei and Sarukawa do things very same. The identity of a police officer is too much of a constraint. Perhaps, the difference between Kei and a police officer is more freedom. Call whispered. Several people didn't respond, but silence was the best form of approval. Goofy and didn't go home and came directly to a cafe, following the seats to find them. Just saw a well-mannered man sitting above a window seat. The man was wearing a pair of golden glasses, a dry suit, and was sitting upright, his handsome appearance revealing a few points of cheerfulness. Goofy and hurriedly walked over. May I ask if this is lawyer Fu Jingran? Fu Jingran stood up and shook Goofy's hand. The two sat down together. Ms. Gu, may I ask what the case is? Fu Jingran inquired. Goofy was a little nervous. She was afraid that after she said it, Fu Jingran was not right in agreeing to take this lawsuit. It's the recent Huilongshan mass murder case, Goofy said nervously. Fu Jingran nodded his head and thought carefully. I've learned about this case. It seems to be the nail in the coffin. No one dares to take it. Goofy nodded. I know. But Huchuan, his intention was to save someone. I think it constitutes self-defense. Fu Jingran let out a light laugh. Ms. Gu, I understand that you are anxious, but this case is very complicated. Fu Jingran sighed. Money is not a problem, as long as you make an offer. You're the best lawyer, and if you don't help, Sarukawa really won't be able to go. Fu Jingran suddenly laughed out loud. Just kidding, Ms. Gu, I like challenging cases. The harder it is, the more I like it. Fu Jingran stood up and straightened his clothes. I'll go back to see Mr. Sarukawa. I'll take this case. Right. Don't forget the deposit to the card. Oh. Fu Jingran smiled and turned to leave. Goofy was then relieved, so that the probability of Huchuan being rescued went up a bit more. The most important thing now is to gather evidence. There were no witnesses in the village, and the only ones who could testify were the girls who had been imprisoned earlier. Goofy tried to find a way to call over the phone one by one, but surprisingly none of them connected. Goofy re-entered inside the police station and found the special operations team leader who had participated in the operation at the time. Team U, did you guys see Huchuan kill someone at that time? Goofy asked with some anxiety. The man addressed as Team U shook his head. When we went, Sarukawa was already there, and we really did not see him kill with our own eyes. After getting the answer she wanted, Goofy couldn't wait to share it with Fu Jingran. Fu Jingran was a bit speechless. Miss Gu, I went to see Mr. Sarukawa. You don't need to investigate the evidence on your own. Please believe in my professionalism, okay? Goofy was slightly stunned. It was hard to believe that Fu Jingran had a way. So how's he doing? Has he lost weight? Is it okay? Goofy inquired over the phone. Fu Jingran is a little helpless. You are now a family member. You have the right to visit him. He asked me to bring a message to let you sleep well, eat well, don't worry about him, or, he said that he came out to clean you up. Beep beep beep. Phone hangs up. Goofy's tears, however, fell. Bastard. You still have the heart to joke after all this. Goofy simply relaxed, fully handed over to Fu Jingran. His own nerves hanging in the past few days also relaxed, and had a good meal and a good night's sleep. On May 7th, Goofy cleaned up her board on this day and tried to put on a good-looking smile in the mirror. She's going to meet Sarukawa cheerfully and give him confidence. Make Sarukawa happy too. It was with nervousness that I arrived inside the guardhouse. Across one side of the glass, Gu Fengyan sat nervously in front of the window sighting in one direction. As the guards approached, Sarukawa's figure at the doorway slowly walked over. Gu Fengyan had thought she was very strong, but she still couldn't help her eyes from reddening the moment she saw Huchuan. With a gentle smile always on his face, Huchuan sat down from in front of Gu Fei. Did you not eat properly these days? Sarukawa asked with a slight reprimand. Gu Fengyan instantly couldn't hold herself together, and tears flowed down her face. Sarukawa instantly panicked. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm fine. I have food and drink, and I don't have to work. Gu Fengyan wiped her tears vigorously and said with concern, Are they bullying you? Do you need anything? I'll bring it to you. Sarukawa shook his head. No one bullies me and there's no shortage. I'm fine. Gu Fengyan nodded to herself. Huchuan, I'll get you out soon. Don't worry. Sarukawa smiled. I'm not worried. Huchuan was silent for a while. His eyes never dared to look at Gu Fengyan. Huchuan, don't say this to me. Gu Fei immediately snatched the words. What you want to say to me? We'll go home and talk it over when you get out. For now, you wait well and don't ever admit your guilt. I found the best lawyer. His name is Fu Jingran. He will definitely clear your name. Sarukawa lowered his head and smiled. Innocence? The word was still a bit ironic when put on him. Visiting hours are over, the guard said. Gu Fengyan glanced at Huchuan with some fondness. Huchuan, wait for me. I'll be able to take you out soon. Gu Fengyan watched as Huchuan was taken back by the guards, wiped her tears vigorously, and left the guardhouse. When he returned home, Fu Jingran called and asked to meet with Gu Fei. Gu Fengyan agreed and the two met at a cafe. Fu Jingran didn't drag his feet and went straight to the point, placing a recorder next to him. Ms. Gu, From now on I want you to tell me all about what you saw all over again, but it has to be the truth. There can't be a single lie. Gu Fei nodded. Okay, I state. Goofy and Sankurai's Hachuan did it inside that shrine. When about 5 drunken men came in. They came in and picked out the women and wanted to drag them out. I didn't like it so I stopped them, but I didn't realize that the men were targeting me. They came to drag me, and Tsurukawa lost control of his emotions. And then Gu Fei said truthfully. Fu Jingran nodded. Okay, then may I ask if they have any weapons in their hands? Gu Fei frowned. She didn't want to lie. But Tsurukawa, it seemed to have seen Gu Fei's concerns. Ms. Gu, lying is harming him. Please answer truthfully. No, they don't have weapons, Gu Fei said. Fu Jingran nodded. 5 unarmed men tried to drag you away to rape you. Hachuan could only resist in order to save you. It completely constitutes self-defense. Did those 5 men rise to kill? Fu Jingran asked. Gu Feiyan nodded heavily. They are criminals themselves. They must have gotten up to kill. Fu Jing smiled. Okay, so what did you see next? Tsurukawa locked us up in the shrine and walked out on his own. And I saw that. As he walked out into the village, a lot of men rushed at him. And then, Tsurukawa did it. Fu Jingran nodded. You mean when Hachuan walked out of the door? Many men were armed and wanted to rush up and kill Hachuan. And Hachuan accidentally killed all of them out of self-defense, right? Fu Jingran raised an eyebrow. Gu Feiyan was visibly stunned. Right in her mouth, she said firmly. Fu Jingran smiled. Okay, then how many men did you probably see Hachuan kill? I saw about a dozen of them, Gu Fei said with her head lowered. Okay, so that means the dozen or so constitute complete self-defense. No problem. Ding dong. Fu Jingran turned the recorder off. Gu Fei stared blankly. What about the others? Hachuan has killed more than 80 of them. Fu Jingran spread his hands helplessly. Did you see that? Gu Fei shook her head. Did the police see it? Fu Jingran continued to ask. Gu Fei shook her head. No one saw it. Fu Jingran laughed lightly. This is right. Hachuan just out of self-defense to kill a few people only. Those who died with Hachuan, what is the relationship between that? Maybe they have internal problems and kill each other. No one saw the thing. Why to push to Tsurukawa body? Fu Jingran laughed and stood up. Ms. Gu, next. I hope you can persuade those imprisoned women to testify in court. Their confessions are crucial. Fu Jingran organized his things and got up to leave. The Tsurukawa case goes to trial in 3 days. Make sure it's before then. Fu Jingran turned around and left after saying this. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Feiyan directly called Xiaoxiao. Hey, call, do me a favor and send me the contact information of all the girls who were imprisoned in this incident, okay? Gu Fei inquired. Non-evening sister. This is out of order. These are internal information, Xiaoxiao said on the other side of the phone. Gu Fei evening eyes flashed a touch of bitterness. Well, I know, thanks. Beep beep beep. After the phone hangs up, Gu Fei sat on the stool and froze for a long time. The faith she had always held in the police seemed to waver over the past 2 days, and she was becoming a little too much for the rules. She hadn't experienced it before, but this time it happened to her and she realized how painful the rules were. Gu Fei gave a bitter laugh and staggered to her feet to return home. But despite this, Gu Fei will never give up. Keep searching on your computer to see if you can find it. Until the evening, Gu Fei did not find the slightest bit of information. Just when it was getting annoying, there was a knock on the door. Gu Feiyan opened the door. Xiaoxiao stood discreetly in the doorway with a mask, and immediately handed Gu Feiyan a bag when he saw that no one was there. Sister Fei, you must bring out Hachuan. Don't tell anyone that I gave it to you. Xiaoxiao gave a word and fled in a hurry. Gu Feiyan opened the bag in her hand and realized that it was the contact information of those women, as well as their home addresses. Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh, but tears kept slipping into her eyes. At least, isn't helping Tsurukawa all by himself anymore. Gu Feiyan spent the night and took great pains to ask all of these people out. In a hotel ballroom, countless girls had gathered here, and they had changed into good-looking clothes, and they had also transformed into a polished look, as if nothing had happened before. Gu Fei took a deep breath, opened the door and walked in, instantly catching the eye of these girls. Hello everyone, my name is Gu Fei. I don't know if you remember me? Gu Fei inquired. The people present all fell silent and no one spoke. Gu Feiyan bowed towards the crowd. First of all, congratulations to everyone for returning to normal life, and I asked everyone here today in order to beg you for one thing. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably sincere, but there was some impatience among the crowd. I don't want to get involved in your business. I just want to live my life right now. A girl spoke up. Gu Feiyan's expression froze and she became a bit anxious. But Hachuan saved you. I beg you to help him. Sister, we appreciate you, but I don't want to deal with the past or mention it anymore. The scene was awkward. Gu Feiyan's eyes reddened and she stood in place not knowing what to do. Why? It's obvious that Tsurukawa saved them, but they won't even testify in court. Sarukawa is very serious this time. If he is convicted, there is a high probability that he will die. You guys, you can't do this. Goofy and looked at the crowd pleadingly with a sobbing tone in her voice. All of them bowed their heads in silence. This kind of thing, related to their innocence, how could they admit that? Goofy let 2 lines of tears slip down, a clenched teeth flopped down to the ground. Please, Sarukawa is very important to me. He saved you all. I can only beg you to help him. There's nothing else I can do. And I understand you all. But, Sarukawa, he saved you all. Goofy knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. A girl stepped forward to help Goofy up. Goofy's eyes lit up and immediately grabbed the girl's hand. You're fish, aren't you? The girl nodded in silence, looking to the crowd behind her. Everyone, if Hachwan saved us, do we still have the face to live in the world if we don't help? Innocence is gone. But, conscience can't be gone too. Liu smiled towards Goofy. I'm willing to testify in court. The court date is fast approaching. Even if Goofy begged as much as she could, only 13 of the 20 or so people were willing to testify. But that's good enough. Inside the first court of Haicheng, Sarukawa sat in the lounge with his eyes closed. With a click, the door was unscrewed, and Fu Jingran walked in. Aya, your fate is in my hands now. I didn't expect that you would be pinned down by me one day. Fu Jingran laughed. Hachwan opened his eyes and gave Fu Jingran a look without a good mood. How much money did you take from my wife? Fu Jingran's smile stiffened on his face, and he was instantly a bit weak. 10,000. 100. 000. Well, 1 million. Deposit. Fu Jingran said with some panic. Sarukawa laughed coldly. Have you not been beaten for too long? Itchy skin? Fu Jingran hurriedly dodged aside. I'm telling you. I'm your lawyer. You'd better not make a move. Sarukawa snorted coldly. Hurry up and return the money to my wife or I'll skin you. Oh, you don't bully people like that. This case of yours is so difficult. You can't even give a little bit of hard-earned money. Besides, it's not your money. Fu Jingran said in disbelief. Sarukawa clenched his fists threateningly with obvious intent. Gee, I know, you're just going to threaten people. Okay, I'm here to tell you that you only need to admit that you killed a dozen or so. Don't admit the ones behind you. You hear me? Sarukawa nodded. Outside the courthouse, a myriad of journalists' newscasts gathered. Not only that, but there were countless people with homemade signs in their hands, and these people kept protesting in front of the courthouse with slogans on their lips. Sarukawa is not guilty. Sarukawa is not guilty. Surprisingly, all of these people are Sarukawa supporters. Goofy and Fu Jingran came down from the car, and immediately a group of reporters flocked up to interview the two. Ms. Gu, I heard that you and Sarukawa are friends, so is it that he's so cold-blooded in normal times, or has he always had some murderer's genes? Ms. Gu, may I ask, after Sarukawa killed someone, you as a police officer even paid to help him hire a lawyer? Do not mean that the police are also favoring this murderer? That? When Gu Fei heard these reporters' words, her anger rose. Calm down a bit. They are just provoking you so they can make news. Fu Jingran reminded. Gu Fei took a deep breath, a smile on her face. First of all, Sarukawa is not a murderer. He is a criminal investigation consultant for the city's Public Security Bureau and has solved many major cases during his tenure. This time he was only acting in self-defense, and saved more than 20 innocent girls. He cannot be defined as a criminal. Also, I didn't hire a lawyer for Sarukawa in my capacity as a police officer. I've resigned and am not a police officer now. And I don't represent anyone but myself in what I do. I hired a lawyer in my capacity as Sarukawa's family. In conclusion, in this case of Sarukawa, I believe that the truth will be on our side, and that the law will not wrong any good person. That's all. Thank you. Gu Fei nodded with a light smile and pushed through the reporters with Fu Jingran toward the inside of the court. Inside the stately courthouse, Gu Fei once again met Hachwan, who was dressed in prison clothes and shackles. Holding back tears, he gave Sarukawa a big smile. The two smiled at each other, and a war without smoke began to be fought. Sarukawa looked to the audience seats and also saw that many familiar friends were among them. Bang, quiet. The presiding judge in his seat spoke up. Haicheng City, Huilong Mountain mass murder case. Court is now in session. Bailiff, bring the defendant to court. Sarukawa was brought to his seat. This case, which is being followed extremely closely by the whole country, and even other countries, is being broadcast live for the first time. Defendant, you have the right to choose to cover your face, the presiding judge said. Doesn't matter. Sarukawa spoke coldly. I declare that the first trial of the Haicheng City, Huilongshan mass murder case will now begin. Snap, the legal hammer falls and the trial begins. Defendant Sarukawa, born in 2003, on April 29, 2024, received a mission to enter Huilong Mountain, and on March 30, killed an entire village of 80 men up and down the village. Defendant, this court, will characterize this as a crime of intentional homicide. Do you admit to it? The presiding judge asked. Hachwan didn't say anything and looked at Fu Jingran. Fu Jingran stood up. Presiding judge, our side admits to killing, but not to killing everyone. Fu Jingran held up the watch in his hand. According to the information gathered, Sarukawa was only about an hour and a half from the point in time when he killed the first person to the point in time when the police finally sought Sarukawa. May I ask, is a normal person really capable of murdering an entire group of 80 young men in an hour and a half? A few of the trial staff were silent for a bit. Yeah, killed over 80 in an hour and a half. Indeed, for normal people it is simply not possible. And what is this about the defendant admitting to killing people? The presiding judge asked. Fu Jingran nodded. It is now up to our defense to state the facts. Fu Jingran looked at Hachwan and signaled for him to speak. Sarukawa cleared his throat. I killed them. The ones that died inside the shrine and the ones that died outside the shrine at the very beginning were killed by me. The crowd didn't expect Sarukawa to simply admit it for a moment. Sarukawa shook his head. In the beginning, I didn't want to kill anyone. I didn't want to do it at all. They drugged us and they'd been in the trafficking business. I had members of our team the day before, and when Zhao had gone out to mobilize the police force while Gu Fei and I stayed in the village to investigate the evidence. I'd been stalling for 3 days after Gu Feiyan was drugged, and they wouldn't move us in those 3 days, but they changed their minds in just one afternoon. At night, they came in a few drunken men and tried to move the imprisoned girls. Gu Feiyan couldn't watch and stepped in to stop them, but it caught their attention, because as you can see, Gu Feiyan is very beautiful, so that caused them to be mischievous. Hachwan sat here smiling and looked at Gu Feiyan. Seemed to be very proud of how his girlfriend looked so good. Gu Feiyan's face reddened slightly when she heard this. This was a live broadcast. What's the point of talking about this? There's no need. They came up and tried to make a move on Gu Feiyan, so I didn't control my emotions and wrestled with them, and accidentally got them killed. Sarukawa said lightly. By accident? It was as if the Inquisitor couldn't believe what he was hearing. Have you practiced martial arts? Or perhaps you have served in the military? The presiding judge asked suspiciously. Sarukawa shook his head. No, but as you know, Inquisitor, human potential is limitless. Should I watch as my most important person is about to be harmed? I merely went a little overboard. Sarukawa, a rhetorical question to the presiding judge, asked. This is who in the end is judging who? Gu Feiyan didn't really hear what was said, but she was just still stuck on Hachwan's sentence about important people. Is he or she an important person? Is this, Sarukawa, a confession? Gu Feiyan blushed red and couldn't help but bury her head. But she was caught by the live broadcast, and the number of viewers of this live broadcast has come to more than 50 million. Sort of completely famous. The presiding judge was a bit embarrassed. That being said, no one has proved that you didn't kill the others either. I can prove it. Fu Jingran suddenly stood up. Presiding judge, here is a statement shared by 13 of the women who were imprisoned. They only saw Sarukawa kill a dozen or so people, and as for the others, they didn't see them. I request to bring our key witness, Fu Jingran said. The presiding judge nodded. Let the witness come in. The door opened and Li Fish walked in with his head down, but it was coded on the live stream upon request. My name is Li. I am one of the imprisoned women, and I have come on their behalf to testify on behalf of Sarukawa, that Sarukawa did indeed kill only a dozen or so people, and did not murder anyone else. Li Fish said word for word. The presiding judge frowned and kept looking at the case report. Fu Jingran smiled. It was time for the case to end. Call our other witness, Fu Jingran said as the door opened and Zhang Yan walked in from outside. My name is Zhang Yan. I'm the police chief of Haicheng City and the leader of this eradication mission. This group of criminal organizations that trafficked women were indeed eradicated by our bureau's special police. Gu Fei instantly froze, looking at Zhang Yan with some shock. When she looked back behind her at Xiao Zhao and the others, she found them smiling at her. Zhang Yan took a deep breath. His forehead was covered in sweat. These bandits all have marks of bullet strikes on their bodies. All of them were done by our SWAT team. It has nothing to do with Sarukawa, Zhang Yan said through clenched teeth. The presiding judge and the trial judge look at me and I look at you, both confused. The above is all the evidence and confessions from our side. In summary, Sarukawa's actions at that time constituted self-defense and emergency evacuation. Although he doesn't have the power to enforce the law, he is also a public official. He has the same power. We're done here. Thank you. Fu Jingran bowed and sat down waiting for the word to be given. The presiding judge scratched his head and hit the hammer. 15 minutes recess. The presiding judge was just about to walk out when the call came in. After seeing the message on his cell phone, the presiding judge sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately went out to answer it. Gu Feiyan was tense inside. It was about the future of Hachwan, and at the same time in the presence of so many people from all over the world, it was still clear what exactly would happen. Gu Fei was nervous, as if it was herself who was sitting there being sentenced. At this moment, the two seemed to have a heart-to-heart and looked at each other. Sarukawa always had a smile on his face and didn't seem to be worried about his conviction. But Gu Feinian was worried, but she didn't dare to show it, and could only give a big smile to Hechuan to give him confidence. Fu Jingran sat on the side looking at the two. Especially Sarukawa's look felt a wave of goosebumps. Holding court that? What for? Can you put away your worthless look? Fu Jingran was a bit disgusted. Oh, you're just jealous of me, Sarukawa retorted. Fu Jingran shook his head some speechless. Hey, really hey, did not think it is actually your first to find a girlfriend. This is too unfair it. We are an orphanage out. Why you first find, also found us so beautiful. Suddenly Fu Jingran realized something was wrong. Crap. Stunned baby. I suddenly remembered that Gu Fian is a cop. Haha. What are you up to? You're not afraid that when you wake up the next day, you'll be handcuffed? Fu Jingran was a little shocked. Sarukawa scat his mouth a bit irritated. You think Gu Fei would treat me like this? Fu Jingran looked at Gu Feinian and realized that she was still there smiling at Hechuan with a silly look. That's true too. But did you drug this girl? How else would she be dead to you? She's done a lot for you this time. Sarukawa proudly shook his head with a beat-up look on gentle, handsome, considerate and kind. Why can't she die for me? Vomit vomit. I'm going to throw up. Silence, the bailiff said. The presiding judge, who had finished his phone call, walked back with a serious face. The case against the defendant, Hechen Hui Longshan mass murder, is now being sentenced, the presiding judge said. Fu Jingran froze. What the hell? How come the sentence was pronounced so soon? The crowd was taken aback by the situation. How could it be so quick? Was the execution immediate? All rise. At the command, the crowd stood up. Gu Fian's breath was short and her palms were sweaty, and she was even so nervous that she was trembling. She was afraid to listen to it. After the panel's discussion and sentencing, the defendant Sarukawa, who killed 80 people in Huilongshan, of which he admitted to killing 11, is defined as justifiable defense, harming another person and under aggravating circumstances, defined as manslaughter, sentenced to 1 year in prison. But Sarukawa, as a police recruit, fought bravely against the criminals and successfully rescued more than 20 hostages. It fully demonstrates the bravery of our police. They are not afraid to sacrifice their lives to protect the citizens. The Supreme People's Court honors and commends them. Final verdict. Defendant Sarukawa, 1 year in prison. Suspended for 1 year and 4 months. May not serve as a criminal investigation counselor. The verdict is as follows. Does the defendant agree to file an appeal? Sarukawa nodded. Agreed. Bang, the legal hammer falls and the case is completed. Gu Fei was a bit confused, her ears roaring. It was impossible to hear any sound. But then he saw the crowd behind him applauding and jumping, all with smiles on their faces. In the next second, Xiao Zhao and the others rushed over to hold her in their arms. Sister Fei, it's okay, Sarukawa is fine, ha 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 ha. Only then did Gu Fei late vaguely hear it clearly. The excitement inside had made her unable to say a word, and she could only smile and moisten her eyes. Gu Fei sobbed and wiped her tears. All these days of being on edge, the countless fears and dreads of the late night, vanished in this moment. The strength that had been forcibly disguised completely collapsed at this moment. Gu Feinian couldn't help but cry out in pain. But the tears were tinged with happiness. Unspeakable happiness. Unspeakable happiness. Gu Feiyan wiped her tears and broke into a smile and looked at Hechuan. Hechuan's eyes were equally moist and hot. And he knew that Gu Feiyan had done a lot. A lot for him these days. At this moment, Sarukawa's heart is also completely filled with this girl. Without the slightest gap. The crisis. See true love. The experience of these days is undoubtedly the best confession. There is no need to state that two hearts know each other. Gu Feiyan wiped her tears to stop crying, and a bright smile blossomed on her beautiful face as she extended her hand to Hechuan. Sarukawa, let's go home. In the detention center, Gu Fei and Hechuan met face to face and smiled without saying a word. Gu Feiyan took out the key and removed the handcuffs from Sarukawa's hands. Congratulations, Mr. Sarukawa. You've been cleared of suspicion. Hechuan smiled and nodded. Thanks for everything Miss Gu Feinian has done for me. There's nothing to give you. Why don't I just give my body to you? Gu Feiyan didn't say anything, just gently took Hechuan's hand, and the two of them walked outside together. Outside the detention center, Hiyun waits quietly with Xiao Zhao and the others holding flowers. Seeing the two come out, immediately greeted them. Sarukawa, it's too good, it's okay. Several people surged forward to stuff Sarukawa with flowers. Sarukawa bowed towards the crowd. Thank you all. And Bureau Bell. Gu Feinian turned her attention to Bureau Zhong and bowed as well. I'm sorry Bureau Zhong. Zhong Yan snorted coldly. Me, not pedantic. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It caused an instant burst of laughter. Okay, celebrate that Sarukawa is okay. Tonight, shabu shabu, let's go everyone. Gu Feiyan laughed. A cheer went up from the crowd. Just as Sarukawa wanted to get in his car and leave, a familiar figure was seen at the corner. Huchuan froze patted Gu Fian and walked over. Fu Jingran laughed lightly as he watched Huchuan take a step forward. What, not going to stay? Sarukawa asked. Fu Jingran shook his head no. Seeing you so happy and joyful now, I'm relieved. It's a good girl. Cherish it. Huchuan patted Fu Jingran's shoulder of course. With you, barrister, where to next? Fu Jingran cut out this lawyer is very busy. Next, the United States, big queso. Sarukawa nodded I'll see you later. Fu Jingran faced serious down Huchuan. Cherish the present day. Do not go back. Must hide the identity. Otherwise, it will bring danger to the people around you. Fu Jingran finished this sentence put on a hat and raised an eyebrow I'll see you later. A car flashed by and Fu Jingran disappeared in place. Huchuan sighed and turned his head to look at Gu Fian who was waving at him of course. The life now. No one can take it away. Evening hours. There was a clamor. The crowd sang and danced and frolicked. The gloom was swept away and there was only harmony and joy. Say something. Sarukawa say something. Little Call coaxed. Yeah, say something. The crowd was in an uproar. Huchuan was helpless. It seemed that they were all high on wine. Huchuan stood up with his wineglass and looked at Gu Fei. Non-evening. Thank you. Ha, after holding back for half a day, this is all you can come up with? Xiao Zhao was a bit upset. It's too perfunctory. Sarukawa spread his hands so what's it going to be? Xiao Zhao heatedly smiled. Talk is better than action. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Little Call led the charge. And instantly the crowd looked at the two with excited faces. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Gu Fei's face swished red and she squirmed. Not daring to look at Huchuan. Sarukawa froze slightly. His brow furrowed in a bit of a struggle. Forget it. Sarukawa muttered. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. And Gu Fei also froze. The emotions in her heart instantly dripping down. Right. You guys don't talk nonsense. It's not like Sarukawa and I are a couple. Don't make a fuss. Gu Fian forced a smile. The crowd brought the topic over with an awkward chuckle. The next is still the same atmosphere. Only, Gu Fian seems to have disappeared. Huchuan searched for half a day before he saw Gu Fei on the balcony. Huchuan quietly walked over, only to find Gu Fian secretly wiping her tears. You're crying? Sarukawa asked. Gu Fei was startled. I didn't. The wind is too strong. Huchuan smiled and didn't say anything. Just stood side by side with Gu Fian admiring the sky full of stars. Both of them fell silent. I had a reason. Sarukawa said suddenly. Gu Fian pursed her lips in silence. Sarukawa scratched his head a bit flustered. Do you want to hear my story? Sarukawa asked suddenly. Gu Fei's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded. I want to know. I want to know about your past. Sarukawa nodded. And the memories came back. I don't have parents. My parents left me at the door of an orphanage when I was born. It was the old dean who picked me up and raised me until I was 4 years old and I was taken back by my foster parents. A hint of hatred flashed in Sarukawa's eyes as he spoke. When they took me back, I was so happy I thought I had a mom and dad too. But they took me back so I could ship drugs. Sarukawa said softly, as if stating a small, insignificant matter. Gu Fei, however, was shocked. Sarukawa nodded. They are drug dealers. They adopt children to transport drugs. They cut my stomach open and put drugs inside to transport them. Then it was cut open and taken out again, and it just kept repeating that until I was 5. Then they found new people to carry the drugs, and I was useless. So they tested me on the new drugs they were researching, and I was the first to be allowed to try them. God has eyes. I didn't die. Then they will. Sarukawa smiled. The hatred in his eyes deepened. On one night they brought back another little girl, very small and sweet, and the girl took my hand and said, Brother, the scar on your stomach must hurt. Ha! Sarukawa sighed. I couldn't stand to see that little girl get hurt. So one night, after they were asleep, I set them on fire. Then I took the little girl back to the orphanage. But it had been torn down a long time ago. There was no one there. It seemed as if it was still being raised. And the old director was dead. There was no place to go. So I took my little girl to sleep in a bridge hole. And in the middle of the night my addiction got the best of me. And the pain was so bad that when I looked at the water underneath the bridge, I even tried to drown myself. Just as I was jumping, I ran into someone who changed my life. He was my master and picked me and the little girl back up, locked me in a dark room and say you can't quit drugs, you'll die in there. Sarukawa said studiously, but with a smile in his eyes. Gu Fei's heart throbbed, unable to believe what she was hearing. Then I made it. After I quit and recovered, he taught me everything. French, Japanese, English, including some professions, and firearms, martial arts, boxing, sword fighting. Learned so much that I don't even know what I don't know. And he was very strict every day, very strict, often beating the skin off my back. But I'm so grateful to him. He gave me new life. Until I was 15, and then I knew what he was making me learn all this for. Surukawa laughed bitterly. So, he taught me all this, but he actually wanted me to be an assassin, can you believe it? What's even more ridiculous is that I investigated him later and found out that he was the real boss of my foster parents. That means it was a scam from the beginning. That little girl is his daughter? He said he did it to raise me to be a real dog. A loyal dog. A dog that only follows his orders. Surukawa looked a bit maniacal, and he thought to himself that the whole thing was so ridiculous. And so, I ran away from him at 16, and have traveled to so many places and met so many people, but most of them were people who were full of malice towards me. I wanted to start a new life for myself, but when I went to a place I was hunted down, so I just kept running away for a long time. During the time I was on the run, I also managed to find my real parents. I thought they had a hard time, but they just said that my eyes were a ghostly blue color, and they said that I was a monster, and that they didn't have a hard time, and that they just didn't want me to. So I've also seen so much malice that it's caused me to not be able to tell what's real and what's not, and I had thought I wasn't destined to have good. But I met you. Huchuan turned his eyes toward Gu Fei, and Gu Fei Nian had long since burst into tears. Fei Nian, you know what? You are very stupid. Why do you not care to help a stranger when you meet him? This led me to want to selfishly hold on to this tenderness the first time I saw you, only to unknowingly drag you into the abyss. This is the reason why I have always wanted to leave. Born in the dark dirty sludge, I really deserve you? Surukawa lowered his head and bitterly smiled as he uttered these words. However, it pierced Gu Fei's heart fiercely. Gu Feiyan stared at the slightly youthful-faced teenager in front of her, who was clearly only the same age as her, but had seen countless ugliness in the world. How on earth did he carry through all those years of betrayal and hurt and humiliation, all imposed on him alone? This kind of experience of Huchuan would make people feel fearful, but Gu Feiyan was only filled with heartache. Gu Fei gently hugged Huchuan, head buried in his chest. The two just gently embraced each other. Huchuan, do you know what I like about you? Gu Fei said softly. When you first came here, you were wary of us, but when I was in danger, you were able to come to my rescue, and you were also able to put yourself in harm's way in order to solve the case sooner. So I understand that even though you've seen so much evil, it still hasn't affected your heart. It's still so good. Those things weren't your fault. Even though you were born in the muck, you're still the spotless lotus in my heart. Let's leave the past in the past, okay? Surukawa, I love you. I love you. So, I very much want to join hands with you down the road in our new life. I don't care about anything. I only care about you. Are you willing to do that? Gu Fei looked at Huchuan with blinking anticipation. Surukawa's face was flat and unruffled, but inside he had been shaken. Gu Feiyan's deep confession completely defeated him. No name, before this matter, can I ask you a question? It's that you said Kei killed your teacher. What's going on here? Gu Feiyan froze slightly, her mind sinking down at that time. My teacher and I received a commission from the Japanese side to investigate a case, but on the third day, my teacher received a death notice from Kei. That was the same night that Kei broke into my room, and after he fled, I rushed to my teacher's room. But my teacher had long been dead in the room. Surukawa narrowed his eyes. He was a little unsure if he had moved when he did go in for the kill. So what does Kei's death notice look like? Surukawa asked. Gu Feiyan carefully recalled it was a black card that said time to take a life. Surukawa frowned tightly. In that case then Surukawa was sure it wasn't him who killed him, because his death notice was a playing card. It says death notice on it, and he would only send gray little kings to the people he killed. This means that someone has set him up. But Huchuan was also relieved that he had no hatred with Gu Feiyan. It was a misunderstanding, and he could finally walk into the middle of Gu Feiyan's world without any worries. Gu Feiyan didn't know why Huchuan asked this. Why do you ask? Have you seen Kei? Surukawa shook his head. In the world, there are no more than 3 people who know Kei's true colors. Gu Feiyan nodded without questioning. She wouldn't compare Huchuan to that criminal. So, Huchuan, what is your decision? Gu Feiyan glimmered a shimmering light from the corner of her eyes, looking at Huchuan with anticipation. Huchuan smiled, reaching out to gently brush Gu Fei's windblown hair. There is a gentle smile in her eyes. Miss Gu, please, teach me more in the future. Gu Fei instantly froze slightly. Then great joy rushed into her heart. It was overwhelming. Huchuan, Gu Fei laughed as she threw her arms around Huchuan's neck and bounced up. She was so happy. After opening their hearts to each other, they formalized their relationship and have been together ever since. Non-evening? Well, don't get too excited, Surukawa said halfway through his sentence. Gu Feiyan blushed and stood on her tiptoes, and the two lips suddenly pressed together. Gu Fei closed her eyes and tried hard and clumsily to deepen the kiss. Huchuan froze in place, confused by this sudden attack, and when he reacted, he hugged Gu Feiyan tightly, feeling the warmth and softness on his lips as well as the lips with a hint of sweetness. Bright starlight, gentle moonlight is like a thin veil sprinkled on the two. The soft sun's light wind is also pushing for the two. At this moment in time, the feelings that have been suppressed inside for a long time are completely released. Click, click. Just as the two were indulging in a kiss, there was a discordant sound from the doorway. Goofy and opened her eyes and immediately blushed explosively, hurriedly patting Hachwan to signal to shut up. Sarukawa froze and released his lips. A quick turn of the head reveals, however, a few people with cell phones who are clicking a few at the doorway. Woohoo! Good I said what happened just now, so the two of them were secretly kissing here. Little Call said excitedly. Sarukawa's old face flushed with embarrassment. Delete it. I just don't. Callie leaned back and heckled, giggling at the picture on her cell phone. Goofy's late red face wiped her lips, slightly swollen, gently took Hachwan's hand and laughed. Guys, I'm with Sarukawa. What are you talking about? Little Call was a little puzzled. Have you not been together before? Song Zae was even more puzzled, and the crowd was puzzled. They seemed to have misunderstood something. Don't shoot blindly, just delete it, Sarukawa said helplessly. Jiashao heatedly smiled and shook his head. I don't want it. You know, you two are on fire. The two froze. What do you mean it's on fire? Callie tapped on her cell phone and put a picture up for the two to see. The images of the two men in the courtroom, looking at each other. See, what you two did in court, and the things you two did before have all been raked over the coals. Now, countless people are knocking you too. You're famous. They think you're too much in love. Xiao Zhao took his cell phone and tapped into a super talk. See, both of you have a super talk, and there are already countless fans who like you. Xiao Zhao found something else. Look, these are Sarukawa's fans. They see you as an idol, even gave you a name, the Light of Hope. Shocked, Sarukawa brought over his cell phone and looked at the message on it. The two were completely dumbfounded. Are these people idol? Xiao Zhao heatedly smiled. I'm going to send this picture of you guys out and it's going to cause an absolute explosion. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! The two men spoke in unison, simultaneously rushing over to hold Call against the wall. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was wrong. I don't dare. Xiao Zhao begged for mercy in a hurry. Zhong Yan came over. Okay, stop it. Sarukawa, what are your plans for the future? Sarukawa shook his head. I don't know yet. Zhong Yan looked at Gu Fei again. Come back. What you said before. Pretend you never said it. Gu Fei laid embarrassed smile quietly hid behind Sarukawa. That, with Sarukawa's ability, not to solve the case is too bad. So I plan to open a firm with Sarukawa. Firm? Sarukawa also froze. Gu Fei nodded. Aha, this way, with your current popularity, there will definitely be a lot of people coming to you for help. Sarukawa thought about it carefully, and it seemed as if that was the case. Zhong Yan sighed. Sarukawa, do you know why you escaped this time? Sarukawa shook his head. He was also a bit surprised. Remember that day when the judge went out to answer the phone? Zhong Yan said, someone from the top is protecting you, personally naming you for release. Sarukawa frowned at once. He didn't know anyone from the so-called top. Why would he want to protect himself? Sarukawa couldn't figure it out and didn't want to know. Alright, that's all said and done. Whatever you guys want. But Sarukawa, I seriously advise you, no matter how good you are, remember, no illegal things for a year and 4 months. Zhong Yan left with a command. Xiao Zhao and the others also left one after another. The house was instantly quiet and the hustle and bustle passed. The two of them were also a little sleepy, so they hurriedly shuffled off to bed. Just as Hachwan finished his bath and lay on the bed, the door was suddenly opened from outside, and Gu Fei came in with a sarcastic smile, holding a pillow. Sleeping together? Hachwan hissed. Ms. Gu, may I ask how horny you are? We've only just fallen in love and you're... Oops, no. Gu Feiyan blushed a bit. I have something to discuss with you, Gu Feiyan said while closing the door. Shamelessly climbed into bed and put the pillow down to lie beside Hachwan. Smiling, he tucked in a set of moves that flowed together and seemed to have been rehearsed for a long time. Sarukawa sighed helplessly, propping up his head. Say, what do you want again? Gu Feiyan hemmed and hawed, but Hachwan could hear that there was some hint of weakness in this laughter. That is, not hired that lawyer before? He is the best lawyer in the world, Gu Fei late said. And then that? Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. I definitely couldn't hire them, so I asked my dad to do me a favor. But of course, he had the condition that he wanted me to go back to socializing. The more Gu Feiyan spoke, the smaller her voice became and the more vain she became. Sarukawa sat up in misery, unable to believe what he was hearing. Socializing? It's supposed to be a blind date. An angry look surfaced on Sarukawa's face as he crossed his legs. Ms. Gu, you're great. You just confirmed your relationship with me today, and then you're going on a blind date in the next minute? Gu Feiyan immediately panicked and hurriedly hugged Hachwan and pampered him. It's not like this. You know, I only like you. Don't come. Huchuan pushed Gu Feiyan away. Then what do you mean? Gu Feiyan pouted with a somewhat aggrieved look. My old man has a problem with his brain. And I'm the only child in the family, so he wants to get me married quickly. But, I swear, never talk to any guy at the party. I'll just deal with it and come right back. Gu Fei raised her finger and swore up seriously, then immediately hugged Huchuan's arm and pampered him. Tsurukawa, after all, Dad did help us. We can't go back on our word. I promise. To the banquet. Only eat and go. Huchuan was so adored by Gu Feiyan that he snorted and laughed out. Okay, am I that cheap? Just go. But can I go? Tsurukawa wondered. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Really? You want to go? That's great. Let's go see Dad together then. Tsurukawa smiled and shook his head. Forget it. It's still too soon. Let's talk about it later. In that case, go and come back quickly. Gu Feiyan skimmed her mouth. Fine. Tsurukawa snapped off the light. Go to sleep. It's getting late. Gu Feiyan heatedly smiled honestly and lay down like an octopus and hugged Huchuan tightly. The next morning Gu Feiyan got up early and cleaned herself up. It's just that makeup is a little different than it used to be. What are you wearing? Huchuan couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Gu Feiyan all dressed up. This is also too earthy. Gu Feiyan scared her mouth. What do you know? Dressing earthier can naturally avoid unnecessary trouble. Huchuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Feiyan had gone to great lengths to keep others from looking at her. Stop it. Banquet. Hey, at least wear a dress. You're like this. Your father will not be angry when he sees it. Tsurukawa couldn't help but flirt. Hey, what's wrong with you people? Other people are afraid of being hit on by others when their girlfriends are dressed nicely. Why are you still different? Gu Feiyan was a bit upset. Huchuan laughed and pushed Gu Feiyan back into the room. Stop it. You're so pretty. Even if you wear dirt there will still be people who will look at you. Moreover, those big gentlemen, they like ordinary girls like you. The domineering president article is not all written like this. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Tsurukawa learning the tone of a bully kind of thing. On second thought, Gu Feiyan seemed to be right. Well then, who made this girl so naturally beautiful? No way. Gu Feiyan proudly ran back to her room and changed into a simple but very complimentary to her temperament dress. Okay, I'm off. You can play at home by yourself. Bye. Gu Feiyan shouted and left with her bag on her back. I waved Tsurukawa as he lay on the couch. Outside the entrance to the neighborhood, there was no one around but a Rolls-Royce with 5 ones parked there. Next to the car an upright young man stood waiting quietly. Seeing Gu Feiyan walk out from inside, she immediately greeted him. Miss, Grandmaster asked me to pick you up. Gu Feiyan nodded. It's you, Beidou. Let's go. The car traveled all the way until it arrived at the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Haicheng City, the Grand Court Hotel. Beidou pulled open the car door and invited Gu Fei down. Gu Feiyan took a deep breath and secretly set herself a goal. Go in and eat and leave. Pushing open the door, the splendid banquet hall is filled with high-level sons and daughters of Haicheng and even the whole country, all of them in suits and handsome. And there are many good-looking girls. Gu Feiyan couldn't help but cry. Beidou, don't introduce me to anyone. Do you hear me? Hokuto let out a light laugh. Everything is at Mrs. disposal. Gu Feiyan took a deep breath and walked inside the banquet hall, trying to make herself as invisible as possible to find a place to sit, not looking at anyone, not communicating with anyone. However, Beidou stood beside Gu Feiyan and coughed, followed by a loud shout. Miss, Grandmaster Gu said, let you make good friends with all of you. The loudness of the voice instantly attracted the attention of the entire field. Hiss. Gu Feiyan sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked toward Beidou. The latter, however, gave a look that was all at the behest of the basilisk. Grandpa Gu? Who is it? Who else could there be? How many Gu families are there in Haicheng? The crowd instantly murmured. In just an instant, Gu Feiyan seemed to have become the center of attention in the arena, with countless people coming over to talk and exchange ideas with her. Gu Feiyan could only smile bitterly and deal with them one by one. In her heart, she had already cursed Beidou's entire family. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you. A grumpy, stinky woman. Just then a nasty voice came on. On the face came a man with blonde hair and black suit. The man looked handsome but revealed an arrogant flavor. Surrounded by several women with exquisite makeup, Gu Fei frowned and couldn't help but tsk. Hua Xiao. Who is this person? He didn't even put on any makeup and came wearing such a shabby outfit. A flash of disdain flashed in the eyes of the woman known as Hua Xiao's sidekick. She? Just a person with a bad temper and ugly looks. Obviously her family has money, but she's a useless little cop. Hua Xiao laughs and teases. Gu Feiyan's face showed a touch of displeasure. Hua Guang, I don't want to talk to you today. Can you please go away? Hua Guang snorted coldly with an evil smile on his face. What? Am I wrong? Miss Gu, you've been like this since you were a child. Not a bit of the temperament of a great lady. What are you? What's it to you? Gu Feiyan couldn't help but say. I'll talk about you for your father. You're so stupid. Why don't you stay at home and go out all day to show your face? I'm ashamed of you. Hua Guang laughed, causing a burst of laughter sounds around him. But all around were also watching. Not a single person came up to persuade. After all, the Hua family was powerful and a character they couldn't afford to mess with. Gu Fian was a bit angry, but it was better to do more than less and hold herself back. Hua Guang scared even more when he saw that Gu Feiyan didn't speak. I heard that your father asked you to come and socialize? With your earthy appearance, who could look at you? Scram! Gu Feiyan snorted coldly. Beidou immediately blocked in front of Gu Fian. Young Master Hua, please respect yourself in a public place. Slap. A slap fiercely threw in the face of Beidou. When is it your turn to speak as an underling? Anger surfaced on Hua Guang's face. Gu Feiyan was instantly furious, pulling Beidou behind her. What are you doing? Hua Guang's eyes narrowed, his line of sight resting on Gu Fian's hand, pulling Beidou's hand. You're siding with him? Then do you believe I'll make it impossible for him to live in Haichang? Gu Fei closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She had already endured to the extreme. Stinky girl, you've accomplished nothing since you were a child. Your temper is still so bad. Hurry up and go back. Don't come out to disgrace yourself. Hawkright interjected. Yo, it's quite lively. Suddenly a voice came from the crowd. Gu Fian froze and followed the line of sight. And Huchuan, who was super handsome in a white suit, walked out with a smile. What happened? Sarukawa asked. Gu Feiyan was instantly a bit surprised. Huchuan. Huchuan waved his hand, came to Gu Fian's side and reached out to rub Gu Fian's head. No way. Still can't rest assured that you're here. Gu Fian immediately heard a burst of sweetness, immediately jumped into the arms of Huchuan. Uhu. He bullied me. Hua Guang was stunned. This is. Gu Fian stepped forward and took Huchuan's hand and said proudly. This is my boyfriend. Huchuan, sorry, I have someone else. No need for you to worry. Huchuan smiled and rubbed Gu Fian's hand. Yes, why did I hear some people say my little friend has a bad temper? But this is not right. Obviously both gentle and beautiful. How in someone's mouth? It changed the appearance of that? Gu Feiyan immediately aggrieved and beamed with a cute look. He's bullshitting. He's making up rumors about me. Hua Guang's eyes narrowed and his palms clenched into fists. A dangerous smell. Hands off, or I'll cut you up, Hua Guang said in a cold voice. Sarukawa froze and looked at Hua Guang with some incomprehension. Then Sarukawa's eyes lit up. He knew. A provocative smile appeared on Huchuan's face, followed by turning his head and bearing a kiss on Gu Fei's lips. Gu Fian's face turned red, and she immediately squirmed a bit and hid in Huchuan's arms. Stop it. There are so many people. Hua Guang clenched his teeth and his fists were trembling. Good. Gu Fian, you're good. Sarukawa, right? I know you. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want to fight? When Gu Fian heard this, she immediately tensed up and reminded in a low voice. Hequan, you're still on probation. You can't do anything. Hua Guang seemed to be suddenly thinking of something, as if his face suddenly turned a little pale, and he hastily avoided Huchuan's eyes. How can we fight casually with our kind of status? The surrounding crowd of onlookers felt a little amused. Come on. Aren't you just scared? What's the point of pretending? Another male in the crowd walked out. The boy looked younger at first glance, maybe 18 or 19, but with a hangdog look. Sarukawa dealt with 80 criminals on his own. Hua Guang, you're just afraid you won't have the life to walk out. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Yunyi, is that you? With an excited face, Gu Fei walked over and patted Yunyi's head. It's really you. You've grown so tall. Yunyi blushed. Sister Feiyan, I'm not a little kid anymore. Stop touching my head. Hua Guang snorted coldly. Gu Fei, if your father knew that you were with a murderer, what would he think? Take care of yourself. Hawkright just tried to walk away. Wait, Sarukawa stopped him. Hua Guang froze. What are you doing? Sarukawa ignored him, turning his head to look at Hokuto behind him. Your name is Hokuto, right? Go on. Slap him, Sarukawa said in a cold voice, but it gave the crowd a fright. The young master of the Hua family. Who dares to fight? Hokuto's face changed. This what this? When you come out, you're representing the Gu family. If he slaps your face, he's slapping the Gu family's face. Thanks to you being a bodyguard, you don't even understand this. Go, give him a slap, Huchuan said in a cold voice. Hokuto's eyes suddenly became firm. That makes sense. It was a big step forward. Hua Guang suddenly had some panic in his eyes. You, how dare you? Slap. A heavy slap on Hua Guang's face. This one was a whirlwind. 5 fingerprints straight up. Hua Guang immediately felt his face burning. You, Huchuan eyes with a hint of killing intent. You what? You so insult my girlfriend. Give you a slap. Cheap you. If I do. Ha. Hua Guang instantly winced but could only grit his teeth and flee. Go. Yunyi looked at Huchuan's eyes, all of a sudden took on starry eyes. Crouching. Bull. The farce came to an end down the line when Hogwarts laughed. Only. Sarukawa was surrounded. Countless people gathered next to Sarukawa, and most of them were elegantly dressed, bright and beautiful girls. One by one, surrounded Sarukawa to ask for autographs and photos. Because they both know about Sarukawa and are fans of him. Goofy and stood aside and looked at the surrounded Huchwan unhappy mouth. Obviously it's mine. Obviously still worried about me being accosted. But in the end, himself is more popular than even me. Uni smiled and came over. Brother-in-law is really extraordinary. Bullish. So awesome. Goofy and grunted. Sis, please something. It's really important. Uni spoke pleadingly. Ha, what is it? Goofy was a bit puzzled. Actually, my brother-in-law is my idol. I love him so much. I adore him so much. Can you give me some of his usual pictures? And autographs too. Preferably cool ones. Consider it as giving out fan benefits. Gu Feiyan's face turned red with anger as she listened. Yin Xiaobao, get out of here. Sarukawa struggled to get away from the frenzied fans and ran back to Fei Nian's side with a roll. It's horrible. Run away quickly. Can't take it anymore. Sarukawa panted. Gu Feiyan glared at Sarukawa for a moment, arrogantly twisting her head. What? Sarukawa was a little confused. You're so popular. Why are you running away? These are your female fans. How sad they would be if you left, Gu Fei said with a twisted face. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit amused. Why is there a sour smell in the air? I'm not jealous, Gu Fei suddenly shouted with her waist crossed, a face of defiance. Huchwan laughed and pulled Gu Feiyan over and held her down in his arms, still not admitting it. I haven't asked you yet. Who was that person just now? Gu Feiyan cut out. Hua Guang, the only son of the Hua family, has been a bitch since he was a kid. He's been a bitch since he was a kid. And he's still a bitch. Huchwan laughed as he pulled Gu Fei into the sofa and sat down. That man likes you. Who is it? Hua Guang? Gu Fei asked suspiciously. Sarukawa nodded. Yeah. You didn't see him blush to the ground when I kissed you just now. It seems that it's not a day or two since he liked you. No way. If he likes me, why is his mouth so bitchy? It's annoying. Gu Feiyan looked disgusted. That's what you don't understand, isn't it? Sarukawa said with a serious face. When a person clearly expresses that he hates you, looks at you everywhere, he's not satisfied with anything you do but often takes the initiative to approach you. It doesn't mean that he loathes you. It's just that he's extremely possessive, and uses these kinds of words to undermine your self-confidence and to elevate himself, so that you can recognize the difference between you and him invisibly. It's called PUA. PUA is called mind control. The purpose is to dismantle your self-confidence and devalue your values in order to achieve your goals. Huchwan seriously lectured Gu Feiyan up. This kind of person, usually strong, has a sense of self-superiority and is extremely affectionate towards you and tries to use this method to tie you firmly to his side. Over a long period of time, your self-confidence will be greatly diminished and you will become timid and cautious. Think about it. Did this Hua Guang use to disparage you while approaching you? Sarukawa asked. TSK. Hiss. So it seems to be. When I used to go to school with him in a school, he often chased after and scolded me. For a long time I thought that I really had a problem, so that I dare not communicate with other people. Is he sick? Gu Feiyan frowned tightly, feeling a chill of evil. How could there be such a disgusting person? Sarukawa waved his hand. That's right. It's the look. PUA will unknowingly make you feel inferior, not dare to communicate with others and lose self-confidence. So when you meet this kind of person in normal times, make sure to stay away from it. Oh. Huchwan smiled and rubbed Gu Fei's head. You are always the best, the gentlest. Don't listen to his nonsense. Gu Feiyan hemmed and hawed and jumped into Huchwan's arms. After a little more time, the two went home. It had been a few days, and the two had been busy preparing for the opening of the firm. Finally picked an address, a location across from the Haicheng City Police Station, a small two-story building. Sarukawa did not want to be here. Opened opposite the police station. This is not robbing business, but I didn't expect that this place was what Zhongyan was looking for. He's not afraid of stealing business at all. Crackle, crackle. The firecrackers went off for the grand opening of Fei Hot and Associates. Reporters were rampant throughout the neighborhood. After all, Sarukawa was now considered a celebrity, and they were all rushing for interviews. There are also a lot of police officers around who rush to advocate for the firm. This firm is backed by the police. Needless to say, it must have been an order from that so-called top. But, as grand as it is, business as well. Sarukawa lay on the couch and a raw pile of letters on his body. Gu Feiyan walked in from outside with a big bag, howling. What? What's wrong? Huchwan's speechless face grabbed a large handful of letters. Business and invitations, a whole lot. I am now the light of hope in Haicheng. And you, the Gu family's big lady's boyfriend. They can't wait to rush up to lick me. Annoyed to death, Gu Feiyan laughed. No case is good. It means there is no criminal law. Do not think so much. We opened this firm was not want to be so tired. You can concentrate on enjoying life. Gu Fei evening sat next to Huchwan. As for these invitations, all pushed it. Sarukawa lifelessly lying on the sofa. Hey, I finally know why the presiding judge in the court asked me to play the code or not. While the two were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock, mister. Crane, are you there? I'm the chief of the Westtown police station. I'd like to ask for your help. Hachuan and Gu Fei looked at each other. Hey, business, here we go. Gu Fei hurriedly ran to open the door, and at the door position stood a middle-aged man in a police uniform. The man's posture was lowered, and when he saw Tsurukawa he even reached out to greet him. Tsurukawa cautiously looked around the man and realized there was no one else not to sign a photo? Tsurukawa asked. The man froze, then shook his head no. I'm looking for your help on a case. Beautiful, honey, serve tea. Hachuan hurriedly invited the man in, and Gu Fei ran upside down to pour the tea. This is the firm's first business. Finally, a door opener. What's your name? Tsurukawa asked. Spare me your honor. My last name is Huang. My name is Huang Zhenghan. Tsurukawa nodded. Officer Huang. What kind of case? Was it difficult? Is the murderer known? Has the autopsy been done? Tsurukawa asked so many questions in his head that he confused Huang Zhenghan. TSK. You let Officer Huang speak first. Gu Fei walked over with the tea, and the two instantly looked at Huang Zhenghan with an expectant look. Huang Zhenghan coughed, a little embarrassed. He also did not expect these two to be so attached to the case. Here's the thing. This case is a suicide case. They froze. Suicide? What do you want from me? The crematorium? Tsurukawa wondered. No, that's not it. I mean, on the surface, it's a suicide. But we checked the victim's home and found a letter that says, if I die, it must not be suicide. Please help me find my murderer. Huang Zhenghan sank down and sighed. It's been many days, and so far we don't have a single clue. Tsurukawa frowned. You mean, you have investigated and autopsied. She did commit suicide? But that, because of this last letter, cannot be defined as suicide? Right. Huang Zhenghan nodded yes. A flower girl dying to leave her last words. We must investigate it. There is really no way to come to you to ask for help. Tsurukawa nodded and couldn't help but ponder. Interesting. I'll take it, but suddenly remembered something. This cost. Don't worry about this. We will bear all the expenses for the two of you to go to the West City. And if you find the murderer and solve the case, we are willing to give you $100,000. Hachuan's eyes immediately lit up. Hey, Director Huang is joking. We don't care about the money. Ha ha ha. Solving cases is my favorite. Happy cooperation. In this way, the non-Suru office succeeded in taking on its first commission. Shiqing District Police Station. Banners were hung with countless police officers lined up to welcome them. Gu Fei led Hachuan. Two people wearing a trench coat, eyes with sunglasses, a clear wind. The two people stride down from the car. Cool. Welcomed Tsurukawa Gu Fei into our bureau. A clap, a round of applause. Hey, no autographs, no pictures. Tsurukawa reached out to block it. Coroner, that, the autopsy report to me, and the suspects in the case, the victim's identity. Tsurukawa waved his hand. Not to be vain, after receiving money, we have to contribute. He went straight to work. An old man in a white coat smiled and came over and took a file and handed it to Tsurukawa. This is the autopsy report. Tsurukawa nodded. Wife, you go and find out what's going on with them. I'll go and check on the body. Okay, Gu Fei answered and went to find out the rest of the situation. Tsurukawa didn't waste any time going straight inside the morgue. A female corpse lay peacefully, her skin a pale white color. A teeny tiny wound at the neck artery had been cut open. The woman has an upper middle class appearance, a good figure and looks young. What's your name, old man? Tsurukawa asked, looking at the corpse. You can just call me Old You. I'm the forensic pathologist here and have been practicing for over 50 years. Old You said. Hachuan nodded. Elder You, tell me the details. Elder You nodded. This girl died inside the bathroom of the house. When we went there, she was lying next to the toilet, holding a fruit knife in her hand. Her neck was cut open, and there was blood all over the floor. Tsurukawa nodded and climbed down to follow the body from head to toe. Was the body dressed at the time of death? Tsurukawa asked. Wore it, and it's wearing a board, Yu Lao replied. Tsurukawa frowned and glanced at his neck with his hand. This wound is indeed shaped like a self-inflicted cut. No other trauma is apparent. Elder Yu nodded. Yeah, if it wasn't for that suicide note, it would definitely be defined as suicide. Tsurukawa narrowed his eyes, his vision lingering on the corpse for a long time before reaching out and squeezing some of its flesh. Not right. Oh. Although the body has no surface trauma, but there is bruising on the subcutaneous fat. The deceased was injured in life, as well as some scars on the arms. Self-inflicted injuries. You old man froze. Also cannot help but come up to see this. This is how to see it? Tsurukawa smiled. You can get your hands on it and pinch it. There's a big difference between the feel of normal uninjured flesh and injured flesh. Elder Yu suspiciously went up to his hand and squeezed it, and there was really something wrong. The wrist wound scar has been well for a long time. It is possible to be self-inflicted. This girl has no depression, ah? Tsurukawa asked. Elder Yu shook his head. No. In her house, There wasn't any medicine for depression found. It could be that she doesn't even know that she's depressed with this behavior. Sarukawa clapped his hands and took off his gloves. Well, the body fits the suicide marks, but there are still some doubts. The deceased wore makeup before death, carefully groomed and dressed herself up. Hiss. That is not to dress yourself up beautifully so that you can leave the world with dignity? Yu Lao said skeptically. Sarukawa smiled. If that's the case, then why pick the bathroom and the knife in the neck? In this way, the blood will soak her clothes. The death is very ugly. The deceased dress up is to want to leave in a beautiful way, will not be in the neck knife. If it is my words, we'll choose sleeping pills. Sarukawa lowered his head and pondered. There are too many doubts to define suicide. File a case. Sarukawa clapped his hands together and came outside. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had finished understanding the general situation. The deceased, Cui Hongye, female, 21 years old, lives in the construction district of Qingxi Road. Student, no occupation. Her family is relatively wealthy. The reporting party was her parents and said that the day before the deceased called her parents and had a normal conversation. That is, relations for parents. But her parents sensed something was wrong and came the next day to check if she was okay, not expecting to see such a crime scene. Gu Feiyan raised the case in her hand. There are 3 suspects: her boyfriend Zhang Feng, her best friend Yu Yusen, and her shared roommate, Bai Orange. Aha! Sarukawa nodded. Let's go to the crime scene. The two made their way here to the construction neighborhood. Follow their directions to a building. It's a nice neighborhood here. It seems like the deceased didn't seem to lack money, Sarukawa said while speaking. The two went upstairs together. Open the door. The home is neat and tidy. Nothing out of the ordinary just on the surface. But after opening the bathroom, a pungent smell of blood greeted him. Sarukawa frowned at the amount of dried blood on the ground. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Sarukawa smacked his lips as if he couldn't see what was going on. Sarukawa walked inside the house and opened the dead man's room by hand. It was a simple setup. A bed, a table, and a closet. Nothing else. The two checked briefly for a while and found nothing. Just as Gu Feiyan was about to leave, Huchuan suddenly asked, "Wife, how much do you girls usually keep in cosmetics?" Gu Feiyan froze and thought carefully. I usually don't wear makeup, but it shouldn't be a lot. As soon as Sarukawa pulled open the drawer of that table, it was full of cosmetics. Gu Feiyan instantly frowned. So much? Why? Why else this girl? Not confident in her looks, so she wants to change it externally. Sarukawa pulled open the inside of the closet again, all of which were more sexy and pretty clothes that were very fashionable. Gu Feiyan thought carefully, but why would such a delicate and relatively affluent girl suddenly not be able to think of committing suicide? It's very strange. Sarukawa nodded. As well, it is strange. Maybe there is something else inside that we don't know about. Sarukawa stood up and clapped his hands. Let's go. There aren't many clues for now. Go talk to the suspects. The two left the room and went straight inside the police station. As requested, Bureau Huang had already invited all of the several suspects over, and they were currently in the interrogation room. The two men walked in expressionless. Hello everyone, my name is Sarukawa. Sarukawa didn't look at a few people and sat himself down to check the information in his hand. All three looked a little nervous, one rubbing his hands and averting his eyes, all signs of weakness. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes. Have you heard of my name? Sarukawa asked. The three nodded. I've heard about it. Sarukawa smiled. Then it's simple. In that case, I hope you can answer truthfully. Don't waste time, okay? Sarukawa smiled, a harmless smile, but it made the three men's hearts tremble. First, Zhang Feng, when was the last time you met with the deceased? Sarukawa asked. Zhang Feng gulped and shook his head. Actually, Hong Yi and I have already broken up. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes. When was the split? Was it the last time you saw each other? Is there an alibi for the time of the crime? Zhang Feng shook his head. We broke up 4 days ago and then we haven't seen each other since. Zhang Feng slowly said. Sarukawa, however, was a bit skeptical as Zhang Feng deflected the question and didn't say anything about an alibi. So, did Cui Hongye have depression or anything like that? Did she go through some treatment? Sarukawa continued to ask. A flash of surprise appeared on Zhang Feng's face. This shouldn't be there. At least she was quite normal when she was with me. Sarukawa nodded. Next, I am called Uuxin. Cui Hongye died the day she passed the phone with me. Anyway, in his tone, there are some abnormalities, but I did not pay too much attention to it. Sarukawa frowned. These people spoke. There was nothing broken. It seemed as if they really had nothing to do with them. Next, Sarukawa said, my name is White Orange. I'm Cui Hongye's shared roommate and her best friend. Ever since she broke up she's been a little out of sorts, hiding in her room all day and not coming out. I never saw her. And then, the day she killed herself, I happened to be out on a date with my boyfriend and didn't come back. White Orange said with his head down. Sarukawa sked, feeling a little annoyed. Okay, I get it. Bang, Sarukawa closed the file and turned his head and walked out. Gu Fei smiled at the three and hurried out. Sarukawa, what's wrong? Gu Feinian saw Hechuan's mood and hurriedly coaxed. Why, there is something really wrong with the case. It's very wrong. But there's no evidence at all. It's as if it really is a suicide, Sarukawa said in annoyance. Gu Feiyan took Hechuan's hand and sat him down to calm him down. Okay, don't be like this. Maybe it's really suicide that. It can't be. It can't be suicide. It doesn't make sense. I always feel as if I'm missing something, Sarukawa said while closing his eyes with a headache. This case doesn't have a clue. All the clues point to the fact that Cui Hongye is a suicide. Witnesses. Physical evidence. None of it. Just the note she left before she died. Wait a minute. A note? Sarukawa's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately ran to the archive room. Bang. Sarukawa pushed the door open with one hand. Evidence. Quick, give me the note from Cui Hongye before she died. Sarukawa was a bit anxious and scared the policeman into scrambling to find the note. Sarukawa couldn't wait to open it. If I die, it must not be suicide. Please help me find my murderer. Sarukawa read the note carefully. Gu Feiyan hurriedly chased after her. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the note? Sarukawa slowly raised his face with a frown. Cui Hongye is suicide, Sarukawa said firmly. Ha, but this note. Gu Fei looked at the note and asked. Sarukawa smiled and walked quickly outside. There are many ways to kill someone. If someone had killed Cui Hongye, she wouldn't have had time to write this suicide note. This suicide note handwriting is hers. It means she knew she was going to die, and left this suicide note, and then killed herself. The reason she wrote that, it's because someone did something to her. She wanted to use her own death to tell that person off. Gu Fei frowned. But why don't you just write the name? Sarukawa smiled because she has feelings for that person. Inside she still can't bear to see that go to jail, but she does hate it. So she uses this ambiguous writing style. Sarukawa solved 3 suspects. None of them are murderers. Or all of them are. Hechuan looked at Gu Feiyan. That means that no one did anything. And Cui Hongye committed suicide. But someone of the 3 suspects did something to her that made her love and hate her. Zhang Feng, he's the most suspicious. Investigate all his transfer records. And his chat records with Cui Hongye. Sarukawa clapped his hands. Since Cui Hongye did this, must have left some evidence. We haven't found it yet. Go find it. When Sarukawa was just about to leave, Bai Orange suddenly walked over quietly. Officer Crane, there's one more thing I want to say. Sarukawa was a bit surprised that there was an initiative to come and say that. I'm not a police officer. Feel free to say whatever you want. Bai Orange gulped and looked around cautiously. Cui Hongye is very unconfident about her looks. I've often said that she's pretty now, but she always looks bereft herself. Sarukawa nodded. Is she in love with her boyfriend? If they were in love, why did they break up? White Orange nodded. That's what I'm going to say next. She loves her boyfriend very much, almost to the point where it's hard to stop. But it was her boyfriend who unilaterally brought up the breakup. That's all I know. Bai Orange finished speaking, but his eyes stayed on Sarukawa's face. Sarukawa looked down carefully and thought. It was odd, oh so strange. Mr. Crane, can I take a picture with you? White Orange asked quietly. Ka chow. After the photo was taken, Sarukawa revealed a sunny smile. Miss White Orange, please don't leave the west side. I'll come to you if something happens. White Orange blushed, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Sarukawa was kinda proud of himself. He's pretty charismatic. Turning around, he saw a back that revealed a murderous aura. Hechuan immediately shivered. Gu Feiyan is a superpower. Well, why every time this situation can be caught? She was the one who wanted to take a picture with me. I wouldn't have wanted to. You're the only one in my heart, Sarukawa said righteously. Ha, is it? I see you quite enjoy it. Gu Feiyan sneered twice and turned to leave. It's over. It's over. Sarukawa spread his hands out. Mr. Crane, how's it going? How's the investigation going? Huang Zhenghan came over with a smile. Good my ass. It's not good to see you, Sarukawa wailed. Straight away. What? Huang Zhenghan was confused. Then that I go? Sarukawa didn't leave and went straight inside the autopsy room. He wanted to make sure of one thing. Since Cui Hongye is so insecure about her looks, then would. Sarukawa put on his gloves and picked up some knives. I'm sorry. This way. It's also helping you. Sarukawa finished and began to lay down his sword, constantly busy on the tool bench. Suddenly he stopped the movement of his hand, and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, plastic surgery. Sarukawa packed up and went straight outside to the police station. Chat log that. Investigated. Sarukawa was a bit angry. These police were too slack. They haven't investigated it after so long, so they couldn't help but raise their voices as well. Investigated. I investigated. So what? You have a problem with that? Unexpectedly, in a seat, Gu Feinian looked at Hechuan with a cold face. Sarukawa was a bit flustered and quickly put on a smile. Currying favor as if to come over wife is awesome. I knew my wife was the best, so worthy of being my wife, Sarukawa said as he rushed over to hold Gu Fei in his arms. Gu Feiyang gave a cut and reached out to push Huchuan away. Don't come with this. If you have a problem with me, just say so. Didn't you get angry when you were so loud just now? Gu, where do I have born with a big voice? How could I possibly be mean to you that? Wife, you've wronged me. Huchuan smiled fluorescently and kept saying nice things. Okay, don't talk so much. I checked the contents of the deceased's cell phone. Her phone was formatted. Nothing could be found out. Sarukawa laughed. Did you forget that I have this skill? Sarukawa laughed as he brought his cell phone to the professional's computer. Once it was connected, a lot of tapping was done, and the data slowly began to come back up. After some time, the content has been fully responded to. Sarukawa scrutinized each message, but was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Honey, do you remember that thing I told you about before? Gu Fengyan was a bit puzzled at once. What is it? Sarukawa looked closely at the computer. Pua. Slap. Coming outside. Sarukawa clapped his hands. Everyone stop the work at hand. I have something to say. Sarukawa gathered everyone together and said solemnly, holding the photo. Bureau Huang. The truth of the matter is basically almost the same. I'm sorry to tell you that this case can't arrest anyone. Sarukawa pasted Chui Hongye's picture on the blackboard. Chui Hongye, 3 years ago, befriended his boyfriend, Zhang Feng. Within 3 years, Zhang Feng was constantly making verbal blows to Chui Hongye, especially on Chui Hongye's looks. That is to say, this behavior of PUA completely destroys Chui Hongye's heart, making her completely dependent on Zhang Feng deep down. Her emotions towards Zhang Feng have reached a point where she can't help herself, and at the same time, under Zhang Feng's verbal attacks, she's extremely afraid that Zhang Feng will leave her. So, she makes changes to herself, including, but not limited to, makeup, plastic surgery, changing her look. But even so, Zhang Feng still chose to break up with her 4 days ago, which made her extremely broken inside. And under the mood of love and hate for Zhang Feng, she chose to commit suicide and left this suicide note. Sarukawa shook his head. That's the truth of the case. But unfortunately we don't have any evidence. The chat messages are pitifully scarce. And the funds were transferred with a note of voluntary gift. This Zhang Feng is a repeat offender and must have done this more than once. So he has everything well organized. The crowd was surprised by Sarukawa's reasoning in front of them. Pua, is it really that powerful? A police officer asked in disbelief. Gentlemen, please don't underestimate Pua. The power of language is beyond imagination. And at the same time it is a powerful tool for killing. In this case, language is sometimes better than a knife. Language is a great way to kill without leaving a trace. Is it rare that cyber violence causes people to commit suicide? And Pua is a higher layer of the art of talking. It's very disgusting. Don't ever underestimate it. And if there are people like that around, always stay away. Huchuan sighed. There is no crime that can convict Zhang Feng. Bureau Huang. What are you going to do? Huang Zhenghan's brows were furrowed, and he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Huang Zhenghan sighed and walked up to shake Sarukawa's hand. Thank you, Mr. Suru. The final payment will be made to your account, and this matter will be settled. Sarukawa was silent for a while. Gu Fian clenched her fists and felt depressed in her heart. Is there no way to convict at all? Gu Fian said doubtfully. I still don't believe it. There's nothing broken in all these years. Sarukawa's eyes lit up brightly, coughing. In fact, if you can know the day Chui Hongye died, Zhang Feng went there or not. Sarukawa lightly laughed twice. I guess. Chui Hongye to Zhang Feng, feelings extremely deep. Dying before why dress up beautifully? Should be to see Zhang Feng. If we find evidence that Zhang Feng went to see Chui Hongye, if he lured or abetted suicide, Sarukawa smiled. It's up to you to take over, Director Huang. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Sarukawa's mouth, revealing a plot to succeed. In the West End, a team of police officers was quickly dispatched. The police siren sounded loudly and directly came to Zhang Feng's house and opened the door. Mr. Zhang Feng, you are now under arrest for intentional homicide. The police brought Zhang Feng to the police station without saying a word. Inside the interrogation room, Sarukawa gently raised his hand. Account for it. What did I explain? What did I do? I'm not guilty. She committed suicide. Zhang Feng was a bit emotional. Oh, even we didn't rule it a suicide. And you ruled it yourself? Sarukawa keenly caught the loophole in the words. Zhang Feng sneered as he blushed. I want to see a lawyer. You'd better take a look at the surveillance. Gu Fian turned the computer toward Zhang Feng. You were smart enough to choose to go on a route that didn't have any surveillance on it, but we still managed to find you in a very hidden surveillance. Right in Chui Hongye's house. Gu Fian threw a teddy bear in front of her. She knew you were coming and had security cameras ready, and all your behavior was recorded. Sarukawa let out a light laugh. It was you who told her to die. She died, fully consistent with abetting a suicide. The evidence is overwhelming. What's there not to admit? Zhang Feng's face changed suddenly. It instantly paled. Me what me? You're so not a person. She loves you so much. You even pooh him. You know full well that she's in such a state that if you just let her die, she'll definitely die. And you still dare to say that? Are you an animal? Gu Feiyan burst into a rage and slammed the table and cursed. Calm down. No name. This is a police station. Sarukawa hastily reminded. I'm not a cop now. What's wrong with scolding him twice? I'm still a cop. I'll kill him with one shot. Gu Feiyan gasped for air as her chest fluttered in anger. For some reason, he suddenly glared sideways at Sarukawa. Sarukawa immediately waved his hand and said, I will never. Zhang Feng finally couldn't emotionally strain himself to cover his head and cry in pain. I really didn't want her to die. At the very beginning because I didn't want her to go out and throw her weight around. I took a class online, and I didn't realize that it worked surprisingly well. And then I just kept. Zhang Feng's eyes flickered up 4 days ago. I broke up with her, but it was just a small conflict. I scared her, but I didn't expect her to start calling me and asking me to meet her. After I went to see her, we both had a fight, and I just blurted out, go to hell. So no, still living in this world. But I really did not expect things to turn out like this. Zhang Feng covered his head and collapsed a bit. Sarukawa sighed. Pua. It's the complete destruction of a person's self-confidence, making her dependent on you. But unlike depression, she wouldn't have wanted to kill herself if you hadn't said that. It was your words that destroyed her, and anyone's heart dies when they hear those words coming from the mouth of their favorite person. Sarukawa sighed. Oh yeah, I haven't told you yet. I installed the surveillance on top of this bear. She didn't try to pull you down. Sarukawa smiled softly. Zhang Feng's face instantly became furious. You lied to me. This is out of order. I'll sue your police department. Sarukawa slightly tilted his head, a disdainful look on his face. I have cheated a lot of people. You still cannot rank. And I am not a police officer. Hachuan and Gu Feiyan smiled at each other and turned to leave amidst Zhang Feng's roar. Everybody applaud. A clap, a round of applause came. Countless police officers at the door resounded with fierce applause. Huang Zhonghan excitedly walked up to shake Sarukawa's hand. Mr. Saru, thank you so much this time. Thank you so much. Hachuan waved his hand. It's okay. Since we took your money, we have to get things done. Since it's okay here, then Director Huang, we'll be leaving. Next time there's business. Welcome to continue to visit O. Huang Zhonghan was all smiles. Of course, having seen Mr. Crane's skills, I will definitely do so in the future. After Hachuan Gu Fei evening said goodbye to the crowd, the two went straight back to the house. Ouch, exhausting. Sarukawa headed for the couch and collapsed there again. Effortless case, although the first contact with this kind of case, but in the future this kind of case or do not come, cannot always rely on deception to solve the case. Evening. Hachuan lay in bed and waited left and right, but Gu Feiyan still didn't come to patronize. This made Sarukawa suspicious. What's going on today? Sarukawa strangely hugged his pillow while doing so. I'll take the initiative if the enemy doesn't come. Hachuan hemmed and hawed as he opened the door to Gu Fei's room. Shoo! Gu Fei suddenly tensed and stopped Hachuan to keep him quiet. Gu Fei late tapped the phone. Hey, Dad! Gu Fei won. A yelling voice came from the other side of the phone at once. Good for you. It's only been so long. You've gotten me into so much trouble. The so-called dad over there roared. Gu Feiyan's nose is sore. What's wrong with me? You told me to find a boyfriend earlier. So I did. What's wrong with that? But you can't find a murderer. The caller gritted his teeth. Gu Jinting. Gu Fei suddenly burst into a rage. I'm telling you, Hachuan, he's not a murderer. If it wasn't for him, I would have died long ago inside the deep forest. If you keep talking about him like that, Gu Feiyan was just about to say something. Sarukawa immediately came up. Hey. A hand to snatch the phone down. Beep beep beep. Hang up. Gu Feiyan froze. Why are you grabbing my cell phone? Hachuan threw his cell phone aside and smiled as he lay down on the bed and wrapped Gu Fei in his arms. Don't ever say something you regret when you're angry again. Oh, don't let your emotions take over. Hachuan's gag also sobered Gu Feiyan up a bit. She did want to say some heavy words just now. Sarukawa smiled. Don't be angry. Just be happy. Hachuan pinched Gu Fei's face, instantly amusing Gu Fei. I'm still mad at you. You said during the day that you fooled a lot of people. Then, have you cheated me too? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa fell silent. Tia, true that girls nowadays have such a good memory, so good at catching the key. This. Ding dong. It was at this moment that Sarukawa's cell phone suddenly rang. Whoa, savior. Sarukawa was so happy that he quickly answered the phone. Hello? Who is it? ZZZ. La 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 la. There was a murmur of voices on the other side of the phone, followed by a voice. Crane. Zip zip zip. Chuan, save me. I'm in ZZ. England, London. Beep beep beep. The phone hangs right up. Sarukawa froze, a little confused. Goofy was a bit curious. Who is it? Chihaya Miyamura. What did he say? He's in England, London, and he wants me to rescue him? Sarukawa frowned. The two instantly reacted. Not good. Something's wrong. In the living room, Sarukawa kept rummaging through boxes, looking for something. The house was rummaged through. What are you looking for? Goofy asked. Sarukawa scratched his head in confusion. It's those invitations. There was a gold-colored invitation in the previous one. Have you seen it? I remember it. Goofy blinked her eyes. Oh, I remembered. I put it up for you. Goofy immediately turned around and walked into Hachwan's room to retrieve the hot gold invitation. This invitation is covered in gold. I thought it must be very expensive, so I didn't put it together with these. Sarukawa couldn't wait to open it. This invitation was sent from London, England. It must have something to do with Miyamura Chihaya. Sarukawa opened the invitation, and there were only a few words on it. Mr. Sarukawa is cordially invited to attend the London Detective Chant at the Old Castle of Elberland. Sarukawa frowned. The Old Castle of Elberland? I've heard of it. Hey, that place? It's a very big old castle in London. How do you know? Goofy asked. Oh, I stole. Earlier? Sarukawa ended abruptly. Goofy narrowed her eyes. I secretly investigated this ancient castle. After all, this ancient castle is very powerful. I'm curious. Haha. Sarukawa laughed heartily. Goofy grunted. You'd better give up those things before. You promised me to abandon the past. Goofy immediately nodded. Abandoned. Abandoned long ago. What about it? Are we going? Goofy asked as she looked at the invitation in her hand. Sarukawa looked carefully at the date on it. 2 days ago. Miyamura Shifuyu should have gotten into something. Go on. I hope it's not over. This invitation is still useful. Sarukawa made up his mind at once. Goofy evening side originally thought that I could live a peaceful day, but I did not expect day in the end ordinary not down. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Pack up and pack up. Go you. The sun is high in the sky. The breeze is fresh. Valiant. Two geniuses. Iconic sunglasses with a trench coat. The airplane made a graceful arc across the sky. England. London. Here we come. Phew. May 21st. The plane landed at London Airport at exactly 10:20. The two came out handsome. Look around. How do I get there? Goofy asked. Sarukawa shook his head. Other than knowing an address, I know absolutely nothing else. Goofy scratched her head with a headache. I'm not very good at English, but I can still have a good conversation. Can we communicate well? Sarukawa smiled. I know a little. A little. Just as the two were talking, the sun in front of them was directly blocked. The two looked up as two dark objects blocked the front of the two. The two black men who had to be at least 2 meters tall. A man in a suit wearing sunglasses looked at the two. Coo. The two gulped a little nervously. I heard that there are a lot of gay people in foreign countries. Hachwan won't look at you. Goofy shivered and opened her mouth. No, it can't be. I think it might be looking at you. Sarukawa also shivered. Big black. Yuck. May I ask, gentlemen, what can I do for you? Sarukawa asked cautiously. The two black men looked at each other. Smiles on their lips. Came to Sarukawa to set up one hand. Directly lifted Sarukawa up. Hey, I know a little bit about punching and kicking. I know a little bit about punching and kicking. Put me down or I'll kill you. Sarukawa threatened. The two Negroes didn't bother with him, and set him up to go. Goofy chased after him with a bitter face. It's over. Hachwan's ass is not protected. The two black men directly threw Hachwan into the car and invited Goofy into the car again. Goofy was flabbergasted, and she had to look at it herself? This was too humiliating. But what I didn't expect was that the two old blacks didn't do anything, but just got into the car and sat next to Sarukawa, one on the left and one on the right, similar to the left and right guardians, sandwiched Sarukawa in the center. There was a moment of silence in the car, and a moment of awkwardness. What the hell was going on? Hey man, so what the hell is going on here? Sarukawa asked in English. My master said, Lou, let me take you to the manor. Suddenly an old black man said in a dialect with a thick accent. The two were outright confused. Sarukawa couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Oxford. Dare I ask, brother, where did you learn it? I didn't learn. I was born in China. Old black laughed, revealing a mouthful of fury white teeth. Who is your master? How did he know we were here? Goofy asked curiously. My master can be powerful. Tender off the plane. My master knows, so let me come to pick up Tender. The old black opened his mouth and said. Sarukawa swallowed, his hanging heart sort of falling. This owner should be the ancient castle owner? Looks like very rich. Think of a way to get him a sum. Sarukawa said quietly. Goofy glared at Sarukawa. We're here to find Miyamura Chihaya. Don't mess around. Looking for Miyamura Chihaya and get him a sum of money. Do not conflict. You see how I fool? Oops. His ancient castle is full of. Sarukawa almost said bald mouth, and quickly shut his mouth. but Gu Fian had already guessed what had happened, and stretched out her finger to point at Huchuan. Shut up, dare to touch those sneaky things again, I'll beat you to death. Sarukawa quickly nodded no, I didn't touch, me before that was, robbing the rich to help the poor. Robbing the rich to help the poor who? Still talking tough, Gu Fei was a bit angry. I myself, I'm quite poor. Sarukawa blinked a little heartily. Just as the two were bickering, the car had stopped. Old Black opened the car door and instantly a huge set of gates came into view. As soon as the two got out of the car, the gates burst open. Rows of servants stood on either side of the road while this huge manor house as well as an ancient castle surfaced. The old castle looked old, although some of it appeared to be a bit shabby, but it revealed a mysterious color, which made it even more mysterious. The estate covered a huge area, and there were servants everywhere. The outer walls of the ancient castle were all covered with exquisite murals. A hot spring stood in the center of the manor, and right in the center of the fountain, a solid gold statue that stood over 2 meters tall was placed there. Trench, trench. The entire estate reveals 2 words, rich. Rao Gufei evening was shocked. How much money is this? Like it? If you like it, call your husband and I'll give you one, Sarukawa said, patting his chest. Gufei evening cut a sound blow at you just. This is no longer how to be. Billions of dollars it. Sarukawa saw himself being belittled a bit defiant. You underestimate me too much. Do you think I've been working for nothing all these years? Just this kind of manor. I also have. Although it's not as big as this one, but it's still very beautiful. Oh, you're still living in my house. Even the pants you're wearing were bought for you by me. And you're saying all this? Gu Fian's eyes revealed a flash of displeasure. Sarukawa he smiled shamelessly. Come up, we are a family. Well, why divide so clearly? As long as you marry me. What manor law? The car. All yours. Gu Fian was amused by Huchuan's cheeky look. Ha, you come less. Come on. We can't be impolite. Go and greet the master first. The 2 men who followed the 2 black men crossed the long road, surrounded on both sides by some vegetation as well as buildings. It was a long walk to the main entrance of the old fort. The solemn and ancient door opened with a bang. A moment of blinding light shone in. Inside the hall of unparalleled splendor, several security guards stood off to the side with guns and bullets. Inside the spacious hall, there were several people sitting on top of the sofa. The doors opened instantly. These men turned back to the 2 men, one with an interrogative flavor. Sarukawa frowned. He disliked the stares. It was as if these people were trying to see through him. There were about 6 people sitting on the floor, from every country, and every one of them seemed to be very good at what they did. Huchuan walked in with Gu Fian and stood in the lobby to scrutinize it, and the scene was somehow strong with a smell of smoke. Let me introduce you. Suddenly there was a radio sound from the lobby, a slightly older voice that was deliberately hidden. Sarukawa, the recently notorious crime-solving genius of China, who has solved several major cases one after another since joining the Haicheng City Public Security Bureau, and even his own battle prowess is not bad. Gu Fian, former member of the International Secret Service, relied on his own strength to enter, has extremely strong counter-surveillance abilities, and knowledge of firearms utilization. The pale voice introduced. Yo, honey, you're so good at this? Then why don't I usually know about it? Sarukawa said with some curiosity. Gu Fei raised her head proudly. That's for sure. Interpol selection is so strict. Do you think I'm just a jobber? Sarukawa felt a bit amused. I thought you took the back door. That. Ha ha ha. Gu Fian glared at Huchuan, who immediately closed his mouth and didn't dare to be laughing. Hey, what do you mean you're checking us out? Sarukawa shouted at the top, but no one paid him any attention. Just as the two froze, the sofa instantly rushed over to a gorgeous, extremely beautiful girl, rushed to Sarukawa's side and grabbed Sarukawa's hand. Hey, why? I'll beat you up. Huchuan hurriedly shook off the beauty girl's hand and looked at Gu Fian with a straight face. I don't know her. She rushed over. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Fei rolled her eyes a bit speechless. The little girl quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. You're Tsurukawa-kun, right? I heard Shifuya say that. The little girl said anxiously. Sarukawa only dropped his heart when he heard that and looked up and down. Oh, you're Miyamura or something? Where is he? Why did he disappear when he called me over? The little girl sniffed and lowered her head, her eyes slightly teary. Sarukawa panicked. Don't cry. What's going on? Have you lost Miyamura, or is he dead? TSK. Screw you. Gu Fei even pushed Sarukawa away in a hurry. The little girl finished her sob and shook her head. My name is Ayakoji Momoko. I grew up with Chihaya Miyamura. He's missing. Ayakoji Momoko looked at Sarukawa expectantly with tears in her eyes. He told me before he disappeared. You can trust someone named Sarukawa, so please help me. Hichuan and Gu Fei looked at each other. So what was the situation now? Wait, don't rush. Slow down and tell me. Sarukawa told Ayako Momoko to slow down and talk slowly. Ayako Momoko also took a deep breath to calm herself down at this point. That is, a few days ago, Shifuyu received a gold invitation. An invitation to come to London. I was afraid of danger and wouldn't let him come. But I couldn't persuade him, so I had to come with him. During which he was looking forward to it because he heard you were coming too. He was looking forward to competing with you here. But we didn't find you after we arrived. And then, after just one night's stay, Shifuyu disappeared. Couldn't find you anywhere. Ayokoji Momoko's voice was tinted with a sobbing tone. Gu-Fian rushed forward to comfort up. Tsurukawa thought carefully. Seems not right. Before the Miyamara Shifuyu that phone call in the end, what is going on? Hello, Earl Jair Roberts. Where's my friend? Tsurukawa shouted toward the top. The crowd in the room fell silent. Oh, you recognize me? The voice came from the corner of the second floor. A servant pushed a wheelchair, and on top of that wheelchair sat a man with gray hair. Tsurukawa's eyes flashed sternly. If you can check on me, why can't I check on you? Tell me, where's my friend? The servant pushed JL down. JL waved a hand, signaling Tsurukawa to be quiet. You are all the best case investigators, the best detectives in the world, and I have asked you all to come here to investigate a case. Tsurukawa was a bit angry. Don't you dare. Where's my friend? Tsurukawa's voice intensified a few points. Of course he's helping me investigate the case. Don't worry, he's smart and I like him a lot. JL laughed. If you want to find him, you can only continue to help me investigate the case. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no loss to you. With a wave of JL's hand, a line of servants instantly approached and opened the chest in their hands. Boxes of neatly arranged American knives. Here's $10 million for whoever can help me find the truth. This money is whoever's. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone in the room lit up. One by one, they stared at the money with glowing eyes. Tsurukawa smiled slightly, with a few threatening colors in his eyes. This money, it is not worth mentioning to you, right? Tell me where my friend is, or the flower on the other side. Tsurukawa sneered. JL's face suddenly changed drastically. Trembling, he reached out his hand. It's you. Tsurukawa spread his hands. JL blushed furiously, reddened neck from anger. But he took a few deep breaths and calmed down again. Sure enough, I was right. You really are a capable person. As long as you help me find the truth of that year, it's just a painting of the flower on the other side. It's yours. Not only that, you can have the second piece of the flower on the other side as well. JL took a big swing. The crowd was so confused by the whole conversation between the two that they didn't understand what it meant. Gu Fei also came up strangely. What the heck is the flower on the other side? What are you guys talking about? Tsurukawa smiled and said quietly, the flower on the other side is a painting, but it's the most expensive painting in the world, divided into two, and the two paintings add up to no price because no one can afford it. Gu Feiyan covered her mouth in horror. You won't. Tsurukawa nodded quietly. Gu Feiyan's small hand quietly touched Huchuan's waist and twisted it with force, gritting her teeth and saying, okay, Huchuan, I now realize that I seem to have thought of you in a simpler way. There's something I don't know about you. Huchuan ate the pain and quickly stopped Gu Feiyan. Wrong, wife, go home and I'll give an honest explanation. I'll be absolutely honest. Gu Feiyan snorted coldly. I'll clean you up when I get home. Tsurukawa looked to JL and said, what case? JL saw Tsurukawa agreeing to it and smiled slightly. I want you guys, help me investigate clearly the end of the 19th century, the truth of the Jack the Ripper incident in Whitechapel, London. The crowd froze along with their breath the moment they heard about the case. Tsurukawa frowned even more. Are you kidding me? A Victorian case for us to investigate? How are we going to investigate this well-known unsolved case that has been going on for over 130 years now? Tsurukawa questioned. JL smiled and looked at Tsurukawa, then at the 6 detectives behind him, his face revealing a touch of excitement. Jack the Ripper, hey, don't you wonder who he really is? The most wonderful unsolved case in the whole world, unsolved for over 100 years. JL pointed at the crowd with a face full of mania and anticipation. I really want to see the world's greatest detective. Who's going to win against the best murderer in the world? Tsurukawa couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh as he looked at JL, who seemed to have fallen into a frenzy. Isn't there proof that Jack the Ripper is the same? Aaron Kosmiski, who was a suspect back then? Then what's the point of investigating? Do you really believe that one is the truth? JL said in a deep voice. I don't believe that what a businessman author says can be believed a few times. I believe there is much more to it than that. JL laughed. Everyone, today you rest first. Tomorrow night, I will lead you to open the veil of the Victorian period. Please enjoy this feast of detectives. Ha ha ha. JL let out a maniacal laugh before turning and being pushed away. Fuck, I'm outta here. A rough-looking man got up and stood up cursing, then immediately tried to leave. When he reached the door, the 2 black men who had led Tsurukawa earlier stopped at once. Bang! Slammed the man directly in the face. Old Black rubbed his fist. Drag it down. To the dog. After saying this, Old Black looked at Tsurukawa, several people, and smiled. Everyone, feel free. Despite this statement, the intent of the threat was already clear. Sarukawa took a deep breath. He knew that these people were not good, but with 2 girls behind him, he couldn't do anything. I just need a room, Hachuan said as Old Black nodded, and immediately someone took Hachuan and Goofy into the room. After the episode just now, it was sort of dark outside. The 2 of them looked at each other in the room, somewhat at a loss for words. Miyamura Shifuyu was nowhere to be found, and the 2 are stuck here again. A 19th century case, Jack the Ripper? That's too complicated. How can he make us solve the case? Is it hard to recover over an identical scene? Sarukawa was a bit surprised. Also, where did Chihaya Miyamura go? Sarukawa's thoughts were confused for a moment. Gufei Evening also frowned. Sarukawa, you seem to know this place very well. Yeah. Sarukawa answered directly without thinking, but the next reaction felt a little off. Gufei narrowed her eyes with some scrutiny. What's going on with the other side of the flower? What exactly did you do? Sarukawa awkwardly smiled. Wife. I am not an orphanage origin. Well, at that time, to avoid the pursuit, accidentally broke into Jier's treasure room. I accidentally saw the other side and it accidentally fell into my bag. Sarukawa said sheepishly, but I didn't spend it. All the money I sold it for went to children's charities. Goofy raised an eyebrow. A touch of anger surfaced on her face. Do you believe I can find out with a single phone call? Hachuan was oppressed by Goofy's aura, but he didn't wimp out. Yes. The name I used at the time was Sun. Feel free to check. I really didn't lie. Goofy held a skeptical attitude and took out her cell phone to make a call. Hey, help me check if there's a donation called Sun. After a while the other side spoke up and said indeed they have, and very much so. Goofy nodded and hung up. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed. Am I right? Goofy pointed at Hachuan with some hatred. You're just relying on the fact that I'm not a cop now. Otherwise I would have arrested you back. Hachuan he smiled. Even shamelessly hugged Goofy and rubbed on her neck. No need to catch. People's careful heart has already been captured by you. That. Goofy was instantly amused. That's meaty. Why have you become oily now? While the 2 were fooling around, there was a knock on the door of the room. The 2 froze as Goofy opened the door. Momoko Ayokoji stood in the doorway, pinching the corners of her coat somewhat formally. Yeah, it's you? What's wrong? Goofy asked. Ayokoji Momoko looked at Sarukawa with some embarrassment. I want to ask Sarukawa-kun if I can borrow Miss Goofy. Sarukawa rolled his eyes as he lay on the bed crumpled. How come every time he wanted to deepen his relationship with his wife, someone came to disturb him? Goofy couldn't help but feel a softness in her heart as she looked at the little girl's adorable appearance. Are you scared? Ayako Momoko nodded. I'm scared. Goofy sighed. Well then, sister can accompany you. Sarukawa, you rest early. Oh. Bang. The door of the room shut mercilessly. Sarukawa's eyes were lost in thought as he looked at the ceiling, all speechless inside. I'm scared too. I'm scared to death, Sarukawa wailed, flopping around on the bed. In the middle of the night, Sarukawa drifted off to sleep. There was still a message from Goofy on his cell phone, telling of his grievances. Creak, the door was suddenly pushed open a crack. A figure walked in slowly, not clearly visible, only a blur. Sarukawa seemed to hear movement and looked up to see that the room was dark and nothing was there. Sarukawa thought he heard wrong and continued to close his eyes. My master is looking for Tender. A magnetic baritone voice came from the side. Ah, crap. It scared Sarukawa so much that he almost fell off the bed. Looking up, a row of gleaming teeth stood beside the bed. Crap, big brother, you're going to scare people to death. Sarukawa's heart thumped. Sorry, I thought Tender could see me. That old black man rubbed his head in embarrassment. Sarukawa hastily took a deep breath to calm down. Except for your big shiny white teeth, I can't see anything else. Big brother, don't you knock when you come in? The old black is a little aggrieved. My master said, into the Tender room. Knock or not knock the same. Because Tender will definitely find me. My master said Tender especially powerful. Hachuan quickly stopped the old black from rambling. Alright, I don't want to listen to you anymore. Take me quickly. I've been waiting for you guys for half a day. I'm getting sleepy. Old black nodded at once, leading Sarukawa straight down the stairs all the way up. It got darker and darker the higher you went until you came to a dimly lit room. JL lay in his wheelchair quietly looking at a box. And inside that box, a shiny, beautifully carved snake head ring sat inside. Recognize? JL said. Sarukawa looked around. A very dimly lit small room. He didn't know what JL meant by calling himself here, but that ring he recognized. Not recognizable, Sarukawa said. JL smiled. The zodiac ring, one of the most powerful treasures in all the land, possesses incomparable powers. JL took the ring out and put it on his hand. The eyes stayed on it. They all went. Your choice then? JL said. Sarukawa frowned. What do you mean? I kind of missed it. I mean, do you choose to go by yourself or take those 2 girls with you? JL suddenly droned. Where to? Sarukawa became even more puzzled. Just as the 2 were discussing it, Poof, the door was pushed open. Ouch! There was a shriek as two girls planted themselves through the doorway and came in sprawling on the floor. What are you two doing? Sarukawa wondered. Goofy smiled awkwardly that Peach has to go to the bathroom. We didn't find the way. In the room, isn't there a toilet? Sarukawa was even more puzzled. Well, I'm the one who asked them to come, and I thought you'd take it more seriously with them. Go on. Then, ha. JL laughed and aimed the ring at Sarukawa. Sarukawa subconsciously reached behind his back to touch Kahaku. He was a bit confused as to what the foreigner in front of him wanted. If he dared to make another move, Sarukawa wouldn't mind killing him. But suddenly the ring in front of him unexpectedly erupted with a blinding bright light. Hachuan felt something was wrong and subconsciously tried to turn around to protect Gu Fei. But a lunge forward seemed to enter a bottomless abyss, and the entire body fell freely without control. Consciousness also gradually collapsed into darkness. I don't know how much time passed, but Sarukawa gradually felt the sensation of rain hitting his face. Misty opened her eyes. There was a dim sky all around. There was also the smell of smoke and dirt coming from among the hazy air, and Sarukawa slapped his head in an effort to clear it. There were a lot of carriages moving around and a lot of people dressed in vintage clothing. The buildings around the area had also become retro and looked a little run down, and for some reason, the sky always felt gray. Sarukawa had a sharp pain in his head. It took 2 hard whacks to gradually come to his senses. Taking a closer look at the street itself that reeked of decay and stench was completely confusing. Where is this? This? Sarukawa looked at the crowd of people walking haphazardly on the street in confusion. Wasn't he in the old castle? Sarukawa crumbled and his head exploded at the sight before him. Calm down. Sarukawa, calm down. Sarukawa sat in place and closed his eyes, carefully stringing everything together. England. London. Jack the Ripper. Case. Investigation. The truth of the matter. Instantly, Sarukawa opened his eyes and looked around in shock. This is 19th century London. Sarukawa struggled to recognize the facts of the present. That's right, one is precisely in 19th century London. That ring. Sarukawa suddenly thought of that ring's ability. The 12 zodiac rings all have different abilities. The one just now should be a snake ring. Could it have the ability to cross over? Sarukawa slapped his butt and stood up from the ground, taking a closer look around. It's fair to say that 19th century London is a bit different from the 21st century. It's pretty hard to judge London these days. There was a strange odor everywhere. A stench. Sarukawa fought back the nausea and got up to leave. He didn't know what he was going to do now, or what time it was. Just as Sarukawa was wandering down the road without a goal in mind, a sound, a man's laugh, came from the dark alley, and the sound of a woman calling for help. Sarukawa scratched his head, not intending to care. Such things seemed to be common in this situation, but just took 2 steps and thought back. If you don't care, Gu Fei should be very angry. After hesitating for a moment, Sarukawa walked in. In the narrow alley, several drunken men kept saying something in English. Sarukawa moved closer to peel away a man and look inside. Beneath the high fence, 2 girls hid, one of them holding a stick, the other hiding behind her, both of them shivering up out of fear. I'm going. Sarukawa cursed and rushed over. Why are you 2 here too? These 2 were none other than Gu Fei and Ayokoji Momoko. Gu Fei saw Hachuan come and was instantly happy. Hastily threw down the stick and jumped into Hachuan's arms. Hachuan scared me to death. We didn't know. We came after we woke up. Hachuan held Gu Fei in his arms for a moment of fear. If he had not come just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hey, kid, grab your ass and get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you'll have a good time. A foreigner came up and patted Sarukawa's shoulder. Ka-chow. Ah. Suddenly the geezer's arm changed shape in a weird position. The whole arm drooped down and was ruined. The geezer screamed at once. Sarukawa's face was as cold as an ice cave. Kill you all. Gu Fei evening hastily pulled the hand of Hachuan. Hachuan, don't kill. We are not familiar with the place. It is better not to look for trouble. Just play half dead. Sarukawa nodded. Half dead then. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and in an instant, the sound of miserable screams came from within the entire alley. When Sarukawa walked out with the 2 girls, the group of drunkards behind them were all lying on the ground. Their arms and legs have been deformed, and I'm afraid they'll be confined to bed for the rest of their lives. Sarukawa, where are we? Why does it feel so strange? Gu Fei asked. 19th century. London. We've traveled. Sarukawa explained. The 2 girls looked at each other in disbelief. So Shifuyu is here too? Ayako Momoko asked with a wink. I think so. It should be here if I'm not mistaken. I just don't know where he is. Let's find a place to stay. London at this time of the year. It's dangerous. Sarukawa yawned, suddenly seeming to think of something clearly. If we know the time, won't we be able to find Jack the Ripper before he does? Sarukawa suddenly tried to understand. Gu-Fei Evening nodded. It should be this reason. But, what if the time now is Jack the Ripper has already finished committing the case? Sarukawa propped his head up and pondered. Probably not. Since JL sent us here, it would be at a moment when the case hadn't happened yet. So, we're going to ask around. What day is it now exactly? Sarukawa thought carefully. The first case happened around August 31st, 1888. The place of the crime was probably in an alley near Whitechapel. Gu-Fei late frowned. So many alleys. Is that the one? I don't know. Sarukawa rubbed his head. His head was big. In that case, today seems to be August 31st. Ayako Momoko suddenly spoke up. Sarukawa froze. How did you know? Peach pointed to the alley just now. I think they just said something about today being like August 31st. Suffered. Sarukawa let out a dark cry. Immediately, he ran toward the Whitechapel neighborhood. Whitechapel is large, a crisscrossed housing estate, the equivalent of a village, and the landmark of that village is the church. Sarukawa came here almost as fast as he could. A layer of gloom hung beneath the dark sky, and an infinite drizzle seemed imminent. Sarukawa had just crossed an alleyway and collided head-on with a man at once. Ouch! The man yelled, and was directly knocked down by Sarukawa. Sarukawa was just about to leave when he froze. Why was this voice so familiar? Miyamura Chihaya, Sarukawa shouted as he looked at the man on the ground. Miyamura Chihaya touched his head for a moment of pain, and when he heard Sarukawa's shout and looked up he was overjoyed. Sarukawa, you came! He said that he was going to get up and hug Sarukawa. I'll fuck you. Sarukawa kicked Miyamura Shifuyu out of the way. You're calling me a chicken. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have to come and be stuck in this hellhole. Miyamura Shifuyu suddenly became angry. We haven't even decided whether we've won or lost yet. And again, Jack the Ripper, a serial killer. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know? Roll on, roll on. I'm not a detective. Sarukawa was a little annoyed. In the end, Sarukawa and this Jack the Ripper guy really have some. It's all your fault. I'll beat you to death. Me. Sarukawa raised his hand, giving Miyamura Shifuyu a fright. You two stop arguing. Hurry up and find someone, or else something will happen. Only when the two girls ran over and said so did the two of them react, rushing towards the inside of Whitechapel. Any idea where it is? Sarukawa asked. No idea. Not sure. Chihaya Miyamura shook her head. No. What have you been doing the last few days? You've got the nerve to call yourself a detective. I don't know anything. Sarukawa scolded. Miyamura Chihaya blushed a little. I swished over. I thought it was unreal that. I didn't think it was the real world. I've been busy, looking for idols that for the past 2 days. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth twitched. Don't you tell me. You went looking for Sherlock Holmes? Holmes is very powerful. Miyamura Shifuyu said somewhat sheepishly. Why don't you fucking? You go straight to Conan Doyle. Just go find a fictional character these days? Sarukawa gritted his teeth and looked at Miyamura Chihaya full of speechlessness. Miyamura Chihaya fell silent. He as a detective had made such a mistake. Ashamed, the two men searched for I don't know how long without finding any of the dead with the killer at all. There was not a soul in the entire vicinity of Whitechapel. Suddenly a screaming voice came from behind the two. The two froze. The voice was Momoko, Miyamura Shifuyu exclaimed, and the two of them flew over, just in time to see ahead. Gu-Fei Nian sat paralyzed on the ground with Peach, her eyes staring dead ahead at a dimly lit alleyway. The two of them glanced at each other and had a bad feeling. At the same time, a smell of blood filled the air. The two men slowly walked over to help the two girls to their feet and followed the line of sight. In the center of the dimly lit alley, blood continued to flow, and a female body, lying there cold, had long since died. Sarukawa and Miyamura Chihaya exchanged a glance. Still too late. The two men slowly walked over to it, and instantly the gruesome state of the bodies came into view. The body of the deceased was covered with cuts all over the abdomen. A large piece of flesh had been cut from his abdomen. His intestines had been torn out, and there were various degrees of blows to his face. His neck was stabbed twice. Blood flowed all over the place. The scene was dismal. Even Sarukawa, who had long been used to corpses, couldn't help but frown. Go! Sarukawa spoke coldly. The two immediately took Gu-Fei and Peach away. There was no way around it. It had happened. They couldn't stay where they were or they would be arrested as, well, murderers. The four of them went to an inn and asked for a room with what little money they had left. Inside the room, all four of them fell silent, obviously still digesting what had just happened. Why are you following in? It's dangerous, Miyamura Shifuyu said as she looked at Ayokoji Momoko. Peach instantly felt a bit aggravated. I am worried about you. Shifuyu sighed. What now? What should we do? Sarukawa frowned. There's nothing we can do. If the ring really brought us here, then we'll have to solve the case. Sarukawa took a deep breath. Tell me about your reasoning. Chihaya Miyamura nodded. The case occurred as documented. The victim was a prostitute. She was stabbed 39 times. The wounds, the identity information, it all matches. It's really Jack the Ripper. Sarukawa frowned. There have been a dozen murders around Whitechapel. Do you know how many were done by Jack the Ripper? Miyamura Chihaya nodded. Actually, I've studied this case myself for as long as I can. In the fall of 1888, a series of vicious and bizarre murders took place in the East End of London, England, known as the Whitechapel murders. Within the scope of the police investigation, 11 separate murders were counted from April 3, 1888 to February 13, 1891, 5 of which were considered the typical 5 murders. Chihaya Miyamura's eyes lit up. These 5 cases are recognized as the work of Jack the Ripper. Sarukawa nodded. I do think that in addition to the 5 cases, there are a few others that seem to be somewhat related. Chihaya Miyamura nodded. The last time Jack the Ripper committed a crime was on November 9, 1888. From the aftermath of this case, he disappeared completely. Sarukawa nodded. You remember, Jack the Ripper sent provocative letters to the British police, along with body entrails. What the hell was he doing that for? Miyamura Chihaya shook her head. Unfortunately, we don't know the content of the letter. If we did, we could still analyze the wave. The two were a little annoyed that this was all they could think of at the moment. There were absolutely no other clues, and there were no forensic techniques at all during this period. There's no such thing as DNA verification either. Wait a minute, Sarukawa's head suddenly lit up more. As I said before, someone used DNA technology to verify the real information about Jack the Ripper. It's one of the suspects, Aaron Kosmiski. Miyamura Chihaya's eyes lit up. What you mean is, follow him, we'll know if he's Jack the Ripper or not? Sarukawa nodded. That's right, that's what it means. It's just, we don't know him. I don't know what it looks like. Then what can we do now? Gu Fei asked. Miyamura Chihaya and Sarukawa both had a look of embarrassment on their faces. Wait, we can only wait for Jack the Ripper to commit another crime. Che, this is the level of the two geniuses. Gu Fei couldn't help but mock up. Hey, Sarukawa pinched Gu Fei's mouth, forcing her to beak up. You've got a poisonous little mouth. Oh, a kiss, don't you? Sarukawa squeezed hard. Gu Fei's face flushed red and she raised her face in defiance, with a haughty look on her face. You guys are? Chihaya Miyamura looked at the behavior of the two. Oh, we're together. Don't you know? Sarukawa said. But, you didn't give it to me. How am I going to know? Miyamura Shifuyu was a bit surprised. Okay, you're moving pretty fast. How long has it been? Knowing each other for almost half a year. It's not normal. Sarukawa waved his hand unconcernedly. Okay, let's not talk about this. Hurry up and think of a way. The room fell silent again. What good could it do? There should be a file at the police station, Momoko said suddenly. There is, but then, how are we going to get in? The British police of this period are more terrifying than killers. It's better not to mess with them, Miyamura Shifuyu said, frowning. Sarukawa's eyes lit up. Hey, I remembered. We don't know where the killer is. We can go find the dead. Miyamura Chihaya scuffed up and sat up from the bed. Good idea. As long as we find the deceased, we'll know where the murderer is. Sarukawa nodded. That's it. Let's go find the next victim first. Sarukawa said. The scene was instantly awkward. The two boys looked at each other. Ha ha ha. I think it's fine for the two of us to go. Two girls rest. Miyamura Chihaya laughed dryly and pulled Sarukawa outside. Why? I'm not sleepy. Gu Feiyan was puzzled. The two of them looked at each other sheepishly. Nothing. Just let you rest early. Save your strength. Well, let's go find someone. Gu Feiyan was even more puzzled. Looking for the dead? Why can't we go together? Because her occupation is a bit special. She is in charge of hardware softening engineering. Sarukawa said. But, Miyamura hastily covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Couldn't believe what a tigress she was hearing. Gu Feiyan was stunned. This kind of touched her IQ. Blind spot hardware softening? What kind of work? Can't figure it out. Ayako Momoko grunted. Just prostitutes. I'm guessing that you two are going to hookers. How do you know? Chihaya Miyamura blurted out. Sarukawa's body instantly trembled and slapped Miyamura Chihaya on the head. F***ck. Why did you admit it? Saru, Chuan. Gu Feiyan clenched her fists. A murderous intent invisibly released. Wait a minute, wife, listen to me explain. Huchuan swooshed over and hugged Gu Fei in death. Keep her from moving. The whole person like an octopus dead. Hold Gu Fei and calm down. Listen to my sophistry. Listen to my explanation. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Miyamura Shifuyu also rushed to Momoko's side. Both of them were a bit sweaty at the moment. How did you know we were going to a whore? Chihaya Miyamura asked curiously. Ayako Momoko tilted her face. Come on. It's not like I didn't know those books in your room. You're still trying to trick me. Chihaya Miyamura sighed as a drop of sweat ran down her face. Since you've seen it, then you know full well that Jack the Ripper targets prostitutes with no hands. There's nothing we can do about it. Gu Feiyan froze and looked at Huchuan. Really? Sarukawa immediately nodded. Really? I've got you. How could I possibly go looking for those? Sarukawa coaxed in a hurry. Goofy and lowered her head, still maintaining some skepticism. After all, who would dare to rest assured that her boyfriend would go to that kind of place? Okay, I believe you now, let go of me, Goofy said. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed and spread his hands. You guys shouldn't go to that kind of place since it's full of fish and dragons? Goofy nodded. Alright, then you guys go and come back quickly. Miyamura, Chihaya and Sarukawa sighed in relief and waved their hands in a hurry. Turning to leave, Goofy looked at the two men's backs and wrinkled her nose. Her head couldn't help but get a little messed up. Peach, do you think I should get closer to Hachuan? Goofy asked tentatively. Ayako Momoko covered her mouth in confusion. Huh? How far have you guys gotten so far? Just hold hands, kiss or something. Goofy Nyan blushed a little. These topics always made her somewhat shy. Ayako Momoko sked and wagged her finger. That's not good. Boys have strong desires. If you don't satisfy him, he'll turn bad. He'll be taken by someone else. Ayako Momoko's tone was serious, speaking in a serious manner. Goofy instantly tensed up. Really? Momoko nodded vigorously. That's what it says in the anime. In the manga, it's really serious. You've got to be careful. Maybe a bad woman will show up one day and abduct her for Tsurukawa. Goofy instantly cried out. Oh, no. Meet you. Nothing good will come out of it. You're going to ruin me and Nani Night sooner or later. Tsurukawa cursed as he looked at Miyamura Shifuyu beside him. Miyamura Shifuyu waved her hand. It's got nothing to do with me. You're obviously the one who brought up the idea of finding the dead. Make it yourself. Okay, cut the crap. Where to look? Tsurukawa asked. Let's see. The second victim, name of Annie Chapman, was found dead in a cheap rental apartment at 29 Hanbury Street. Shifuyu Miyamura said. Tsurukawa frowned. That's not a whore either? Why are you talking nonsense? Miyamura Chihaya spread her hands. Not that I'm rambling. In this poor man's hell, rich man's paradise, no one cares if they're prostitutes or not. Everyone only cares about who the murderer really is. That's why they think that the nameless dead are all prostitutes. But actually, to this day, there are still 3 dead people who can't be identified as prostitutes. Tsurukawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. All evil society, dirty hearts. In that case, can't we just go straight to her? Tsurukawa said. What method do we use to make her believe us? That's a problem. Chihaya Miyamura rubbed her chin. Forget it. Whatever she is, let's go find the person first. Miyamura Shifuyu waved her hand. The two headed in the direction of their goal. The dimly lit streets exuded an eerie mood. Tsurukawa narrowed his eyes and unconsciously put his hand behind his back to Kahaku as he felt what seemed to follow a small tail behind him. Only this little tail merely follows them and doesn't come up. Tsurukawa simply didn't bother to reveal it. As long as that little tail behind him didn't make a move. The two men followed the signposts and gradually came to the location of Hanbury Street. On the side of the road, up and down the alley stood countless heavily made-up windswept women. In a society where there is a huge gap between the rich and the poor, tens of thousands of women have no choice but to follow this path in order to survive. Tsurukawa and Chihaya Miyamura did their best to keep a low profile down, but these people still saw it, rushing up to pester the two men in order to earn some living supplies. Seeing this, Tsurukawa pulled a handful of money out of his pocket and sprinkled it in the air as he flew away. The two had been running for who knows how long, and stood panting on the side of the road to catch their breath. I thought there was no money left. Where did you get it? Chihaya Miyamura asked. Pick up. Pick up. Tsurukawa was a bit vain. Chihaya Miyamura narrowed her eyes. Picked it up? Guess I believe that? Picking it up from someone else's pocket won't work. I'm warning you, this is for us. You want to tell non-late, you're dead, Tsurukawa threatened. Miyamura Shifuyu immediately nodded her head, giving a I have a particularly tight mouth look. Cut the crap. We're almost there, Tsurukawa asked. Miyamura Shifuyu pointed to one of the more dilapidated apartments up ahead. That's the one up ahead. Let's go check it out. The two walked slowly to the front of the apartment. It's old. One of those old apartments that average no more than 50 square feet a house. And it looks dim and shabby. In the doorway sat an old woman with gray hair, looking at the two with a grim expression. The two were a little embarrassed by the stares, so they spoke up and asked, hello, may I ask if Ann Chapman lives here? Tsurukawa asked. Who are you to her? The old woman asked in a shrill voice. We are her friends, Shifuyu Miyamura said with a smile. Well, in that case, pay the rent. She's already 2 months behind on my rent. That fucking bitch, been behind on rent since July. Tsurukawa and Miyamura Chihaya looked at each other with some embarrassment. How did this come up to ask for money? Wait, Tsurukawa suddenly froze. You said you're owed 2 months? It's been in arrears since July. So what time is today? Tsurukawa suddenly reacted. The old woman glanced at Tsurukawa somewhat impatiently. Today is September 8th. With a bang, the two men's heads instantly exploded. September 8th. If memory serves, then today is the day of Jack the Ripper's second offense. The two of them looked at each other, and rushed outside in a direct and frenzied manner. The two searched for a long time. Finally, a barking sound came from an alley, followed by the strong smell of blood. The two rushed over to the sound, and there, next to the trash can in the alley, lay a female body, long since out of breath. The scene was bloody again. The female corpse's throat was slit in its entirety, and the lower abdomen was dripping with blood and flesh. Autopsy, Sarukawa spoke in a cold voice. The two men immediately began to observe the extent of the body's injuries. After a moment of silence, the two men looked at each other with sullen faces. The uterus was cut away. That's right, this time the murderer cut the uterus of the victim in an extremely professional way. The wounds were bloody as hell, but they were neatly cut and sharp. It must be the work of a professional. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't it August 31st before we came out? How did it become September 8th? Miyamura Shifuyu was completely confused. What the hell was going on? Sarukawa is also a bit confused. Nothing is clear now. There was no way to know if this was Jack the Ripper's doing or not. Something's not right. The first victim who died had a messy wound, and the killer was laced with anger. But this one is calm. Sarukawa speculated. You mean, these two cases, they're not one and the same? Sarukawa nodded. I'm more inclined to think that this case was committed by Jack the Ripper. As a highly intelligent murderer, he definitely possesses extreme calmness, and in the first case, I'm afraid that it was just a murder of passion. Sarukawa looked around. Gotta go or we'll get arrested. The two nodded and left in a hurry. But just as the two were about to leave, a pitch-black, horizontal sword flew towards Sarukawa's head. A burst of sparks. Sarukawa pulled out Kahaku to fend off, knocking the horizontal sword out of the way, and then kicked Miyamura Chihaya out of the way. The horizontal sword flew into the air, and a figure jumped out to catch it, slashing directly at Sarukawa. Sarukawa reacted quickly, spinning his finger Kahaku around and throwing it directly at the figure as a flying dagger. That figure's eyes stared, and he hurriedly leaned back to parry and dodge the blow, just as he wanted to stand up. Sarukawa, however, had come to her long ago, without waiting for her to react. Sarukawa grabbed her by the neck and snapped her straight against the wall. The horizontal sword was snatched by Sarukawa and pressed against the figure's neck. Who are you? What do you want from us? The man in black hummed. My name is Knife Chop. Sarukawa froze. The black-clothed man in front of him even opened his mouth to be a sister's voice. It was then that Sarukawa realized that underneath all the black clothes was an extremely good figure. This is a woman? Sarukawa froze and reached out to pull off the mask of Sword Chopper. And what came into his eyes was a pretty girl with a stubborn expression and a face full of defiance. Sarukawa frowned and clicked his horizontal sword against the Sword Chopper's neck. Look at the expression on your face. You're not convinced? Knife Chopper was instantly startled and hastily collected his stubborn expression. Served. Sarukawa grunted and let go of his hand. Knife Chop immediately coughed. I've seen you before. In JL's old castle. Where are you from? Sarukawa asked. Huaxia, Taipei? I've seen you too. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Blade Chopper said. Sarukawa sliced and threw the crossword to Knife Chopper. Why are you following us? Did you come in with the others? Sarukawa was a little surprised. Blade Chopper's eyes stared, and an incomparably grave color appeared on his face. They are all dead. Sarukawa froze. Dead? What happened? Knife Chopper shook his head. They were too flashy and were killed. Some by the police, some by hooligans, and some by Jack the Ripper. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes at once. What was going on? Is this event still really a previous event? Knife Chop walked over to the wall and pulled Kahaku out and handed it to Sarukawa. Awesome. Sarukawa smiled and took it. The girl had no expression and sometimes her tone matched her looks a bit naturally dull. Doesn't look like a very smart girl either. Cooperate. I'm going to follow you guys, Blade Chopper said. Sarukawa frowned. We don't know what you are and you just tried to kill us. Just now it was just a test. My name is Knife Chop. I don't have any identity. Knife Chop said dully. Sarukawa sighed somewhat helplessly. Suddenly remembered. Miyamura Chihaya, that? Shifuyu? Where did you run off to? Sarukawa shouted. A hand reached out of the trash can next to me. I'm here. UF*** King definitely did it on purpose. Sarukawa laughed and pulled Miyamura Shifuyu out of the trash can. It's not for your protection. Come on. Let's go. The two were just about to leave. Knife Chop swoops in and clinches Sarukawa's thighs directly. A stubborn expression filled his face. Hey, what are you doing? Spread out. Sarukawa was a bit angry. What's with all this manhandling? Blade Chopper shook his head. You're good. Teach me. I'll be your disciple. When Sarukawa heard this he quickly scattered and struggled up. I'm not taking on any more disciples. Quickly scatter me. Knife Chop shook his head vigorously with a few tears in his eyes. I don't. You teach me, then I can beat you. Crap. Listen to what you're saying? Sarukawa kind of couldn't believe what he was hearing. Blade Chopper burst into tears. I want to learn. I want to learn martial arts. Sarukawa shook his head. Knife Chopper suddenly got a little angry. His small face wrinkled into a ball full of anger, staring at Sarukawa. Teach or not teach? Sarukawa shook his head. No teaching. Ka chow. Blade Chopper gritted his teeth, and his sinful little hand drew the crossblade directly against the tiny Sarukawa. A force in his hand instantly placed the crossword on the key part with a single push. Sarukawa was about to become a sister. His Miyamura Shifuyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at the sight, subconsciously covering her own. Empathizing. Crap. Sarukawa was instantly struck by lightning, with cold sweat instantly flowing from his forehead. You fucking tiger, get out of the way. Sarukawa cursed. Knife Chop shook his head vigorously. No take. You teach or not? No teaching. Click. The knife advanced a few more points. Ah, I teach. I'll teach, Sarukawa said in a hurry. The only soft spot was held in the hands of Knife Chop, which was not only Sarukawa's weakness, but also the weakness of men all over the world. Knife Chop was instantly elated at the sound of it, and hastily backed up and kowtowed 3 times with a bang. Master is above. Please accept 3 obeisances from my disciple. Sarukawa covered his crotch and fell to his knees, a look of despair spreading over his entire face. Lifeless. Where in the world did this extreme talent come from? When did the king of assassins suffer this kind of humiliation? An hour later, Sarukawa returned to his room cautiously guarding key locations. Gufei laid some panic up and rushed over to help. Huchuan thought injured that. What? Injured? Sarukawa waved his hand. It's fine. Another dead one. No sign of the killer at all. Only after Sarukawa finished speaking did Gufei and Momoko see Knife Chopper standing in the doorway. Knife Chop stood coyly in the doorway, blinking with an innocent look on his face. Hey, hello. Momoko was just about to step forward when Shifuyu Miyamura pulled back. AI. This is a talented person. Let's stay away from her. Miyamura Shifuyu hurriedly pulled Momoko away. Knife Chop pouted a bit in aggravation, but when he saw Gufei, he immediately changed into a smile and rushed over to kneel on the ground with a plop. Senior mother. Ha! Gufei instantly became a bit flustered. Senior mother? Blade Chopper immediately nodded. Yeah, Sarukawa is my master. So aren't you my senior mother? Gufei looked at the girl in front of her with a delicate appearance and quite a good figure and frowned. What in the world had happened? Why did you go out and collect a disciple? Gufei looked at Huchuan as if he were interrogating. Sarukawa hastily waved his hand. Bitterness emerged on his face. Don't look at me. I wouldn't accept her if it wasn't for your happiness and the rest of your life. Gufei was even more confused. What did this have to do with her happiness for the rest of her life? Okay, out. You guys get 2 more rooms. We're going to rest. Sleepy as all get out. Peach somewhat anxiously blinked at Gufei and Fian. Remember, the bad guys. Sarukawa pushed the trio out with a brain and plopped down on the bed. So tired. Gufei gave a light laugh and turned the lights off to climb into bed as well. The two snuggled under the covers, instantly soothing the tightness. Sarukawa couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, it's still comfortable to sleep with your wife in your arms. Gufei's mouth smiled with incomparable happiness, and her hands gently encircled Huchuan's neck. Raining kisses fell on Sarukawa's cheeks, lips, and neck. Huchuan suddenly froze, and quickly held Gufei's face. What's wrong with this? Do what that? Why are you so enthusiastic today? Gufei instantly slapped away Huchuan's hand. Aya, do you hate it? Huchuan immediately looked at Gufei with some meaning. Jealous? No. Gufei grunted and turned around to sleep, ignoring Huchuan. Huchuan laughed as he pulled Gufei over and held her in his arms. Really jealous? Huchuan pinched Gufei's cheeks. Alright, there's no need to be jealous. Just think of it as having a pet. Just teach her anything to get rid of her when the time comes. Gufei turned a bit serious. No way. As a teacher, since you agreed to be someone's master, you have to teach them properly. You can't be perfunctory. Seeing Gufei getting serious, Huchuan hurriedly agreed. Okay, I'll listen to you. Absolutely, teach properly. Only then did Gufei nod. The two of them were silent for a while, as if they had sensed that Gufei had something she wanted to say. Huchuan squeezed Gufei's arm. Gufei blushed, pulling the quilt over to cover her somewhat heated cheeks. Huchuan, we've known each other for so long. Some things can do. Gufei buried her head in the quilt after saying this, her cheeks burning with shame. Huchuan froze, then looked at Gufei with some surprise. What kind of stimulation was this? Gufei, who was usually shy about even a kiss, could actually say such things? Anyway, Gufei pretended to be calm and said, you look at yourself. The tone in which Gufei said this was resolute and pendulum-like. With a big I'll do whatever you want. The meaning of the words was, ha ha ha. Sarukawa couldn't help but laugh. He pretended to be a rogue and licked his lips. I'm coming then. Wait. Gufei reached out with a red face to stop Sarukawa. Sarukawa turned around in a circle and pressed down on Gufei. The distance between the two men closed instantly, their eyes forcing themselves to meet each other's. Gufei was instantly a little anxious. Her eyes flashed a hint of tears. It's too sudden. Right. I am not ready. Weren't you the one who said I'd watch? Sarukawa queried. Goofy and instantly brought on some crying but, oh, I'm still a little scared. Put. Ha 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 ha. Hachuan laughed out loud and hurriedly got off of Goofanian. I won't tease you. Goofy late pursed lips. Some panic thought Hachuan pretended to be cheerful, and quickly said Hachuan, I am ready. After saying that directly closed his eyes and lay down. A look of letting you pick Jia. Put. Ha 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 ha. Hachuan still couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Goofy like this. Stop it. Even if I want to move you, it's also out. Now it's still in an unknown place that. Wait until we get home. Hachuan held Goofy in his arms and closed his eyes. Now, get some sleep. Goofy blinked her eyes. The corners of her mouth hooked into a smile, raised her head and wrapped a hard bite on Hachuan's mouth. Aha, good night. The next day several people woke up early and gathered. The crowd kept thinking about the information in the case. Suddenly Miyamura Shifuya looked at Sarukawa as if something was wrong. What's wrong with your eyes? Sarukawa rubbed and shook his head. I don't know why. It hurts a little. It's fine. Let's talk about the case. You'll give all the information about these dead people, as well as the autopsy report. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. You've watched these too. I'll focus on the last 3 cases. Next case, September 30th, 1 a.m. Deceased, Elizabeth Stead. Though the difference is that the body, though its throat was slit, was not disemboweled, not unlike the 2 previous M.O.S. Next, also September 30th, the deceased, Catherine Eddowes, was found dead in Bishop's Square, again with her throat slit, her intestines flung out, and her uterus and kidneys removed. Last game, October 9th, Mary Jane Kelly, found dead in her room, strangulation marks on the neck, chest and abdomen thrown open, heart missing, ears and chest cut off and taken away. And since then Jack the Ripper has disappeared. And Jack the Ripper had anti-Semitic awareness written on the walls. That could very well be the key. Chihaya Miyamura said. Sarukawa frowned. No. Why is the modus operandi different? This kind of murderer wouldn't just change his modus operandi. Miyamura Chihaya's eyes lit up. 2 explanations. The first, copycat crimes, 5 cases, not just by Jack the Ripper. At least we now know that one murderer was brutal and the other had some humanity. There is another explanation. It's that there was more than one Jack the Ripper. Agreed. Sarukawa nodded. The 2 cases occurred at the same time on September 30th, during a very close period of time, but the modus operandi is not the same. 2 murderers did it at the same time. One was brutal. The murderer has to remove the uterus afterward. One doesn't so much. He'll just do it and just slit the throat. Jack the Ripper. It's 2. Hiss. The people in the room were all a little headstrong. Sarukawa and Miyamura Shifuya were both a little excited. Tell me about your profiles, Sarukawa asked. Miyamura Shifuya adjusted his breathing and got serious. One with specialized medical knowledge, knows the structure of the human body, has a twisted personality, most likely caused by injuries sustained as a child, and has a great hatred for prostitutes. Not accurately said that there is a great hatred for women. Sarukawa nodded. The other one has a gentle personality, usually should belong to Mr. Nice Guy, extremely familiar with the terrain around the surrounding London Whitechapel neighborhood, equally psychologically twisted, with a great hatred of women, has an anti-Semitic consciousness. Sarukawa frowned. I have another thought. Don't forget that Jack the Ripper did send provocative letters to the police department, indicating that he didn't trust the British police. But why did he disappear after killing the 5th man then? This, Miyamura Shifuya shook his head. This wondered why he suddenly disappeared. Sarukawa stared and squeezed his eyes shut, wrapping the covers around his head. The clues kept stringing together in his mind. Serial killers, psychological distortions, dead people, killers' methods, social situations. Instantly these clues were like a big net across Sarukawa's mind, gradually connecting these clues together. Hiss, my eyes hurt. Sarukawa suddenly covered his eyes and shouted. This can give the crowd a shock. Goofy and hastily peeled Hachuan's eyes open. In addition to a little blood there is nothing else. Sarukawa tried hard to open his eyes, but he always felt a pain in his eyes, and vaguely, he seemed to see something, not existing in reality. It seemed to appear in his mind. Time seemed to freeze up, and inside Sarukawa's pupils, which were like ice caves, were the agonizing struggles of countless babies. Ah! Startled, Sarukawa fell off the bed, followed by a stream of consciousness flowing back. Goofy hurriedly assisted Hachuan. What's wrong? Hachuan, don't scare me. Sarukawa rubbed his eyes, slightly disoriented. What just happened? Why did such a hellish scene appear in his eyes? But Sarukawa had implicated this chain of information immediately afterward. Sarukawa sat straight up. I know. Sarukawa was a bit excited and pulled Miyamura Shifuya in hand and instructed, go. You go to all the baby farms around London, get the list back. Remember, especially the Jewish farms. Chihaya Miyamura was stunned. A baby farm? Sarukawa nodded gravely. Right. Victorian babies faced hellish difficulty at birth. The Victorian era was a time of sexual liberation. Everyone believes in romanticism and free love, and everyone is after a pleasurable spiritual and physical belonging, which leads to most women getting pregnant out of wedlock. And most of them have to be born due to sectarian tenets that do not allow abortion. But being born doesn't mean they breed. In this context, the baby farm was born. Such institutions give babies a home for the payment of £10 a year. But nonetheless, these people stopped wanting to pay after they put their babies on the farm. Therefore, baby farms will kill babies outright whenever they encounter overdue customers. If they have a buyout relationship, they will not hesitate to kill them. Sarukawa became more and more agitated. Why do you think the murderer removed the uterus? Why take revenge on a woman with slutty behavior? Chihaya Miyamura covered her mouth. It's because the reason the murderer hates this kind of woman is because he's from a baby farm too. Sarukawa nodded. The removal of the womb was to warn humans that they only have babies. The provocative letter was because the British police were confronted with baby farms but did nothing. And based on our previous profiling, how could the killer not have a twisted heart after experiencing a baby farm? Sarukawa nodded. So, I hypothesized that Jack the Ripper came from a baby farm, and presumably a baby farm founded by a Jew. Growing up, he learns the truth of it, sees the evil dealings of baby farms, and hates the British police for their inaction. Under these circumstances, Jack the Ripper was born, to give the world a wake-up call, and at the same time to take revenge. Sarukawa closed his eyes and couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart, and his eyes couldn't help but feel a little moist. Why? Jack the Ripper's experience is so similar to his. Sarukawa is being eroded a little bit deep inside, and this case, he doesn't want to solve it. Knowing the truth didn't make Sarukawa feel elated, but rather felt a sense of understanding. In this moment, figuring out the whole truth gave birth to an understanding of Jack the Ripper. So, I'm in the same category as Jack the Ripper, Sarukawa said in a voice that only he could hear, and a voice murmured. Miyamura Chihaya clapped her hands. In that case, split up, I'll investigate the baby farm. Miyamura Chihaya stood up and looked at Sarukawa. You go find the murderer. Sarukawa nodded with a sullen face. Blade Chopper, you protect him. Aye, master, Blade Chopper immediately answered. And the three of them left, leaving only two people in the room. Goofy and came up and hugged Huchwan's head and softly soothed up Huchwan. You are not the same as them. Sarukawa smiled mockingly. Honey, I'm not that fragile. Don't worry about me. Although the words were said so, but how could Goofy and not be worried? She was not a fool. The moment she heard the reasoning of the two men, she could then sense that Jack the Ripper's experience was almost identical to Sarukawa's. Abandoned as a baby and struggling to survive. Even, Sarukawa's experience was a little more harrowing. Instead of Jack the Ripper, Sarukawa is faced with his former self. Goofy late did not say anything, just quietly holding Huchwan. A long time before slowly open mouth asked, so, we still solved the case? Break. The only way to get back is to solve the case. Sarukawa slapped his cheek in an effort to clear his head. We're going to make a trip to the Central News Agency. That's where Jack the Ripper sent his first letter. Let's check it out, Sarukawa said. The two of them packed up their things and headed out the door straight to the Central News Service location. Strangely enough, the streets seemed to be sparsely populated, presumably because the two cases had spread and humans were afraid to be stepping outside at night. I don't know if it's Sarukawa's illusion, but the sky here is always gray, and even during the day it's as dim as it is in the afternoon. The two came to the front of the newsroom just in time, as a man stepped out of it. The man was long and civilized, wearing a pair of glasses and a gentlemanly manner. The man was holding something in his hand, not looking at the road, and accidentally bumped into Sarukawa. Oh, sorry, the man apologized with a quick wave. Sarukawa shook his head. It's okay, but suddenly thought of something like a pull on the man. What's your name? Sarukawa asked. The man stared in confusion but answered honestly, hello, my name is Bordeaux Ely. Sarukawa frowned a bit. Sorry, wrong person. Bordeaux Ely laughed softly. That's alright, have a nice life. After he left, Goofy and asked with some confusion, what's wrong? What's wrong? Sarukawa nodded. This man smells heavily of hospital disinfectant. I can tell despite masking it with perfume. See? Goofy stared carefully into Huchwan's eyes. Really? Sarukawa nodded and couldn't help but rub his eyes. Well, it seems like there's something wrong with my eyes. I always feel like I can tell something strange, but based on our previous reasoning, it seems that has a big problem. Sarukawa waved his hand. I guess he thought wrong. How could there be such a coincidence that he could meet the murderer as soon as he left the house? The two didn't have time to worry about that. They turned and walked in, the entire news agency, only to talk about a few people inside, and are busy with the work in hand. No one to pay attention to Sarukawa. Two people. Sarukawa looked around, which was just what he wanted. There were many letters and newspapers lying around, most of which consisted of idle trivia and nothing special. can't see a damn thing either. Suddenly, Sarukawa merely glanced to the side and saw a black envelope. The envelope was pitch black and had a knife logo etched on it that looked as if it was out of the ordinary. The two men looked at each other. Gu Feiyan ran to the side. A sudden scream startled all eyes to Gu Fei. Sarukawa's silence plopped the sealed letter into his arms. Gu Feiyan smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. I misread it. I thought there were rats there. The two of them immediately skipped off with an awkward smile. Just outside, Sarukawa couldn't wait to open the letter. Hey dear boss. I guess you guys are having a hard time with the Whitechapel murder case. Oh, it's really funny then. It's really funny to watch you guys work your asses off every day and never find the murderer. I have to admit, I'm the one who killed them. It's a pity that you police are very incompetent. I look forward to the day you catch me. But before that I'll be murdering a lot more women. Jack the Ripper. The entire letter was written in red ink and stamped with fingerprints. Sarukawa nodded with this provocative attitude. And this tone. It would be Jack the Ripper alright. Gu Feiyan immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Too arrogant. Then where are we going to find him? Sarukawa's eyes brightened. The hospital. That doctor from earlier came here and the letter appeared here. I don't believe it if he's not suspected. Go to the hospital and find him. Follow him around. If the case happens again then it will prove his innocence. Gu Feiyan nodded but asked tentatively, we're not going to stop the case? Sarukawa shook his head. It can't be stopped. It's history. It's something that can't be changed. Why are we one step too late every time? It is because it is an event in history. It can't be stopped. Their deaths are inevitable. It can't be changed. Sarukawa waved his matter. The only thing we can do is to find the true identity of Jack the Ripper. And it's an identity that we can't tell anyone in the world. Only we can know. Sarukawa took a deep breath. Now, let's put the letter back and go to the hospital to meet this Jack the Ripper. The two men put the letter back in its place and began to inquire again around the hospitals throughout the city about the name of the doctor they had just encountered. But it took a long time to find it. It shouldn't be. Maybe we're looking for the wrong one. Sarukawa stroked his chin in contemplation. Arrange the layout of all the crime sites in these cases. Whitechapel, Hanbury Street, Minster House, Bishop Square, Dorset Street. 5 locations, 5 homicides. A map instantly appeared in Sarukawa's mind, followed by what he seemed to see. It was as if a layout consisting of 5 locations floated before his eyes. Hutch-1. Suddenly Gu Fei's shout woke him up. What's wrong with you? Are you too tired? Gu Feiyan was a little worried about Hutch-1. And just now she suddenly froze where she stood without knowing what was going on. Sarukawa rubbed his eyes, feeling more and more that something was really wrong. I found it. The hospital closest to the 5 crime sites, Holyrood Hospital. Gu Feiyan looked at Hutch-1 constantly rubbing his eyes. Then a burst of heartache hastily pulled Hutch-1's hand. Don't rub it. The more you rub it, the more it hurts. Sarukawa shook his head and smiled. It's fine. Just in time for the hospital. Following the hazy sky, the two came inside this hospital. The dimly lit hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and there were all sorts of sick and suffering people sitting in the corners around them. Hutch-1, you wait first, huh? I'll go over there to register, Gu Fei said as she walked towards the registration desk. Sarukawa's sight kept looking around. There was hardly a nurse in sight except for a few patients, and fewer people are highly educated in this crummy social situation. Sarukawa's eyes suddenly lit up as a familiar voice came from a room on the first floor ahead. Sarukawa slowly walked over to take a peek. And sure enough, the person he was familiar with from the news agency was sitting inside in a white lab coat, treating and seeing someone. Knock knock knock. Sarukawa knocked on the door of the room, instantly caught the eyes of the two people inside. Sarukawa waved his hand. Hello there Dr. Bordeaux, I'm here in admiration. Bordeaux really froze slightly, then realized with a start, oh, it's you. Sir, may I ask how you are? Sarukawa smiled and walked in. There's some pain in my eyes. Could you please take a look at them? Bordeaux flinched slightly, but that's not the part I'm responsible for. Sarukawa didn't say anything, just invited that patient in the room straight out, then closed the door and lay on top of the hospital bed. It's okay, I trust the doctor. Come on. Sarukawa laughed softly twice. Dr. Bordeaux couldn't help but frown helplessly and could only come up to check on Sarukawa's condition. The blinding light hit Sarukawa's eyes, and he felt a sudden pain. Oh, sir, your pupils are a peculiar color, Dr. Bordeaux said. Sarukawa nodded. Maybe, but I suffered just as much abuse because of it. Bordeaux grinned, his otherwise tense demeanor relaxing. That's the way the world is. Everyone plays a different role but ultimately fulfills the same thing, and the herd mentality pervades everyone. Once a special being appears in the crowd, then the first thing that comes out of the people is questioning, and if that special being doesn't willingly submit to them, then they will be abused, insulted. Am I right, sir? Sarukawa couldn't help but nod. I suppose the doctor is talking about the recent Jack the Ripper case. You also think Jack is a maverick being? Dr. Bordeaux's examining hand suddenly stopped and his body froze. I can't understand what you're saying, doctor. You don't need to hear it, but the act of thinking you're special in a crowd is silly, isn't it? It's usually taken as a joke. Sarukawa lying in the hospital bed faced a slight smile. Mr. Jack's behavior. Stupid? Dr. Bordeaux's hand suddenly trembled for a moment, and then he reacted with a harumph and a laugh. Sir, I think you've got the wrong man. I'm not Jack the Ripper. Sarukawa didn't say anything. Just listen quietly as Bordeaux explained. Are you with the police department, sir, or a detective enthusiast? Bordeaux asked. Sarukawa shook his head and said with a smile. I'm in the same category as Jack. Even, I have to call him senior now. Oh, sir, that joke scared me. Dr. Bordeaux laughed softly in return. Sarukawa sighed a bit helplessly. Can I ask what you were doing at the newsroom this afternoon? Bordeaux smiled to send a letter. Of course, to my mother who is far away. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. Is your family okay? Of course, they're all healthy, and I have a very happy family who loves me very much, and my dad and my mom are very proud of me. Bordeaux was all smiles as he spoke. Sarukawa frowned. This game, he surprisingly did not see the slightest loophole, not even a trace of micro-expression. Either the doctor in front of us is not Jack the Ripper, or this doctor's mind is too strong. It simply won't reveal itself. Suddenly, Dr. Bordeaux's fingers reached to the side and picked up a very sharp pair of tweezers from a side iron box. Sir, Jack the Ripper is said to be dangerous. My advice is that it's best not to touch what shouldn't be touched. Bordeaux's voice suddenly went cold, and the sharp tweezers crossed above Sarukawa's eyes. Sarukawa laughed softly, still lying there motionless, smiled and opened his mouth to say, this person likes to challenge all kinds of things that should not be touched. So, only exciting. You say yes? Ha ha ha. Sarukawa suddenly laughed. At that moment, Bordeaux narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but bring a bit of caution into his eyes as he looked at Sarukawa. Bang! Sarukawa took Bordeaux's hand that was holding the tweezers and kept moving closer towards his eyes. Doc, don't be afraid. Come on. I'm looking forward to it. Sarukawa's voice also went cold. Bordeaux's face was flushed red as he tried his best to resist, but he could no longer resist Sarukawa's strength. The hand could only move closer towards Sarukawa's eyes uncontrollably. The sharp tweezers were only about a centimeter away from Sarukawa's eyes. Let go, Bordeaux whispered. Poof, isn't this what you want to do? Bang. The door was opened. A doctor outside looked at the two people in the room suspiciously. The two men at that moment were standing face to face, holding each other's hands, were exchanging friendly words. Dr. Bordeaux, it's time for us to go to the meeting, this doctor said. Bordeaux paused and nodded evenly. Mr. Sarukawa, please allow me to leave for a little while. Sarukawa always had a warm smile on his lips. You keep busy, Dr. Bordeaux, and I'll be waiting for you to get off work and get a drink together. A smile flashed in Bordeaux's eyes, pointing slightly at Sarukawa. No problem. Until Sarukawa came out, but the whole face sank. At the registration desk, Gu Fei was sitting on a chair, and there was a patient in a hospital gown next to her who had been rambling on about Gu Fei. And Gu Feiyan kept looking around and didn't pay any attention to the patient. Sarukawa didn't have to think about it to realize that he was definitely being pestered. Sarukawa changed to a smiling face, walked up and patted the patient on the shoulder. Dude, pretty? Gu Feiyan just wanted to get up when she saw Huchuan coming, but was stopped by Huchuan waving his hand. The patient immediately nodded. What a beautiful oriental girl. Sarukawa nodded in agreement. I'll teach you. You can't chase a girl like that. It'll just bore the girl. Sarukawa patted his chest. Watch me, said, walked to Gu Feiyan in front of him. Pulled Gu Feiyan up, cupped his cheeks to his lips and kissed him. Bo made a crunching sound. Gu Feiyan immediately blushed and buried her head into Huchuan's arms. What are you doing? So many people are watching. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow at the patient. Be direct. With that, he carried Gu Fei in his arms and left in front of that patient's shocked gaze. 12 o'clock in the morning at night. Huchuan sat outside the hospital with Gu Feiyan and made small talk. Bordeaux slowly walked out from inside the hospital. I'm sorry, Mr. Sarukawa. You know, hospitals are always busy. Huchuan waved his hand and pulled Gu Feiyan over to introduce him. This is my girlfriend. Her name is Gu Feiyan. Gu Fei nodded back. Nice to meet you, Dr. Bordeaux smiled. Oh, very nice. Bordeaux looked at Sarukawa and waved. Come on, Mr. Sarukawa. I can't wait for a drink. The three of them talked and laughed all the way towards the bar. A number of drunken crowds lay sprawled out in front of dimly lit street bars. The interior of the bar was even more fishy and filled with a choking smell of tobacco. Mr. Sarukawa, what would you like to drink? It's on me, Dr. Bordeaux said. 2 apple juices, please. Sarukawa waved his hand. Bordeaux's face instantly flashed with helplessness. Come on. You called me here for apple juice? Gu Fei immediately stopped with a smile. Sorry, Huchuan, he can't drink. Alcohol allergy. Dr. Bordeaux smiled and reached over to the bar. Okay, 1 shot of tequila and 2 shots of apple juice. Sarukawa kept looking at the time on the watch in his hand as the minutes ticked by. Silence fell between the three as well. Hachwon, what do these people keep looking at me for? Gu Fei was a little scared and moved closer to Hachwon. These foreigners had been looking at Gu Fei with extremely offensive eyes, making her very uncomfortable. It's okay, don't be afraid. Hachwon gently gathered Gu Fei in his arms. Oh, don't worry, it's the way it is in this corrupt society. But this group of people just have the heart of a thief but not the guts, so there's no need to worry. Dr. Bordeaux laughed. Knock knock knock. The clock struck midnight. Sarukawa immediately raised his hand and looked at his watch. The time was 1 o'clock in the morning. Sarukawa lifted his face from his position. Yes, Dr. Bordeaux, please follow me somewhere, Sarukawa said. Bordeaux laughed and drained his glass. Click. Thunderstorm outside the house. A heavy rain drifted down. In the darkness of the night, the trio advanced with umbrellas, flickering lightning illuminating the trio's features. Only Sarukawa and Dr. Bordeaux's faces were hidden under the shadow of the umbrellas, and their expressions could not be seen. Time 1:10. Unknown location in the center of a residential alley. The three of them slowed to a stop, and a female corpse lay there quietly being washed by the rain. Blood mixed with rainwater constantly flowing in all directions. The body's throat was cut and a great deal of blood flowed out, but it was not disemboweled. This body is more intact in terms of gore than the previous case. Sarukawa instantly clenched his fists and looked at Bordeaux. Bordeaux frowned as he looked at the body. Looks like Jack the Ripper has struck again. That. Sarukawa frowned. Had he guessed wrong? Bordeaux looked at his watch. Well, Mr. Sarukawa, I don't have enough time. I'll leave first. Please call the police first. Bye. Bordeaux turned to leave, but in the moment of departure, Sarukawa clearly saw a provocative and open-armed smile curling up along the corners of Bordeaux's mouth. Sarukawa clenched his fists and suddenly remembered something. Immediately afterward, he dropped his umbrella and ran towards the distance. Hey, Sarukawa, what are you doing? Gu Fei instantly became anxious. With such heavy rain, she would catch a cold. Sarukawa ran wildly almost non-stop to the location of the Bishop's Square. There wasn't a single person in the huge square. Sarukawa ran over panting. The rain had soaked the clothes he was wearing. Cold and harsh in this weather. Without time to rest, Sarukawa rushed inside the Bishop's Square. Time, 1 minute and 55. Another woman's body was lying across the center position of the Bishop's Square. Sarukawa coldly walked over to the body. The body was horrible to look at. This body, like the previous one, had its neck cut open, its intestines flung aside, a huge cavity in the abdominal position, and the uterus, as well as the kidneys, cut away. Not enough. Sarukawa looked at the time on his watch. Not enough. How can it be? Sarukawa looked at the sky in disbelief. At his speed, it would take him 45 minutes to get to Bishop's Square from the street he had just traveled. If it was really Bordeaux, he would need to be in Bishop's Square within those 45 minutes and would have to meet the dead, and then get down to it, harvest the organs. No matter which way you look at it, there's not enough time. It's not right at all. Sarukawa sat down on the floor in exhaustion. Is it really not him? But this shouldn't be? Sarukawa was a little skeptical at the moment. Everything was right on the money. The profile also matches Bordeaux, but he's not the killer? 2 cases happened at the same time, 2 very different killings, and Bordeaux was with Sarukawa at the same time the cases happened. The reason Sarukawa is called Bordeaux is to prove it. But why? Gu Fei ran over panting from a distance, her forehead not knowing whether it was rain or sweat, because she ran too fast. The umbrella was no longer useful, and the clothes on her body were already soaked. Coming over, he saw that Sarukawa was sitting next to the body with his head down, holding his legs. Gu Fei rushed over to put the umbrella over Hachwon's head and couldn't help but reprimand him. You'll catch a cold if it rains like this. Why are you working so hard? Hachwon froze slightly, frozen by Gu Fei's words. Yes, why am I working so hard? Isn't it just a case? A touch of bitterness passed through the corner of Sarukawa's mouth. Why? He had never been interested in any case, but why was he so curious about this one? Hachwon raised his head to look at Gu Fei's slightly anxious face. Sarukawa's voice choked a little and his eyes reddened. I want to know why Jack the Ripper did what he did. I also want to prove that I am not the same kind of person as Jack the Ripper. Hachwon fell into Gu Fei's arms and bawled. Tears mingled with the rain and flowed down together. Gu Fei immediately felt a pain in her heart. She suddenly felt Hachwon's aggravation, and felt that Hachwon had endured something he could not bear. The mouth is not so fragile to care, but that's just a strong expression. Jack the Ripper and Sarukawa are supposed to be the same kind of person, except that the same kind of person chooses 2 different paths. A psychological distortion radiates the anger it has historically received into the hands of innocent, unarmed people. and the other radiates his anger to the source that made him what he is. But in the end, it's all just revenge and radiating anger. There is no difference. Too much blood on the hands and the humanity is pretty much lost. I'm sorry, Fei Nian. I wanted to prove that I'm not the same kind of person as him, but the more this goes on, the more I realize that I'm no different from him. Both murderers with blood on their hands. Sarukawa trembled as he looked at his hands, his emotions already on the verge of breaking down immediately. Gu Fian looked at such Huchuan. Tears continued to flow, but could only hold Huchuan tightly. The heavy rain was still falling, but Sarukawa's consciousness gradually blurred. I don't know whether it was because of the collapse of the mind or because of the heavy rain erosion. Sarukawa's whole person became a little disoriented. The entire person fell unconscious in Gu Fei's arms. Gu Fian was in a hurry and hurriedly carried Huchuan up and ran towards the hotel. It was tough, but it was good to get to the room without any problems. The clothes on his body were soaked. Sarukawa also closed his eyes tightly with a pained expression on his face. Gu Fei can only fill up hot water from the bathroom and take off the soaked clothes on Huchuan's body one by one and slowly scrub his body for him. It wasn't until this was done that Sarukawa was placed on the bed and covered so that he could sleep peacefully, cleaned himself up again and changed into a nightgown. Acho Gu Fei also couldn't help but sneeze, and hurriedly poured some hot water, fed it to Huchuan, and drank a little bit herself before she burrowed under the covers and drifted off to sleep. I don't know how long it took, but Gu Fei felt so hot, as if she was hugging a furnace. A fine sweat flowed from his forehead, and he suddenly woke up only to realize that Sarukawa's body had become hot. The whole face and body rolled with heat. Gu Fei placed her hand on Huchuan's forehead and felt it. It must be a fever. Sarukawa, how are you feeling? Huchuan? Gu Fian hurriedly shook Huchuan. But at this point Sarukawa's consciousness was blurred and his throat was horse water. Gu Fian hurriedly climbed up and poured a cup of water for Huchuan, and moistened a towel and placed it on Huchuan's forehead. Gu Fian frowned and couldn't help but sigh. This can't go on. Gu Fian hurriedly put on his clothes to cover the quilt for Huchuan. Huchuan, you stay well in your room. I will go to find a doctor for you. I will be back soon. Saying that, he hurriedly closed the door and ran out towards the outside. Gu Fian didn't hesitate and ran directly towards the Holyrood Hospital. She only knew Dr. Bordeaux now, and he should be the only one willing to make house calls for Sarukawa, and they both have confirmed Dr. Bordeaux's innocence, so nothing should go wrong. Gu Fei arrived in the middle of the Holyrood Hospital as fast as she could, and quickly found Dr. Bordeaux. Dr. Bordeaux. Gu Fei rushed over as soon as she pushed the door open. Doctor, save Huchuan. Gu Fei was a bit anxious. Startling Bordeaux. MS. Gu, what's wrong? Don't be in a hurry. Wasn't Sarukawa fine a few hours ago? Gu Fei evening cannot come up for air. Chuan has a fever. It is very serious. Dr. Bordeaux, can you go with me to take a look? Bordeaux immediately picked up his medicine case after hearing this and followed Gu Fei to the room. Gu Fian was worried beyond belief at the moment. Huchuan's state just now was a bit scary. Bordeaux didn't feel worried and even had time to chat with Gu Fian. Miss Gu, it looks like you and Mr. Sarukawa want to be in love. Gu Fei nodded, not understanding why Bordeaux was asking this, but still answered honestly. Well, he's my favorite person, and he loves me a lot. A smile flashed in Bordeaux's eyes, but the corner of his mouth drew out a chill. Then, if you die, Mr. Sarukawa should be very sad. Gu Fei instantly thumped in her heart and was just about to turn her head. The next second a syringe was inserted into Gu Fian's neck, and as the medicine was injected, Gu Fei instantly felt dizzy. Before he could finish poofing onto the floor. Ha. At this moment, Bordeaux's eyes did not have the warm look before, replaced by the color of cruelty. Empty streets, no other passers-by under the dark sky. Bordeaux slowly pulled a pitch-black mask out of the medicine chest and put it on his face, and a scalpel with a cold, glittering light was held out in his hand. When the scalpel landed on Gu Fian's neck, the sharp tip of the knife cut right through the skin, and beads of bright red blood dripped down. Just as Bordeaux tried to exert himself, a pitch-black horizontal blade flew over. Bordeaux reacts quickly, immediately dodged. Immediately afterward, a dark silhouette with sharp hands landed directly beside Gu Fei to help her up. Sherfu, are you alright? The person who came was none other than Knife Chop. Blade Chopper's eyes were filled with rage and he looked at Bordeaux angrily. The latter waved the scalpel in his hand with a slight smile. Unfortunately, if you had come a minute later, I'll kill you. Blade Chopper snorted coldly. Blade Chopper, stop. You can't beat him. Sarukawa came from behind the two at some point. At this moment, Sarukawa's face was pale and his forehead was constantly covered in false sweat, obviously still in the 6th stage. Bordeaux was a little taken aback. I'm no longer under suspicion with you. Why do you still know? Sarukawa coughed twice, pulling on his hoarse voice. Handwriting. I saw your handwriting in your office. It's exactly the same as Jack the Ripper's handwriting at the news agency. And You said you sent letters to your family saying that your family loved you very much, but there was nothing broken in your expression. Bordeaux frowned. What's wrong with that? No break is the biggest break. A normal person mentioning loving their family will instinctively show a smile, elation as well as happiness. You just want to hide your own emotions so that I can't see the break. But you forgot the feeling of happiness. It's only right that you can't make that kind of expression. Huchwan's strong body to come to Gufei late side to hold her in her arms. Silly girl. How can I because of this small disease accident? Well, Bordeaux upended the scalpel in his hand. A horrific oppression flowed from beneath his dark mask. All. What do you want now? Sarukawa waved his hand. You touched my wife. You would have been dead. But I'm having a hard time right now, so I'll let you off the hook for once. Get lost. Ha ha ha. You're really confident, aren't you, Sarukawa? You are too arrogant, right? Bordeaux couldn't help but taunt up the scalpel in his hand, constantly flowing around his fingertips, radiating a cold, eerie light. Huchwan picked Goofy and up. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I told you, I'm a kind of person like you. But what's different between me and you is that I have a soft spot now. Bordeaux's eyes twitched at the words, and the flowing scalpel in his hand stopped. The whole thing froze in place. Sarukawa turned his head coldly. You know what I mean by that. Blade chopper. Let's go. Sarukawa turned away with those words. Bordeaux's eyes unconsciously looked toward Sarukawa's back, and could not help but show a hint of a smile. Interesting. Killer with a soft spot. Well, that is indeed very scary. Bordeaux sneered twice and his figure instantly disappeared in place. It was as if it hadn't been there. Meanwhile, at another location, another cold-blooded killer with a mask on his face was standing atop a towering watchtower, admiring the prey he was about to hunt. Back in the room, Huchwan gently placed Goofy in on the bed, while he himself went to the bathroom and took out Xiaobai to cut a wound on his arm, blood slowly flowing down. Blade Chopper was startled. Master, what are you doing? Sarukawa shook his head. It's fine. Don't mind me. As the blood was released down, Sarukawa's face actually looked better to the naked eye. Blade Chopper couldn't help but scratch his head. There's such a cure? Sarukawa smiled without saying anything. Knife Chop? You a girl called Knife Chop? How strange. Blade Chopper scratched his head and took out the horizontal blade in his hand. Because I don't have a name. My blade is called this name, so I'll just call it that. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow, bringing over the horizontal sword in Knife Chop's hand, pitch black and sharp. Sarukawa was stunned and took out Xiaobai to compare. Your knife is made of the same material as my Xiaobai. Knife Chopper also suspiciously came up, and sure enough, the two knives were almost identical in color and feel, clearly made of the same material. Sarukawa scared his mouth. Well, Knife Chop doesn't sound good. Blade Chopper plopped down and knelt on the ground. Master, please give me a name. Sarukawa frowned a bit. Worry, I don't know anything about your identity. Oh. Blade Chopper was stunned, then immediately responded. Master, my identity is clean. My father died. My mother and the rest of my family didn't want me. Then I went around the world to learn to transmit martial arts, and later set up a gang. That's it. Sarukawa nodded. It's fairly clean. Blade Chopper instantly exuded a look of delight and steadiness. Ichuan couldn't help but pinch his brow. All right. I'll accept you as my disciple. Remember, you're my fourth disciple and the last. In front of you there's still two senior brothers and one senior sister. Remember? A trace of excitement flashed in Knife Chop's eyes. All of a sudden, remember. Thank you, Master. However, when you see them, kill them by all means or you'll be the one to die. Sarukawa said in a serious tone. Remember my words. I'm not joking. Blade Chopper froze, not understanding why this was happening, but keeping it in mind. Sarukawa let out a long breath. You're from Taipei? Knife Chop nodded. Yes. Then why don't you talk like a biker? It's really weird. Sarukawa suddenly pulled out a Taipei accent. Ha 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 ha. There was an awkwardness between the air. Sarukawa waved his hand. You're boring. Alright, from now on, you'll be called Crane Spirit, for the sake of you saving your master's wife today. Your father or not. Your master, I'll teach you some. Sarukawa came to the center of the room with Tsuru Ling. Sarukawa casually picked up an apple and nibbled on it. What do you want to learn? Crane Spirit shook his head. Anything, as long as master teaches it. Sarukawa smiled. My favorite thing to use is the split tendon. How about a move that can incapacitate the enemy very quickly? Only you have to learn medicine first. Oh. You have to familiarize yourself with the structure of the human body. I don't want to learn. Crane Spirit shook his head. And firearms utilization? Sarukawa added. The Crane Spirit frowned even more. Don't. Knife transportation. This one's awesome. How about that? Sarukawa opened his mouth. Don't want to learn. Then what the hell are you going to learn? Sarukawa was a bit helpless. Crane Spirit immediately giggled. He. Whatever, as long as it's taught by master. Sarukawa almost fainted when his eyes rolled back in his head. Sarukawa sighed and patted Tsuru Ling's shoulder. I'll teach you when I get back. Haha. For now, go and get Miyamura Chihaya and Ayokoji Momoko back. Crane Spirit immediately clapped his hands. Oops, forgot about the two of them. Master, don't worry. I'll go now. Crane Spirit instantly grabbed his knife and ran out in a blaze of glory. Hechuan stood in places very messy. This girl is definitely inside his disciples, the most intelligent, no one can beat. Hechuan came to Gu Fei's side and quietly pinched Gu Fei's face. After a little while, Gu Fei slowly opened her eyes. Then she saw a smiling, fluorescent Tsurukawa looking at her. Tsurukawa, you're fine. Gu Fei Nian was a bit surprised and hurriedly propped herself up to sit up. Tsurukawa shook his head. It's okay. Just a minor illness. Gu Fei instantly revealed a smile. But in the next second, she suddenly remembered, and a wave of fear floated up to her heart. Eyes can't help but redden. Am I not a little stupid? Did I just almost die? Gu Fei instantly sobbed. I'm sorry. I was just in too much of a hurry. Hechuan see some panic. Quickly will Gu Fei late to hold reach out to wipe up Gu Fei late tears. Ioyo. Don't cry. Have me in the absolute won't let you die. What are you afraid of? Gu Fei evening with a hint of crying. I'm not afraid of this. I'm afraid that if I die, you will die, too. Hechuan was dumbfounded, and his heart could not help but feel a softness. This girl, she was still thinking about herself even though she was dying. Then this is also quite good. On the road to the Yellow Springs, we can still be a companion and won't be bored. Ha ha ha. Tsurukawa joked. Put. Gu Feiyan was also amused. Fuck you. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly poo poo poo. I don't want to die. Hechuan gently kissed Gu Feiyan's cheeks. Okay, don't worry. I'm fine. And I won't let you be fine either. So let's put 100 hearts on it. Next time, don't go looking for dangerous people without authorization. Gu Fei late nodded promisingly, with a look of incomparable good behavior. Looking at Hechuan's heart, a moment of softness. Then what should we do now? Gu Fei asked. Looking up, Tsurukawa took a deep breath. Now it's up to me, Amara Chihaya, to find the evidence. I've got a clear picture of what happened. More than 10 years haven't had a fever. This time when I had a fever, my brain even burned awake. Ha ha, don't worry. All the evidence has been all connected. Jack the Ripper's identity. I already know it completely. Hechuan smiled towards Gu Fei and pulled her up. Come on. Now, let's go see the true face of Jack the Ripper. No, precisely the true face of this group of people. Gu Feiye was instantly a bit shocked too. Are you saying that there are more than 2 Jack the Rippers? Tsurukawa looked out the window at the sky after the downpour had stopped and the hazy gloom had receded, revealing the original color of the sky. The rising sun dialized a bright light. There was a light flickering in Tsurukawa's eyes, and the corners of his mouth were recolored with his trademark warm smile. Whether it's a person or not, you always have to see it to know. Behind a conspiracy is still a conspiracy. Behind a murderer is still a murderer. Nothing is different. Hechuan turned his eyes toward Gu Feiyan and reached out to gently hold Gu Feiyan's hand. Feiyan, you're right. I'm not the same as them. The scarlet moon gradually rose, and layer after layer of fog filled the middle of the eerie night. With rats running rampant in the damp conditions, London in those days was full of crime and filth, and it wasn't a bad idea to call it hell on earth. November 9th. 2 long-haired men wearing black robes and dark skull masks stood at the entrance of an unknown alleyway on Dorset Street. Under the haze of darkness, one carried a chilling scalpel in his hand, the other, a sharp scythe. Both of their hands were drenched in blood, beads of blood constantly dripping down, and a heart that was still beating slightly was held in their hands. The scene was eerie and frightening for a while, and in front of the 2 men in black, Tsurukawa, who was holding Kahaku, leaned against the wall with his eyes slightly closed, apparently waiting for the 2 men for a long time. Oh, Tsurukawa, why do you know? A man in black spoke, and that voice was none other than Dr. Bordeaux. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Bordeaux Ely. Inaccurately, Jack the Ripper. Instantly the scene quieted and the scalpel in Bordeaux's hand tightened. Don't be in a hurry. Do you want to hear my reasoning first? Tsurukawa smiled slightly. At that Bordeaux surprisingly relaxed and did the same, leaning on top of the wall. Yeah, I'm interested. Tsurukawa took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. Jack the Ripper. The first case happened on August 30th. The birth of Jack the Ripper. Actually, that's wrong. Tsurukawa instantly denied this historically accepted time of the crime. All killings near Whitechapel, all by Jack the Ripper. But, it wasn't one of you 2. It was someone else. There's no such thing as a copycat. There are not just 2 Jack the Rippers, but many. They're an organization. Tsurukawa looked to the 2 and smiled. We weren't wrong in our previous deductive profiling. Jack the Ripper resented women at heart, hating the British police, resigned to the status quo in Britain, influenced from a young age inside to hate Jews. So, these women are just the beginning for you. You come from the most sinful baby farm amongst the UK. You, the other man in black, clearly irritated by Tsurukawa, tried to rush up but was pulled back by Bordeaux. Tsurukawa laughed softly. Twice baby farms. Something immensely sinful and something England refuses to mention, where children who don't have money are killed outright. and those who survive have to go through heavy torture. This includes the fact that there are milk bottle merchants who, in order to advertise, show that these bottles do not need to be washed, but for a long time past there was a huge amount of bacteria in these bottles. Also, fake powdered milk. Almost every Victorian merchant was a black merchant. They adulterated tons of flour in powdered milk to pass it off as good. Also, when children with new teeth would cry a lot, the people on the farm gave them something called baby tooth powder, but the main ingredient in this stuff was mercury, which is also known as mercury. And the Victorians also sold a syrup called baby hearing water, but this syrup actually contained a large amount of opium as a stabilizing ingredient. You are the children who survived this physical and psychological torture. Feel free to grow up with all your bodies showing various symptoms. Your hearts will hate you even more. Sarukawa's voice grew serious. So you hate the loose women. The ones who were born but not bred to throw you away. And most of those are some kind of prostitutes. They can't survive on their own. So if they have an unwanted pregnancy, they send the child to a baby farm. So your revenge is first and foremost on this group of prostitutes. Snap! Bordeaux couldn't help but applaud. Awesome. Clever. What an amazing story. Proof that? Ha. Bordeaux didn't have a flicker of emotion, as if he was actually listening to a story. Sarukawa suddenly sneered. Miyamura Chihaya. Hey, I'm here. Miyamura Chihaya immediately came out from the back. I went to many baby farms in the countryside and investigated them all. I finally found a clue. Chihaya Miyamura immediately pulled out a ledger. This is the ledger of a baby farm run by a burned-out Jewish family a few months ago with the names of all the babies he charged. Except that this baby farm has been burned down and his family killed. And coincidentally, this book of all the babies was not burned, and there are two familiar names on it oh so often. Chihaya Miyamura smiled and turned the ledger over one by one. Bordeaux and Alan Kaminsky. Sarukawa smiled. It was because the Jews ran the baby farm that you wrote, Jews are not a people of innocence to be resented, on the wall after you killed the fifth man. Am I right? Sarukawa sneered. Was the reasoning over? Apparently not. Sarukawa had a smile. 5 cases. 3 modus operandi. In the first case, the killer slit the throat and opened the abdomen, but didn't cut away any organs. In other cases, the killer slit the throat and opened the abdomen to remove organs. There's only one case where the killer only slit the throat and didn't open the abdomen. So your alibi, it's useless because you're not alone. I think the person who opened up the abdomen to harvest the organs was you, right? Alan Kaminsky. And it was Dr. Bordeaux who cut the throat and opened the abdomen, but did not remove the organs. As for the one that only cuts throats, I think it was someone else. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow and stopped reasoning. So, now, is there anything you won't admit? The two were silent for a while before they couldn't help but laugh. So that? Now what are you going to do? The two men said in cold voices. Swish swish, 2 figures fell from behind Bordeaux. It was He Ling and Gu Fei. Miyamura Shifuyu rubbed her hands together and laughed. What for? To catch Jack the Ripper. What do you think you're going to do? Wait. Sarukawa immediately stopped. A few people. Several people froze, not knowing what Bai Huchuan meant. Sarukawa sighed. Let them go. What? Miyamura Chihaya immediately grabbed Sarukawa. You're not kidding. How many more people have to die if they're gone? Sarukawa shook his head. I'm not kidding. Let them go. Miyamura Shifuyu's eyes were dead set on Sarukawa, and he couldn't understand why Sarukawa was doing this. This was Jack the Ripper. Bordeaux laughed as the two men bowed towards Sarukawa. Interesting. It seems we are indeed of the same kind. Mr. Sarukawa, I'll be looking for you. Bang! A puff of smoke filled the area where the two were standing, and their figures disappeared into thin air. Miyamura Chihaya felt a bit annoyed when she saw the two disappeared. Sarukawa, what are you doing? They are murderers. You're letting the tiger out of the bag. Gu Feiyan was also a little unsure of what exactly Huchuan meant by doing this. However, she thought that Huchuan had a reason for everything. Stop it. Huchuan must have a reason, Gu Fei said as she walked up. Miyamura Chihaya scratched his head in annoyance. I really don't understand. Shut up you. Sarukawa spoke coldly. They are characters from history. In history they would not have been captured. If we had captured them we would have changed history and our names would have stayed here. By then, we won't be able to afford to go back. Don't you understand that? Sarukawa said slowly, instantly giving a few people a whole freeze. Are you saying that if we capture them, the butterfly effect will be triggered, and then the original world of us just disappears? Miyamura Shifuyu asked. Sarukawa nodded. That's right. That's why we can't change history. Got it. Miyamura Shifuyu suddenly calmed down, and upon careful recollection, it did seem to be the case. I'm sorry, was my impulse. Miyamura Chihaya scratched his head and laughed in embarrassment. So what do we do now? The case has been solved and the identity of the murderer is known. Where should we go now? Sarukawa shook his head. Let's go back to the hotel first. I don't know about the rest. Several people returned together inside the hotel as the darkness of these days gradually brightened and the sun was finally seen. The gloom that had hung over London gradually dissipated. Inside the hotel room, a few people rarely loosened up, and the pressure that had been hanging over everyone's heads gradually dissipated. A few people had a simple meal and watched an old-time movie together. Not to mention, this black and white pantomime is pretty funny, and the name of the movie, This Handbrake Doesn't Work Too Well, is pretty good. It reached late at night before the other three went back inside their rooms, and Gu Feinian and Sarukawa beautifully cuddled together as they went to sleep. At some point, Gu Feiyan suddenly felt a chill, as if someone had opened the window, and the cold wind kept pouring in. Some slight chill. Gu Fei opened her eyes in a daze and suddenly cold sweat instantly flowed out as she saw what appeared to be two dark shadows sitting on the sofa. The dark figure sat on the couch, smoke emanating from a little sparking cigarette burning in his fingers. Gu Fei instantly felt a wave of fear, but the next second she was held in Huchuan's arms, and Gu Fei looked up at Huchuan. Sarukawa gave her a gentle smile, followed by gently pressing her under the covers and covering her with them. Sarukawa got off the bed and came to sit face to face with the two on the couch. The dark figure threw over a cigarette, but Sarukawa took it and threw it to the ground. "Oh, I told you we would come for you." Bordeaux's voice emerged, revealing a familiar face with a smile in the moonlight. Sarukawa ignored him and poured himself a glass of water. "If you're going to do it, I promise, in 1 minute, I'll have you both on the ground." The other one flinched slightly. "You were waiting for us too?" Bordeaux laughed and couldn't help but be alert as well. "Sarukawa, I admire you. Join Jack the Ripper and change the world together." "No, I'm not like you guys. You're orphans. No parents, no relatives, no friends, alone. TSK. Poor." Sarukawa unabashedly mocked it. "Oh, and you that? Aren't you the same?" Bordeaux asked. "I have a wife. She loves me very much. I'm not like you guys. You have no one to love you. Even everyone spits on you. That's what makes me different from you guys," Sarukawa said slowly with two soft laughs, somewhat solidly. Even the unusually calm Bordeaux couldn't help but clench his fists. "It doesn't matter. We don't care. This world is so dirty. Is there still a need to exist?" The meaning of the birth of Jack the Ripper. It was to remove filth, to be a scythe hanging over the world's head, a constant reminder to the world. Bordeaux's voice was a little maniacal, and his eyes were filled with a look of anticipation, as if the new era would soon be beautiful in his eyes because of Jack the Ripper. "Ha!" Sarukawa couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Bordeaux was a bit angry. Sarukawa's attitude made him uncomfortable. Sarukawa sighed and shook his head. "The purges you speak of are the defenseless women who have no choice but to sell their bodies in order to survive? How cowardly." "Humph, that's only the beginning. The point of Jack the Ripper is order, balance. Order is truth, balance is both eternal," Bordeaux said as he walked over and took Sarukawa by the shoulders. "Sarukawa, do you know how many evil people there are in this world? And how many good people? And how many ordinary people?" Bordeaux said slowly. "I'm telling you, the ratio of good guys and bad guys in this world is completely out of balance. With bad guys taking up 30%, good guys taking up 30%, and ordinary people who are neither good nor bad taking up 40%. All Jack the Ripper has to do is to maintain order, maintain the balance, remove the excess mundanes. That becomes balance and then maintains it. That's order. That's the new world. Bordeaux slowly paints such a world. Instead, Sarukawa's eyes were colored with great shock. At this moment, Sarukawa's body and mind were greatly shaken. It wasn't because of the world Bordeaux portrayed. Rather, order, balance, and a truth that the head has always stood for, something that has always been fulfilled. Sarukawa's head roared up as a train of thought suddenly erupted and he seemed to have discovered something. Until Bordeaux said this, he had been able to confirm it up. Jack the Ripper, with the heads. It's the same organization, an organization that spans more than 100 years but still exists. Seeing Sarukawa freeze, Bordeaux assumed it was the effect of his comments and immediately looked at Sarukawa expectantly. "So, Sarukawa, join us, create this world together." Sarukawa's mouth suddenly showed a bitter smile. "You succeeded. How is an organization that has existed for over 100 years not considered a success?" Sarukawa randomly shook his head. "But I refuse." Sarukawa stood up and stood to the edge of the windowsill to look out at the bright moonlight all alone. "I have been fulfilling this self-perceived justice in my heart, resulting in my hands stained with blood now. I'm tired. I want to be selfish, to live the life that's mine, and that happiness, no one is going to take away from me." Huchuan looked at Gu Feiyan who was hiding under the quilt with tenderness in his eyes. "My future world has been booked by my wife, and I can't put anything else in it. You guys go." Bordeaux also heard out Sarukawa's previous experience and couldn't help but frown. "Who the hell are you?" Swish! A pitch-black playing card flew out from Sarukawa's fingertips. It traced a graceful streamline across the night sky. "Fly to Bordeaux in an instant." Bordeaux reached out and squeezed it, and the blackened playing card scattered with sprinkles had a letter engraved on it, K. Whoever I am, right now I only have one name, Surukawa. The corners of Surukawa's mouth once again curled into an open smile. In the darkness of the night, Yulan's pupils constantly flashed with a confident luster. Non-Suru agency, Surukawa. The two Bordeauxs walked up to the window and smiled towards Surukawa. Surukawa. Very good. I remember you. You're funny and you have beautiful eyes. Surukawa returned the same smile. If you can live longer, you can visit the East. Where? It is the safest country in the world. There is no opium among the inhabitants. No baby farms. And not so many people like you. Bordeaux's brow furrowed in a slight frown. Obviously not believing it but speaking anyway. Yes, Mr. Surukawa. I'll keep that in mind. I will. The two bowed toward Surukawa, and after a curl of green smoke was dispersed by the wind, the two disappeared by the window. Surukawa sighed as he walked up and closed the window, getting under the covers right afterward. Just wanted to ask Gufei late but found that long ago. The cat in the quilt sleep is sweet. That Surukawa couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Was this silly girl so relieved? Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat the two? Huchuan was somewhat helpless, gently brushing Gufei's slightly messy hair. Gufei Nian wrinkled her nose when she felt Hechuan's movements and buried her head into Hechuan's arms to continue to huff and puff. Surukawa sighed helplessly, also hugged his soft wife and went to sleep. Day 2. Ah. Inside the room, the crowd sat around the couch looking at the bed with depressed faces. Surukawa wrapped himself in the quilt and wailed. My eyes hurt. Gufeian was anxious on the sidelines and could not do anything about it. For some reason, since the morning, Huchuan kept saying that his eyes hurt so much. The crowd didn't know what was going on for a while. Gufeian softly soothed. Huchuan, listen to me. Come out and let me take a look, okay? Surukawa was silent under the covers for a moment, then sat up immediately after loosening the covers. Aha! Instantly screams came from the room. Only this time it wasn't Surukawa's but someone else's. Because now Surukawa's pupils had unexpectedly turned all black. Black without a trace of life. Although Surukawa is handsome but looks so scary. What's wrong with you guys? Surukawa said, standing up and walking toward a few people. Ah, don't you come over. Miyamura Chihaya immediately copied the vase to be on guard. Because right now Surukawa's appearance was just too scary. Huchuan was a bit puzzled and looked quizzically at Gufei. Gufeian's face showed fear plus worry. Surukawa, are you feeling okay? Surukawa blinks. Actually I seem to be doing better now. It doesn't hurt so much. Hey. Gufeian shivered and handed over a mirror. Huchuan, look for yourself. Puzzled, Surukawa copied the mirror and took such a look. Grip, who the hell is this? Surukawa flung the mirror away in direct fright. The crowd shivered and stretched out their fingers to point at Surukawa. This is me. Surukawa rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What the hell have I become? Surukawa panicked even more. What was going on? One had never been like this before. Something wasn't right. But just then Gufeian seemed to have discovered something in general. Wait a minute, Surukawa, don't move, Gufeian said as she came closer. And several people froze and all came closer to stare at Huchuan's eyes. Hey, what's this? Huchuan, you have something in your eyes. Hey, Gufei said. Surukawa burst out laughing. People have eyes for you. Come on. I'm not kidding, there really is, Gufei said, pointing at Huchuan's eyes. Originally pitch black pupils, even slowly emerged a touch of blue. Gradually, this blue gradually expanding, transformed into a shape appearance. What's this? Chihaya Miyamura wondered. It seems like the shape of a dragon, Gufei said as the shape of this dragon gradually became clearer and clearer. A few people looked mesmerized for a while. Hey, it's changed again, it's morphed again, like it's turned into a snake again. Right, it's a snake. Shifuyu Miyamura marveled. Surukawa was stunned. A dragon? Snake? Why did it sound so much like a ring? Surukawa was a bit puzzled, but just then his eyes suddenly glowed. A blinding light irradiated the entire room. Miyamura Chihaya and the others were startled by the glow. Crap. Otter. The voice ended abruptly before the words were finished. A dizzying dizziness of the mind passed, and several people woke up in a daze. And the first thing Surukawa realized was that they were actually inside the great hall in the center of the ancient castle. We're back. A shout from Surukawa instantly alerted the few people present. The crowd suddenly observed all around them that they had actually traveled back. Gufeian suddenly pointed at Huchuan and said, Hey, Huchuan, your eyes are fine. Following Gufeian's line of sight, Huchuan had indeed returned to normal. It was still the same pupil color as before. Surukawa nodded, and the sting in his eyes disappeared. Strange, Jelna? Surukawa wondered. Just as several people were wondering, Ayakoji Momoko suddenly covered her mouth and looked above her head in horror. You! Look guys! Ayako Momoko exclaimed. Several people followed the line of sight. Above the mural on the second floor, JL is naked, his limbs pinned with swords, his insides have been gutted, and his neck has been cut off with a single slash. Blood ran down the mural, and at the top of the mural, written in blood, anyone who tries to peek into the birth of the head will eventually lose his life to the knives of destiny. Tsurukawa clenched his fists as he watched the bloody scene. The killer's technique was the same as Jack the Ripper. It's the head. It's a warning. Suffered. Snake ring. Each one secretly said that it was not good. The ring's power was too strong. And now another ring had fallen into their hands. Tsurukawa felt a chill, as if he was being watched. And just as he expected, an unknown dark location with 12 thrones scattered throughout the glorious hall. Except that the one in the very center doesn't seat anyone. There were obviously 12 thrones, but only 10 people were sitting in their seats at this time. Among them, the throne in the center was naturally Tsurukawa's, and the other empty chair was the one with the letter that Tsurukawa had killed. And each of those 10 people had a picture of Tsurukawa in their hands. Tsurukawa, well, interesting, how is he? A man in black said. Who was sitting on the sidelines. Sneered, what? Who do you want him to replace? The scene fell silent and no one was talking. The other black-clothed man snorted coldly, and a warm and gentle male voice sounded everyone. I'll put my words here. It's okay for you to take advantage of my absence and kill my master, because my master said that the skill is not as good as others. It is right to die. But, whoever misses my master's position, whoever is ready to die. Another man in black snorted coldly. Slightly murderous eyes looked at suddenly cold voice drank when the master's body is found, you personally accompany the funeral. Didn't pay any attention to the two of them, just gently stroking his fingers over Tsurukawa's picture, especially where his fingers rested on Tsurukawa's eyes. Couldn't help but have a smile on his lips, one that was both gentle and smitten, and more than a little morbid. She murmured in a voice that only she could hear, Master, we will meet soon. Can hide it from others, but not from me. Inside and outside the old castle, countless police cars as well as secret service units were parked. A few people from Tsurukawa were sitting outside when a familiar man slowly walked up. Yo, two of you. It looks like you guys are caught up in this storm again. The person who came was none other than Nam-sung, who he hadn't seen in a long time. The two stood up and looked at Nam-seong somewhat helplessly. Nanchang couldn't help but laugh. Tsurukawa, it seems like you really are in trouble wherever you go. I really doubt that you're the headsman. Ha ha ha. Nam-sung said with a snort, but Tsurukawa was a little flustered inside. Don't be ridiculous. Who actually did it? Gu Fei asked. Nanchang waved his hand. Who else could it be? The head. Nanchang finished and then looked at Tsurukawa with interest. I heard about you. You don't seem to be that simple. Tsurukawa was a bit speechless. For some reason, he always felt that Nanchang was somewhat targeting himself. Nanchang's face has been hanging a smile sight dead staring at Tsurukawa. Non-late. Forgot to tell you one thing. Our undercover agent in the organization said, in a few months ago defected from the organization, and has died under the cliff. That is to say, really dead? Gu Fei evening slightly stunned. Some cannot believe. Wait a minute. Dead? Nanchang nodded his eyes but stayed on Tsurukawa. That's right. The news we got. Is indeed dead. Just, like such a powerful character. Is it really possible to die so simply? Do you think so? Tsurukawa instantly stuttered in his heart. But his face didn't show anything. Is no longer powerful. He's still just an ordinary person. It's normal to die. Gu Fei secretly clenched her fists and sulked. Damn it. It's too cheap for him. This kind of person goes to his death so painfully. It's really unpleasant. Tsurukawa secretly laughed bitterly in his heart. Listening to his own wife scolding himself was not a good feeling. Nanchang slightly smiled, reached out and patted Tsurukawa's shoulder. In short, for the head, we still have been fighting against. Non-late. Your resignation. The upper side does not agree. So, as of today, resume your posting. Received a tip that the head has set his sights on Tsurukawa. Your main line of duty. Protect Tsurukawa. Side mission. Investigate the head. Nanchang clapped his hands. That's it. All problems? Feel free to find me. Tsurukawa. The upper side is very optimistic about you. Don't let us down. Oh. Nam-sung aggravated his tone on the word we, as if he meant it. Gu Feiyan, on the other hand, was secretly excited. I'm still a cop. Yay. But, it should be Tsurukawa protecting me. Gu Fei down a lot of Tsurukawa at night. It's not like my force value is as high as yours. Tsurukawa smiled slightly. You're high. You're high. Hey, Tsurukawa. Miyamura Shifuyu ran over with Ayokoji Momoko in tow. We're pulling out. Oh. Tsurukawa was stunned. In such a hurry? Won't you come with me to Haicheng for 2 days? Miyamura Chihaya's mouth curled into a smile. No. I'm a very good detective. It's not. Miyamura Chihaya took out her cell phone. I got another case. Lost kindergarten murder case. Wait for me to investigate that. Bye bye. Tsurukawa nodded. All right then. We'll be in touch afterward. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. I'll be back to play with you after this case. Ayakoji Momoko also came up and hugged Goofy and bye-bye. After sending the two away, Goofy and Hachuan also planned to go home. This trip to London is now a trip of a lifetime. Several people knew exactly who Jack the Ripper was, and Sarukawa knew of the organization's connection to Jack the Ripper. It's just that the people know better, and no one says these things out loud. Except, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for the two of us in the future. Looking at He Ling, who was sitting next to the two of them and giggling excitedly, Chuan only felt that the day when he could go further with Goofy and was far away. Why did he or she take this light bulb then? It lasted a couple hours. The three finally returned home exhausted. Goofy had just taken the key and opened the door when He Ling pushed it open. Swish, a flash of cold light, and Crane's spirit rushed straight into the room, slashing towards one of the creatures on the couch. Dang Kong, holy shit. Fortunately, Fu Jingran reacted quickly and crossed his legs. Otherwise this knife goes down. TSK would be the only eunuch in modern history. Where did you come from? Fu Jingran roared as he clapped his beating heart. He Ling propped up his knife and aimed it at Fu Jingran. Who are you? I'm your father, Fu Jingran scolded. Who let you in? Sarukawa frowned in confusion. Goofy Late is even more confused. Hey, this seems to be their own home. The table was all messed up with the burgers and fried chicken ordered by Fu Jingran. Fu Jingran smiled and greeted Goofy Nyenyo. Hello sister-in-law, I'm here to visit my relatives. Goofy Late unbelievably looked at Hachuan, and then looked at Fu Jingran. You know each other? Sarukawa nodded. Formerly of the orphanage. It clicked. Like a thunderous explosion. Goofy was completely shocked in place. Sarukawa instantly felt bad. Honey, I didn't lie to you and you didn't ask. Goofy instantly jumped onto Hachuan's back to take a bite on Hachuan's neck. Ah, ouch wife, Sarukawa wailed as he was bitten. Goofy's eyes were filled with rage. Arms deadlocked around Hachuan's neck. You two, combined to cheat me out of my money. That's my hard-earned money. Hachuan, you bastard. Crane spirit, catch that one for me. Don't let him get away. Goofy bellowed. He Ling directly rushed over and held Fu Jingran down on the sofa. Hey. The room was a mess for a while. It didn't die down until 2 hours later. Hachuan's neck was bitten with teeth marks all over it, and he coyly rubbed Goofy's shoulders on the side. Fu Jingran topped with two panda eyes, pouting with a stubborn face, kneeling on the ground. It looks like the expression of disobedience is still there. People also want to live. Fu Jingran aggravated. Goofy was infuriated. Told you knew him. Do I have to beg my dad? Sarukawa immediately nodded in response. Wife, calm down. It's all his business. It has nothing to do with me. I was in prison. I didn't know anything about it. It was all him. He deserves to die. Shame on you. Sarukawa. Slap. Ah. Fu Jingran cried pitifully with a handful of snot and tears. All right, shut up. Goofy hurriedly scolded. What are you doing in our house? Fu Jingran wiped his face and laughed. Going to relatives? Ah. I'm busy with business. There is no place to go. Hey, such a big house you cannot live, is not it? Goofy and Hachuan are both a bit on the verge of breaking out. A light bulb even. Now another one pops up. What more is needed? For the next week, Goofy and Hachuan were considered to be in a state of lifelessness, and these two were even more rowdy than expected. At night, Hachuan and Goofy were lying on the bed, just wanting to make out and warm up and liaise. With a bang, the door slammed right through. It startled both of them. Fu Jingran was holding that horizontal sword of He Ling's in his hand, circling around the bed, and He Ling's face reddened and warmed up behind him. Fu Jingran, give it back. Hey, just don't give it. Slightly. The two bickered like this almost every day. AI Goofy inside Hachuan. I have a feeling that we haven't even gotten married yet and we've raised a son and a daughter. Sarukawa similarly clenched his fists to suppress the anger that was about to erupt. Me, also, yes. A few days passed with this bickering. On this day, Hachuan and Goofy were sitting in the office, and there was no business coming in, so it was a free time. Knock knock. Door was knocked. Opened the door. Wen Zhao ghostly head peeked out. Yell. Where is it? The door opened and not only Wen Zhao, but Lion Song Zhe Zhongming were all here. Sarukawa was a bit puzzled. Yo, there's no work at the institute. Why do you have time to come to my place? Wen Zhao. Several people were carrying large bags of food in their hands. It's not a vacation. Shabu. Ha. Goofy hurriedly took the food over. Good. It's rare to relax. Hey Hachuan, call sister He-Yun to come as well. He-Chuan answered softly, briefly introduced He Ling and Fu Jingran to Wen Zhao and left them alone. The firm was suddenly buzzing. Not long after, He-Yun also came carrying a cake in her hand. The heat of the rising hot pot spread out, and the crowd at once ate and drank happily. Just as a few people were having fun, there was another knock on the door. A few people froze. It's hard not to have friends. Sarukawa walked up and opened the door, but outside the door was a young girl wearing a high school uniform. Sarukawa was slightly stunned, and somewhat sheepishly looked at the crowd behind him and whispered, "I shouldn't have lied to you, right?" The young girl was also stunned. "Huh? What? I'm looking for Mr. Sarukawa because I have something I want him to help me with." Sarukawa suddenly understood, and hurriedly invited the little girl in. The little girl was probably a little afraid of people seeing so many people in the house, a little shy, unconsciously pulling on Sarukawa's coat corner. "Can I talk to you alone?" This behavior was not the same in the eyes of the crowd, and one looked at Sarukawa with an interrogative gaze. "Alright, you guys stop messing around. Hachuan, go talk to her. Maybe the little girl does have something going on," Gu Fei said in a hurry. Sarukawa was immediately moved in his heart. Oh, it's still his wife who is understanding. Unlike these goods, Sarukawa led the young girl to the living room and sat down, instantly changing to a professional smile. "May I ask what you need?" The little girl was slightly nervous and kept clenching her hands. "Hello. I came here to ask you to help me find someone." Sarukawa froze. "Looking for someone?" The little girl nodded. "My name is Yu Xiaoyu. I'm a student of Haichang No. 1 High School." Sarukawa nodded. "Get to the point. Who are you looking for?" Yu Xiaoyu said somewhat nervously. "I'm looking for my classmates. 3 of them. They went to the illusory deep forest during vacation and haven't returned until now." When Hachuan heard what Yu Xiaoyu said, he was a bit puzzled. "The illusory deep forest? What kind of place is that? I've never heard of it." How long have they been missing?" Sarukawa asked. "It's already been 3 days, so I have no choice but to come to you." Yu Xiaoyu pulled out a few red tickets and some change from her backpack. "This is all I have. Can you please help me?" Sarukawa looked at the less than $500 in his hand, and was a little embarrassed, but looked at the little girl's expectant eyes and softened a little. Well, after all, it's also 3 lives, so take the money back." "I don't want it." Sarukawa waved his hand indifferently, which was unusually handsome and dashing. Yu Xiaoyu was instantly happy. "I've long heard that Mr. Sarukawa is both handsome and kind. It's really true when I see it today." "Ah ha 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 ha, no. It's just average." Sarukawa was a bit flustered by the compliment. Yu Xiaoyu stood up and bowed towards Sarukawa. "Then I'll wait for news from Mr. Sarukawa." With that said, bouncing away. After closing the door, Sarukawa returned to the table in confusion. "What's going on? What exactly happened?" Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa sat down and waved his hand. "It's not a big deal. It's just that 3 students got lost in some phantom deep forest and asked me to find them." Snap! When Zhao Chopsticks fell down, Gu Fei instantly slapped the table and rose. "What?" The crowd's reaction gave Sarukawa a shock. "Why? What's wrong?" Gu Fei shook her head with a grave expression. "We won't take this case." Sarukawa frowned. "But I've already agreed." "What's wrong? What's wrong with this illusory deep forest?" When Zhao Dong was also anxious. "Are you stupid? Why don't you ask us? In Huaxia, you can go anywhere, but you can't go to the illusory deep forest. It's a forbidden place in all of Huaxia. It's super dangerous. No one who goes in ever comes out." When Zhao shouted anxiously, and the crowd nodded in agreement. When he said that, Sarukawa became a bit curious. "Is there something in there? Is it so dangerous?" Songzae nodded. "Some people have said that they have seen human-like things around the deep forest, and others have said that they have found huge footprints at the edge of the deep forest. In short, it is extremely dangerous inside. There are too many unknowns present inside." Sarukawa was a bit puzzled that there was such a magical place. Gu Fei walked to Hachuan and said in a consultative tone, "So let's not take this case, not even for more money. It's too dangerous." Sarukawa, blinking eyes with an innocent emotion, asked Alu, "But there are 3 live little IFO. You police do not care, Mark?" The crowd in the room fell silent when these words came out, and each of them looked at each other in disbelief. The car can't get in, and the communication equipment can't be used inside. When Zhao frowned and thought, "We can only rely on manpower to search." Hichuan waved his hand. "Forget it. Since it is said to be so dangerous, don't go with so many people. You guys aren't unaware of my stature. Crane Spirit, come with me for a trip. We'll be back soon." "Alright, master," Crane Spirit responded. Gu Fei sighed. She knew she couldn't persuade Hachuan. "Then I'm going too." Hachuan just wanted to deny but was directly covered by Gu Fei's mouth. "Don't say anything. Where you are, where I am, this is my mission." Hachuan laughingly pulled Gu Fei's hand away. "I mean, together with you." The mission was definitely completed successfully. Fu Jingran kept tapping on his cell phone every now and then and laughed. "Forget it. The illusory deep forest is a lot more dangerous than you guys think. There are more than just monsters in there." "Oh," Fu Jingran said. "Is it hard to believe that there are ghosts?" Sarukawa wondered. Fu Jingran gave a "you think that" look. "Let's go find old man Pei and ask him to follow us," Hachuan suddenly said. The corner of Gu Fei's mouth tugged, marveling a bit at Hachuan's imagination. "How old is Pei Lao? Can he still go into the mountains?" Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. "Just go ask." What? Pei Lai's brows furrowed as he rubbed his feet. You told me to go to the illusory deep forest. Little brat, you want to get old me killed, don't you? I'm an old man with old arms and legs, going up and down the mountains with you. Pei Lao began to curse at once. Hachuan he smiled and hurriedly went with Goofy and one on the left and one on the right. Elder Pei, aren't you great? I heard that there are ghosts in the Phantasmagoria deep forest, so please step in, Goofy said. That's something the old man would love to hear. Hachuan hemmed and hawed. So, Pei Lao, go you. The two men had one hand each, and without waiting for Pei Lao to speak, they set him up and ran wildly in the direction of the car. The team this time was 5 in total. Hechuan, Gu Fei, Pei Lao, He Ling, and Wen Zhao, Xiao Zhao. There's no need for you to come along. It's dangerous, Gu Fei said. Wen Zhao heatedly smiled. It's okay, Sister Fei. If we go in and come out safely this time, I'll be able to get the information about the illusory deep forest, and then we can open up a safe path. Anyone who mistakenly enters it in the future will be able to walk out safely. Sarukawa couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Xiao Zhao, cow, you've perfectly interpreted the core of the party and country for the people. When Zhao hemmed and hawed. Alright, it's all done, let's go, Gu Fei shouted. The car started up immediately. Destination, Phantasmagoria Deep Forest. Just as a few people were about to leave, Hiyun walked up and knocked on the window. Fei Nian, let me borrow your boyfriend for a moment and say a few words. Hachuan slightly stunned Goofy and nodded. Go what are you waiting for? Sarukawa reacted by getting out of the car in a hurry. What's wrong? Hiyun pulled Sarukawa aside with some concern between his eyebrows. There are rings in the illusory deep forest, but I don't know what kind of ability it is. The top of the organization will definitely be on top. Sarukawa nodded. I know this. That's precisely why I'm going. The ring's power I've really seen this time. It can't fall into the organization's hands. Hiyun sighed. Are your eyes ready? Sarukawa nodded. I have a guess. I don't know if it's right or not. I have a feeling. My ring isn't broken. It's in my eyes. The corner of Hiyun's mouth couldn't help but pull. You don't joke. Sarukawa didn't know how to say it, but that's how it felt anyway. Alright, let's go. Bye. Sarukawa said goodbye to Hiyun. A few people's cars set off immediately, walking in the direction of the illusory deep forest. The moon sees a river of stars. A few people had sailed inside the deep forest. The roads around them gradually disappeared, replaced by countless towering trees as well as 1-meter-high clumps of grass. The car is not going to go in. A few people could only get out of the car, pack up all their gear, and start rushing towards the inside with their flashlights. I don't know how long I'd been walking, but a thick mist suddenly surfaced around me. The kind where you can't reach out and see what's going on. Everyone stay still, Hachuan said, gradually groping his way over and tying up the 5 people with ropes. Fei late, hold on to old man Pei, Sarukawa said as he tied the rope around himself. Follow me. I'll scout ahead. Yes, the crowd responded. Sarukawa began to cut the weeds down with Kahaku in his hand, gradually feeling his way forward. It was getting dark outside, and the tall trees shrouded the moonlight completely, making it impossible to see any light. Several people had to rely on the light of their flashlights to walk inside. Perhaps the fog was just a barrier, and after passing through it, the view became slightly clearer. But for some reason, the trees here had turned black, revealing layers and layers of eeriness everywhere, and it looked a little scary. There was a constant sound of strange wind or perhaps bird or animal chirping coming from the depths of the woods. After another moment, Sarukawa glanced at his watch. The time was 8:10 p.m. The smell of damp, rotting trees came from all around, and there were bugs and arthropods everywhere. It wasn't until a few people had been walking for I don't know how long that there was some sort of huge black shadow looming in the direction directly in front of them. As the crowd walked up, a dilapidated log cabin presented itself. Sarukawa instantly some information hastily untied the rope. I'll go in and take a look. You guys wait where you are, Sarukawa said and walked towards the cabin. The cabin is not large, but it does remain intact and clean. The doorway crossbars. Sarukawa keenly noticed what appeared to be sharp claws scratching through the wood, but Sarukawa thinks it should be a dog, bear, tiger, or something like that, so don't worry about it. Creak, pushing the door open. A wooden house with only a living room emerges, and nothing else. Sarukawa waved his hand toward the crowd. Come in. The crowd rushed over immediately. Step inside the house. It's rather Spartan, but it can be fantastic to have a place like this to stay in these woods. Sarukawa found some drier branches to raise the fire. Gu Fiyin, on the other hand, helped the people lay out their sleeping bags, and there was a hint of fireworks in the house. Xiao Zhao, how's it going? Gu Fei asked. When Zhao nodded. So far so good, and the path is documented. When Zhao kept checking the computer for the path they were walking on, which was probably the first journey in the entire China to explore the illusory deep forest. If it was accomplished, Wen Zhao would be considered a great achievement. Master, I'll go out and look around, Crane Spirit said as he walked out while carrying his sword. Won't she be in danger like this? When Zhao was a bit puzzled, Goofy smiled and shook her head. It's fine. Crane Spirit is very good with his hands. Tsurukawa didn't stay idle either, coming to his spot outside alone and pulling out a handful of powder from his own bag and sprinkling it on the ground. Yo, beast repellent powder? That's good stuff, kid. Pei Lao walked out at some point. Tsurukawa nodded. You recognize it too? Pei Lao laughed. Old man knows astronomy from above and geography from below, Pei Lao said while pulling out a Wangbang shell and placing it on the ground. Immediately afterward, he himself sat down and began to shake the king's shell. There was a ringing of bells and a few copper coins scattered out of the turtle shell. Pei Lao nodded with satisfaction after carefully observing with his hands. Little guys, I've done a fortune telling for you. You all managed to turn the crisis around this time even though you were in a lot of crisis. Not bad, ha ha. Huchuan looked at the thing in Pei Lao's hand with some curiosity. This is interesting, ha. Then why don't you tell your own fortune? When Pei Lao heard this, he glared. Kid, let me tell you, in this business, the most taboo is to read your own fortune. Remember, never read your own fortune. Tsurukawa nodded thoughtfully. Alright, go to bed early. I'll keep watch. There was some coldness inside the cabin, and a few people huffed and puffed in their sleeping bags, and they were relieved to have Tsurukawa keeping watch. Tsurukawa sat alone outside the house, but his brows were furrowed. He always had a not-so-good feeling, not sure if it was the reason for the mental work. Sasha. Suddenly there were subtle sounds coming from within the bushes around them. Tsurukawa's ears twitched instantly, on guard holding Kahaku in his hands ready to strike. The sound gradually faded away, and Tsurukawa acutely sensed that there was something within the bushes ahead, and it gave him a sense of crisis, of danger. Tsurukawa quietly felt his way over, cautiously poking through the grass. Bang dash! A gunshot rang out across the mountains. The people in the room were instantly awakened. What happened? Several people rushed out of the house. Hide! Goofy hurriedly pulled Wen Zhao over to lean against the inner room. What she clearly heard earlier was a gunshot, and it was the sound of a sniper rifle. Tsurukawa, are you outside? Goofy shouted towards the outside, but there was no sound coming from outside. Goofy immediately felt trapped. They were being backstabbed. Goofy instantly became a little anxious, and didn't care if there was anything outside. Directly rushed out, but it was pitch black outside. There was nothing, only a few strange footprints above a clearing in the distance, and a streak of blood. Goofy instantly paled for a split second. Hurriedly, she stumbled over. There was no figure, and on top of the blood was a few pieces of broken clothing, clothes that belonged to Tsurukawa. Pei Lao immediately squatted down and stained the blood with a copper coin, followed by a golden-colored talisman paper. For some reason, the golden-colored talisman paper suddenly burst into flames. As the wisp of green smoke dissipated, Pei Lao's face paled. Shengqi is gone. He's dead. PSSST. Goofy's legs went limp and collapsed on the ground. No way. It's impossible for something to happen to Huchuan. You can't count correctly. Pei Lao hastily threw the copper coin into the distance. What the hell? It's not allowed at all. Goofy climbed up from the ground and rushed inside the house to put her backpack on her back, and the crowd all put their backpacks on their backs as well. Together, they chased in the direction of the strange footprints. Meanwhile, behind the crowd, a dark shadow wearing a black robe and a gold silk mask stood on a tree branch and was observing the crowd. The crowd didn't have time to stop, running furiously all the way to follow the footprints. Suddenly, a dark building surfaced in front of them. The building scale is grand, different from the current building, belongs to the medieval church-like, revealing a solemn ancient mystery atmosphere. The perimeter was barricaded with an iron fence, which was crawling with vegetation, and a large iron gate was locked with a large lock. A few people gulped a bit in disbelief at what was happening in front of them. Why would such a thing appear in the deep woods? Wen Zhao asked. A few people couldn't figure out why this thing had appeared. Goofy suddenly noticed something. There seemed to be residual blood on the fence. Goofy went and reached out to dip her hand in a little fresh. Bang! Goofy pulled out a pistol and shot it on the lock, and instantly the door was opened. The scene inside was also revealed to the crowd. Countless tombstones stood horizontally, naked coffins as well as white bones, a choking smell of decay in the air. This building in front of him was actually a cemetery. The crowd was stunned for a moment. Looking like a medieval cemetery, an eerie smell was revealed everywhere. For some reason, a touch of sadness suddenly welled up within the crowd as they entered. Deep down inside it seemed like the pain was being released in a great way, and the tears flowed down involuntarily. Goofy evening completely collapsed. Was still quite strong inside at this moment. Completely collapsed. The whole person as crazy as howling Huchuan. Hichuan! As Goofy cried out, the crowd instantly lost control of their emotions and all burst into tears. Suddenly Goofy seemed to be bewitched, and her mind collapsed as she ran wildly out towards the outside. The crowd seemed mesmerized for a moment, unconsciously running out towards the outside in a frenzy. Suffered. Pei Lao was in tears but still conscious, instantly realizing that the situation was not right. Shit, dare to play tricks in front of me. Pei Lao poofed out countless pieces of talisman paper in his hand. Puff. A mouthful of tongue blood sprayed on it, and with a wave of the hand, the talisman paper was pasted on the back of several people in an instant. The eyes of the people coalesced, and the sadness came to an abrupt end. Both froze a bit, but by this time, Gu Fian had already run far away and was long out of sight. Oops, something's wrong. Pei Lao immediately became anxious. Gu Fei's side wiped her tears while aimlessly running wildly through the dark woods, not knowing where she was going. There was only one thought in his mind. Sarukawa was dead. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand gripped her arm. Gu Fengyan suddenly came to her senses, only to realize that she was walking one step forward. Ahead of her was an abyss of 10,000 feet. Falling down would surely only result in pulverized bones. Gu Fei looked back, and behind her, a black-clothed man held her arm tightly. Gu Fengyan froze. Who are you? The man in black didn't say anything, just bunched his fingers between the mask's lips and posed as a sign to be quiet. Gu Fengyan was a bit confused and grabbed the arm of the man in black as if begging for help. Who are you? Have you seen Hechuan? Have you seen Hechuan? Bang! The man in black shook off Gu Fei, directly pushing Gu Fei to the ground. A card fell in front of Gu Fian, but his figure disappeared. Gu Fian froze and picked up the card. Her face suddenly paled. Above the blackened playing cards, stamped in large gold letters, was a K of hearts. Gu Fian couldn't believe it and looked around the empty woods. Inwardly anger surged up his K. Gu Fengyan couldn't rest in time and forced herself to calm down. Holding the card in her dead hand, follow the original path back to the previous location. Around the bushes constantly coming from within the strange movement, Gu Fei Lei did not care. She is now full of heart is where Hechuan went. Suddenly, he vaguely saw what appeared to be a light shining ahead. It was only after carefully peeling back a bush that I realized it was actually a campfire that was lit. It appeared to be occupied. Gu Fei gripped the pistol tightly in her hand and cautiously groped her way over. A backpack sat simply in a clearing, and by the campfire was a man in a black robe. Gu Fengyan flipped the safety on her gun and aimed it at the black figure. K. Bind your hands, I've got you. The corners of the ordered black-robed man's mouth hooked into a smile, followed by the removal of his white hat, only to reveal a face that Gu Fengyan couldn't believe. Gu Fian's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the scene in front of her, directly dumbfounded in place. Instead, the black-robed man waved his hand. It's been a long time, nonetheless late. Mu Shang? You are Mu Shang? Gu Fian covered her mouth in some disbelief as she looked at the slightly clean-cut man in front of her. The corners of the man's mouth smiled slightly, but his eyes always carried a touch of evil. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Fei Lian, I've missed you so much. Gu Fian was in a bit of a trance, looking at this man called Mu Shang as if blindfolded. RN.T, you already dead? It was me who killed you with my own hands. That's not right. Mu Shang shook his head. It wasn't you who killed me. It was just an accident. Non-late. You don't have to blame yourself. Come and do it. Mu Shang patted the spot beside him. Gu Fei, however, was dumbfounded in place for a long time and didn't know what to do. The corner of Mu Shang's mouth gently hooked up a smile in a relaxed tone. Still as silly as before. Come and sit down. Gu Fei was a bit flustered, and was greatly shaken deep inside. I can't sit down. I'm going to find Hechuan. Gu Fei evening subconsciously said. Mu Shang instantly frowned, great displeasure filling his brows. Hechuan? Fei Lian, are you not happy that I am not dead? Gu Fei evening nodded. Happy. Of course I'm happy. I'm just. Instead, Mu Shang stood up step by step and walked towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei instantly became a bit wary, her fingers subconsciously gripping the pistol at her waist. Mu Shang's face turned ugly. Gu Fei, you want to point a gun at me? Have you forgotten who I am? We are partners. Mu Shang growled towards Gu Fei. Gu Fian was instantly a little flustered. I'm sorry, Mu Shang. If it was outside I would be very happy, but this is in the deep forest. There are many uncertainties, and I really have to go find Hechuan. By the way, he's my boyfriend. I'll have a chance to introduce you guys to each other. Click a sound Mu Shang will hold in the hands of the branch-broken boyfriend. Gu Fian, what about me? What am I? Mu Shang's tone became serious. We accomplished so many missions together. The whole academy thought we were a couple. You dare to say that you didn't like me at that time? Mu Shang rushed up and grabbed Gu Fei's hand, his tone a bit fierce. Say it. Still don't admit it? Gu Fengyan was startled by such a maniacal Mu Shang and quickly struggled away. Mu Shang, calm down. Come on, quickly admit it. Mu Shang yelled as he tightly grabbed Gu Fei's shoulders. Pa Gu Fei and slapped Mu Shang in the face. Are you done? The scene instantly quieted down, and Gu Fengyan was also furious as her chest fluttered. Yes, I admit that I was fond of you at school, but you were wrong. Gu Feiyan frowned and shouted, until I met my boyfriend I didn't realize that it wasn't even a favorite. I've always been nothing but a sister's admiration for her brother to you, do you understand? Gu Feiyan sighed helplessly. This is really not the same thing as liking. Mu Shang, to be honest, without you, I still live a good life. But without Huchuan, I can't believe my life in the future. Gu Fei said word for word, but it was really a bit solid. Mu Shang's lips trembled slightly as if he couldn't believe that these words were coming out of Gu Feiyan's mouth. Gu Feiyan looked at Mu Shang with disappointment and shook his head. You've changed. The Mu Shang of the past was not like this. In my life, I've only loved Huchuan alone. This thing can't be changed. Gu Feiyan waved her hand. Although I don't know how you survived, but this dress of yours is familiar to me. You joined the heads, is that right? Mu Shang froze, followed by a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, pulling out a black mask from behind his back and bringing it up. First time meeting. How are you? My name is A. Gu Feiyan clenched her teeth. The pistol was already in her hand. You've fallen. A police officer. How dare you join a criminal organization? Mu Shang turned away without a care in the world. Che, what police? Criminals are all floating clouds. What we create is order. Gu Fei, evening. Don't try to make an enemy of us. Gu Fei, don't try to be our enemy, and don't try to understand us. After Mu Shang finished saying this, with just 2 dodges, his entire body disappeared inside the jungle. Gu Feiyan's tense mood only relaxed a little, and she couldn't help but sit down and rest for a while. Gu Fei's head was a mess. How could Mu Shang not be dead? It was clear that he had killed him by mistake at the time, and had been expelled from the international agent team as a result. But why in the world is this? Gu Feiyan was a little confused. Just as Gu Feiyan had calmed down in place for a while, there seemed to be some strange movements in the jungle not far behind her. Gu Fei looked up warily. Vaguely, he saw what appeared to be a figure behind the bushes. It's just that the figure is a blur. Who is it? Come out, Gu Fei shouted boldly. But the figure didn't say a word. Clicking, clicking, a constant sound of joints rattling, and the whole thing seemed to move stiff and twisted like a puppet. Gives it a spooky look. I shot, Gu Feiyan shouted. Hiss. At that moment the figure suddenly stood upright and ran wildly toward Gu Feiyan. Gu Fei was startled, hurriedly pulling the trigger in her hand. Bang, 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 the sound of fire as well as gunshots continued to come from the darkness. The bullets hit the target figure with every shot, but the figure doesn't slow down at all, and it's getting faster. It wasn't until it was a few meters away from Gu Fei that Gu Fei finally got a good look at it. A monster with fuzzy human skin. It really is a monster, not a single muscle in its body. It was like a skeleton draped in human skin, and yet that head is full. But the features are extremely blurry. It looks particularly disgusting. Gu Fei wanted to change the bullets, but it was already too late. The monster was already close at hand. Critical moment. A sudden flash of cold light flashed behind the monster. The monster, which had been running at breakneck speed, suddenly stood upright, and the head flew directly to Gu Fei's feet due to inertia. Gu Fei fell to the ground at once, and as soon as she looked up, she saw, dressed in a black robe, with a black gold silk mask on her face, Gu Fei instantly realized K. It's you. K didn't say anything, just kicked the creature on the ground. Gu Feiyan didn't know where the courage came from and instantly rushed up to try to remove K's mask. K just simply locked Gu Fei's hands up with one hand and held her down. Gu Fei instantly felt a wave of humiliation, struggling to get up. She didn't notice that underneath that gold silk mask, a pair of ghostly blue pupils with a smirk were revealed. Gu Fei struggled and tried to get out of K's control, but she was deadlocked by K. Let go of me, I'm taking you back. Gu Feiyan remained stubborn. K sneered, raising his hand and snapping. A slap slapped Gu Feiyan's butt hard, and there was a loud bang. Gu Feiyan was momentarily confused, but then reacted with instant fury. Directly lifting her leg, she struck a top knee directly to K's soft underbelly. Ugh! K burst into a cry of pain. The hand holding down Gu Feiyan instantly loosened. A sharp pain shot through his crotch, and Gu Feiyan immediately climbed up, sadly ran to the pistol position to sharply load the bullets. K's body shivered at once, hurriedly turned his head and quickly fled. Mouth muttered, damn, played a bad game. But Tsurukawa's voice, as K left, thump, 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 there was a sudden gunshot from behind him, bullets swooshing past his ears. It was followed by Gu Fei's furious roar. I'll definitely kill you, break you into pieces, beat you into a sieve. Gu Fei laid gas to the face. Red mind or a burst of dizziness. High blood pressure is about to commit. At this time she only felt very aggrieved. She couldn't help but squat on the ground and cry. Ooh-hoo, Tsurukawa, where are you? I'm letting people bully me. Ooh-hoo. Gu Fei kept sobbing, looking pitiful. Tsurukawa hid in the top of a tree to watch the heart-straight pain. Cannot help but give himself a slap. Why do you want to commit that bitch? After crying, Gu Feiyan wiped her tears and got up and came to the monster just now to look through it carefully. The monster's head had been chopped off, and Gu Fian frowned as she watched. What the hell is this thing? There wasn't a trace of flesh or internal organs underneath the thin layer of skin, only a skeleton, which definitely subverted Gu Fei's previous knowledge. This kind of thing, it's definitely not normal. It's like a ghost. Gu Fian couldn't help but grip the pistol tightly in her hand. This forest really wasn't simple. If this kind of monster was released, it was simply too scary. Gu Fian got up and packed up her things and put her backpack on her back. Suddenly realizing that something seemed wrong, she opened her backpack and looked at it. It was full of things she couldn't understand. Some powder, some medicine, and some messy stuff. Is this Tsurukawa's bag? The wrong one? Gu Fian was puzzled. But at that time, there was only this one bag in the house. That is, Huchuan took his own bag away. Gu Fian smacked her lips. This was too careless. And at that moment, Tsurukawa also noticed the scene. Hey, what's this? Tsurukawa looked at the contents of the bag in horror, smoothly pulling out a slightly innocent-smelling little underwear. Tsurukawa's old face reddened and he looked around somewhat sheepishly. Shit, got the wrong bag. Smoothly stuffing the inner lining into his coat pocket and rummaging through it, there were no other weapons, just some of Gu Fian's clothes. Huchuan scratched his head with a bit of a headache. Forget it, let's talk about it when the time comes. Huchuan picked up his backpack and followed Gu Fian from afar to quietly protect her. Gu Fian walked in the direction of going back according to her memory, and she didn't know if this place was too winding or what. Every place seen was unfamiliar, with no references in sight. Gu Fian was a bit flustered. Strange movements kept coming from all around. I don't know how long I walked. Vaguely there seemed to be some kind of building in front of me. Gu Fian immediately rushed over, and a small, relatively intact two-story building appeared in front of her. The neighborhood around the small building was relatively empty. A small yard surrounded by a wooden fence. Surprisingly, there were some planted vegetables in there, and the house was intact and appeared to be inhabited. Gu Feiyan couldn't help but be wary in her heart that there would be people living in such a place. Gu Feiye was unconvinced. However, adhering to the fact that she had come all the way here, Gu Feiyan still planned to go in and take a look, holding the gun tightly in her hand. Gu Fei arrived at the fence gate. Hello, is anyone there? There was no sound coming from inside the darkened room. It seemed to be just an empty house. Gu Fei took a deep breath, gently pushed open the fence gate, and walked in. The yard was fairly large, with many plants in it, and when he came to the front of the house, Gu Feiyan squeaked and pushed open a small crack. Inside the darkened room, a candle flame was unexpectedly lit, and as the candle was lit, all the arrangements inside the room came into view. The dimly lit room was furnished but complete, with sofas, coffee tables, tables and stools, laid out in a board and even spotless, clean as if someone had been cleaning it all along. Hello, is anyone there? Gu Feiyan shouted again, and still no one responded. Gu Fei secretly made up her mind for herself and resolutely walked in. With the light of the candle, Gu Fei strolled from the first floor to the second floor, checking every corner. This room did not have anyone, though things all looked as if they had been wiped down. There were no signs of human life, no dishes or food in the kitchen. There's only some furniture. Gu Feiye was relieved that no one was there. Gu Fei gently sat on the sofa in accordance with the candlelight, began to check up all the things in the Tsurukawa bag. What are all these? Gu Feiyan strangely picked up a can of powdered stuff and sniffed it carefully. Vomit, it stinks. Gu Feiyan disgustedly stuffed the things into her bag. What the hell is Hichuan up to? Where the hell did you run off to? Gu Feiyan propped up her chin and wondered. Unless she had seen Huchuan die with her own eyes. Otherwise, she would never believe that Huchuan could die. She now only thought that Huchuan had gone out and couldn't find his way back. Gu Feiyan was a bit annoyed and couldn't help but scratch her hair. Looking at her watch, it was now after 3 in the middle of the night, and it was still pitch black outside. Temporarily rested for a while, Gu Fei late sleepiness gradually came up, couldn't help but yawn, gradually dozing off in a daze. I don't know how long it took. Gu Feiyan felt some coldness in the house, opened her eyes in a daze, looked at her watch. It was more than 5 o'clock. Gu Feiyan slapped her cheeks to wake herself up, immediately packed her backpack, and headed outside. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to find Tsurukawa and the others quickly. But just as Gu Feiyan walked out the door, goosebumps rose instantly. Inside the bushes outside the fence, countless pairs of eyes glittering with cold light looked in her direction, and it seemed as if something was approaching her at breakneck speed. These eyes were dead on her, hidden in the darkness, terrifying, thrilling. Gu Feiyan instantly froze. These in front of her. What in the world were these things? While still in a daze, a sudden hand behind her pulled her directly into the house. Well, who are you? Gu Fei entered the room and immediately pushed the man away. Looks like it's him again. The man in black wearing a black mask. Gu Feiyan's anger surged up. It's you again. Gu Feiyan immediately raised his gun and aimed it, but the man in black was faster and snatched the gun off in his hand and waved it around. signaling that it was confiscated. Gu Feinian was shocked that this man in black was so fast. At her level, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to beat. The man in black grunted and sat himself down on the couch in silence. Gu Fei wanted to leave, but she felt fear at the thought of so many pairs of eyes outside. Solely found a corner in the room and squatted down. You're okay, are you? Gu Fei asked. The man in black just lay on the couch but didn't answer her either. Gu Feiyan was immediately a little angry before. In Japan my teacher is not you killed. Gu Feinian was a bit annoyed. Say something. I'm not K. Shut up. Suddenly the man in black spoke in a low voice. Gu Fei evening froze. Not K. That is, the head of the other people. Then, who are you? Gu Fei asked cautiously. The man in black grunted and took out a sniper rifle out from underneath that black robe. A bullet was thrown out of the black-clothed man's hand and landed in Gu Fei's hand. The bullet was engraved with a single letter N. Gu Feiyan stood up at once. It's you, the one who killed Hao Hong, Li Jing and Lin Yun at that time. The man in black didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Just because they knew about your organization, you killed them? Gu Feiyan was puzzled. The man in black nodded. Of course. Gu Feinian's eyes flashed with disdain. Your organization is really all perverts. To kill people like this, I must catch you all. Come on, Missy, don't act all righteous. Isn't Sarukawa a criminal too? You didn't even arrest him, and you're even in love with him. The man in black immediately spoke out and mocked. Gu Feiyan instantly frowned. Why were these men in black so familiar with the story between them? Sarukawa is different. He never kills innocent people indiscriminately. Before, it was just for survival. He didn't have a choice. But you guys? Gu Feiyan immediately retorted back. It was the black man's turn to fall silent. Gu Feiyan didn't know why, but he always felt that there was something familiar about the man in black in front of him. But Gu Feinian couldn't think of anything for a while. What do you want here? Gu Fei asked. You think I'll talk? Save your breath. If you keep rambling I'll really kill you. And by the way, Sarukawa is dead. I checked. Anne spoke with a sneer. Gu Feinian froze, instantly associating it with the gunshot she had heard earlier. It's you, Sarukawa na? Gu Fei cried out as she broke down, and stopped talking and just lay on the couch. Impossible, there's no way you could have killed Sarukawa. Hachuan is so powerful. It's impossible for you to kill him alone. Gu Feiyan roared. Did I say I killed him? I saw with my own eyes that a monster broke his neck and dragged him away. The gunshot I heard before was me hitting that monster but unfortunately, that monster didn't seem to be afraid of bullets. Anne said slowly. Gu Feiyan still didn't believe it, and since he said so, then Hachuan was definitely not dead. Bang! Gu Feiyan slammed the door directly, and those gawking eyes outside had already disappeared. And instantly wanted to get up and stop Gu Feinian. You're crazy. If you want to die, stay away. Gu Feiyan glared fiercely at Anne. I'm going to find my boyfriend. None of your business. After saying that, he left without looking back. Gu Feiyan dug into the dark, deep night again, aimlessly searching for Hachuan's silhouette. Looking at the time, it was already morning. But the foliage was so dense here that it didn't see a bit of sunlight. Hiss! Gu Feiyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ankle, like the sensation of a branding iron burning. Taking a closer look, in the grass, out of nowhere a small snake with pink spots all over its body was biting Gu Feiyan's ankle to death. Gu Feinian immediately turned pale and her feet went soft. She was most afraid of snakes. After a bang 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 burst of gunshots, this snake didn't even have crumbs left. Gu Feiyan collapsed to the ground, and the blood that had coalesced around her ankle had revealed that the snake was feared to be poisonous. Seeing this scene, Gu Feiyan's emotions, however, suddenly flattened out. There was nothing worse already. Plop! Gu Feiyan lay directly across the ground. Her eyes looked at the sky listlessly. Bitten by a snake. Although they brought a serum as a precautionary measure. But, it was in her bag. And with his own bag still taken by Tsurukawa, there was nothing to do but find a cool place and wait to die. I don't know whether the venom is playing too fast or Gu Fei late has been confused. Feeling dizzy and too chaotic. But the heart is more and more a little reluctant. Old lady is only 22. Old mother has not felt good things. Yet married that. Tsurukawa, you die where? Not hurry to come to marry me. Gu Feiyan shouted hopelessly. But the surrounding area was unusually quiet and no one paid any attention to her. Gu Feiyan closed her eyes peacefully. Her body somehow appeared a burst of relief. Feeling light all over. As if she was going to fly up that. He. Gu Feiyan couldn't help but giggle as she felt this indescribably marvelous flavor. But in front of him, a man seemed to appear. Gu Fei struggled to clear her head before realizing that it was the silhouette wearing the gold silk mask from before. Yo, it's you. Hey. Gu Fei looked at the person in front of her with heavy shadows. Gu Feinian struggled to support herself as she staggered to her feet and clenched her fists. Gonna catch you. Immediately afterward, he staggered like he was drunk towards the black man in front of him, but after not taking 2 steps, his feet flopped straight up. Kay hurriedly held Gu Fei in a horizontal hug. Gu Fei evening eyeballs straight turn head also shake how dizzy I drink too much. Barking. Head lolled and fainted. Huchuan was speechless and took out the previously prepared serum from his bag and injected it into Gu Fei Nian, then carried her towards the house from before. It took a bit of walking to get there, and N had already left. Huchuan gently placed Gu Fei on the bed and took that powder from earlier and sprinkled it around the house himself. Only after all this did Sarukawa return to the house. But just as he entered he was met with a pistol to his head. Sarukawa froze and instantly raised his hands. Gu Fei snorted coldly. Huchuan turned his head and looked thoughtfully at Gu Fei with a face that wore a gold silk mask. Gu Fei smiled and took out handcuffs from his waist and directly handcuffed Huchuan. Sarukawa was a bit speechless. His wife really had no mercy at all. Bang! Sarukawa was pushed down on the sofa. Gu Fei looked at Huchuan coldly. I finally caught you. Let me ask you. 2 years ago, a transnational drug trafficking case in Japan, in which there was an Interpol officer from China named Su Shang. Was it you who killed him? Gu Fei's words were sharp, and there was a hint of sadness in her voice. Sarukawa shook his head and said nothing. You still don't admit it. Gu Fei pulled out the card that Huchuan had given her earlier. What does this mean? What does the K of hearts stand for? Sarukawa was a bit speechless, but he didn't dare to open his mouth to explain. Once he opened his mouth, his identity would be exposed. What to do? Seeing Huchuan's silence, Gu Fei instantly became a bit angry, immediately rushed up a few people. So, let me see your true colors. Sarukawa was shocked, hurriedly rolled off the couch to avoid it. Gu Fei just wanted to chase after her, but she suddenly felt it was hard to breathe, and a burning sensation surged up in the location of her belly for some reason. Immediately after that, he felt some heat all over his body, and the whole person couldn't stand up, and his consciousness gradually blurred. What happened to me? Gu Fei said with a ragged breath. Suddenly I remembered the snake from before. Gu Fei suddenly froze. No. That snake is not right. That snake is not right. Gu Fei plopped down on her knees and covered her chest tightly, her heart thumping. That pink snake. What the hell is that thing? Gu Fei hissed out through clenched teeth as she now felt her body burning with desire. It seemed as if there were flames devouring flesh and blood within her own body. Huchuan shrank in the corner and looked at Gu Fei in confusion. What was going on? You've got the serum, right? There's something wrong with that. Sarukawa carefully recalled the snake. Indeed, he had never seen it before. Could it be a new species? Just thinking about it, Huchuan suddenly felt that someone was looking at him. Follow the line of sight to meet Gu Fei's eyes. Giggling, Huchuan winced, because the way Gu Fei was looking at him now was like a hungry wolf, at the hungriest and hungriest time, seeing a salivating piece of meat. And at that moment, Gu Fei was like that wolf. Huchuan, it's the prey. Gu Fei stared at Huchuan dead in the face, her breath catching in an instant. But she immediately realized she was out of place, smacked herself hard twice. Huchuan was also a bit startled and immediately rushed over to check Gu Fei's condition, but was suddenly stared at viciously by Gu Fei. Get out! Get out of here! Gu Fei roared, instantly rushing up to push Huchuan. Of course, Huchuan couldn't leave at this time, and hurriedly avoided Gu Fei. Gu Fei roared, her consciousness gradually collapsing. She already knew what was going on with her. That snake venom must have an extremely powerful aphrodisiac effect. That's why she's extremely eager right now. Gu Fei looked around, and with what was left of her sobriety rushed over and gripped the pistol tightly in her hand. Get the hell out, or I'll kill you. She will never allow anyone other than Sarukawa to touch her body. Huchuan saw Gu Fei turn her head to take the gun and felt bad. He quickly ran away. Bang 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 bang. Bullets flew along his scalp. Sarukawa opened the door in a hurry and fled. Gu Fei struggled and rushed over to slam the door with a bang. Immediately afterward, he stumbled back onto the bed and tore at the clothes he was wearing in agony. The flesh of her neck was scratched out with a trail of blood. Gu Fei bit down on the pillow to keep herself from making a single sound. Her consciousness gradually became disoriented and blurred, only feeling as if there were countless ants inside her body gnawing at her flesh. She was on the verge of breaking down from the torture and could only keep tearing and gnawing to keep her consciousness a little clearer. Chuan, Crane, Chuan, quickly come to my rescue. Gu Fei roared in pain. What she wanted most at the moment was for Huchuan to hurry up and appear in front of her. Perhaps it was Gu Fei's hope that contributed to everything. Bang! Suddenly the door was slammed open. Wife! Sarukawa rushed in from outside in his civilian clothes. Gu Fei heard the voice and raised her head in disbelief, but it was Huchuan's figure that stood at the door. At that moment, her despair was shattered by Huchuan's arrival. Gu Fei cried out when she saw Huchuan's intact appearance, and the aggression she had suppressed within her heart was released. Sarukawa! Gu Fei cried out in a voice almost full of tears. Huchuan had just taken a few steps over, when Gu Fei instantly pounced over and held Huchuan down on the ground. The force was so great that even Sarukawa was a bit surprised, but at this time, Gu Fian. It seems that there is only Huchuan in her eyes, and as soon as she pressed close to Huchuan's body, she felt that the current Huchuan was like a big ice cube, cooling herself down all the time. The burning fire in his body was much more comfortable. Gu Fei's consciousness completely fell into a blur as rain-like kisses continued to fall on Huchuan's lips. Hichuan was all confused by the kiss. Such a Gu Fian. Where had he ever seen her before? Is this snake venom so powerful? Huchuan hurriedly held down Gu Fian's hands and gently coaxed. Wife, wait a moment. I'll help you detoxify the poison. Calm down. Pa. Gu Fian smacked a big mouth to Huchuan's face. Don't talk, I am willing. Gu Fian's eyes were confused, but her tone was incomparably serious. Sarukawa was directly confused. What was this again? A side effect of snake venom? For what? A big mouth? But Gu Fian didn't seem to care what Huchuan said at all, and just kept picking and pulling at the clothes on Huchuan's body. The whole person straddled Sarukawa, constantly drawing in temperature. She had only one thought at the moment. That would be, do her. With a bared sound, Gu Fei directly ripped the clothes off her body. Sarukawa was instantly taut. Gu Fian instantly lay on top of Huchuan. Her tone was extremely soft and flirtatious, and almost every word struck at the tip of Huchuan's heart. Gu Fei evening murmured softly in a pleading tone, husband, please, I am so hard. Rubbing, Huchuan instantly stood up with a sullen face and hugged Gu Fei to the bed. Gu Fei laid arm dead wring Huchuan's neck, constantly sucking on Huchuan's lips. Confused but pleasant eyes expressed her excitement at this time. One by one, Sarukawa began to remove the clothes from his body. Gu Fei instantly became anxious. Huchuan was too slow. She was so uncomfortable and couldn't wait any longer, solely helping Huchuan undress. Hichuan was a bit overwhelmed by the situation and could only allow Gu Fei to move her hands. Huchuan was all a bit at a loss for words, and could only allow Gu Fian to move her hands. Gu Feiyan dealt with the clothes on her body in 3 strokes. Huchuan immediately looked frozen up. Under the slight candlelight, Gu Fian's white and polished body revealed a layer of hazy light. The well-proportioned and extremely good body without a single flaw, interspersed with the blush on his face triggered by the overheating of his body. Absolutely beautiful. Gu Fei evening began to act, but a little anxious. She kept trying, but no progress. Gu Fei evening are almost anxious to cry. Suddenly aggravated, with a voice with a crying voice has been asked why. Why not? Right, not allowed. Ah. Huchuan was immediately distressed, and hurriedly hugged Gu Fian and lowered her onto the bed, fearing that she would hurt herself. Honey, let me do it. Calm down, don't get hurt, Sarukawa said gently. At the same time, he was a bit beat up in his mind. After all, he had no experience. Sarukawa took a deep breath and finally managed to make up his mind. Gu Fian suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Finally the two of them still took that step. A pain came, but Gu Feiyan didn't feel it. She just felt that Hichuan was unusually cold, which made her feel very comfortable, and she couldn't wait to hold Hichuan for the rest of her life. Gu Fian's body softened. A feeling like someone stuck in the desert dying of thirst suddenly possessing a bottle of ice-cold cola. After an unknown amount of time, the two paused briefly. Gu Fian hugged Huchuan tightly with a happy smile on her face. Hubby, I've actually been ready for a long time. I just haven't known what kind of reason to use. And in the end there's still a bit of fear in my heart. But now it's okay, Gu Fian said sweetly. Listening to Huchuan a burst of heart, Huchuan gently stroked Gu Fei's late forehead. Broken hair tenderly said, wife, from now on, please take care of it. Gu Fian instantly smiled happily and nodded heavily, then climbed up from the bed and came to the backpack to take out a bright silver ring half-moon necklace, then climbed back to Huchuan to bring it on with his own hands. It was left to me by my mother, a talisman, and it has always been with me, and I used to say that only my most beloved could be protected by it. Gu Fei looked at Huchuan and smiled with satisfaction. Okay, now it's for my favorite person. After accepting it, you can only love me in this life. Can you do it? Sarukawa looked at the necklace around his neck and for some reason his eyes reddened. Gifts, well, sad to say, the first time he's ever gotten a gift. Huchuan buried his head into the chest of Gu Fei. Late voice choked up, wife, I only love you alone. I will never let anyone take away the life that belongs to me. Gu Fei smiled gently and rubbed Huchuan's head. Well, it's good to be able to do it. He. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth curled up into a smile. Since that's the case, isn't it a good idea to continue to deepen the relationship a bit more? Gu Fian instantly froze, cautiously looked at Huchuan. What are you going to do? Mr. Crane. Self-respect, oh. Calm down some. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed. Can't calm down a bit. Minutes passed and the house died down. Gu Fian lay in Huchuan's arms, having long since come to her senses, but the smile at the corner of her mouth was always hanging, looking at Huchuan's face and he giggling. I didn't expect that the first time of the two of us would be in this kind of environment, and it's still so outrageous, but it's good, so that I don't have to find a reason to back out every time. Goofian said stupidly. Hachwan couldn't help but laugh at Goofian's appearance. I say ms. Goo, you're going too far. Haven't you ever thought about what would happen if I wasn't there? Goofei late skimmed his mouth then die. It cannot be helped. But this is also very good, isn't it? Quite like the plot of the novel Hero and Heroine that. Ha ha. Goofei late giggled. But, why does not it hurt? Not that the first time are very painful? Goofei late asked with some curiosity. Does it vary from person to person? Wife, you just looked like you couldn't wait to tear me apart and eat me directly into your stomach. You only think about claiming where you can still feel the pain. Even if it hurts you have self-selected to block it out. Sarukawa laughed bitterly. Goofian nodded, couldn't help but lament the ability of that snake. Don't say it. This viper is really powerful. I really thought I was going to die. Goofengyan hugged Sarukawa's neck and kissed Sarukawa's cheek. Luckily there's you. The two of them smiled at each other. Their hearts happy at the moment. But, I seem to have met the heads people. And, still Goofei said suddenly, but it made Hachwan Hole a little embarrassed. That, wife, let me tell you something. You are not allowed to be angry, okay? Sarukawa said tentatively. Goofei looked at Hachwan in a daze. Sarukawa, plus, showed a petulant-like expression. Don't tell me that the masked man is you, Goofian said with a cold face. Wow, honey, you're so smart. Pa, Goo, I was wrong. Sarukawa hastily admitted his mistake. Goofei's chest fluttered with anger and she got out of Hachwan's arms. What are you up to? I thought it was so it was you all along. Hachwan quickly nodded his head and coaxed wife. Listen to my explanation. I am doing this to protect you guys. Goofian clenched her teeth and glared at Hachwan. Do you think I believe it? Goofian was instantly furious and her head hurt. So it's you who patted my ass too. Sarukawa old face a red play a little well. Do not be angry, Lou. I'm not angry. Oh, I'll beat you to death. Goofian lunged up and choked Hachwan's neck. Are you stupid? Why didn't you say so? I shot at you twice. What if I hit you? Goofian shouted angrily. Hachwan hee smiled playfully and rehugged Goofian. Wife, don't be angry. I did it for a reason. I was out on watch, and suddenly there was something in the grass next to me. So I went over to check it out. But what I didn't expect was the drilling of a monster of some sort, black and ugly looking. I was going to cut it to death and forget about it. But at that moment a gunshot came. I instantly associated it with someone who might be the head. And the only one who uses a gun is definitely an So I'll take the trick and fake my death up. The head's target is me. It's dangerous for you to follow me. I don't have the confidence to protect you. So I might as well fake my death and hide in the shadows. Sarukawa explained word by word. Goofian couldn't help but nod. So that's it. But, where did you get your clothes and mask? It seems different from theirs. Sarukawa immediately had cold sweat running down the corners of his forehead. I got one of their teammates robbed in order to hide it. So, in fact, I've been behind you. That. Goofian couldn't help but be moved for a moment after hearing Hachwan's explanation. So, you've done so much, Goofei said softly. Hachwan immediately cupped Goofian's face. Goo, wife, it's good that you understand me. But suddenly, his body trembled, and a flash of fear surfaced on Hachwan's face as he looked toward Goofian's devilishly smiling face. His weakness was taken by Goofian. The corner of Goofian's mouth hooked up into a sinister smile. Hachwan, if you ever lie to me again in the future, you try it, it's not going to happen again. Hear that? Sarukawa snorted coldly. If you're willing to give it up and want to be a widow in the future, feel free. I don't care. Goofian was suddenly furious when she saw Hachwan's arrogant appearance. A slight force was applied to his hand. Wife, I was wrong. Sarukawa begged for mercy. This is no joke. Hachwan quickly held Goofian's cheeks and kissed her. Wrong, really wrong. Won't do it again. The corners of Goofian's eyes curved up, and the corners of her mouth were always covered with a smile, gently loosening her fingers. All right. This time you're forgiven. The two of them looked at the time and stopped lying down. Or they had to go to find Wen Zhao and the others first. Hey, my underwear. That? Goofian looked at the bag in doubt. Took a set of underwear. Why disappeared? This set on her body was already soaked and it was hard to wear. Ahem. Here it is. Sarukawa reddened his old face as he pulled the small, slightly innocent underwear out of his pants pocket. Goofei instantly scrunched up her face and looked at Hachwan. Pervert. Sarukawa's old face was red. I didn't take the wrong bag. Well, I'm afraid of getting dirty. Keep it close to keep it safe. Goofian grunted, clearly not believing in Hachwan's bullshit, and the two finished packing. Looking back at the slightly messy bed, the two were a little embarrassed. Go away, Sarukawa said. Goofei nodded honestly as she followed behind. Sarukawa put on his gold silk mask again, and the two of them walked out of the room and into the thick woods again. Goofian didn't know the direction, but Hachwan did. He had made some marks on the trees when he came. As long as they followed the marks, They would soon be able to find Wen Zhao and the others. Did you see that cemetery before? That cemetery was very wrong, Gu Fei said. Sarukawa nodded. Well, I know. When I was near it, I felt my emotions being affected and a sadness was born from deep inside. Gu Fei late nodded. That's right. Me too. Sarukawa turned around and smiled. You're the worst one. Everyone else reacted and you didn't. Gu Feiyan was not in the heart of the pout. I was thinking that something had happened to you, and you still had the nerve to say that. It was all your fault. I am so worried about you. You still lied to me and beat my ass. Gu Feiyan was a little aggrieved, and her hand unconsciously touched the place where she had been beaten by Huchuan before, and now that she thought about it, there was still a little bit of excitement. What happened? Gu Fei thought and couldn't help but smile. It seemed to have awakened something extraordinary. Yes, it's all my fault. I definitely won't do that next time. Wife, here we are. Sarukawa stopped, pushing through the grass. Ahead, the cemetery came back into view. The two walked cautiously into the cemetery, surrounded by silence and quiet. Even the sound of birds chirping seemed to have disappeared, and the eerie cemetery revealed a heavy atmosphere of terror. Gu Fei couldn't help but hold the corner of Huchuan's coat a little nervously. Sarukawa's ears flicked. The roof. As soon as Sarukawa opened his mouth, Gu Fei instantly aimed her gun at the roof of that building in the cemetery. Hey, Sister Fei, don't shoot. It's us, a voice came from above. Gu Fei froze, then rejoiced at Xiaozhao. They're fine. The two men hurried down the house to the roof, going up to take a look. The three of them were in a sorry state, covered in filth. Even more gruesome was the fact that Suruling was sitting on the floor leaning against the wall, and her abdomen seemed to have been poked by something, and blood continued to flow down. What's going on here? Gu Fei rushed up and saw Heiling's wounds and was immediately distressed. How did you get hurt so badly? Gu Fei said as she took out medicine from her bag to help Heiling stop the bleeding. Crane Spirit's face was extremely weak, but she still smiled. Thank you, Senior Maiden. I'm fine. A small injury. Pei Lao snorted coldly. You just left. Countless monsters that didn't look like humans rushed over from all directions and attacked us. This little girl broke her own back in order to save us both and was injured. Pei Lao looked at Ichuan with a sullen face. What are you still pretending? Take off your mask for me. Sarukawa was reprimanded and immediately took his mask off. A few people looked frozen for an instant. Crane Spirit even frowned and tried to stand up. Master, what happened to your neck? Is it injured? Sarukawa's old face flushed, a little sheepish at the sight. Gu Fei even buried her head down, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Senior Auntie, don't mind me. Quickly help Master with the medicine, Crane Spirit said in a hurry. Your master is fine, he's comfortable there. Gu Feiyan spoke coldly and continued to earnestly help Crane Spirit bandage his wounds. Sarukawa wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Wen Zhao, who had seen through it long ago. Wen Zhao looked at the two with interest, couldn't help but tsk his mouth playing with the flowers. Ha! Huchuan coughed twice, pretending not to understand, and Gu Feiyan selectively pretended to be dead, having no idea what Wen Zhao was talking about. On the contrary, Pei old complaint is very big, cannot help but murmur. Brat, the old man's life is about to lose. You are enjoying. Need to go to your bar. Pei Lao kicked Ichuan away. Get down and find some firewood to make a fire. Sarukawa hastily arched his hand. Hey, got to Lu old man. Wait for it you. Pei Lao stretched a lazy waist. Hey, pity. Still want to teach this brat child kung fu. This still teach a fart. Pei Lao finished walking down on his stick. In an instant there were only 3 people left on the roof when Zhao immediately looked at Gu Fei with a scrutinizing gaze. Gu Fei Nian was a bit weak and didn't dare to meet Wen Zhao's eyes. Wen Zhao coldly grunted. Open meat? Gu Feiyan's face instantly blushed. Can't understand what you're saying. Cut. Come on. Look at your neck. It's like a dog chewed it. Still do not admit. How do you think? Such a dangerous time you. Wen Zhao sighed full of speechlessness. Crane Spirit was a bit puzzled. Dog? Did senior mother let the dog chew on her? Wen Zhao immediately laughed. That's right. It was chewed by a dog. Or a stupid dog. Gu Fei Evening immediately patted Wen Zhao. Don't teach children nonsense. We also don't want to have a reason. Gu Fei recapitulated what had happened before to the two of them. Wen Zhao fell silent. There is this kind of poisonous snake. It's a new species. Can you catch one? It's very valuable for research. Gu Feiyan beautifully bandaged Crane Spirit's wound and patted her hand. Come on. This kind of snake is too dangerous to carry. Don't think about it. It's better to rest first. Rest for a while. Let's find our way out. Not looking for students anymore? Heron said with a wink. Gu Feiyan hated the iron and patted Crane Spirit's head. You can't save your own life. But you're still looking for students. Silly. Crane Spirit suddenly lowered his head. It's really a small injury. I'm not a child. The 3 of them walked down after bandaging their wounds as well. Where's Tsurukawa? A few people came down and didn't see Tsurukawa. Pei Lao pointed inside the building inside. Just as a few people wanted to go in as well, the doors burst open, The crowd froze when they saw Tsurukawa's costume, only to see Tsurukawa with an assault rifle in his left hand and a large sniper in his right. Hanging on his body were countless bullet pouches and grenades. There's a red bandage tied around his head, just like the Terminator. He also asked with a look of dismay, why are there so many weapons in there? Inside the cemetery, several large weapon crates were set up, filled with weapons and countless bullets that looked all brand new. A few people crouched on the ground and puzzled over what was going on. It was as if someone was doing all this. Could it be that someone was helping them? Gufei Evening reached out and took out a gun to scrutinize it well. The quality is good. They are all new products. What the hell is going on here? Can't figure it out. Since it's all given to us, there's no reason not to take it. Hachuan laughed suddenly. He seemed to hear something moving outside. Tsurukawa looked up. You guys gear up. I'm going out to check it out. Gufian looked at the field of firearms on the ground. Pei Lao. Can you use it? Pei Lao grunted. Little doll. Back in the day when I was at the border, one person was able to take on an entire battalion from the opposite side. Still looking down on old man, Pei Lao said, picking up a gun from the ground and looking at it. Gufian handed a gun to Crane Spirit. Crane Spirit shook his head. I'm not used to using it. I'll take the sword. Just as a few people were chatting. Bang bang bang. Mutt 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 mutt. There were gunshots from outside all of a sudden. It looks like Tsurukawa is shooting. Boom. A grenade sound exploded. He Ling reacted quickly and immediately took the gun from Gufeinan's hand. Something's wrong. Rushed out. Gufian's few people also quickly ran out. Roar. Hoo hoo hoo. There was a hissing sound from outside. Gufei arrived outside stunned. The outside of the fenced-in cemetery was full of monsters that had never been seen before. Some had countless eyes growing on their bodies. The stench came from the rotting flesh and blood exposed in the air. Some of them looked like a humanoid spider, with countless limbs growing all over its body. Others are rotting all over like zombies, grimly trying to rush in. Don't freeze, shoot them quickly, can't let them rush in, Tsurukawa hastened to warn. Only then did Gufian react, clicking the gun in his hand to load a good bullet, and Gufian's eyes were cold. Chugging, chugging, Gufei Late was exceptionally accurate, and monsters were constantly falling. But the number of monsters was extremely large. What's even scarier is that the gate is still open. Crane Spirit, give me the knife, Tsurukawa shouted. Tsuruling immediately drew his horizontal sword and threw it to Tsurukawa. Tsurukawa took the yokozuna and darted towards the gate. Spread out, cover Hachuan, Gufei shouted. The scene was instantly tense. Gufian kept helping Hachuan clear the monsters around him, and Hachuan kept swinging the horizontal sword in his hand randomly, seemingly swinging the sword without any rules. But every strike cut on the monster's head. Seeing that the monsters at the entrance were all cleared, Tsurukawa didn't hesitate, and closed the gate with a deadbolt. In an instant the monster outside the door was as mad as a madman, hissing and shaking the gate as well as the fence. Kid, get out of the way. Watch me, Pei Lao bellowed. When he came to the front door, he immediately took a horse stance. Swish drew a piece of talisman paper with red lines drawn on it from behind his back. Immediately after that, Pei Lao instantly threw the talisman paper into midair. Pei Family Dao Magic, the art of fire control, lie, subduing demons and shocking evil, rush like a law. As Pei Lao shouted, the talisman paper exploded into flames. Pei Lao took off the wine pot on his waist and took a sip. Immediately after, put, wow. Instantly a fire dragon erupted from Pei Lao's mouth. The intense flames directly transformed into a fire dragon constantly sweeping the monsters outside. Aha! Instantly the monster outside howled. The flames spread from one to the other, and in an instant, all the monsters all burst into flames. Hichuan looked at the scene in front of him in shock, and then looked at Pei Lao in shock. Crap. Bull * old man, you're really something. Pei Lao proudly tilted his face. Humph. That's for sure. Kid, kneel down and call me master. I'll teach you. Hachuan laughed and turned his head away. Let's go, let's see what else is inside. What the hell is going on here? Crane Spirit watched the door. Okay master, Tsurukawa said as he walked inside. Hey, kid, it's really great. I'll teach you. It's good to learn. Pei Lao was a bit anxious to catch up. Tsurukawa walked into the cemetery. The building was a place where funerals were held. There were only a few seats and nothing else special. Tsurukawa lifted the weapon case as soon as he could. Instantly a line surfaced in front of them. Please protect the tablet. A tablet? Tsurukawa froze and looked up. At the topmost hearth position, a rope tied to a tablet hangs above. What do you mean? Gufei asked. Tsurukawa frowned. Could it be a ring? Tsurukawa looked to the plaque above him, vaguely able to see some writing. The spirit seat of Princess Shiryun of the Peiyun Empire. Tsurukawa chanted. Princess Shiryun? Gufian was puzzled. I haven't heard of this princess. Everything here, is it related to her? Tsurukawa shook his head. He wasn't sure. In short, it was odd. Master, it's coming again. Outside, Crane Spirit suddenly shouted. they ran out in a hurry. After the piles of monster corpses outside, there came a group of monsters twice the size of the previous ones. The gate was rattled by the rush and was about to be breached. Pei Lao, you're using it once, Wen Zhao shouted in a hurry. Cough cough cough. Look at me. Pei Lao stepped forward with a cold snort. Just now, he wanted to offer the talisman paper. Suddenly a long tentacle from the group of monsters struck directly along the gap. Look out, Sarukawa shouted. But it was too late. Bang, ouch. Pei Lao immediately received a heavy blow to his chest. The tentacle smashed directly onto Pei Lao, directly sending him flying out. Smashed right through the hearth door all the way to the house. Pei Lao, is it alright? Huchuan shouted, but his hands didn't dare to stop at all. A few people rushed to shoot up towards the tentacles, barely repelling them. There was a loud boom. The gate was pushed straight down. Countless monsters instantly found a breakthrough and swarmed up. Suffered. The door's been broken open. Just as the monsters lunge hideously, a sudden burst of powerful fire covers them. Doodle 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 doodle. The powerful firepower directly impacted these monsters to pieces. Pei Lao was carrying a huge Gatling in his hand. And the gun was ambidextrous. A few yellow runes were attached to it. And the bullet shot from Gatri's muzzle actually carried a lightning effect. Shit. Physical exorcism ever seen. Ha 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 ha. Die bastards. Pei Lao laughed out loud. End-to-end Gatling sweeps the field. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and thunder gradually fell. It struck the monster group. Pei Lao was like a god of war at the moment. Unrivaled. It all gave Sarukawa a silly look. This kind of tactic, it's too much. The fault crushed them all. Don't be stupid. Fuck them for me. Boss Pei roared and took the lead. A group of monsters outside were actually crushed by old Pei alone. Thud. 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 The ground suddenly trembled violently. Several people followed the line of sight as trees continued to be knocked down in the woods in front of them. Several people looked over in shock, and within their sight, a huge monster made up of countless monsters appeared. The creature was made up of countless small monsters with human faces growing everywhere on its body, and was roaring in a hideous rage. Bang, just one punch, and the fence is directly fucked off. A few people all looked dumbfounded. Is this still the country? Isn't it true that no one can become a spirit after the Ming dynasty? Sarukawa is also confused. This monster in front of me, not to fight, is, how to fight. Boom, a grenade was thrown directly at the monster's head, but it obviously didn't do much damage. Beat you to death. Crane Spirit pulled out another one and threw it. Roar, the monster was clearly enraged. Hiss, Crane Spirit, Sarukawa collapsed at once. Hooray for. Instantly the huge fist smashed towards Crane Spirit. Sarukawa rolled over and dodged a blow directly, jumping on top of the monster's fist in the process and running up the arm. The horizontal sword in his hand turned, flying straight up and slashing the monster's head with a full force strike. But the next second, with a bang, a thud, the monster slammed his fist directly into Crane Spirit. Swoosh, Crane Spirit flew out like a kite with broken strings. Crane Spirit. Wen Zhao was instantly startled, rushed over to pick up Crane Spirit. Crane Spirit, don't be afraid, I'll catch you, ha. Don't be afraid. Wen Zhao shouted with his hands open. Snapping. Crane Spirit fell from the sky, snapping to the ground in a position 1 meter from the front of Wen Zhao. Wen Zhao blinked, an innocent look on his face. The Crane Spirit is like a fairy falling to the ground with her face on the ground, shivering her hands and extending a thumb. And then, Duff fainted. Hichuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He was also shocked. Even he did not dare to take the lead. Crane Ling, this reckless man, dared to directly dry it. Sarukawa immediately pulled out the horizontal sword stuck in the ground and held it in his hand. Non-late. You take them away. I will help you stall. Huchuan said coldly. No. Gu Fengyan gripped her pistol tightly and stood by. I will never leave. Wen Zhao, take He Ling and Pei Lao away. Sarukawa gritted his teeth. Go! With a loud shout, Sarukawa instantly mobilized all the strength in his body and instantly exploded with unprecedented speed. Even Gu Feinan didn't react to the fact that Hichuan had already arrived at the monster's feet. Swish, a cold light flashed as the knife sharply slashed through the monster's foot. A scratch surfaced, but the next second it suddenly healed. Sarukawa knew at once that this monster could not be harmed with this weapon alone. No name, hurry up! Before Sarukawa could finish, the monster suddenly raised its hands and smashed them down instantly. The powerful force instantly stirred up a cloud of dust. Huge craters appeared above the ground with this strike. The power was so great that the ground trembled. Huchuan, Gu Fei gave a cry. Despair surged in her heart. After the smoke cleared, a figure jumped out sensitively. I'm fine. This monster is too terrifying. It's simply not something we can fight against. Sarukawa clenched his teeth. Find a way. Bang. Before Sarukawa could finish, the monster suddenly surged out of its back with tentacles. It directly struck Sarukawa. Fortunately, Sarukawa reacted quickly with a knife across his chest, but his figure was still knocked out and smashed hard against the wall behind him, and even the wall smashed out a large pit. PFF. Sarukawa immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to support himself, and fell to his knees. With this blow, he felt that his internal organs were misplaced. It was too heavy. Gu Feiyan instantly became anxious and raised her gun to keep hitting the monster, but the bullets were like scratching an itch without doing any damage at all. Instead, the monster seemed to be enraged and turned its sights back to Gu Fei. The big hand instantly attacked towards Gu Feiyan. Gu Feiyan's eyes trembled, stayed in place. Couldn't he run away? Too close. Suddenly a figure rushed forward to knock her out of the way. Instead, he himself was grabbed by the monster's large hand. Gu Feiyan was knocked to the ground and looked up to see that Huchuan was held tightly in the monster's hands. Crunching and creaking, there was a constant sound of bones twisting as Sarukawa's veins rippled, trying hard to resist the force. Don't! Gu Feiyan rushed towards the monster like a madman. Stay back, go, move, Sarukawa roared. Pei Lao's eyes trembled. His hands and feet trembled up, watching Huchuan live and die. Suddenly his eyes were firm. That's all, an old man for your life. It's worth it, Pei Lao shouted. As if he had made some sort of determination, the entire person's aura instantly changed. Pei Lao knelt on the ground and pulled out an altar-like object from his bag. 3 burning incense were lit, and a mouthful of old wine went down his throat. If you obey me, gods and demons can stop at Liao. If you don't like me, the stones will break. All the words you recite are true. The Big Dipper will appear. The broken army hears my order. The gods and ghosts will take the form of electricity. Pei Lao mouthed the words and his head kept knocking his head to the ground. Those 3 candles suddenly burned at an extremely fast speed. The wine in the cup also shook at great speed. Take God into your body. Get rid of the evil spirits and cut down the demons. Offer 3 fires to feed his body. And respectfully invite the god to enter the earth. Urgent. Elder Pei bellowed. Suddenly, thunder and lightning surged wildly throughout the sky, and the wind was loud. Pei Lao stood up at once. When he opened his eyes, the pupils had turned golden in them, and his entire face changed instantly, from an old face also becoming more and more clear and handsome. The back of the pack was also intact, and the whole person's temperament changed greatly. Stranger's eyes carried a hint of condescension, and his body was enveloped in a layer of golden light, bringing with it a hint of divine behavior. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. What was happening? No one knew. Bang! A golden stream of light blossomed out as the horizontal sword suddenly flew into Pei Lao's hand. The moment Pei Lao opened his eyes, Gu Feiyan and Wen Xiaoling all lowered their heads uncontrollably. Only Huchuan saw it clearly. The moment Pei Lao opened his eyes, the intense killing intent that filled the sky gave him a wave of despair. This killing intent, it made him not even dare to make a single sound. True monarch of the myriad paths of Qingyuan and Zhaoyu, here, thy claim is known to me. Kill the demonic evil. The moment Pei Lao opened his mouth, it was as if heaven and earth resonated. Kill. A word of kill exited. Pei Lao slowly raised his horizontal sword. It fell with a loud bang in the next second. In just an instant, a magnificent and incomparable sword chi traveled across thousands of miles. The golden light instantly cleaved down from above the monster's head. Rumble. As the blade light flashed, a piece of tree ground behind it thumped and exploded. The trees behind the monster for dozens of miles went up in smoke. An entire trench emerged from the ground. The air froze in the midst of it, and there was silence all around. Put, only to see the monster split in 2 from the center. Countless rotten meat and blood instantly flowed out, and a disgusting odor emanated out. Pei Lao frowned and reached out to point out a finger. Bang! That monster exploded. Its corpse exploded with a loud bang. There wasn't even a trace of blood mist. I should say it was directly removed. Sarukawa was blown straight out. The air was quiet again, and the monsters outside were all killed by this. Not a single body remained. True Lord Qingyuan Myriad Dao stuck the horizontal sword in his hand on the ground and scanned the surroundings indifferently. Just as he saw Sarukawa, he suddenly froze, followed by a frown. Sarukawa immediately felt a bleakness in his back, and cold sweat instantly flowed out. Is it hard to believe that you are something dirty? But True Lord Qingyuan Myriad Dao only narrowed his eyes, after which Pei Lao puffed out a mouthful of blood and his entire body fell to the ground. Elder Pei, Huchuan rushed up when he saw this scene. The invisible pressure on Gu Feiyan's few people also disappeared. Huchuan held Pei Lao up. Pei Lao, what happened to you? Elder Pei's eyes were bloodshot, and blood continuously flowed out from the corners of his mouth. After seeing Sarukawa unharmed, he showed a smile, but countless tons of blood flowed out of his mouth. Kid, this is inviting the god to the body. He, powerful. Right. Pei Lao continuously vomited blood outward, and his eyes collapsed extremely quickly, and his vitality was almost about to dissipate. Sarukawa's eyes reddened in disbelief at this scene. Hey old man, don't scare me. How could the invocation become like this? Pei Lao smiled brightly. Oh, I have a big face. Others can only please. Fake body. Fake body power is not enough. I invited the real body. Mortal body that can resist. The true God to descend. Put. Pei Lao said and sprayed another mouthful of blood. The crowd gathered around for a moment, watching the scene in disbelief. How I'm going to save you? Tell me, Sarukawa asked in a rush. Pei old man shook his head, always with a smile on his face. It's no use. I've sacrificed the 3 fires on the human body to God. Oh boy. I'm old. I've lived long enough. Pei Lao trembled his body and pulled out a book from his arms and stuffed it into Hechuan's hand, and tears slipped out of the corners of his eyes, but still smiled and said, the kid, old man, has no wife and children in his life and no one inherits my mantle. The old man is not willing to. Kid, I like you. This book is for you. You and Goo girl well. Old man first step. Pei Lao vomited another mouthful of blood, trembling up, and his pupils were close to collapsing. How about the kid? Calls me, master, Pei Lao said. As soon as he wiped the tears from his face, Sarukawa stepped aside. He knew that Pei Lao had no chance of salvaging himself. Gu Feng and several people helped Pei Lao up and sit down. Hechuan plopped down on his knees and kowtowed respectfully. Master is above. Discipled Sarukawa. Pay respects to master. A smile instantly surfaced on Pei Lao's face as he laughed up in the air. Ha 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 ha. Puff. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Pei Lao pupils lax open arm powerless down. Just that face. But has been hanging a smile. Sarukawa rolled on the ground and clenched his fists, tears dripping down to the ground. His arms bruised. Sarukawa hissed, his fist slamming hard into the ground. Gu Fei evening. Several people all softly sobbed. This is completely they did not expect. After a long time, Sarukawa got up from the ground. The face is full of toughness and patience. Non-late. Pei old. What is his name? Gu Fei froze for a few moments and choked in a voice with a sobbing tone. Pei Yinji. Sarukawa nodded and walked up to pick Pei Lao up, limping towards the back of the cemetery. You guys pack up. I will go to bury Pei Lao, Hechuan said in a deep voice. Deep in the cemetery, Sarukawa saw one of the more ornate and intact tombs and began digging up the dirt with vigor. Pei Lao, the road is hard. I can't take you back. I'll commission you first. Wait for me to bring Gu Fei and the others out. Then I'll come back to take you home, Sarukawa said while tears continued to flow down his face. He had never cried for anyone before. Even when he was a child alone in the dark little room detoxing, he had never cried. But in this moment Sarukawa couldn't control his tears. He considered himself a cold-blooded man with no other feelings. But there is some inability to accept the fact that Pei Yinji's body is dead. Hechuan peeled open the grave or ripped open the coffin, ripped out the white bones inside and threw them away. Then organized the coffin, gently put Pei Lao in, gently closed the coffin and patted it to place Pei Lao's things on top. Sarukawa opened the book. Qianfeng seeking veins. Sarukawa held the book tightly in his hand. Don't worry, Elder Pei. I will definitely pass on your skills. Hechuan bowed heavily and turned to leave. At the doorway, a few girls were gathered around. Sarukawa froze. What for? Gu Fei turned her head and handed a token along with a gold silk handkerchief to Hechuan. This is what appeared on the ground just now. It wasn't there just now. What is this? Sarukawa took the 2 items back and looked at them carefully. This token is incomplete. It's just one of the pieces. There should be 4 more like this, Sarukawa said, citing on the handkerchief. The handkerchief didn't rust some flowers and trees, but rather a segment of densely packed characters. Strangely enough, it's an ancient script, and what's written on it seems to be about Princess Shiryun. Sarukawa carefully browsed through it. What's written on it is the life story of Princess Shiryun. A few people froze. When Zhao pointed at Sarukawa, how can you read? Sarukawa also froze. Right. How can I read it? Sarukawa looked at it again. He could indeed read it. That's why. He swore that he definitely hadn't learned anything about it. Could it be your eyes? Gu Fei said, coming up to check out Hechuan's eyes. I remember the last time I was in London. Your eyes were strange. Sarukawa nodded. He didn't know. In short, I think he wasn't really sure, just he guessed that the dragon ring, along with the snake ring, seemed to be in his eyes. But this thing is really a bit unbelievable. Don't care so much. It's not good to know each other. Quickly read with us. When Zhao said, Hechuan nodded. 300 years ago, a princess with a face as beautiful as a fairy in the sky was born in Peiyun Empire. His Majesty was overjoyed and gave her the name Shiryun. Princess Shiryun has been different since she was a child. At a young age, with a kind heart, never bullying, very different from other entitled people. The days continued until the princess was 15 years old, because she was not used to seeing the government oppressing the people, and in a fit of anger, she was beheaded in the street, after requesting the Master Emperor to let her join the dynasty as an official. Instantly, these remarks caused a furor, and countless royal historians wrote in to insult them. The emperor loved Shiryun, so he stopped all the obstacles to let him join the court as an official. From then on, Shiryun began her life as an official. Sarukawa nodded. Well, is this princess quite powerful? When Zhao several people were also aroused by the interest continue. Sarukawa nodded. After becoming an official, Shiryun began to rectify the traitors and corrupt officials from top to bottom, seizing countless cases and resolving many unjust cases. For a while, the people were all sincerely convinced. Shiryun was instantly hailed as the Peiyun Holy Maiden, and His Majesty rejoiced, granting Shiryun the position of Inspector General, supervising the 100 officials. The only person who has set such a precedent from ancient times is Shiryun. After taking office, Shiryun still fulfills his duties, monitoring the 100 officials while leading the commoners to improve the business system and inventing and creating many practical tools, which immediately rises infinitely in the hearts of the people. But the more light there is, the more danger comes. The heart of the common people. Shiryun said a set of shocking theory, probably means that people cannot be divided by high and low, life should not be arbitrarily erased, and she set up a dead list in front of the supervision department. On it is inscribed that everyone is equal. Shiryun's ability is extraordinary, but he has made many enemies, so these kinds of remarks naturally received a shock. Countless people have risen up to attack. Even that 9-5 Supreme Being on the seat is beginning to be wary of Shiryun. When that 9-5 Supreme Father investigated, he was shocked by the popular sentiment of the people. He thought that Shiryun's position had far threatened his, and that the remarks were nothing short of treasonous. 9-5 Supreme Father was enraged. At this moment his love for this daughter completely disappeared. That night's inspection division, all official positions were all revoked. The princess was reduced to a white body and exiled to a bleak land. But if this is okay, the terrible thing is that the 9-5 Supreme Beings have no intention of letting her go, and a conspiracy of all the powerful people of Peiyun against Princess Shiryun has begun. Sarukawa came to an abrupt end. Go on. When Zhao was a bit anxious. What are you waiting for? Sarukawa waved his hand. There's nothing more behind it. That's all there is. There was some silence from a few people, obviously a bit underwhelmed. In that case, this Princess Shiryun is really powerful, and she's so forward-thinking. When Zhao lamented, Sarukawa nodded. It's a pity that she was born at the wrong time. Her remarks, under that feudal system, are provoking the right, and are tantamount to telling all those who have the power that I'm going to fight against you, and I'm going to bring down the imperial power. Do you think the emperor could be willing? Goofy and nodded. Indeed, but no matter what, this Princess Shiryun is indeed an admirable person. Sarukawa looked at the handkerchief and wondered. There should be more at the back. Are there 4 pieces just like this token? Sarukawa rubbed his chin and thought, I should know. This forest definitely has something to do with this Shiryun princess, and we should be playing the game like it's a game right now. There are 4 levels. Play one to give one thing. Then piece together some stories until the end. Get all of them with the stories and you should find something. Sarukawa suddenly remembered the ring. Should be the ring. So what do we do now? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa pondered for a moment. I'll walk you out. You're sending us out? You mean you're still coming in? Gu Fei asked worriedly. Well, the clue most likely points to the ring, and with the head's people in there, the ring can't fall into their hands. Sarukawa said. No, I want to follow you. Gu Feiyan was a bit unhappy. She absolutely could not leave Huchuan. Huchuan was a bit helpless. Fei late. Don't be capricious. Be obedient. I can still be carefree alone. If I bring you with me, I will be distracted. Sarukawa said softly. Don't worry. I just need to find the ring and come out soon. Gu Fei late still wanted to say something, but thought that it was also, with his own level, even if he stayed here, it was also dragging Huchuan's leg. It would be better to go out earlier to find support. That. Good. I'll listen to you, but you have to promise that you can't play with your life. Must pay attention to safety, Gu Fei said. Huchuan smiled and reached out to rub Gu Feiyan's head. Don't worry. My happy life has just begun. I can't afford to die. Huchuan gently took Gu Fei's hand and walked towards the outside. Following Wen Zhao's planned route, they soon found their way out, and after walking for a while they were able to get out by passing through the layer of mist again. But for some reason, the fog was extraordinarily thick here. It's not right. It's not right. Wen Zhao was anxious and kept checking the comparison on the computer. Suddenly, zippy, computer black screen. Wen Zhao was completely dumbfounded. This. Sarukawa looked around at the thick fog, and could not see any reference at all as far as the eye could see. They seemed to be circling in place. It seems that this princess does not want us to go. Huchuan said. His eyes, however, flashed a trace of killing intent. Huchuan secretly resolved in his heart. No matter who you are, even if you die, I have to dig you out to take revenge for Pei Lao. Sarukawa swore secretly, and after walking for an unknown amount of time, the few people passed through a layer of mist, and a lighted villa appeared in the dim forest ahead. The villa was large, and the inside of the house was lit up with lights that seemed incredibly bright in the silent darkness of the night. Several people froze for a moment, Sarukawa being the first to react. Could it be the next level? Just as a few people were wondering, a man slowly walked over to him in the dimness ahead. It was a middle-aged man in a full suit and glasses. The man was refined and bowed when he saw the few people. Everyone. My name is Chen Yuan. I'm the butler of this villa. I've been waiting here for a long time. Please. Sarukawa looked at the butler in front of him with some caution. It was creepy. Who knew what to get up to? But this butler walked toward the front after he finished speaking. Several people also followed slowly, until they came to the door of the villa, which slowly opened. Inside is the ornately built hall, and at that moment, there was an oversized round table in the center of the hall, and next to it, on a sofa, sat 5 people. Sarukawa slightly stared at the 5 people sitting over there. Are you guys students? Do you know Yu Xiaoyu? Those 3 students immediately stood up. Recognize, Yu Xiaoyu is our classmate. The 3 students, 2 males and 1 female, were obviously frightened inside this deep forest, and one of them was dressed in a wretched manner, with their clothes torn. My name is Su Song. My name is Sung Imo. My name is Hanara. Sarukawa nodded. My name is Sarukawa and I'm here to save you. The 3 students immediately gathered around your Sarukawa. That's great. It was at this moment that one of the men in black sitting over there took off his mask and smiled as he looked over. Nonetheless late. Hello again. Gu Fei instantly shuddered, her eyes looking over. On top of the couch, Mu Shang looked over with a light smile. Huchuan froze slightly somewhat strangely and looked at Gu Fei. Gu Feiyan's face went white as she looked at Mu Shang warily. Why are you here? Mu Shang laughed. Of course it's to come and find you. Huchuan cautiously stepped back to protect Gu Fei and carefully asked you. Ex-boyfriend TSK. Not. Gu Fei laid some speechless. He is the head of the people, before a police officer. In the school very care of me later. Out once thought I accidentally shot him. Gu Fei said in a small voice. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. So, here to seek revenge on you? Why are you so talkative? Let's figure it out first. I'll talk to you tonight. Gu Fei patted Huchuan. Sarukawa nodded. Chen. Housekeeper, please can we go? Sarukawa asked. The corners of Butler Chen's mouth slightly grinned, looking a little weird. Snapping, he clapped his hands, and the door instantly closed. Sorry, no one is allowed to leave until the game is over. Game? Sarukawa was a little confused. What game? Butler Chen didn't say anything, he just smiled and shook his head. The rooms have been prepared for all of you. The rules of the game are placed in your rooms, please watch carefully. In addition, you are not allowed to tell your identity information to anyone else. That's all. Butler Chen smiled and placed the room cards into each person's hands. Huchuan froze. I can just sleep in a room with Gu Fei? Butler Chen shook his head. I don't care where I sleep. The room has to exist. Butler Chen looked at his watch. The game begins. Butler Chen left on his own after saying that and didn't bother with a few people. When Sarukawa tries to open the door is locked so tightly that it won't open at all. Huchuan, what should we do? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa looked carefully at the time. There's no way around it. Now let's all go to our respective rooms and check out the rules of this so-called game. And at 8 o'clock in the evening, come and gather downstairs. Okay, Sarukawa said, and several people rose in silent agreement. Gradually, one by one, they returned to their rooms with their room cards. Sarukawa opened the door. The room could be described as exceptionally luxurious, and the house had everything inside, and there was a tablet on the coffee table. Sarukawa sat over and turned the computer on, and instantly a series of incredibly complex game rules emerged. Sarukawa looked over the rules of the game gradually with a slight blink of an eye, while at the same time, everyone in every room was checking out the rules of the game. All were shocked by what was inside. Sarukawa looked at the rules of the game with a frown on his face, and he couldn't stop his fingers from trembling slightly. This is not fear, but excitement. Sarukawa's eyes flashed a smile. This is too interesting. Just as Sarukawa was checking out the rules of the game, the door was opened. Sarukawa froze and opened the door to his room. That Butler Chen stood in the doorway with a smile. Mr. Crane, please take the game supplies that belong to you. Butler Chen left after handing something wrapped in white cloth to Sarukawa, and Sarukawa looked at what was in his hand and the name of the game on that tablet. Sneak peek game. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth let out a light smile. His eyes flashed with a cold aura. Interesting. To play with you guys. Rules of the game. There are 9 players in the villa who will play different roles to deduce the case, in which there is a Reaper hidden among 9 players, and a Savior. Ordinary players may choose to follow either the Reaper or the Savior, depending on their knowledge. The game consists of 10 games. If a regular player dies, the game is over, and if either Reaper or Savior dies, the entire team dies, and identities may not be exchanged. There is also an empath in the mix. In a neutral role, there is also a locker, a neutral character. Role description. Reapers, Who can pick one person to kill each game and can choose a teammate to be a temporary Reaper? Saviors. Who can choose one person to save each day, after which the Reaper cannot enter the civilian room to decimate. Empathizers can choose to be either saviors or Reapers. A locker can close the vote in any round. The vote closes, the vote is null and void and no one will be voted out. Civilian, without any special abilities, but with a pistol, but only to search for, and only a civilian can kill a Reaper. Game summary. The Reaper game begins with the ability to kill as many people as you like, but you must hide your identity from detection, and when someone dies, the crowd has 12 hours to investigate the case, and after 12 hours, they have the option of voting, or abstaining from voting. Any player voted out of the game dies outright, or the Reaper may choose not to kill, but failure to kill in 2 games automatically forfeits Reaper status to civilian. The rescuer may enter another person's room at any time and choose to rescue or not to rescue, but no identities may be revealed, and every afternoon is a time for discussion. The master bedroom on the 3rd floor has 10 cards. Each person has their own exclusive task. Complete the task to draw cards. Cards are very important. Please use with caution. In addition, the current villa is in a state of no water and no food, and the player is free to travel at night to search for supplies in the various rooms of the villa, but the search is accompanied by dangers, including supplies, water, food, weapons, medicines, clothing, and a range of practical supplies, which may be exchanged at will. Any player life is only once. Betrayal and dealings fill the whole game. Even the people around you should be cautious. Perhaps, the next second he will betray you. Game on. With the word mark for the start of the game, Sarukawa read the entire rules of the game and couldn't help but frown. Placed at his side were the weapons that belonged to his identity. A somewhat at first glance very simple, but it's not really like that. It hides so many unexpected things. Hachuan is now torn. Whether to believe. When Zhao and the crane spirit. Granted, they are friends, both trusting. But in a situation like this where lives are at stake, does it still really work? Just as Sarukawa was still thinking, there was a knock on the door. Gufei walked in quietly and asked as soon as she came in. Sarukawa, is it not possible to say the identity? Sarukawa nodded. That's right. Identities can't be told. Which leads to civilians not being able to choose exactly which side they want to join. And then 2 opposing characters are pushed against each other. Sarukawa couldn't help but look down in thought. Gufei looked around with some concern and carefully approached Hichuan's side. Do you trust me? You mean that? Sarukawa was a bit speechless. You're my wife. I don't trust anyone else, but you're the exception. Gufei heatedly smiled. Suddenly joy surfaced on his face. Then, I can only tell you that I am not a civilian. I have an identity. Sarukawa froze slightly, a little confused. Why are you telling me? Gufei frowned, a bit irritated. Because you're my husband. Of course I believe you. Don't tell you who to tell. Sarukawa couldn't help the corner of his mouth from curling up when he heard this, but he still put on a cold face and leaned back on the sofa. Outside, your ex-boyfriend is there. People are here just for you. Go ahead and trust him. Gufei wrinkled her nose and looked at Hachuan with a slight smile. Jealous? What kind of jealousy am I? Sarukawa waved his hand indifferently. I don't care. Gufei laid he smile, pounced up to seize the crane Chuan neck. Curry favor as if kissing to come up. Go away. Don't kiss me. Sarukawa refused. Gufei immediately small face tiled down, pretending to be a cute look, said give people a chance to explain. Gufei got up and sat on Hachuan's lap, her head buried in Hachuan's neck, and pampered herself. Listen to what I have to say. Okay, I beg you. Hachuan was rattled for a while, since the meet, once with Gufei alone to stay a piece of the old impulse in this area. Well, then you tell me. Sarukawa spoke. Gufei instantly laughed. His name is Mu Shang. He was a classmate who enrolled in school with me. After graduation, we were assigned to the Interpol Special Training Unit. He takes very good care of me, and he is always first in his grades. I admired him at the time, but I didn't really think he liked me. Then we had a mission. I think it was the second mission. I was in the middle of firing my gun to try to kill the criminal, but Mushing jumped out of nowhere and directly tackled the criminal, and I couldn't take it back anymore, and the bullet hit him. Gufei said her eyes dimmed a little. At that time I obviously saw him bleeding a lot with my own eyes. Then he was taken away by the doctor, and I haven't seen him since, and then it was rumored that he was dead. I was devastated. How could I not believe that I killed him with my own hands? And the Secret Service team dismissed me because of this blunder, and sent me down to the Haicheng City Public Security Bureau, all the way up to before. And down the line it's all about you know what. Gufei shook her head and let out a bitter laugh. I didn't realize that not only did he not die, but he even joined the heads. He is a. Sarukawa froze slightly. A? Gufei nodded. He said it himself. In short, he and I are already on different paths. And Gufei pinched Hichuan's mouth. I don't have an ex-boyfriend. You are my first love. Don't ever say that again. Sarukawa nodded. Well, I'm satisfied with that explanation. The two men smiled at each other. Anyway, let's go down and take a look first. Fei Nian, don't expose your identity. Remember, listen to my arrangements for everything. Goofy and nodded heavily. Don't worry. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll be the woman behind you. He. As the two men descended the stairs, several people were already there in the lobby. There was a slight subtlety to the atmosphere, and there seemed to be some peculiar smell in the air. Each one of them had a hidden agenda and looked at the people beside them with eyes that were a bit off. Sarukawa smiled when he saw a few people. You've all received the items corresponding to your status, right? Want to take it out and share it? Oh, how about you take yours out first? Mu Sheng said. Apparently, it's starting to test the waters. Things are starting to get interesting. No one dares to reveal their identity. Everyone in this villa, trust no longer exists. Except for Master Shifu. I'm definitely joining you guys. We're family. I'll tell you what, the four of us will just reveal our identities. Then we'll guard the house and let no one in. Crane Spirit pulled Wen Zhao and ran over to him in a farty manner. Wen Zhao also nodded and excitedly agreed. The four of us will stay honest. Whoever fucks us, we'll fuck them. Just squat in the room for a few days. We can definitely get out. Ha 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 ha, the two of us are too smart. Wen Zhao laughed out loud with Crane Spirit's crossed arms, and the two seemed to have hit it off right away. Sarukawa covered his head with a headache. He was afraid that he had thought too much. With the intelligence of these two people, they couldn't do something as brilliant as betrayal. Then if we don't have any food at all, won't we starve to death? Gu Fei explained. Everyone, come over here and talk. Mu Sheng pointed to the large round table in the living room. A few people nodded at the table, which was filled with 9 people. The 3 students were incredibly nervous and pale. They hadn't experienced anything so exciting they couldn't help but be a little scared. Don't be afraid. We'll take you out. Gu Fei softly comforted. What is this person's name? Sarukawa looked at the last one, an older man with a beard and woefully dressed. Oh, my name is Chen Fong. I am an explorer. I heard that this deep forest is very famous, so I came to explore it, and I didn't expect to come over. Chen Fong explained. Sarukawa smiled and nodded gently. Alright everyone, I think it's time for us to discuss the sub. Mu Shang spread his hands to look at a few people with interest. I think that probably no one will take the initiative to reveal their identity, so it's necessary to push out 2 camps first. What do you all think? Mu Shang said softly, but Sarukawa instantly heard the trap inside. Oh. Then Mr. Mu, let's elect you to be the leader of the Reapers. Mu Shang blushed. No, I can't be. Sarukawa laughed. A touch of disdain surfaced on his face. Reapers shouldn't be acknowledged by anyone. All of us are ordinary people who won't be joining the Reaper camp. Once the Reapers are exposed, we will definitely be voted out. Mr. Mu's language is really full of traps. The scene fell silent, and above the round table, there were only 2 people with sparks flying nitrous flavored. Mu Shang suddenly grinned. Mr. Crane doesn't need to take it personally. What happened between me and Fei Lian is in the past. Mr. Crane doesn't need to be like this. Gu Feiyan frowned when she heard this. What did they mean by their business? It's a really easy statement to misunderstand. Gu Feiyan gently took Huchuan's hand to look at Mu Shang. I'm sorry. I don't seem to have anything to do with you. Right, but I think that Huchuan's ability is obvious to all, so it's okay to push out Huchuan as the captain. Right? I agree. Crane Spirit raised his hand. I agree. Wen Zhao raised his hand as well. We agree. 3 students raised their hands as well. Mu Shang propped up his chin thoughtfully. Well, this game is interesting. It seems that Mr. Crane has won. But, is it possible that Mr. Crane is the Reaper? That? Mu Shang uttered these words, his eyes looking towards the 3 students. The 3 students' bodies shivered at once. Mu Shang smiled. Anyway, be careful for good. I heard that Mr. Crane is very powerful. Oh, one person killed a whole village of criminal gangs. It seems to be more than 80 people. That's really powerful. Mu Shang smiled and clapped his hands and stood up. Well, it's only the first day only. We cannot need to be so nervous. My suggestion is that everyone on the first day, well, do not fight and kill, or not, who do not do anything. Mu Shang smiled and looked at Sarukawa. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth hooked up a smile, meaningfully looking at the 3 students. Good. Who? Don't make a move. The 3 students instantly paled. They couldn't figure it out, and it took Mu Shang's words to remind them that Huchuan was indeed famous because of that incident. Ultimately, it's also a dangerous person. Everyone, it's getting late. Take an early rest. Mu Shang laughed lightly and turned to leave. It was still dark outside, and the house was dark. Gradually, it's the night time that's the most fun. Late at night at 1:40, each of the 9 players stayed in their rooms. The door to the creaky room was pushed open, and the hallway outside was dark. Sarukawa stuck his little head out and raised an eyebrow. On the first day, no one dared to act rashly for fear of being killed themselves. But Sarukawa realized that supplies were a necessity at this point in time. Something very important. Mastery of supplies is also mastery of the lifeblood. Sarukawa quietly closed the door. The villa had 5 floors and 2 basement floors. The 9 of them were distributed on different floors, but there were still many empty rooms. According to the rules note, supplies are located in these empty rooms. Instead of going to the other rooms first, Sarukawa went straight to a not-so-small kitchen location on the first floor. After quietly opening the door, it seemed dark inside with the lights off, but it didn't look dangerous or safe after all. Quietly opened a refrigerator door with 2 bottles of water and a loaf of bread. There didn't seem to be much else, and it had been searching the entire kitchen to find 2 bottles of water, a loaf of bread, 2 sugars, and a packet of instant noodles. Sarukawa's head hurt a little looking at the supplies, which were too little. There are about 4 kitchens in the whole cottage, which is probably not enough if you count supplies that way. Sarukawa looked at the object in his hand and thought carefully, if that's the case, we'll just have to take our chances in the other rooms. Maybe we'll find something good, but the main thing now is to go find the civilian's gun, because that's the only way to save yourself. The Reaper is not required to search for things. He has a weapon to begin with, which leads to the fact that it is passive for civilians not to go searching for things. But Sarukawa didn't care. With his battle prowess, it didn't matter even if he didn't have a gun. Anyway, anyone who dares to come to him, just wait for the game to end. After taking the supplies, Hachwan went straight to Gufian's room and knocked on the door. Gufian cautiously opened the door to the room and pulled Hachwan in with one hand. Why are you here? It's dangerous outside, and you're not afraid. Hachwan smiled and handed Gufian a bottle of water and bread. I'm not afraid at all. Gufian's eyes lit up. You went looking for supplies. Sarukawa nodded. It's kind of safe to look for supplies now. It will be more dangerous down the road. Gufei instantly tore off a piece of bread with some delight and handed it to Hachwan. Sarukawa shook his head. I've gone looking for supplies. How can I starve myself? I ate a long time ago. Gufei nodded okay. Although Gufian agreed on her lips, she still only ate half of it, saying that she was leaving it for her next meal. But Hachwan knew that it was definitely for herself. Hachwan came back to Wen Zhao's and Heiling's room and divided the only remaining supplies into 2 and handed them to the 2. Caution, late night is coming and the Reapers may be on the move. Don't open the door to anyone, Sarukawa instructed. Then he went back to his room. Late at night at 3:40, the entire villa did not have a single light. Along with the deep forest outside was also pitch black. A flash of bright silver dagger chilling light. A figure like an executioner roaming in the corridor. The knocking on the door in the stillness of the night grew and soon evolved into a slamming, until it finally evolved into a door-breaking sound. A miserable scream pierced through the middle of the night sky, waking up the people staying in the room. Wen Zhao froze, startled by the scream, but then reacted. This was Gufei's voice. Wen Zhao couldn't think too long and opened the door and rushed out, bumping into Crane's spirit head-on. Quick, something's wrong. The 2 hurriedly ran towards the upstairs. When they got upstairs, they saw the door to Gufian's room smashed open, and Hachwan standing in the doorway. Sarukawa, Nani-san, is she alright? Wen Zhao rushed over. After hearing the voice, the crowd came up one after another. Hachwan walked inside the house with a cold face. The room was not in a bad state. Only Gufian's figure had disappeared. The crowd rushed in to look for them, and they didn't see Gufian's figure anywhere. Sarukawa came to the toilet and knocked on the door. Fein Yin. This is Sarukawa. Are you in there? Sarukawa clearly heard some movement inside, followed by the sound of a door lock opening after a short interval of clicking. Immediately after the door was pulled open, Gufian saw Hachwan. Immediately red eyes, tears flowed out, instantly jumped into the arms of Hachwan. Whoa, Sarukawa. Scared the hell out of me. I thought I was going to die. Avu. Hachwan hastened to hold Gufei evening tightly, sight dead on Mu Shang. Mu Shang was stared at with some panic. The killing intent in Hachwan's eyes was too strong. Crane Chuan, I think you are overthinking. If I am a Reaper, I will not hurt Non-Knight. I will go to hurt you, Mu Shang said. Hachwan snorted coldly and looked at Gufei in his arms. Not hurt, right? What exactly happened? Gufei kept sobbing. I was sleeping when I suddenly heard a knock on the door. I asked him who it was, but no one said anything, and right after that, he started to smash the door. I freaked out and yelled and rushed into the bathroom and locked the door. And maybe I heard me yell and he ran away. Then this door is? Mu Shang wondered. I kicked in the door, Sarukawa said coldly. Mu Shang raised an eyebrow. Oh, I remember. Mr. Crane lives on the first floor. Right. This is the 3rd floor. Mr. Crane is quite fast. Can come up before us? Sarukawa frowned a bit upset. What do you mean? Oh, he means is it you who are shouting at thieves? Xianfang said. No way. He Chuan would never hurt me. What are you putting on? Gu Feiyan directly exploded, pointing at Qianfang and Mu Shang and cursing. Mu Shang waved his hand. It's just a guess. After all, at a time like this, everyone is preparing for their own lives. Who cares about other people that? Sarukawa clenched his fists. He was a bit offended. I came fast because I was coming up the stairs. So naturally I came fast. Sarukawa explained. Oh, then what are you doing up here? Mu Shang continued to pursue the question. Huchuan laughed coldly as he grabbed Gu Feiyan. What are you talking about? I can't sleep in the middle of the night. Can't I make out with my girlfriend? Mu Shang narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything, but the fists hidden behind his back clenched up. Sarukawa looked around. One staircase on the left and one on the right. I came up from the left and didn't see the killer when I heard the shouts. That means the murderer went down from the right. When Zhao and Sarukawa also came up from the left, and they came up from the last two on the left. If someone went from left to right they could definitely see it. There was no one on the left after they came up, so the one who came up on the right could be the killer. That would be Mu Shang, Qianfeng, Su Song, and Han Lara. The Reaper is among the four of you, Sarukawa said in a cold voice as he looked at a few people. There was a moment of silence. No one acknowledged it, but it was Mu Shang who narrowed his eyes. Can't explain it. All in all there's still something fishy going on. Can't judge like that, can we? Well, since it's fine, I'll go back to my room first. After today's mess, probably the murderer won't be continuing. So everyone get some early rest. Mu Shang finished and left alone. The others left one by one. The scene was instantly quiet. Huchuan took Gu Feiyan's hand and softly instructed Wen Zhao. You two go and live in a room. Remember, be careful. Wen Zhao nodded. Well, we know. Huchuan pulled Gu Fei's hand back into the middle of the room. Gu Fei's face was pale. Obviously what had just happened had frightened her, but she didn't know why the Reapers were onto her. She hadn't done anything. I don't think. Who do you suspect? Sarukawa asked. Gu Fei evening lying on her back on the bed. Some headache. I do not know. I do not seem to have offended anyone else. Right. Why do you want to kill me? Sarukawa didn't say anything, just slowly and leisurely made his bed and got ready. I feel like one of those 3 students, Gu Fei said suddenly. I always felt like they were looking at me in the wrong way. Just a creepy feeling. And I don't know why. Sarukawa smiled. It's good to be on guard. Don't trust anyone but me. Gu Feiyan covered her head and rolled around on the bed. So annoying. Why are there so many things? Those rules make my head so big. Suddenly Gu Feinan had a flash of insight. Hey, Gu Fei evening grabbed Huchuan. You said, could someone have seen you give me food? That's why he's trying to grab the supplies. Huchuan froze slightly, not realizing that what Gu Feiyan had said was quite reasonable, and it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Gu Feiyan skimmed her mouth. Anyway, we need to find this Reaper as soon as possible, otherwise it will definitely be dangerous. Gu Feiyan looked at Huchuan, who never said anything, and froze slightly. What are you doing? Sarukawa laughed softly twice and did push-ups and sit-ups on the ground to get himself in the best shape possible, then scuffed up to the bed to hold Gu Feiyan down in her form. Gu Feiyan's face turned red and she hastily protected her chest. Mr. Crane, what are you doing? You wouldn't be thinking. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed. You mean that? Gu Fei swallowed a little nervous. Calm down. So dangerous time. Do these things is not good. Sarukawa let out a light laugh, his voice low with a few hints of seduction. I'm trying to help you soothe your nerves. You just went through something dangerous. You should be in great need of comfort. Sarukawa spoke while his hand reached out unashamedly to where it should go. Oops, Gu Feiyan let out a startled cry, her cheeks rolling up. Then you be gentle. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed, pulling the covers over the two of them as he did so. Then a piece of clothing was thrown from inside the covers and scattered all over the floor. This was followed by a humming and hawing sound. It kept reaching the wee hours of the morning. Not coming, not coming. I'm so tired. Gu Fei's near-crying voice cried out. I'm not nervous anymore. I don't need comforting. But the next second came Sarukawa's demonic voice. No, oh. I was also scared enough by you. Very scared that. Next, it's your turn to comfort me. Hey, Sarukawa, do you think there's any way we can end the game quickly? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa nodded. There is. Get them all killed and the game won't be over. TSK, I'm serious with you. Stop it. Gu Feiyan tried to keep her head active. Actually, I think that I need to go find the gun first. Gu Fei suddenly raised this one idea. Because only civilians can use guns. We get all the guns and we can make sure that the initiative stays in our hands, right? Aha, you're right about everything, Sarukawa said perfunctorily. Gu Feiyan was immediately a bit annoyed. Don't touch it. I'm telling you something serious. Seeing that Gu Feiyan was a little angry, Huchuan only got serious. Actually, you're right. We could go for guns, but only if they're only available to civilians. And you've got the status and my strength doesn't require a gun. So guns aren't good for us. Well, You can give it to Little Call and Little Spirit. They can definitely use it. Gu Fei retorted. Wife, do you know that a piker is not a piker? When the two of them have guns, others will fear them. And when they fear them, they will deal with them. And then the Reapers can target them. Sarukawa said seriously. Gu Fei Nian instantly reacted right. Then the Reapers like this will definitely hurt them. No, indeed we can't mess with them like this. Gu Fei Nian was in confusion again for a while. What then? Sarukawa suddenly fell silent. Go get supplies first. At least make sure you can survive. While the two were discussing, there was a sudden knock on the door. Gu Feiyan instantly panicked quickly. Get dressed. Someone is coming. After the two got dressed, the door opened and Wen Zhao stood in the doorway with a smile. The two of them froze. What for? Wen Zhao and He Ling grinned as they took out 2 bottles of water from behind their backs and a couple of food items and stuffed them into each one's hands. Nuwa. Sarukawa froze. Where did you get that? You guys went looking for supplies? He Ling hurriedly explained. It's not us. It's Mu Shang. He went to look for supplies yesterday and then divided them all among us. This is your share. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow and smiled when he saw these in his hand. Good tactic. Gu Feiyan scrunched her face. Shucks. He's just trying to enlist us. Can't fall for his tricks. We don't want it. Gu Fei said that she was about to throw something away, but was stopped by Huchuan. Hey, don't. These are all important items. What's the point of throwing them away? Since they are from someone else, then of course we have to accept them properly. Huchuan smiled and accepted the things, and came downstairs with Gu Feiyan after packing them up. All the people downstairs were eating. Mu Shang waved his hand over there and smiled towards the two of them. Both of you. Is there enough food? Do you need some more? Gu Fei's face was a bit helpless. Thank you. That's enough. Mu Shang heatedly smiled. That's good. The scene lapsed into silence again. Guys, who else went searching for supplies yesterday? Sarukawa asked, but no one even acknowledged it. Sarukawa laughed softly twice. Well then, no one admits it. I admit it. I went searching for supplies yesterday too and I found a good one. Click. Sarukawa instantly pulled out a gun and loaded it before placing it on top of the table with a thud. Recognize? Sarukawa asked. The people in the room were immediately looking at Sarukawa with some shock. Gu Feiyan was also startled. So it turned out that Huchuan had found the gun a long time ago. Gu Feiyan immediately became a bit anxious. What are you doing? Won't they target you? Sarukawa shook his head and said softly, since he wants me to be this villain, then I will fulfill his intention. This villain, I will be. As soon as Sarukawa raised his pistol to the ceiling, bang bang bang, 3 loud bangs spread throughout the villa. The 3 students were trembling with fear. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth hooked up a sinister smile. I'm very angry about yesterday's incident. No matter who of you did it, if you have the ability to come at me, I'll accompany you to the end. You all know that I'm not a good person, and if you make me angry, I'll kill all of you. Huchuan sneered and put the pistol into Gu Feiyan's hand. Meaning, I don't have the pistol anymore. Any of you who have the guts to try, let's see if I can kill you all. Sarukawa's words were arrogant to the extreme, but the people around him didn't even dare to fart. This is absolute strength, absolute confidence. Powerful killing intent instantly swept through everyone present. Mu Shang lowered his head in shock. This intense killing intent, he had only seen it on one person, but it couldn't be. That man is dead. Mu Shang looked at Sarukawa in disbelief, but the shadow of another person came to his mind at the moment. Huchuan sneered as he led Gu Fei's hand away, leaving the crowd in a cold sweat. He Ling couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. The angry master is also too scary. I feel like I'm going to die in the next second. I haven't killed hundreds of people which has this kind of killing aura. Wen Zhao also paled. I've never seen Sarukawa like this. It's too scary. Inside the room, Gu Fei was a bit angry. Sarukawa, what's wrong with you? If you're like this, they'll all see you as an enemy. Gu Feiyan questioned Huchuan up in some anger. Sarukawa is a cloudy look. Calm down, wife. I do this. Designated for a reason. Gu Feiyan was immediately a bit upset. What reason can you have? You're just going to make a mess of things. At this point in time, all you can think about is sleeping with me, and pretending asterisk. Gu Fei is very angry. Huchuan is a little too out of tune, not taking it seriously at all. Huchuan hurriedly pulled Gu Fei into his arms and blocked Gu Fei's lips with his lips. Gu Feiyan was a bit helpless. Stop it. The situation is really dangerous now. Sarukawa was even more helpless. Honey, do you know what I can do now? Gu Fei froze. Could it be that Huchuan had a purpose for being like this? Sarukawa hemmed and hawed. I'm able to go draw cards now. Gu Fei instantly became puzzled, but immediately afterwards she reacted. Wait a minute, you're saying, this is your mission? Sarukawa nodded with a hefty grin. That's right. My mission is to intimidate the crowd after obtaining a firearm, so that I can go draw cards. You know. Gu Fei was somewhat shocked by Huchuan's layout. So you're not shocking them, you're accomplishing a mission? Sarukawa nodded. That's for sure. Go ahead and draw the card. It's valuable, so get it. Gu-Fian immediately hugged Hachwan's head and kissed it. Hachwan, you're fantastic, I didn't expect it at all. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed, that's for sure. If you want to have the whole game in your hands, you have to be one step ahead of everyone. That's the rule of the game. Learn it, silly wife. Oh right, when you say it like that, I almost forgot that I still have a mission to do, Gu-Fian said. Sarukawa was also somewhat interested. What is your mission? Gu-Fian thought carefully for a moment. I can't complete this mission at the moment. He asked me to medicate a seriously injured person. Anyway, let's talk about it afterward. Gu-Fian waved her hand. Sarukawa nodded and said softly, then, wait in your room. I'll go up and draw cards and see what goodies I can get. Aha, alright, you go. Ha, I'm sleepy. I blame you for not sleeping much all night. I'll sleep first, Gu-Fian said as she kicked off her shoes and climbed into bed and waved her hand towards Hachwan. Bye-bye, and remember to bring the door with you. Sarukawa was a bit speechless and equally helpless. Leaving the room, Sarukawa went straight to the third floor, where a very large room lay across the center. Unlike the others, this room has no door. There were no lights inside either, and the doorway was indeed fenced in, leaving only a small window. Sarukawa came to the window and said, I'm Sarukawa and I completed the mission. Inside, the wood-paneled door at the window was opened, and a hand reached out, placing 10 cards in front of Sarukawa, reaching out and pointing, indicating for Sarukawa to draw one. Sarukawa looked at the cards in front of him, the same size, could not see anything, and could only be extracted by feel. Sarukawa casually drew one, and that hand put the remaining cards away. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow when he scrutinized the contents of the card in accordance with the faint light. Animal tamer. You can bind a person as a pet, and after you have made her / involuntarily recognize it, her /'s fate is closely related to you, and she / he cannot betray you, so you can dominate her / his life and death. Sarukawa's brow furrowed. This card looks great, but it's actually useless, so how can anyone voluntarily would be your pet? So overall, it's still chicken. There are still people who actually come to the door of their own accord. At the hallway, a dark figure faced Sarukawa and took the card. I volunteer to be Sarukawa's pet. Sarukawa's eyes flashed with a hint of something different, and he looked at the dark shadow in front of him with some tears and laughter. It's not necessary, but well, so be it. Sarukawa returned to the room. Gu-Fian is still sleeping in a daze, slightly cute and messy sleeping posture, looking at Hachwan's heart itchy again. Smiling, he shook his head and went to the bathroom to take a cold shower before climbing into bed. Gu-Fian felt people coming around him, immediately stopped. Hachwan's arm, you are back. Gu-Fian's voice is soft. Hearing Hachwan's heart is soft. How to look at Gu-Fian, how to like. Gently kissed Gu-Fian's forehead, lightly smiled and said sleep. The two began to catch up on their sleep. Outside, however, came a sea change. Inside the main hall, Sarukawa looked angrily at the crowd in front of him with a kitchen knife he had fumbled in his hand. The crowd was stunned, especially the 3 students who huddled together, not daring to move. Because it had just been broadcast, a radio voice rang through the villa. Ballot results: Sarukawa, 3 votes, less than half the number of votes cast. The vote is null and void. No one out. Crane Spirit was furious upon hearing this. Damn. This group of them played dirty, right? Who the hell is it? Dare to do but not dare to say. Crane Spirit looked at the crowd angrily with a kitchen knife raised in his hand. When Zhao hurriedly snatched the kitchen knife out of He Ling's hand, don't do this. You can't ask questions like this, and you'll be easily targeted. Crane Spirit was still so angry that his chest was fluttering. When Zhao looked at the crowd and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes as well. I don't know what you guys think, but we have 4 votes on our side. It should be easy to vote out one person if you want to. I advise you guys to stop acting like this. But, Sarukawa, he has a gun, Susong suddenly shouted. And just now, he threatened us. Susong's face was pale, obviously quite frightened. Sarukawa would never kill just anyone. As long as you are honest, nothing will happen to you. When Zhao said, so I advise you all, be at peace. In the room, the two also woke up and naturally didn't know what was happening outside. Gufei Evening looked at the card in the hands of Hachwan, some surprise. This ability is quite powerful. You award this person to GA. Sarukawa nodded. Unfortunately, it's only possible to get someone to admit it to themselves. Gufei Evening looked at the card, suddenly nodded. I volunteer. What? Sarukawa covered her mouth with one hand. Are you stupid? Sarukawa was a bit speechless. Gufian blinked her eyes. Why? I think I'm the most suitable. The others won't voluntarily admit it. Sarukawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. You don't believe me now? Believe who do you believe if not you? Gufian said doubtfully. In that case, wouldn't it be a waste to put this card on you? Have you ever thought about it? Sarukawa asked. Gufian blinked her eyes with an innocent look on her face. It seems like, hey, it's the same with or without a card. Hachwan nodded. So clear your little head. Don't be like a reckless person. Learned from Tsuruga's spirit, right? Gu Feiyan spat out her tongue a little mischievously. Well then, you'll just have to let someone else be your dog. Why does this statement feel a little off then? I can't say what's wrong, but it's just not right. Huchuan was too lazy to bother with Gu Feiyan and changed his clothes to come downstairs. Time, 12:40 p.m. The atmosphere of the crowd downstairs was completely awkward. Everyone had their own agenda, and after seeing Tsurukawa come down, they all put their eyes on this side. Tsurukawa yawned. Hello everyone, how was your rest? No one is hitching a ride. Tsurukawa nodded. Looks like a good rest. I forgot to tell you, I'm not the only one with a gun now. Tsurukawa pointed at Shinfang. That gentleman has a gun too, right? Drifang froze, taking the gun out from his waist. I do have a gun now. Rather lucky to have found it, but I'm not going to hurt anyone. I have no identity. Qianfang spoke carefully. It's just for defense. But I think that Mu Sheng is the most reliable among us, and I trust him. Qianfang handed the firearm to Mu Sheng as soon as he could. Mu Sheng slightly stunned, followed by a smile, and took the gun from Qianfang. Thanks for the trust. Then, I will definitely protect everyone. Tsurukawa nodded. Well, it looks like it's been split up. So, you all should think I'm the Reaper as well. Tsurukawa laughed and yawned to himself as he walked up the stairs. Whatever you guys. Go ahead and vote if you think I'm a Reaper. I don't care. Oh. The people present watched Tsurukawa's back as he left with a cold aura flashing in his eyes. There were only 5 people left in the living room. 3 of you. We are 5 votes. Oh. Qianfang said as he held out his hand and looked at the 3 students. As long as we. Qianfang smiled darkly, but the meaning was self-evident. Night fell again, and people kept coming in and out of the dimly lit polling place, not knowing exactly who had been voted in. Inside the room, Tsurukawa closed his eyes and thought carefully about how to play in the future. Now they are kind of divided into 2 teams. The game can still be a little bit more interesting. Tsurukawa smiled at the thought. 30 minutes past 2 in the middle of the night. Murder! Murder! It was midnight again, and Gu Fei was awakened by a cry of alarm. Reaching out to touch the figure of Tsurukawa next to him, he had long since gone nowhere. Bang dash! There was a gunshot outside from nowhere. Gu Feiyan was startled, rushing to get up from the bed. She just opened the door only to have a figure crash in. Gu Feiyan took a look and the figure was Huchuan, but Huchuan's chest was already covered in blood. Ah, Tsurukawa, what happened to you? Gu Feiyan's face instantly went pale, and she instantly collapsed and covered Huchuan's chest. Tsurukawa paled and shook his head. The Reapers have made their move. He fainted after saying this. The sound of a corridor running away came from outside. Non-evening sister, murdered. Chang Mo was killed. When Zhao came over in a hurry, only to see this scene head-on. When Zhao's face suddenly paled. Tsurukawa, what's wrong with him? Gu Feiyan's tears flowed down. She was so helpless at the moment and didn't know what to do. He's been shot. Quickly save him. When Zhao forced himself to calm down, and together with the 2 Gu Feiyan, they carried Huchuan to the bed. The bleeding has stopped, but Tsurukawa isn't in great shape. Gu Feiyan unraveled Huchuan's clothes, and the bullet hit deep. It's impossible to remove it without tools. The 2 men were on this side giving first aid, and the men outside rushed over at the sound of voices. They were all shocked to see Tsurukawa in this state. Gu Fei grabbed Mu Sheng's collar with a cold look in his eyes as if he was going to kill him in the next second. Wasn't it you? Wasn't it you? Gu Fei hissed. It's not me. Feiyan, you calm down. Mu Sheng shook off Gu Feiyan's hand and glanced coldly at Huchuan. Oh, maybe he went to kill someone and got killed back then. Mu Sheng turned around and left after saying this. The scene was silent for a moment, and several people's eyes looked towards Huchuan lying on the hospital bed, and a color of reassurance flashed in their eyes. The most threatening person is incapacitated. Then what are they afraid of? Medicine. Go find medicine. Gu Fei suddenly reacted. The supplies said there was medicine. If there's medicine, then there must be surgical tools. Xiao Zhao, keep an eye on Huchuan. Little Spirit and I will go look for medicine, Gu Fei said as she pulled He Ling's hand and rushed out. Although the darkness of the corridor outside seemed to reveal a spooky feeling, Gu Feilian didn't have time to be scared. He just wanted to hurry up and find the surgical tools. The 2 gradually rummaged through one house after another. In addition to some useless things, is food. Where there is what medicine? Well, looking for this? Suddenly Mu Sheng's voice came from the doorway. Gu Feiyan froze and followed the line of sight to see that Mu Sheng was holding a bag of surgical tools and medical supplies. Mu Sheng smiled. It looks like I was luckier than you and found that first. Gu Feiyan clenched her fists and stared at Mu Sheng dead in the face. What do you want? Mu Sheng smiled brightly, his eyes shining brightly in the night sky. You know what I want. Mu Sheng gently walked up to Gu Feiyan and said softly, Feiyan, follow me. I'll take you out. I won't go with you. Gu Fei refused dryly. Her eyes had already lost even the little bit of affection left for Mu Sheng. She only felt that this person in front of her at the moment was really disgusting. Mu Sheng smiled disdainfully. Being my woman, You don't want Hichuan to die either, right? How about it? Consider it? But, ha ha ha. Gu Fei laughed, not at being angry. Rather, she felt that Mu Shang had not looked down on herself a little too much. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh looking at this familiar face and shaking her head. I am Mu Shang. Why have you become so disgusting now? Gu Feiyan laughed and mocked up. I told you. There's no way I'm going to be your woman. I'm sick to my stomach even spending a second in the same room with you. Oh, aren't you afraid that Sarukawa will die? Mu Shang said suspiciously. If I die, I'll die. It can't be helped. Big deal. I'll die with him. I'm his woman. I'll be happy to die with him. Gu Feiyan smiled and finished, pushing Mu Shang away as she wanted to walk out. Mu Shang's face twitched and warmed up a little red. Gu Fei, I told you that Kay is dead. Mu Shang yelled. Gu Feiyan froze, turned her head and looked at Mu Shang. Why did she say this? What's the point of talking about this? Mu Shang smiled. Kay died in front of my eyes, jumping off a cliff, but we didn't find his body. And just a day after Kay's death, Sarukawa appeared in Haichang. Is there such a coincidence under the sky? A boy in his 20s with no past? Didn't you ever suspect anything? Gu Fei's heart suddenly trembled, and she couldn't help but recall the image of the first time she met Huchuan in her mind. Mu Shang saw Gu Fei and froze. Suddenly the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. I joined the head. Investigated K. Orphaned. Born in an orphanage. Imprisoned. Someone cultivated him into an assassin. And why did K kill so many drug dealers? Is he really just random? Isn't. Out of hate? Mu Shang said softly. It's okay. I just randomly guess. But that. I do not believe that K is so dead. Maybe. He is there now with another identity that. Gu Feiyan's breathing was a bit ragged. Impossible. There's no way that Huchuan is K. Don't you dare lie to me. Mu Shang patted Gu Feiyan's shoulder. Two people with unusually similar experiences. TSK. I'm just talking off the top of my head. Don't care. Don't care. Mu Shang smiled and walked towards the outside. And Gu Feiyan stood still with all the things about Huchuan constantly flashing through her mind. Mu Shang walked to the door. Bang! All at once. A stool instantly hit him on the head. Even this head killer was knocked unconscious by the sudden blow. Healing popped out of the doorway with a hefty grin and picked up the surgical tools as well as the medicines. What's the point of talking so much? Just grab it. Huchuan heatedly smiled. Shifu maiden. Got it. Go save master, otherwise he'll be in danger. Gu Fei evening. A shiver immediately responded. Oh. The first order of business was to treat Huchuan. As for these things, Gu Feiyan couldn't be sure. But she didn't believe in this matter in her inner heart. But Gu Fei evening likewise felt that things were not so simple. She admonished herself that she should not be suspicious. But, was it all really that coincidental? Gu Feiyan didn't know that she only wanted to hurry to get Hichuan back now. The two scrambled to the room. Sarukawa was in bad shape at the moment. His body was rolling and his forehead was sweating coldly. The trio looked at a pile of instruments and fumbled. No one knows how to do surgery. What can we do? Xiaoling. You come. You often play to know how to do it. Gu Feiyan said with a pale face. Crane Spirit became even more terrified. I have all chopped people. I have never saved anyone. Well, don't come. Can't come. Gu Fei evening again looked his eyes to Wen Zhao, who hastily shook his head. I don't dare. Gu Fei also trembled a little. Feud Sarukawa took Gu Fei's hand in his. Gu Fei evening was startled. Sarukawa. You woke up. What should I do? Sarukawa forced himself to brace himself to sit up, ripping his upper clothes off. A bullet hole was clearly visible in the left shoulder position. Non-evening. You come. Don't be afraid. Take the bullet. Out. Sarukawa said weakly. Gu Fei evening shivering hand face is full of resistance. There is no anesthetic. You will die of pain. Huchuan shook his head. I can resist. If you don't do it, I will really die. But despite saying this, Gu Feiyan was still a bit worried. Huchuan lightly laughed twice and shook his head towards Gu Feiyan. It's okay, wife. It's just a small injury. No need to be afraid. Gu Fei instantly took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Xiao Zhao, bring me disinfectant to sterilize it, Gu Fei said. When Zhao and Healing immediately started helping Gu Fei to sterilize the instruments. Gu Feiyan put on her gloves and held the scalpel in her hand, looking worriedly at Huchuan. I'm coming. Sarukawa nodded. Gu Feiyan clenched her teeth and instantly pressed the scalpel down on the wound. As the knife cut through the flesh, blood immediately flowed out. Sarukawa stifled a grunt. Fine sweat pouring from his forehead. And Gu Feilian had already been in tears, sobbing while operating on Hichuan. Looking at the way Huchuan was forcing himself to endure the pain, Gu Feiyan only felt that each of these cuts was as painful as if they were cutting into his heart. Tweezers, Gu Feiyan said as Wen Zhao immediately handed it over. Sharp tweezers reached into the wound and found the pellet in Sarukawa's flesh. Gu Feiyan simply took it out and tossed it aside. Sarukawa, what to do now? I don't know how to sew the wound, Gu Feiyan said with some urgency. Sarukawa shook his head. It's okay. I can just sew it up myself. Now, you go upstairs and draw cards. Gufei instantly froze. Drawing cards? Sarukawa nodded. Your mission is complete. Go draw a card. Gufeian was frozen in place. She looked at Hachuan with some disbelief, and a thought bubbled up inside her. Sarukawa, who fired the gun? Gufei Evening asked. Sarukawa froze slightly, then shook his head. Don't ask. I didn't see it clearly. Go on. I'll stitch up the wound myself. Gufei nodded and retreated with Wen Zhao and Healing. Gufeian tried to clear her head. How could it be? How could Hachuan let himself be seriously injured because of her mission? If Sarukawa really did that, it was also too irresponsible. Gufeian would really be very, very angry. But Gufeian only felt that she thought wrong. No one would be that hard on themselves, right? Gufei arrived at the master bedroom on the 3rd floor at Hachuan's will. My name is Gufei, and I have completed my mission. The hand slowly reached out and placed 9 cards in front of Gufei. Gufei looked at the cards with some nervousness. It would be good if she could draw one that would be useful to Hachuan. Gufei shivered and turned over a card, and was overjoyed. This was exactly the card that was needed right now. Medical practitioners provide medicines free of charge. Gufei instantly clutched the card tightly in her hand. Goddess of Fortune was on her side. I'll redeem some anti-inflammatories, painkillers, and fever medication. As Gufei spoke, medicine bottles continued to fall from the window. Gufeian immediately came to the room with a brainful of medicines and threw them all on the bed. Sarukawa's side had been stitched up and this was lying somewhat weakly on the bed. Seeing Gufeian take so many medicines was also a bit confusing. Gufeian handed the card to Hachuan with a delighted smile on her face. Look, I've drawn the most useful one right now. Sarukawa looked at the card but frowned a little, tightly unable to hold back a sigh. The surgery is done and the medicine is useless. This card is kind of useless. Gufeian was a bit unhappy when she heard it. Who said that? Wound anti-inflammatory. Pain relief are useful, alright. Can you not think about the game right now and get yourself well first? Gufeian reprimanded while taking a bottle of water and handing the medicine to Hachuan. Eat it. Sarukawa smiled weakly and honestly took the medicine. Only then did Gufeian laugh out. Wetting some more water with a towel and gently helping Hachuan wipe up the blood on his fingers and arms. The moist towel gently skimmed over Hachuan's fingertips, and Gufeian was especially conscientious, carefully cleaning out every crevice. Sarukawa couldn't help but see a touch of tenderness emerge on his face. Gufei glanced at Hachuan. Why are you looking at me like that? Sarukawa smiled. What did I do in my last life to get a wife like that? Gufeian blushed and tilted her face up a bit proudly. That's for sure. With a wife like me, you can just be happy. Gufeian's tense mood at the moment also gradually landed. You take a good rest first. I won't bother you anymore. Hurry up and rest. Gufeian covered Hachuan with the quilt and walked out, closing the door to the room before she suddenly sighed in relief. There was a scare and a good save. Just as Gufeian stood in the doorway, Han Lara came over with Red Eyes Feian's sister. Into Mo died. It was only then that Gufei remembered that there seemed to be another Chang Mo matter. The two of them hurriedly rushed to the middle of the room, where the crowd was at that moment. On the bed, Chang Mo was lying on his back. A dagger in his back was inserted inside his body. The room was messy. Blood flowed down the bed. The scene was bloody. Mu Sheng quietly looked at the body on the bed, his eyes cold. Did the Reapers do it? Who the hell is it? Could it be Sarukawa? Susong suddenly spoke up. The crowd immediately turned their eyes toward Susong. Susong was a little flustered. I just guessed. After all, he's the only one who was injured. It's possible that Sarukawa was wounded by a gun. And only civilians can use guns. So maybe he was wounded by Naramo. What are you talking about that? Sarukawa would never just kill someone. Don't you slander him. Gufei couldn't help but retort. Oh, and if your well-being is threatened then? There aren't enough supplies to survive for 2 days right now. And if he's a Reaper who wants to take you out, he'll have to find a savior to kill. Do you think it's possible for him to go to that extent for you? Mu Sheng questioned. Gufeian's suddenly speech stopped. She didn't know if the person was killed by Hachuan. But this situation that Mu Sheng said, it is indeed possible. Just when Gufeian was about to defend Hachuan, her eyes suddenly glanced at something that instantly made her face pale. After waiting for everyone around them to leave, Gufeian, with an incomparably difficult mood, yanked out a shiny object from underneath the bed where Chang Mo was lying on his back. It was the necklace Gufeian had given to Hachuan earlier. Gufei couldn't explain her feelings right now. Sarukawa was still really a Reaper. This shows that according to the rules of the game, she and Sarukawa can only live one out. Gufei's identity. It was the savior. Gufei fell down limply at the door. What to do when your emotions can't be controlled anymore and you break down? What should you do with yourself? Did they split up like that on purpose? Why was she the one on the opposite side from Sarukawa? If there is no result, supplies can't hold out. Everyone will die. That means Is one person destined to die here? Tears came to Goofy-Yan's eyes, and she really didn't know what to do. Goofy-Yan wiped away her tears and seemed determined to push open the door to her room. She doesn't want to die. Inside the room, Hachuan was lying on the bed when he saw Goofy-Yan walk in with red eyes. Sarukawa froze. What's wrong? Goofy shook her head and pulled a smile from her face. Gently walked to the bedside and sat down. Looking at Hachuan's face, Goofy-Yan had so many things to say. But, didn't he know how to speak? Finally coalesced a sentence. Sarukawa, do you really love me? Hachuan froze slightly, not understanding what was wrong with Goofy, but still did it seriously. No name. I want to tell that if I die one day, then I will only leave a suicide note for you alone. Goofy's body immediately trembled. Her eyes filled with watery mist as she looked at Hachuan. Hachuan let out a light laugh and reached out to wipe away Goofy-Yan's tears. So don't doubt my love for you. I've lied to a lot of people and I've lied to you, but my love for you is the most pure and innocent, unadulterated by any falsehoods. Goofy-Yan laughed, a bright smile on her face. She had gotten the answer she wanted, and that was enough. Goofy-Yan stuffed the necklace into Hachuan's hand. Why are you so careless? You can't lose it next time. If I lose it again, I'll ignore you. Goofy-Yan finished and wiped the tears from her face and stood up. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. You have a good rest. I'm going out. Goofy-Yan got up and slowly walked out of the door, finally giving Hachuan a deep look and resolutely closing the door towards the downstairs. She did not want to die, but, if the two can only live one, then she definitely does not let Hachuan die. This is Goofy-Yan's love for Hachuan. And Hachuan's love is equal. The same willingness to give his life for him. Goofy came straight to the downstairs, where all the people were downstairs at once. Goofy-Yan took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, please listen to me. I am the Reaper." Goofy cried out, and instantly the scene froze. The crowd looked at Goofy in shock and confusion. Goofy-Yan revealed a relieved smile. Don't continue. It's pointless. If this continues, everyone will die. I don't want to see this. Sarukawa, he's an empath. He did it to clear my name. And what happened in front of my room was something I directed myself to clear my name. Sarukawa was also wounded by my gun, because I tried to escape after killing Narumo. He came up and I picked up Narumo's gun and wounded Sarukawa, and after he saw it was me in order to help clear my name. That's what led to this. Goofy bowed toward the crowd. So, everyone, please vote for me and end this ridiculous game. The people present were all shocked, but no one seemed to believe what Goofy-Yan said. Goofy-Yan was a bit anxious. It's really me. Vote for me and the game is over. We have finished voting. Hanera suddenly spoke up. Goofy evening completely panicked. You. Who you voted for? Sarukawa, we have exactly 4 votes. Mu Sheng spoke up. Goofy-Yan's face turned pale. Immediately rushed down to look at Wen Zhao and Crane. Spirit, the identity of the two of you. Aren't you the ones who locked the game? Quickly lock the vote. Wen Zhao and Hachuan similarly face ugly up. We are not just ordinary people. Plop. Goofy-Yan's legs went limp and collapsed to the ground, her expression rising in a trance. Why, guys, since we're all here, why don't you tell us who you really are? It's time for the game to end. Qianfang looked at the crowd and said, I'm the savior. So let's get your identifying information out of the way. Goofy-Yan froze, her eyes gazing at Qianfang. He was the savior? I'm the bureau locker. Susong suddenly spoke. Goofy-Yan instantly felt as if she had found a lifesaver. Rushing over to pull Susong. Are you a bureau locker? Can you lock the poll? Okay? He also voted. How could he shut down the matchup? Qianfang laughed. I'm closing the vote. Susong suddenly spoke. What? Qianfang was instantly confused. You are crazy. Close the poll? Just as the front is blindfolded. On the stairs, Sarukawa walked slowly down holding the handle. Well, it seems to be pretty busy, Sarukawa said as he walked down. Goofy-Yan saw and hurriedly went over to support Hachuan and asked with a reprimanding face, how did you come down? Didn't I tell you to take a good rest? Hachuan snorted coldly and looked at Goofy-Yan with a gloomy face. If I don't come down, I'll lose my wife. Goofy-Yan was instantly silent for a while, lowering her head like a small child who had done something wrong, but her heart was still full of grievances. She didn't want to die either. Sarukawa snorted coldly, I'll clean you up when I get back. Goofy-Yan pouted and nodded her head, honestly hiding behind Hachuan. Sarukawa smiled and looked to the crowd. It's time for the game to end. Musheng nodded. The game should indeed be over. At once, the two of them placed their eyes on Qianfang. Qianfang froze. What do you mean? I'm the savior. I'm the savior. Goofy-Yan shouted towards Qianfang. Even if she wasn't smart anymore, she could see at this moment that all of this, it was all in Hachuan's hands. This dog. Goofy stared hard at Hachuan. Sarukawa laughed softly twice and sat down on the sofa. I was injured. Whoever acknowledges him as the savior is the Reaper. So, Mr. Qianfang, you are the Reaper. Qianfang's eyes were heavy as he looked at the crowd in front of him. Any proof? Who can prove that I am a reaper? And, Mu Shang, aren't you and He Chuan opposing each other? Mu Shang spread his hands. There is no eternal enemy. There is no eternal friend. The two goals of He Chuan and I are the same. One is to protect Gu Fian, the other wants to get out. Since we have the same goal, why don't we cooperate and put on a big show for you guys to see? Ha ha ha. Mu Shang laughed while Qianfang clenched his fists and looked at the two dead on. What a great show. What the hell is going on? Gu Fian was a bit puzzled. How could she not have thought that He Chuan could work with Mu Shang? Sarukawa smiled when the rules of the game were first released. The first one to come to my room was actually Mu Shang. We both have the same goal. So, we can work together. So our first step is to pretend to be hostile, in order to split the two camps and keep the Reapers from taking control of the matchup. Gu Fei evening even more confused then. You are not afraid. There are Reapers among you? Sarukawa shook his head. It doesn't matter, as long as I'm not a Reaper, because Reapers don't have to work with people. So let's just play a whole game. Of course, I was the one who smashed the door to your room in the first place, in order to take you out and make you white. Sarukawa explained. When your identity turned white, coupled with Mu Shenjichi targeting me, plus me completing the mission, naturally, I'm the Reaper in your eyes. Sarukawa laughed. And then that. At this time, the Reaper must be very excited because he's not suspected if I'm the Reaper. So he's going to hurry up and put the blame on me and encourage the others to vote me out. After doing all this, he is naturally very relieved. Then he naturally has to do the killing. He Chuan said to Gu Fi, and I had thought that your identity was clear, a savior, and that he would make a move on you. But it turned out to be that I had overestimated his intelligence, and he went ahead and killed Chang Mo. Mu Shang nodded. Actually, I was the one who found out. I found out that Chang Mo had been killed and called out to Sarukawa to lay out what to do next. So, Mu Shang smiled. We then decided to let him out on his own. I'll split up with Sarukawa. I'll search for supplies while Sarukawa directs himself. The Sarukawa shot. He shot himself and then left what he had on him at the crime scene. Mu Shang looked at Gu Fi, and you were the only one who knew about that thing. So you assumed that He Chuan was a Reaper. And our original hope was that you would take the necklace to He Chuan and at the same time let you go to the resonator to make him a Reaper. But, it occurred to us that you actually fought it off for He Chuan. Crane Spirit raised his hand noisily. I am actually an empath. Gu Fian's head was confused. She didn't hear what Mu Shang said. She only heard He Chuan's injuries, which were self-inflicted. Mu Shang continued to speak. When Sarukawa is injured, all the clues all point to Sarukawa. Then we can vote for him. And the Reaper would definitely want to see this scene. So the Reaper must be among the four of us who voted. Because the situation was laid out before us. 4 on a side. When we're done voting, Sarukawa is a mandatory out, which leaves your side without a backbone. And that's when the Reaper has to take over the game, or else he'll be very passive. For one thing, everyone will have guns right away. But rather, identities are gradually emerging. And in a situation like this, the Reapers have to come out and take over, topping off as a savior or an empath. Mu Shang looked to Qianfang. So, whoever is the first to show that they are a savior is the Reaper. Mu Shang pointed at Gu Feiyan because Gu Feiyan just admitted to being the Reaper. Of course you can rightfully take the place of the savior. It's useless for Gu Fei to explain herself, because she was the one who just admitted that she was a Reaper. Mu Shang looked at Qianfang and spread his hands. Now, is there anything you still don't understand? Qianfang nodded with a pale, resigned face. I have questions. What guarantees did you guys have that the bureau locker would save Sarukawa? Sarukawa reached out and threw out a card. Oh, sorry, it was the bureau locker who took the initiative to approach me. Qianfang froze when he picked up the card and took a look at it. Susong looked at Sarukawa and said, Sarukawa has received a commission specifically to find us. So, even if he is a Reaper, he won't hurt us. If he hurts us, he wouldn't have any money to take. Sarukawa was speechless. Shit, I didn't have any money in the first place. Qianfang suddenly collapsed to the ground and let out a bitter laugh. Awesome. 2 civilians dare to play like this. Oh, really awesome. Mu Shang slowly approached Qianfang and waved his hand. I should say that only the 2 of us dare to play like this. If I am not in the same camp as He Chuan, then it is not clear who will win and who will lose in this game. It may be that this is the destiny of it, and you are bitterly fated. Swish, a bright flash of light. Plop. Blood instantly jetted out from Qianfang's neck, and his pupils were lax. Plop fell to the ground, completely dead. Qianfang shook off the blood in his hand. Game over. Game over. The Savior's camp wins. An announcement came, and the butler from before came slowly down the stairs, with a slight smile on his face. The butler bowed towards the crowd before pulling out a token from his coat pocket like the one Sarukawa had at the cemetery earlier and handing it to Sarukawa. All of you, please go to deep in the deep forest. Luo Li's jade coffin. The butler finished this moment. The whole body suddenly stiffened, and in the next second Sarukawa merely touched. Instantly this butler instantly turned into flying dust and disappeared into the air. The crowd was stunned. What was going on in this scene in front of them? Is it an illusion? When Zhao walked to the door and gave it a hard push, instantly the door was completely open. The door's open, we can go out. When Zhao shouted, Sarukawa looked at the door and nodded well. Get out. After the crowd exited the villa, the gate closed with a bang behind them. The dusty trees gradually cover the villa and all the stories inside. It's as if it was never here. Countless fireflies gradually flew out from inside the forest, staying to surround the crowd. Goofy gently raised his hand and a firefly flew around to his fingertips. It seems to be saying that it wants us to follow it. Goofy late suddenly opened his mouth. Himself also suddenly froze, immediately added I guessed. It seemed as if it was really as Gu Feinian thought. The fireflies gradually gathered into a swarm, illuminating the road ahead. Sarukawa nodded, follow them. Not knowing how long they had been walking, Sarukawa could vaguely sense that they seemed to have entered the center. Here, the moon gradually emerged, and the trees were no longer lush. Instead, the pitch-black forest had unexpectedly become green, and there were even flowers and grasses all over the place. Further on, a clear, gentle blue lake comes into view, surrounded by flowers and lush grass, as beautiful as a heaven on earth. And in the middle of that lake, a stone platform slowly rose as the crowd arrived, and on top of the stone platform was a coffin constructed of light blue ice crystals. Through the ice crystal coffin, the people seemed to vaguely found. Inside, lying quietly, dressed in gorgeous body damask satin jewels all over the body, appearance as if the fairy general beauty of the woman. Several people were somewhat stunned by the scene in front of them. Why would there be a woman's body inside this kind of deep forest? Princess Pei-yun, Sarukawa suddenly spoke. It was only then that the crowd immediately remembered the Princess Pei-yun depicted on that handkerchief earlier. Sarukawa somehow knew that the coffin in his eyes was radiating a glowing color, and there had been a vague voice that seemed to be calling out to him as if it were. Sarukawa couldn't control his body and took one step towards the coffin. When his feet landed on top of the water, he surprisingly did not sink as if he were stepping on the ground. The crowd was in awe of this scene. How in the world did this happen? When Zhao slowly lifted his foot on the water surface. Plop. Gollum. Help. Gollum. I can't. Gollum. Swim. Sarukawa pulled Wen Zhao out as soon as he could. It seems that Princess Pei-yun only wants Hechuan to go over, Mu Sheng said as he took out the other 2 tokens from his coat pocket. Sarukawa, take that. Mu Sheng threw the token to Hechuan. Sarukawa gradually came to the coffin and quietly looked at the girl's appearance inside. A sense of familiarity surged to his heart. Sarukawa had definitely never seen this girl before, but the familiarity was constantly released in his mind, and the familiarity came from instinct. Hechuan gently placed his hand on top of the coffin, and there were a few words vaguely carved on top of the ice crystal coffin. Shirshir Kuan? Sarukawa murmured. So familiar. Hechuan assembled the 4 tokens together and placed them inside the coffin recess. A click. Sound of an organ crunching connection rang out. The coffin lid unexpectedly slowly melted up. Shiren Yang, this ice fresh will not be alive. The crane spirit is a little afraid to say. She is most afraid of ghosts and zombies. Will you show some respect? What ice freshness? It's been dead for 300 years. How can it be alive? Wen Zhao said. Goofy and looked at Hechuan on the water with the coffin and was a bit speechless. But she had another feeling in her heart. Maybe there will be another member of the family. The coffin suddenly melted away at the sound of the words, and an icy mist emanated from the surrounding area. Sarukawa looked closely at the girl in the coffin. But suddenly, that girl seemed to have a heart-to-heart, instantly opened her eyes. Sarukawa was startled, and his body instinctively stepped back with a shiver. Crap, ice fresh is alive. Crane spirit shivered and pointed at the coffin. The crowd was also all confused. The girl immediately propped up her body expressionless looking at Sarukawa. The next second, she actually climbed out of the coffin to pounce on Sarukawa. Watch out, Gu Fei shouted. But Sarukawa was not injured. The girl just tightly embraced Sarukawa, hands around Sarukawa's neck, tears flowed down. Sarukawa shivered. All he could feel was that the girl's body was so cold. Girl, can you let go of me? Sarukawa inquired cautiously. Girl? The girl looked at Sarukawa with some confusion. Then, otherwise that? Hechuan's even more terrified eyes flicked to Goofy inside. I don't think I've met you before. The little girl instantly pouted with some anger. Then a bite was placed on Sarukawa's shoulder. Ah, it hurts so much. Crap, you bit me on my wound. Sarukawa's face trembled when he heard that, and he picked the little girl up. Swoosh, a fine arc in the sky. Snapped, the little girl fell in front of Crane Spirit. Crane Spirit instantly pale, shivering and pointing at the little girl. Ghost, ah. Yeah, the whole thing fainted. The little girl rubbed her buttocks and stood up irritably. Brother, I am Shiriyun. I can't believe you forgot about me. Woo woo. Shiryun instantly rubbed her eyes and wailed. Sarukawa came over covering his wound. Who's your brother? Shiryun aggrieved pointed to Huchuan Yu. You said at that time let me wait for you here. You will soon come to me. You all forgot to hate. Gufei Evening looked at Huchuan in doubt. Really? Really your sister? Sarukawa immediately had a mouthful of words. She's 300 years old. It's more like being my ancestor. How can she be my sister? Gu Fian nodded. Thinking about it, the clothes this little girl was wearing were all ancient styles. How could she be Huchuan's sister? But suddenly Gu Fian caught a glimpse of it and suddenly his face sank. She is definitely your sister. Impossible. Sarukawa denied. Absolutely impossible. Gu Fian pulled the little girl up and put her in front of Huchuan, pointing. These eyes, like yours, are ghostly blue. And you still say it's not your sister? Shiryun winked and hemmed and hawed. Sarukawa looked at the little girl's eyes in shock. It was indeed just like himself. No. This. Sarukawa looked at the little girl in horror. What was going on? Gu Fian looked at Huchuan with skeptical eyes. It couldn't be that you stole Princess Shiryun's tomb and then hid from your enemies and put your sister here, right? How can that be? Sarukawa was a little annoyed. Girl, say something, Sarukawa shouted, pointing at the little girl. Shiryun saw the situation suddenly aggrieved, and quickly primed his little legs to run to Gufei late behind the aggrieved up brother. Good fierce. People afraid of. Put. Sarukawa, a mouthful of old blood is about to be sprayed out. One has a mouth to feed. It really isn't. I grew up in an orphanage, where I have a sister. Even if I did have a sister, they are all confidants. How could there be one so young? What is this? I've never even met my mom. Where did you get such a little sister? Sarukawa was a bit frantic. The people around them were obviously not convinced, and they all looked on with skeptical eyes. Shiryun instantly walked out from behind Gu Fian. I'm 16 and still small. Master Teacher Kuan, you're too much. The crowd froze. Gu Fian froze. Shi Changjun? Who is it? Shiryun pointed to Yichuan Hia. He is my royal brother and the crown prince of Peiyun Empire. Shi Changjun. My name is Shiryun. That's when Sarukawa relaxed. Look, I told you I'm not her brother. Shiryun can also see that something is wrong. What are you, people? Gu Fian sank her brows and said softly, Princess Shiryun. It's now 300 years since your dynasty. Shiryun dumbfounded. The whole person froze in place. No. Impossible. 300 years? Then who am I? Your Princess Peiyun. Shiryun. Wen Zhao said. Then how could I possibly live for 300 years? Shiryun was a bit emotional, but it was only when he saw Sarukawa that he relaxed. Brother, you are indeed my brother. I'm really not lying. Sarukawa's face was pale with a cold sweat on his forehead, and he was looking at a few people at this time who were re-imaging. Let's not talk about this. Take me out of here. My wound is splitting open. Plop. Huchuan fainted down, and a closer look at Huchuan's wound let Shiryun bite open again, and the blood penetrated through the clothes. When Sarukawa woke up again, he opened his eyes and was already in the hospital, and his wounds were bandaged. You're awake, Master. Crane Spirit laughed from the side. Sarukawa rubbed his head and was a bit shaken up. Fei Yuina, how is it you? Senior mother is angry. She doesn't want to see you. Crane Spirit hemmed and hawed. Sarukawa frowned. What's wrong with me? And what did I do to piss her off? Crane Spirit shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, she said she didn't want to see you for the last while. Then she took that dumpling to go buy household items. Sarukawa carefully recalled. Suddenly thought, oh yes, where is that? What is called? Division rhyme. You guys still brought her out? Crane Ling nodded. Originally did not intend to bring, but the dumplings hold the legs of the master. Wailed. Said not to bring her out. She really died inside. But also a mouth. A sister-in-law called affectionate. The master a soft heart. Will give to bring out. Sarukawa suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. How did she know that Fei Nian is my girlfriend? Huchuan shook his head. I don't know. She said that she knew Shi Nyang before. Said that you and Shi Nyang before the groom and the girl. Anyway, a lot of things. About what the past life and the present life and so on. I can't figure it out. Sarukawa felt his brain scrambling as he listened, having no idea what was being said. Do the discharge and go home first. The two of them wasted a morning's work to get home. Huchuan to the bed. Lay down suddenly relaxed. Fu Jing ran that? He Ling handed his cell phone to Sarukawa. He said he had a case and left. He'll be back next month. Sarukawa looked at the message and threw his phone out, not wanting to read this at all. Click. The door was opened. Sarukawa raised his eyes and immediately his eyes lit up. Gu Fian and Shiryun walked in from outside. Gu Fian was dressed in a pure little white dress. Her hair had changed from black to light blue, and with light makeup, she was very pure, very good looking. Shiryun was dressed in a modern dress, and her delicate and lovely appearance was equally distracting. Simply, this will definitely attract the whole audience's attention when they go out. The turnover rate is 100%. The two of them are holding hands as if they are a pair of sisters. Eye-catching. Sarukawa burst out laughing. It's beautiful. Humph. Goofy snorted coldly and twisted her head back to the bedroom. What? Sarukawa looked at himself confused. Me? What? Humph. Shiryun tilted her face, a look of displeasure. You get out, Sarukawa said, pointing at the door. Shiryun hurriedly came over to squeeze Hechuan's leg. Brother, I was wrong. Don't let me go. I'm really your sister. Sarukawa never believed it. Where did he have a sister? Are you really my sister? Sarukawa wondered. Shiryun immediately nodded. Really? At that time at the celebration, you and Imperial sister-in-law flew down from the middle of the sky, then landed on the school grounds and fainted. Then father cried out in pain after seeing you, recognized you as his son. Then of course you're my brother. The more Sarukawa listened, the more confused he became. What the hell is this? He and Fei Nian? Flying down? Why did you guys confirm that I'm your brother? Sarukawa questioned. Shiryun pointed to the eyes. Such eye pupils. It's a color unique to our Shur family, other than you and I. Father, no one else has it. Later, when father wanted to kill us, you hid me in the illusory forest, and you told me to stay in the ice coffin, and that you would come to pick me up with your royal sister-in-law when the time came. I didn't expect that you really came. Shiryun hemmed and hawed. Shiryun immediately took a ring off from her hand. This one, you gave it to me at that time. Sarukawa's eyes suddenly widened, bringing the ring over. This is the rabbit ring. Where did you get it? Shiryun looked at Hechuan doubtfully. You gave it to me. You said that as long as I have this ring, my life will be the same as the Phantasmagoria forest. As long as it exists, I will be able to wait until you guys come to pick me up. Sarukawa was completely numb. What was happening? Is it really him? Sarukawa was sort of completely baffled. Shiryun hugged Hechuan's arm with a happy face. Brother, I was just outside when Imperial sister-in-law showed me so many things. There are so many people, and every one of them is happy. Everyone is peaceful and friendly. Everyone is equal. Shiryun's eyes gradually reddened as she said this, and tears continued to flow down her face. Sarukawa was a bit flustered. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Shiryun suddenly sobbed. Brother, oh, you're good. What we have been insisting on. Let you realize. I see everything outside. So touched. Sarukawa was instantly somewhat ashamed. Master Rhyme. This is not what I accomplished. It is the common efforts of all the forefathers, with the descendants of the courage of the future generations to go forward. I do not dare to claim the credit. And, division Rhyme, Peiyun Empire is gone. Now there is no royal family. Shiryun sobbed and nodded. I know that my brother has taught that we are all human beings. We are all equal, and we should live together peacefully. And Shiryun has always followed my brother's teachings. Sarukawa looked at this little girl, and a touch of softness grew deep inside. Well, go play with spirit, and I'll go talk to your sister-in-law. Sarukawa didn't even notice that the consciousness had already recognized Shiryun as his sister. Shiryun nodded and obediently came to Crane Spirit's side. Sarukawa went straight upstairs and knocked on the door. No one answered or spoke inside. Hechuan gently pushed the door open, and on the bed, Gufian was looking at her cell phone with her back to him, without the slightest intention of ignoring Hechuan. Hechuan laughed and shamelessly closed the door and lay down next to Gufei and reached out to stop her. Don't touch me. Gufei spoke coldly, her voice so serious that Hechuan was startled. Honey, what happened to me? Sarukawa asked as he sat up. Gufei sank her head to ignore Hechuan. Sarukawa somewhat helplessly spread his hands. Wife, cannot be like this. There is a problem. We two have to communicate. Cold War is not good. When Gufei heard this, she clenched her fist and sat up. Good exchange. Let me ask you. This shot, did you really shoot yourself? Sarukawa stuttered. Yes, I did that to make the game end faster. Gufian's eyes revealed a tinge of disappointment. Hechuan, you've gone too far. Gufei's eyes gradually reddened. Do you hate yourself so much? Why do you have to go to such extreme lengths? Gufei shouted towards Hechuan. When Hechuan saw Gufian like this, he instantly realized that he was really angry this time. Not, wife, listen to my explanation. In order to make Xianfang reveal his footsteps, this way is the fastest. A slap sounded at once, but it was not on Hechuan's face, but Gufian hit himself. Hechuan looked at Gufian's face, immediately appeared red halo, suddenly heartbroken. What are you doing? I was wrong. You hit me. Cannot. Why hit yourself? Gufian's tears kept flowing down. Heartbroken? Then do you know how much it hurts me? Sarukawa suddenly froze, and his hand stopped in midair. Gufian kept sobbing, her eyes staring at Hechuan. Hechuan, I'm telling you, even if you hate yourself, but I love it, as long as I'm around, you'll never be allowed to treat yourself this way. Now, this body, it doesn't just belong to you, it also belongs to me. You do this. Have you considered my feelings? Do you know how devastated I felt when I saw you get hurt? Why are you doing this? You're going too far. Gufian bawled her eyes out, releasing all her grievances. Hechuan's heart ached for a moment, and he now realized that he had really hurt Gu Feiyan this time. Huchuan hurriedly took Gu Feiyan into his arms. I'm sorry. Feiyan, I know I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Gu Fei Evening is still sobbing more than I am. Now Ahu, I don't trust you now. You are always like this. Sarukawa hurriedly raised his fingers and promised, I swear, I'll never do it again. I really know I'm wrong this time. Okay? Huchuan raised his hand to wipe away Gu Fei's tears. Let's not cry. I was really wrong. Gu Fei Evening sobbed and nodded. Well, this is what you said. If you are like this again in the future, I will break up with you. Sarukawa burst into tears and laughed. This punishment is too severe. Then I definitely won't do it again. Gu Fei nodded silently, burying her head in Huchuan's arms. Huchuan looked at Gu Feiyan in his arms and couldn't help but smile. Another ripple in his heart. Gu Feiyan, who was so cute and pretty with her new hairstyle, gave him a feeling that he wanted to bully her. Coming or not? Sarukawa asked. Gu Fei instantly wrinkled her face and struggled out of Huchuan's arms. Don't. I'm still angry. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes and pulled open the drawer in the nightstand with a mischievous smile. Then why did you buy so many? Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't use it? Gu Feiyan blushed, and was immediately a little ashamed. How did Huchuan find out? Obviously he secretly bought it himself. Sarukawa heatedly laughed, taking out a box and looking at it. Well, it's still strawberry flavored. But what did you buy this for? Gu Feiyan quietly twisted her face to a face of defiance. I'm still small. That I don't want to carry a baby. What about those times before? Sarukawa was skeptical. Hey, those 2 days happen to be the safe period. Do you think it's a coincidence? Gu Feiyan smiled smugly. Sarukawa burst out laughing badly. Coincidence? What a coincidence. Then try this strawberry flavored one to see if it works. With that, Huchuan pounced on Gu Fei. Ah! A scream from downstairs startled the two. What the hell? Sarukawa wondered. Gu Feiyan kicked Huchuan off his body. Go and take a look. Don't have an accident. The two scrambled downstairs. On the edge of the coffee table, Crane Spirit was holding a horizontal sword at Shiryun, his entire body trembling in fear. Little dumpling, I'm telling you, don't come over, or else I'll cut you with a knife. The corners of Shiryun's mouth revealed 2 tiger teeth with a bad smile. Hey, little beauty, you screamed through your throat, but no one will come to save you. I'm coming. With that, he lunged towards Crane Spirit. Huchuan and Gu Fei looked at the noisy two with black lines on their faces. Did you teach Sarukawa this? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa is even more speechless. I don't know either. Honey, think of a way to get them both out. Well, the conflict was lifted and the crowd was idle for a while. 2 weeks went by without a case coming to my door. Huchuan is also happy to be free. Gu Feiyan has been busy these days with the Interpol side of the reporting process as well as about the matter at the head of the Phantom Forest. But Gu Fei late also hid the matter of Shiryun. After all, this matter is too bizarre. The less people know, the better. Inside the office, Sarukawa was teaching Tsuruga Spirit how to practice swordplay. After all, he was also a master, so it was unreasonable not to teach anything. You see, this set of knife skills mainly rely on the hilt of the knife with the back of the knife, used in the alley battle when many people surrounded by the biggest roll, can be a continuous rapid strike. Fault rate is very high, so you have to hold the knife's technique from the yang hand to the yin hand, so that you can better use this set of knife skills. Sarukawa explained to Tsuruga, rehearsing it himself. Crane Spirit was a bit confused. Master, what does it mean? Sarukawa had a bit of a headache. How in the world did this girl's knife skills get practiced? She didn't even understand this and had to explain herself. Sarukawa cleared his throat. Yin and yang hand swords are 2 commonly used swords in traditional martial arts. The difference between yin and yang hand swords is that the tip of the blade and the back of the blade are used differently. Yin hand swords mainly use the back of the blade to attack, while yang hand swords mainly use the tip of the blade. Although the yin hand blade is less powerful, it is more flexible and suitable for quick and continuous attacks. The yang hand blade is more direct, ruthless and accurate, and suitable for stopping the enemy with a single blow. In short, the yin hand blade and the yang hand blade are 2 different kinds of blades, each with its own strengths, and should be chosen to be used in accordance with the actual situation. And the flexible use of these 2 kinds of blades in actual combat can make our battles more outstanding. He Ling listened in awe, but nodded and immediately closed his eyes to digest what Huchuan had said. Just as the 2 men were explaining, Shiryun walked over from the front. Brother, there's a strange old man at the door. He says he wants something from brother. Sarukawa was a little confused. Old man? It's me. A voice came from outside, and Zhang Yan, dressed in police uniform, walked in. Yo, Bureau Zhong, how come you have time to see me? Huchuan was instantly a bit surprised, hastily greeted Zhong Bureaus and sat down. Bureau Bell sighed. 1 good news, 1 bad news. You engage in these 2. Bureau Zhong, so I'll listen to the good news first. Sarukawa said, the good news is, You helped the police solve that suicide case last time, and the court reduced your sentence by a year. Congratulations. Sarukawa's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Then I'll soon be able to break the law again, right? What did you say? I'm just kidding, Bureau Zhong. Ha ha ha. Sarukawa laughed in a hurry. What about the bad news? Sarukawa asked. In fact, Sarukawa had already guessed it. The police came to find himself. What can be the matter? It is just a case. Zhong Yen sighed. I want to hide our relationship from you. There really is a case. And, this time, it is the most cruel and difficult case I have ever seen. Sarukawa froze. Even Zhong Yen, an old oil man, said that the case is difficult. Zhong Yen nodded. On the morning of June 13th, a sanitation worker reported that she found a bag of sliced meat near Haichang University, and when she looked through the sliced meat she suddenly saw 3 fingers inside. The police immediately launched an investigation and threw in 12 bags all the way down the roads around Haichang University. The dead were split into more than 2,000 pieces, some were even cooked. I've never seen such a case in my life. It's brutal. Zhong Yen clenched his fists. His face was serious. Sarukawa frowned and couldn't help but tsk at the case report as well. The deceased was a student at Haichang University? Zhong Yen nodded. That's right. The deceased's name was Tsong Xiaoqing, was a student in the Information Management Department of Haichang University. Sarukawa looked at the case report and couldn't help but rub his brow. Surveillance? That? Is it useless? Zhong Yen sighed. It's a coincidence. That day the city security cameras were inspected in a big way, and I happened to miss it. Sarukawa nodded. It can't be helped. Well, I'll take this case, but I can't guarantee it will be solved. Only after Zhong Yen sniffed did a hint of a smile emerge. With your help, the probability of this case being solved is much higher. After sending Zhong Yen away, Sarukawa couldn't help but get a headache. He still had a lot of things he hadn't done. That there's still a way to get Pei Lao out of it. There's also a way to hide from the head, because when Sarukawa wakes up, he finds a note from the top of the token Mu Sheng threw at him. It should be given to him by Mu Sheng. It says that the head has suspected that Kei is not dead yet and that there are undercover agents inside the police station. Sarukawa lay on the couch with his brow furrowed in a somewhat funereal frown. His annoyances all coming together. Pick up Pei Lao first. Sarukawa opened his mouth. Me, I'll go. Shiryun held up her hand and said, brother, let me go. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Shiryun hemmed and hawed. I still have things I haven't taken. Just let Crane Spirit go with me. Sarukawa looked at the resistant-looking Crane Spirit and couldn't help but question, can you really guarantee to complete the mission? Shiryun immediately nodded frantically. Guarantee to complete the mission. Well, there you go then. Sarukawa immediately sent the 2 away. In an instant, the office that had been noisy just a moment ago suddenly quieted down, and Sarukawa also lay on the sofa looking at the case report in his hand. Suddenly the door was pushed open. Sarukawa didn't turn around. He just spoke. I'm sorry. I'm not taking any cases lately. Come back sometime. I don't have time to keep coming. A low voice spoke from the doorway. Sarukawa probed and looked at the doorway. A black suit, golden walking stick in his hand. Although it is a middle-aged man, but you can still see the appearance of handsome, and an awe-inspiring aura invariably scattered a pressure. It was like the domineering president in the dominatrix novels that Sarukawa read. You are? Sarukawa was a bit puzzled. The man snorted coldly. My name is Gujinting. Sarukawa, we finally meet. Hiss. Sarukawa sucked in a breath of cool air and covered his mouth in horror. He opened the door and called out, Sarukawa, I bought food. We should go home. Strangely enough, the firm was silent. Gu Feiyan was a bit puzzled. Could it be that she had gone home? Gu Fei late, although puzzled, but also immediately went home to go. Still puzzled that, as soon as you opened the door of the house, Gu Fei was also dumbfounded in place. On the sofa, Gu Jinting sat with a cross-eyed look. Sarukawa curled up on one side of the couch like a little wretch. Dad, why are you here? Gu Feiyan was also a little nervous. Gu Jinting waved his hand with a cold smile and pointed to the sofa beside him. Gu Feiyan gulped her eyes to look at Huchuan and hurriedly walked over. There was a silence in the air. Huchuan and Gu Feiyan looked at each other face to face, really scared. The king of killers, at this moment, did not even dare to look at his old husband's face, and was as abashed as a grandson. After all, to fall in love with Gu Feiyan is considered to be, even with coaxing and deceiving and using small means, is not how honorable look. Come home with me, Gu Jinting said in a cold voice. I am pregnant, Gu Fei directly said with a clench of her teeth. What? Sarukawa scurried up. I thought you said it was safe? Gu Feiyan glared fiercely at Huchuan. She was lying to her father. How could Huchuan be so stupid? Sarukawa immediately curled up again at the glare and didn't dare to speak. Gu Jinting laughed coldly and looked at Huchuan somewhat angrily. Look at that wimpy look of yours. What makes you worthy of my daughter? Sarukawa somewhat wanted to retort back, but this was the old man. Dad, don't you talk about him like that. Sarukawa is very good. It's just that you don't see it. Gu Fian retorted with a frown. She hated Gu Jinting like this. Gu Jinting was a bit disdainful. A bit of anger colored between his brows. Shut up. Gu Jinting looked at Huchuan and sneered. Kid, aren't you approaching Fei Lian for money? Give you $10 million and leave immediately. Sarukawa suddenly wanted to laugh when he heard this. Wow. Is it his turn for this kind of classic drama too? Why are you still a little excited? Don't be ungrateful. My Gu family's daughter is not for anyone to get their hands on. Gu Jinting coldly snorted. Dad, don't you go too far. Gu Fian instantly became angry. Huchuan didn't do it for money. We truly love each other. Bah, what's the use of being in love? He's penniless, how can he support you? He's still relying on you to support him. Gu Jinting also argued with Gu Fei. Can I say something? Sarukawa raised his hand coyly. The two men immediately turned their eyes to Sarukawa. Sarukawa smiled awkwardly, putting the prepared computer in front of the two. This is my estate in the United States, and the farm in Russia, and the manor in France. And then, there are some small houses in other places. There are also dozens of cars under my name, and some yachts and so on. Of course, there is still some money in the Swiss bank account. Not much, only $1 billion or so. Sarukawa said somewhat coyly. Half of these I've already had them transferred to non-late name. I can actually afford to raise them. Don't worry. The money is clean and the returns are a little higher because my previous job was a little special. Gu Jinting was dumbfounded, and so was Gu Fei. As a business giant, Gu Fian could naturally tell that the account was indeed genuine, but this huge asset, it's too much. Gu Jinting's eyes flashed with a flash of coldness, instantly pointing his crutch at Huchuan's neck. Kid, what exactly is your purpose in approaching my daughter? Huchuan hastily raised his hands. Father-in-law, I've already proved my love for Fei Nian. I even volunteered to be arrested for her sake. Don't you still believe me? Gu Jinting hesitated when he heard this. He had heard about the previous case in Huilong Mountain. He just didn't believe that this teenager in front of him could kill so many criminals. Gu Jinting calmed down, took a deep breath and asked seriously, are you a killer? Huchuan glanced at Gu Fian, having a hard time saying yes, I am indeed. But I promise, none of the people who died at my hands were good people. All of them were criminal drug dealers, gangsters. Gu Fian's face suddenly paled. She had already guessed it before. It was just that she didn't pick it out. As long as Huchuan didn't commit a crime in China, Gu Fian could care less. But now that she heard Huchuan admit it in person, she was instead somewhat struck by a bolt from the blue. And, based on what Huchuan said, along with what Mu Sheng had said to her before, at this time, Gu Fian had been having a thought in her mind. That is, Huchuan may be K. Gu Fian turned pale and covered her face as she collapsed. Sarukawa, someone told me. You're K. I want to ask, are you really? Gu Fian's voice was mixed with a little bit of crying, and she didn't know how she was going to face it after Huchuan answered. Sarukawa's heart trembled, instinctively burying his head low, despite his best efforts to conceal it. But, there is no impermeable wall in the world, and he doesn't know what to do well. Don't lie to me, Sarukawa. Just say it. If you say it, I'll believe it. Gu Fei looked at Huchuan with red eyes. Sarukawa, however, kept his head down and didn't say anything. Gu Fei gave a miserable laugh, a laugh filled with collapse and helplessness. She got up and ran upstairs, dragging the box out from under Sarukawa's bed. Sarukawa, you said, this is your personal stuff. I gave you privacy and space before, but, today I want you to give me an answer. Gu Fian hissed, instantly opening the box. What came into view was a gold silk mask, a small white, black cloak, and a stack of pitch-black playing cards with K printed on them. Ha. Gu Fian laughed miserably at this scene. Breaking down, he covered his face. I can't believe that I fell in love with someone who killed my teacher. Ha! Huchuan finally panicked. He has never been so flustered. It seems that he is going to lose Gu Fian in the next second. Knight, you listen to my explanation. I really didn't kill your teacher. That wasn't my doing. Roll. Gu Fei fell to her knees and looked at the contents of the box in a disoriented manner. The previous scene kept coming back to her mind, and she finally realized what Huchuan's words meant when she was back at the Dragon Mountain at that time. She finally realized what the phrase, "Congratulations on catching me" meant. It turned out that the truth had been right in front of her all along. She had just been caught up in a whirlwind of emotions and selectively ignored it more than the truth. I don't want to see you in my life. You get out of here. Gu Fei hissed. Huchuan was still trying to explain something. He just stood up and was hit hard in the back of the neck with a stick by Gu Jinting. There was a moment of fainting. The next second Gu Jinting waved his hand and a group of bodyguards threw Huchuan out from inside the house. A thunderstorm exploded in the dim sky. The pouring rain kept drifting down from the air to hit Sarukawa hard. Sarukawa bowed his head. long gone from his former appearance. His figure extremely downcast, his face indistinguishable from rain or tears. He has long known that the happy life exchanged for lies will be returned sooner or later. But he is incredibly greedy and wants to consummate this happiness with one lie after another. At the end of the day, he was the one who really hurt Gufian over and over again. Tsurukawa, you're so selfish. Tsurukawa muttered mockingly. Aha! Bang! Tsurukawa slammed his fist on top of the ground. Splattered rocks flew across the room and blood ran down his arm. The next second Tsurukawa but nervously kneeled on the ground to hold down the wound. Tears continue to flow horizontally. Can't be like this. I promised Fei Lian. Can't hurt his own body. Tsurukawa could no longer control his emotions and fell to his knees and cried bitterly. The thunder gradually covered his cries. A figure approached, an umbrella covering Tsurukawa's head. Hiyun couldn't help but sigh even as she looked at such a Tsurukawa. Inside the flower store, Tsurukawa's entire body was curled up on the sofa, his entire body having reached the edge of collapse. Eat something, Hiyun urged from the side, but Hichuan remained unmoved. So what do you want now? You didn't cause all of this by yourself? I told you that when it comes to relationships, you must be sincere. Hiyun frowned. Tsurukawa clenched his fists with eyes filled with anger. I don't want to hide. The organization is bullying people too much. I will kill them all. Tsurukawa was about to rush out when he finished speaking, but Hiyun pulled him back. Calm down. It's clearly your fault. Don't blame others. Besides, does Gufian really like to see you kill again? Tsurukawa shuddered and let out a bitter laugh as he curled back up on the couch again. I know it's wrong, but it's already too late. As long as you have feelings for Nani, it's not too late, Hiyun said bitterly. But non-evening decided that I killed her teacher. Tsurukawa shook his head. He was desperate. Hiyun looked at Tsurukawa with some hatred at once. Huchuan, you're quite smart. Why are you so confused on this Gufian matter? Gufian loves you so much. As long as you say it, she'll definitely believe you. The thing that broke her down was that you never trusted her, always lying to her. Can't you figure this out? Hichuan's eyes suddenly got excited when he heard Hiyun's words. I didn't lie to her. I just want to find evidence. I just want to find the evidence to prove their own innocence after the identity of the fair and square to recognize with her together. I never wanted to lie to her. I just love her too much and don't want her to be sad. But I didn't expect to still hurt her. Hiyun is a bit helpless, so yeah. What you have to do now is to prove yourself that you're out of the organization. Now you're just Tsurukawa, and not some K. Proof that you're reformed. Tsurukawa's eyes lit up. What should I do? Hiyun laughed softly. Didn't Bureau Jean look for you? Go solve the case. Tsurukawa seemed to have suddenly found a goal and nodded. Good. Go solve the case. I'll go solve the case. With that, he stormed off in a demented frenzy. Hiyun looked at Ichuan's back and let out a light laugh. Silly boy. He became like this after meeting love. Haha, laughed me to death. Hiyun said as she sent the recording from earlier to Gufian's cell phone. Then held down the voice, said seriously, Nah night. Huchuan will his past all to me to tell. You should know. Huchuan's past he cannot choose. He is just to survive. He is not right. The wrong is those people. Of course, you are not right. Maybe I think you can turn your mind to the fact that it's hard enough for Tsurukawa to survive. So is he going to think more than others? Wouldn't he be more cautious than others? Of course, this matter is indeed he did wrong. But think about it. If it were you, what would you do that? Tsurukawa is the kind of person who takes all the responsibility on himself. He is like a sharp sword, needing someone to be the scabbard to collect his sharpness. Perhaps you can take this opportunity to polish him up a bit. That being said, but he's really hurting some sinful people. He definitely won't hurt your teacher easily. And my sister truly hopes that you guys can be good together. So give him a chance. And give yourself a chance. And don't do something you'll regret for the rest of your life. My sister hopes that everything is as your name suggests, and that it is never too late for you to do anything. The voice was sent over and there was no reply there, but it showed red. When Hiyun saw it, she immediately smiled. Aya, it's still me. Tsurukawa went straight to the police station. When Zhao, several people were taken aback. Seeing the serious-faced Huchuan, they didn't know what was wrong. What are you waiting for? Take me to see the body. Xiao Zhao investigated the identity of the deceased interpersonal relationship. Action. Tsurukawa looked at a few people, shouted. A few people hastily began to move with their hands and feet. Tsurukawa grunted coldly and twisted his head toward the autopsy room. What's this? Taking gun pills? Zhong Ming wondered. When Zhao shook his head, probably had a fight and is unhappy. It's fine, don't worry about it. Get to work. Tsurukawa ignored a few people and went straight to the autopsy room. Upon entering, an extremely unpleasant stench as well as the smell of blood came from the door. Tsurukawa couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. Songzae was standing in front of a pile of body parts on the platform, staring at them. What's the autopsy like? Tsurukawa asked. Songzae instantly sobered up his face, but a flash of panic surfaced. You're here. Sarukawa nodded and came forward to observe. There were dense rows of slices of meat in front of me, each one about the same size, only some of them a different color. The murderer cut the victim into roughly 2,000 pieces, and, with the head of the victim, a portion of the flesh was cooked. Song then explained while lowering his head and pondering such a shrewd maneuver. Even I can only barely be able to do it. The murderer in the end with what mindset to complete these? Sarukawa looked at the table full of body parts, nodded and spoke. The murderer can cut the body so neatly, and still be able to dump the body calmly. The mental quality is really high. People like this are either used to seeing corpses or are extremely psychopathic. Songzae also nodded in agreement with this matter. Do you have any suspect groups? Sarukawa looked up art form sculptor, doctor, chef, and forensic scientist. Sarukawa suddenly looked up at Songzae. Songzae was startled, a little panicked, reacted and immediately gave Sarukawa a punch. Get lost. Don't scare me. Sarukawa laughed. What are you vain about? First of all, it's time to investigate the restaurants, mainly Japanese restaurants, in the vicinity of Ocean City University. Songzae was stunned. You mean, the way this body was cut was a bit like the Japanese method of cutting raw sashimi? Sarukawa nodded. That's right. With the body meat split so evenly, the murderer's methods must have been very stable. It's very likely. Go and search. Songzae nodded. Let Zhongming go. Let's make a trip to the school to investigate the deceased. Sarukawa nodded. After the two made the arrangements, the two arrived at Haichine University in civilian clothes. The sun shines brightly. The youthful atmosphere is strong. Standing in the doorway and looking at the students who are like the morning breeze, Sarukawa was suddenly interested. I haven't been to school then. Is college so free? Sarukawa wondered. Hurry up. Songzae hurriedly pulled Sarukawa away. The two of them walked all the way towards the girls' dormitory. During this time, there were many people constantly checking towards Huchuan and Songzae's side. Sarukawa had a bit of a headache. What are these people looking at me for? Song then shook his head, and the two of them walked for a while before finding that dormitory building. According to the description of the file, the two found Song Xiaoqing's room on the third floor. 301. Knock knock knock. After Sarukawa knocked on the door, two girls stood in the doorway. Song then pulled out his police license and put it in front of the two men. Police investigating leads. Oh, you guys can come in then, a girl said. The two opened the door and walked in. A modest dormitory was reflected in front of the two of them. Fairly neat and tidy. The kind of student dormitory that was common. Sarukawa glanced up at the bed by the window. Is that Song Xiaoqing's? Sarukawa asked. The girl immediately nodded yes. Sarukawa waved his hand, signaling Songzae to inquire, while he himself walked over to check it out. Song Xiaoqing's bed was fairly neat, and the table was filled with so many things. Sarukawa flipped a random book around to check it out, and suddenly his eyes glazed over. Is the AO of her name the AO of grass? The girl froze. Yeah. Sarukawa nodded, sort of understanding it. Song inquired, what is your name? The girl immediately replied, my name is Sungwa. Songzae nodded. Mr. Sungwa, could you please tell me the full details of what happened after Song Xiaoqing disappeared? Sungwa nodded, unable to resist the memories. That day was June 4th. Another student in the dormitory, Zhang Meng, was punished by the teacher for violating the use of electrical appliances, and Song Xiaoqing, who was also punished because she was the dormitory leader, was so depressed that she went out for a walk, but as soon as she went out, she never came back. We told our guide the next day, and the guide notified the school's security office, but the security office dragged its feet for a few days before notifying Song Xiaoqing's father, who called the police after learning that she hadn't returned home. Sungza raised an eyebrow. How many days did the defense office drag it out? Sunggo nodded. Sarukawa looked at Song Xiaoqing's stuff with his brows furrowed. Is there a picture of Song Xiaoqing? Sungboy immediately nodded and pulled out his cell phone from his clothes, opening the photo album inside a girl whose appearance was about 1.6 m or so tall. It's very plain and not one of the pretty ones. Sarukawa looked over. Does she have a boyfriend? Sungwa shook his head. That's something I haven't heard her say. I don't think so. Songzae nodded, and after asking, the two left the dormitory building. How's it going? What was found? Song asked. It's not quite right. The green of Song Xiaoqing is the green of grass, but the name on that book just now is Song Xiaoqing. That seems a bit problematic. Songzae froze, followed by an immediate reaction. You mean she has a boyfriend? Sarukawa shook his head. The boyfriend is uncertain, but there should be someone she adores. As for the use of the word Qing, it's unusually jaded. The man, probably illiterate, refined and easygoing man, most likely literature-loving, highly educated man, possibly. Sarukawa's eyes lit up. It's a teacher. Hiss. Song then sucked in a breath of cool air. Sarukawa nodded. That's right, it should be a teacher. Song Xiaoqing just depicted this one Qing on her name, which means she doesn't want people to know. Doesn't want people to know she likes someone? If it's a student, then the identity is equivalent and doesn't need to be hidden. The only possibility is that the person is unequal to Song Xiaoqing's identity. In school, what else has unequal identities? Only teachers or professors. Song Zae's head was about to explode when he heard Sarukawa's reasoning. One word. That's a lot of reasoning for one word? But where are we going to find them? So many teachers. Song then broke down a bit. The two had just gone down the dormitory stairs when they were suddenly startled. Countless students had gathered downstairs at this time, and were poking their heads in to look inside. What the hell? Song then was shocked. As soon as those students saw Tsurukawa they got excited. Ah, Tsurukawa. Ah, so handsome. Tsurukawa-san, sign it. Take a picture. Tsurukawa-chan. Aha. Brother Tsurukawa, I wanna have a monkey with you. Shut up. Tsurukawa barked a reprimand. The scene calmed down, and one looked at Tsurukawa. Tsurukawa frowned as he looked at the crowd. Can anyone tell me if there's a handsome, elegant-looking teacher in your school? There. Is Professor Lin of anatomy? The looks match what you said. A student slowly raised his hand and said. Tsurukawa nodded thank you. After saying that, he took the student's pen with his book and signed it. The two then turned and left. Just then a message came up on Tsurukawa's cell phone. Song Zae was a bit puzzled. Why don't you go investigate him? It fits our suspicions. Tsurukawa shook his head. Let's first figure out why the defense office is delaying the notification. This way, you go investigate and I'll go somewhere. Songzo was a bit confused. Where to? So much for that nonsense. See you at the police station tonight. Tsurukawa waved his hand and turned to leave. Song then scratched his head somewhat helplessly. Taking gun pills? Tsurukawa dialed a phone straight away. Hey, Nansei, that guy you were talking about. What's his location? North Water Road, Reggae Bar. Tsurukawa nodded a little hesitantly. Don't send missions to non-night recently. Nan Cheng on the other side of the phone is a little puzzled, but this is non-evening own request. Ah, she is too slack. Asked to increase the amount of tasks. How is it? Tsurukawa was silent for a moment, just shook his head with a bitter smile. It's fine. After Tsurukawa got the location, he went straight to North Water Road, a brightly lit neon bar. It's just that the doors seem to be closed during the day. Bang! Tsurukawa kicked the whole thing away and headed inside. The bar was dimly lit and smelled of the vile odor of cigarettes and alcohol. Walking inside the bar, there were tattooed, hideous sort of sociopaths sitting everywhere. They all froze when they saw Tsurukawa. Fuck off. This place isn't open during the day, a tattooed man said as he walked out. Tsurukawa frowned at the field, put out the cigarette. It smells bad. The crowd froze in disbelief at what they were hearing. Ha ha, crikey, kid, are you crazy? A tattooed man walked up to Tsurukawa and thumped out a folding knife that kept waving it in front of Tsurukawa. Fuck off, you hear me? Tsurukawa coldly glanced at the tattooed man. The corner of his mouth side hooked up a smile. He is angry, no place to spread that. It seems that this place is very appropriate. Well, bang! Tsurukawa grabbed the tattooed man's neck with one hand. The other hand casually snatched the folding knife. Immediately afterward, he casually tossed the tattooed man out. Who called the interceptor? I'm annoyed right now, and I'm not doing it lightly, so you'd better come out yourself. Squeak, the door inside was pushed open, and out came a burly man with a tiger's back. What the fuck is wrong with you? The burly man roared. Tsurukawa froze. You're the interceptor? I'm arresting you for drug smuggling. Squat down honestly. The people present froze, looking at Huchwan somewhat like a fool. Ha 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 ha, a burst of laughter erupted. Huchwan looked at these people coldly, laughed. You should be glad that you have met me now. If it was before, to kill all of you. Grass, cut him down for me. Interceptor let out a roar. Instantly people rushed up around them. Each of them rushed towards Tsurukawa with sharp blades in hand. Tsurukawa gently weighed the dagger in his hand. Long overdue, here it comes again. The first two to rush up swung their swords at Tsurukawa, and with a mere twist, Tsurukawa dodged. A dry slash with a dagger in hand. A line of blood instantly erupted from the chests of the two men. Blood instantly sprayed out. Tsurukawa flung the dagger. Don't worry. Don't kill you guys. Just pick off your hand and foot tendons. Instantly, there was the sound of a scream from inside the neon-lit, flickering bar. At the same time, the bar was surrounded by a constant stream of special operations personnel with loaded guns in the shadows outside. Team 1 guard the back door. Team 2 break through the front door. Snipers stand by. Team 3 take over. Goofian brought her equipment with her, and her pistol clicked and loaded. At the moment she was a little pale and looked bad, but it was still a decisive and dry order. Action! Goofier gave the order and the entire team began to move. Bang! Goofei kicked open the door and took the lead to rush in herself. Freeze! Goofei came in and yelled, but suddenly froze. In the middle of the bar, with screaming people lying all around, and right in the middle of the bar, Tsurukawa was stained with some bloodlessness, and was carrying a dagger completely covered in blood. Gu Fei was completely dumbfounded. Captain, want to shoot down? A man next to him asked. Gu Fei late immediately reacted to rush to hastily held down the intercom and shouted snipers retreat. Not allowed to shoot. Their own people. Those team members froze when they heard this and also looked at Sarukawa dumbfounded. This is one of their own? Since when did Interpol have such a tough guy? Hearing Gu Fei's voice, Hachuan turned around in a hurry, throwing the dagger in his hand before picking up the half-dead interceptor at his feet. Invitingly smiled at Gu Fei. I was afraid that you would get hurt, so I came first. Gu Fei didn't say anything, just looked up at Hachuan. But Hachuan suddenly froze. He saw great hatred as well as loathing in Gu Fei's eyes. Sarukawa was a bit flustered and waved his hand quickly. I didn't kill anyone, they are not dead, and I am not injured. Gu Fei waved her hand at the crowd behind her and immediately began to implement the arrest. Gu Fei late sneered, her eyes full of coldness. Hachuan, we have nothing to do. In the future, you go your way, I cross my bridge, don't force me to arrest you. Sarukawa was suddenly struck by a stabbing pain in his heart. The sting made him gasp for air. I just want to protect you. While the two were talking, a man on the ground suddenly raised his dagger and rushed towards Gu Fei like a madman. Watch out! Sarukawa hurriedly tried to rush over. Gu Fei's eyes stared. Both hands instantly grabbed the man and thumped him onto the ground in an over-the-shoulder slam. Immediately afterward, he kicked hard on the man's arm. With a click, white bones were exposed from the arm, and Gu Fei directly stepped on the man's arm to break it. Ah! Gu Fei late accompanied by the sound of misery will look at the line of sight to Hachuan. Thank you. In the future, do not need. Sarukawa suddenly let out a bitter laugh, his eyes slightly red like a person who has been abandoned. Do you really want to break up with me? Gu Fei clenched her fists and closed her eyes, her voice choked up. Really? From today onwards, we have nothing to do with each other. Sarukawa's form trembled as he laughed bitterly and headed out the door. In walking to the side of Gu Fei late only when Hachuan stopped, the eyes are really never seen the sharpness. Non-evening. I said, no one will want to be beside me. You, not even you. I have nothing left to lose. Don't you want to know what K is? Fine. Then I'll show you. Sarukawa sneered twice and turned to leave. Gu Fei evening was startled, hurriedly trying to pull Sarukawa, but could only see Sarukawa's figure walking further and further away. Sarukawa, if you dare to kill again, I really won't see you again in this life. Gu Fei looked at Hachuan's back, tears slowly slipping down. This is my last bottom line. Late at night, there was a loud clap of thunder and torrential rain outside the window, and Gu Fei lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The confusion in her head was extreme, and honestly, she really didn't want to be like this with Sarukawa, but in her heart, she really can't get through. Sarukawa has lied to her for such a long time. How can she believe what Sarukawa said? I don't know if it was an illusion, but Gu Fei seemed to hear a movement coming from the balcony. Instinctively, he looked up. It was raining heavily outside, and he couldn't see anything in the dark. Gu Fei felt a little stuffy, got up and opened the balcony door, walked above the balcony and quietly watched the bottom, and a dark shadow emerged behind her. The dark figure covered her mouth as he dragged her back to the bed. Gu Fei was startled. A backhand strike back elbow guided on the black shadow's stomach. The black shadow's hand instantly loosened in pain. Gu Fei dropped the black shadow onto the bed with an over-the-shoulder slam and then immediately went up and pinned the black shadow's arm down on the bed. Ha ha. Awesome, came the familiar voice. Gu Fei froze. Her hand subconsciously loosened Hachuan, but the next second Sarukawa rolled over and pinned her down. Both arms were raised above her head and pressed down on the bed. What are you doing? Gu Fei looked at the face of Hachuan who was close by. Sarukawa's ghostly blue eyes bloomed eerily in the dark night. Hachuan didn't say anything, only the corners of his mouth hooked up into an evil smile, followed by lowering his head to kiss Gu Fei on the lips. Gu Fei instantly froze. Her lips instinctively catered to Hachuan's kisses, but suddenly sober past. Hissed Sarukawa sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His lips had been bitten through and a fishy sweetness entered his mouth. Gu Fei looked at Hachuan with a face of resistance and anger. Do you know what you're doing? You're crazy. I am mad. Aren't you curious about what I look like? This is what I really look like. I'm a madman. Sarukawa hissed. Gu Fei's eyes had a slight glint of tears in them. So what are you going to do? Kill me too? Hachuan suddenly froze when he heard this and looked at Gu Fei blankly, not knowing what to say. Non-evening. I have no trust in you at all? Sarukawa choked. Gu Fei laughed miserably. Hachuan, you're the one who's been deceiving me. You clearly know that. As long as you say it, I'll believe you. But in your case, you've never believed me. You've been hiding it from me. Cheated me out of my feelings. Cheated me out of my body. Cheated me out of everything. What more do you want from me? Do you have to take my life? Fine. Then you take it. Gu Fei hissed out in the same manner, unable to stop the tears from flowing down her face. Sarukawa suddenly panicked. It really wasn't me. What I used was a poker. I just want to find evidence, prove my innocence before I showdown with you. Sarukawa, I tried so hard to pull you out of your old life, just to be nice to you and be nice again, but I suddenly realized that I don't understand you at all, you know? Gu Fian was a little broken at this time, and had sobbed uncontrollably. But you don't give me a chance. You never mention it to me. So what do you want me to do? I can't even tell if the things you say are true. Huchuan only heard Gu Fei's words and only felt pain after pain in his heart. It turned out that he neglected so much, neglected Gu Fei's heart, neglected Gu Fei's feelings. Non-evening. Forgive me. What I explained to you is all true. I grew up coming from the sword and shadow, so no one is more demanding of this happiness than me. So, forgive me, okay? I really can't lose you. Tears slipped down Sarukawa's face as well. It's not until you lose it that you wake up and regret it. Gu Fei evening tried to suppress the surge of emotions choked. So, don't torment each other. I have no reason to be with you. Separation is good for everyone. Sarukawa snorted at once. His eyes gradually changed to coldness after saying so much. You are still not willing to forgive me. Gu Fian also noticed the change in Huchuan and was a bit puzzled. What are you doing? Sarukawa snorted coldly. I have nothing left but you. If I lose you I have no need to beat Sarukawa anymore. Gu Fei, listen to me. If you want me to be K, you can leave me, but I'll kill everyone when the time comes. Wen Zhao, Song Zhe, and Lai, Nam Sung, all must die. Huchuan pinched Gu Fian's face. The corners of his mouth hooked up with a crazy batch feeling smile. If you honestly stay by my side, then I'm Huchuan. You just said there's no reason to be together? Is that reason satisfactory then? Gu Fian's eyes suddenly flattened as she looked at Huchuan, and her previous hatred couldn't be found at all. You won't. Huchuan, don't come to this. Sarukawa froze and then laughed softly. Well then, I won't move for Wen Zhao and the others, but I'll definitely do it for the strangers. You leave me for a day, I will kill one. Leave me for 2 days, I will kill 20. You can try me if you dare. Sarukawa grunted coldly. Click. There was a big thunderstorm outside. Lightning shone on Sarukawa's slightly boyish face. Gu Fian looked at this face but let out such domineering and cruel words, but how to look at it was full of incongruity. Gu Fei lay closed his eyes, slightly trembling, breath choking vaguely. Looks like a forced look, but in fact, this time to open the light. You can find. Gu Fei late is holding back laughter. Gu Fei late choked. Okay. I agree. You can't hurt anyone. Huchuan suddenly smiled with satisfaction, reached out and gently wiped Gu Fian's tear tracks. Well, as long as you are good, no one will be hurt. Rest early. Good night. Thunderstorms outside the window. Huchuan held Gu Fian tightly for fear of disappearing in front of him the next second. The next day at dawn, Gu Fian slowly woke up and touched her side. Huchuan had already left. I hadn't slept well in the past few days, but today I finally slept well for once and yawned and touched the cell phone on the side. Inside was a message from Hiyun early in the morning. How's it going? Did Sarukawa fall for it? Gu Fei looked at the message somewhat sheepishly and looked around, then voice said, Sister Hiyun, I still have a bit of a hard time getting over the hurdle in my heart. He lied to me for so long. Dropped. Message sent over. From today on, it's you who's cheating him. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This stupid kid still thinks he's got you, but in reality, you're the one who set him up. Don't say it was my idea. Gu Fian looked at the message in her cell phone with some hesitation, but his reasons are so outrageous. He won't really kill anyone, will he? Hi. Sarukawa, you still do not understand it. Absolutely not. But K-words are not necessarily. At least the bad guy's fall in his hands is not to live. The old lady knows that you just want a reason to refuse. Cannot be. Don't pretend with me. Now the reason to give you. You will be a good check and balanced Sarukawa. It. Think of what it would feel like to have K in your hands. Isn't that exciting? Ha ha ha. The corner of Gu Fian's mouth also couldn't help but hook up a smile when she saw this. Well, then I'll begrudgingly accept this reason. But that doesn't mean I forgive him. And you, I only told you about Sarukawa's identity because I trusted you. You can't expose it, or he'll get caught. Okay, no problem, but you're too much in love. You're such a love brain. Gu Fian looked at Hiyun's message himself and unconsciously thought back. Why in the world is that? Is he really a love brain? Gu Fian pondered for a long time at home until she finally thought about it and sent it with a bright smile. First of all, I am a human being. A human being has feelings. And then that. I don't know how Sarukawa treats other people, but it's always the best for me. He saved my life so many times. He can even use his life for me. Although I am angry that he lied to me, but I can't hate him, and I won't hate him. I'm selfish, and it's okay for other people to say what they want to say, but I don't care, as long as he's good to me, even if he's guilty as hell. I won't say I hate him. Then he said he wasn't the one who killed my teacher, and as long as he said that, I believe it. A love brain is a love brain. I admit it. I am the love brain. Last point, the most important point. I really love him. I love him so much. Inside the police station, the crowd was a little busy. The case was so complicated that they didn't get much rest. Yo, good morning guys, Sarukawa greeted with a smile and walked into the morgue. Why are you happy again? Zhong Ming was a bit strange. When Zhao waved his hand made up. What else? Get to work. Inside the morgue, Song is still piecing together the body pieces. So many pieces together is a big project. There's no longer any information to be seen when the body is at this level. So why are you still spelling her? Sarukawa said. Song then turned back to look at Sarukawa and smiled. Always put it together. Even if you leave in one piece. This is the responsibility of our industry. Sarukawa nodded in agreement. Did you go to the security office yesterday? What's going on? Sonze shook his head. The people in the defense office are vague and ambiguous. There must be a problem. But this Professor Lin, I did inquire about his identity information. Lin Ziyi, returnee, studied anatomy abroad in his early years, returned to China as a university teacher. No problem with his resume. Usual behavior. According to those around him. Gentle, kind, good to others, and preferred literature as well as music. Rated highly among those around him. Sarukawa nodded. Kind of interesting. Usually perverts can't be seen from the outside. Song then suddenly laughed. Such as you. Well, alright, come to the meeting. Sarukawa patted Songza on the shoulder. Well, you guys go ahead. I'll just wash my hands and come. Sarukawa nodded. And just as he reached the outside, he was greeted by an unmistakably familiar figure. Gu Feiyan's face was expressionless and cold. It seemed to have walked past Sarukawa without even seeing him. What brings you here? Huchuan inquired as he grabbed Gu Fei's hand. Gu Feiya twisted her face and frowned. I'm a cop. Can't I come to the police station? Why are you here? Huchuan sneered. And with a force in his hand, he pulled Gu Fei into his arms. Huchuan pressed close to Gu Feiyan's ear and murmured in a small voice. Feiyan, you'd better not talk to me with this kind of attitude, or I can't guarantee what will happen. Sarukawa laughed twice. The threat unmistakable. Gu Fei instantly stumbled a bit as her body trembled. Her face also became ugly. Huchuan proudly revealed a smile and kissed Gu Feiyan on the cheek. Since you're here, then, come along and have a little meeting, said Sarukawa as he walked towards inside on his own. Put. Ha 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 ha. Gu Feiya still couldn't help but laugh out loud. How childish. But Gu Fei suddenly felt that this way they were getting along now was really fun. It has a role-playing feel to it. Inside the police station, the office, Gu Fei moved a pile of materials back to her previous seat. Hey, what does Sister Feiyan mean by this? When Zhao said with some surprise. Gu Feiyan smiled. From now on, I'll be back to work with you all. I'm also the Interpol China Haicheng Division Captain, and the Haicheng City Public Security Bureau's Serious Crimes Team Leader. Really duh. The crowd was a little surprised. Gu Fei Lake nodded meaningfully and glanced at Huchuan, thinking clearly. Or career is the most important. Can't be decadent with someone anymore. Ha ha ha, awesome. When Zhao was a bit excited. Sarukawa, on the other hand, was feeling a little offended. I'm sorry, but I'm in charge of this case at the moment, and everyone has to listen to me. Sarukawa said. Gu Fei evening is indifferent like, boring head to organize their own things. Oh, then listen to you. How powerful you are. Ah. Gu Fei's look of indifference very much drove Huchuan crazy. This feeling was very bad. Sarukawa clenched his fists and kept admonishing himself to endure. And Rina, Sarukawa shouted. The crowd in the room was startled. Oh, and Lai took a leave of absence. He had something to do. When Zhao explained. Why are you on vacation again? He's away on every operation. Huchuan's face drooped when Zhao. How's the investigation going on your side? I've investigated all the restaurants near the school, especially the Japanese restaurants. And it's reasonable to assume that this level of body splitting and cooking would require a large venue as well as tools. But unfortunately, none of these situations I've investigated. So the restaurant thread is kind of broken. Sarukawa nodded. He hadn't expected to solve the case so easily. The killer's methods are so subtle and psychological. It's not simple. A normal doctor wouldn't be like this. I doubt it. The crowd was clearly stunned to hear this. I suspect battlefield retreat, Sarukawa said. Gu Feiyan's body immediately trembled. Huchuan. This is not a joke. Don't be suspicious without evidence. Sarukawa laughed. Our country is so peaceful, where there is still a battlefield. I suspect that it is retired from the battlefield outside, and have seen the corpse. They know how to practice medical technology. You are. What is the occupation? The answer is already self-evident, and if it is, then there's a lot at stake. They don't dare to talk nonsense. Sarukawa clapped his hands. Alright, I'm just making a random guess. Don't be afraid you guys. There's also the issue of dumping bodies. Sarukawa pointed to the blackboard. The dumping site is very arrogant. Almost on these busy streets. What kind of person, what profession dares to dump a body on the street so openly? Will the murderer have any transportation? Gu Fei said. Even for transportation. 12 packages, so many body parts, it's easy to be exposed. Sarukawa's eyes brightened. But if a sanitation worker drives a sweeper car and walks while throwing, is it possible? Hiss. The crowd was shocked by Sarukawa's reasoning. Sarukawa nodded. Then, we need to confirm one thing now, whether the murderer is a single person or a gang. If it's a person, we'll have to start checking over there. Based on my previous profiling, the killer is probably a higher education literate person, which then doesn't fit the description of a sanitation worker. So, it's likely that it's a gang offense? Gu Feiyan said with some surprise. Sarukawa shook his head. This case doesn't give me the feeling that it's that simple. It's as if there exists so much smoke. This murderer has strong counter-surveillance skills. I still don't know which side is the smoke bomb and which side is the real one. Sarukawa stretched. Anyway, the school side needs to be checked. The sanitation workers' side needs to be checked. Also, investigate all the merchants in the nearby market and ask if anyone purchased a large number of the same backpacks around the time of the murder. That would be a breaking point. Alright, everyone, let's cheer together. Sarukawa clapped his hands. I hope the case will be solved soon. Alright, I'll go investigate the school side. Gu Fei said faintly. Sarukawa smiled. You can't. I'm sorry, this case Zhong bureaus let me take full responsibility. We have enough manpower. We don't need you. Gu Fei narrowed her eyes and looked at Huchuan with some unhappiness. Sarukawa waved his hand, turning to a disinterested attitude, and smiled. Gu Feiyan instantly laughed coldly and shook her head helplessly. Don't you regret it? Sarukawa shook his head the same way. Oh, I'd like to know how you're going to make me regret this. Gu Feiyan blankly glanced at Huchuan, clapped her hands, and turned to leave the police station after putting her things in order. The rest of the police department saw the two men in a war of words. None of them knew what was going on. Hey, what's wrong? Did you guys have a fight? Wen Zhao asked. Sarukawa shook his head. No, we get along quite well. Sarukawa laughed softly twice, not bothering with a few people, and went straight to read some character relationship information, until the moon gradually rises in the evening. It was only then that Sarukawa yawned and went home from the police station. As soon as I opened the door, I smelled a fresh, fragrant odor. Sarukawa froze and lifted his leg toward the living room. The lights were off in the living room and a movie was playing on the TV. The curtains opened and the moonlight shone in, and Gu Fei was sitting on top of the sofa. A gossamer garment enveloped her upper body, hazing out her pale skin. With a pair of shorts underneath and two rare white stockings on top of her legs, Gu Feiyan cocked her white, polished thighs above the coffee table. The whole person exuded a hazy glow. Seductive. Hiss. Sarukawa sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The whole person froze in place. Gu Feiyan gently raised her hand to pick one of the grapes placed in front of her and put it on her mouth. Not eating it either, just gently feeling it with her fingers. Gu Feiyan's eyes were glued to the TV and she didn't pay any attention to Huchuan. Hichuan suddenly some gas and blood. The Gu Feiyan in front of him is too sexy. Like Hichuan, such a bloodthirsty teenager. Cannot stand it. Sarukawa laughed softly twice, dropping what he was holding and sitting down on the couch. Wife, you today? Pap. Gu Feiyan slapped away Huchuan's unctuous hand in one go. Don't touch me. Huchuan froze at once, but looked at Gu Feiyan's disdainful look. Not like an act. You aren't wearing it for me? Gu Feiyan raised an eyebrow. Che. Sorry, let you misunderstand. I wore it because I thought it was fun. It has nothing to do with you. Sarukawa was suddenly annoyed in his heart, and a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Both hands clamped down on Gu Fei's hand and directly pressed it down onto the sofa. Hichuan, if you want to force me, I will ignore you for the rest of my life. Gu Feiyan's eyes stared at Huchuan in a deadly serious tone. Sarukawa suddenly froze, his lips twitching up, but he couldn't help but sigh. Gu Feiyan felt a little funny when she saw Huchuan's defeated look, and suddenly raised her eyebrows in triumph. Regret? Regret. Sarukawa replied in a deep voice. What do you want? Gu Fei raised her eyes, her silky jade feet against Huchuan's chest. First, I have to be involved in the case as well. Second, do whatever you want at home. No acting like today outside. And third, no hiding anything from me anymore. Gu Fei tilted her face, looking like she couldn't refuse. Huchuan was silent for a long time, his eyes staring at Gu Feiyan, and in the end, he only stifled a sentence. Gu Feiyan, you're just going to rely on the fact that I love you. The next second directly picked Gu Feiyan up and rushed upstairs to the bedroom. Today's Huchuan was less gentle and more rough, until the latter part of the night when Gu Feiyan was made to feel sore and tired to the point of drifting off to sleep. Even Sarukawa was still in a daze at the end as he held her and cleaned her body. The next day, the sun was up to their asses and the two were still up. The ringing phone rang, and Gu Feiyan answered the phone in a daze. Hey, who is it? Sister Faye, what for? Late on your first day of work, when Zhao's roar came over the phone. So tired not going today. Gu Fian muttered. There was a silence on the other side of the phone. Cut the crap, we found new evidence, come here. You too, when Zhao yelled, and the phone was shut off in response. Gu Fian couldn't keep her eyes open and reached out to pat Huchuan beside her. Get up. They found the evidence. Sarukawa scuffed up and sat up, his head arching like a chicken nest, clothes and tissues strewn messily on the floor, and traces of yesterday's battle everywhere. Sarukawa was also a little confused. Get up. Don't stay in bed. Well, get up. Now, Gu Fei said breathlessly. The two men got up with difficulty and then finished packing and rushed to the police station. Little call, what did you find? The two asked with dark circles under their eyes. Yell, where did that panda come from? Song Zhe was a bit startled. Cut it out, come on. What clue? Sarukawa asked. Xiao Zhao will be in the hands of the information transaction records to the two to see. This is the university city near the stores. They said, there was a person with a mask. Procured a dozen of such a purse. Looks very young. Look. That's it? Sarukawa was a bit confused. The clues were too few. One could basically say there were none. Forget it, don't look into the merchandise lead. It's pointless. The main thing is to investigate the sanitation workers and the school side. Sarukawa said. The sanitation workers investigated. And the sanitation bureau's side said that a man named Kong Lingrui was on duty on the day of the murder. It was also him who drove the sweeper. Sarukawa nodded at his words. Since he had a target. Xiao Zhao Sanza, you guys go investigate Kong Lingrui? I'll go with Fei Nian to investigate this Professor Lin at the school, and Zhong Ming will go investigate the security office. I always feel that something isn't right. Yes. The crowd replied at once and began to move in all directions. Huchuan came to the school with Gu Fian and followed the clues he had to the anatomy classroom of this school. Inside, still in the middle of class, Gu Fian and Huchuan were outside just in time to see the man on the podium. A man wearing a white shirt. A refined man, giving people a feeling of elegance and easygoing. Not only that, his speech as well as behavior looks very elegant. Let a person like a spring breeze. The two men watched from outside for a while. This person really doesn't look like a murderer. Gu Fei spoke up. Sarukawa nodded in agreement, but perversion cannot be seen from the surface. There are people with charitable faces, but behind their backs, I'm afraid it's not simple. Gu Fei late in Yan. Hichuan of course heard it, but, don't bother with her. Gu Fian smiled and looked at Huchuan. Aren't you great? Then let you empathize with the murderer. If you were the murderer at the time of slicing, what was the thought? Sarukawa's face trembled as he said this, and an evil smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The sight of the torso lying in front of me, from the knife dividing the flesh from top to bottom, slice by slice, from being slightly nervous at first, to being completely frantic at the end. Each cut felt almost interesting. Each cut feels different from the next. Gradually the hand comes up and sorts the meat into strictly balanced sizes. The feeling is one of satisfaction, slash after slash, completely absorbed. The clash of flesh between the tips of the knives after the eyes, and the sense of relief when splitting the flesh. It wasn't until I looked back that I realized that the body had been split into over 2,000 pieces, so I thought about what it would be like to cook the meat. I just used a big pot and cooked the entrails in it with the head. It's a wonderful feeling. Sarukawa laughed in a maniacal voice. Gu Fian's goosebumps rose as she listened. You're perverted. Gosh, I really can't stand it. Sarukawa was a bit speechless. You weren't the one who told me to interpret it. Ha, I don't see you acting, Gu Fei said. The two argued in front of the classroom. Just at this time the class bell sound. Two people are also too lazy to quarrel. When they see Lin Ziyi out that moment, the two people panic to stop. Lin Zai, right, police officer? There's a bit of a case that needs your assistance. Gu Fei pulled out her police license. Lin Zai was slightly stunned, then quickly responded, oh, okay, then go to the office. The three of them came inside the office and Lin Zai sat in his seat with an honest look of positive cooperation. Gu Fian looked at Huchuan and signaled for him to start asking. Does Professor Lin know Song Xiaoqing? Sarukawa asked directly. Song Xiaoqing? She shouldn't be a student of our department. I don't seem to recognize her. Hey, Lin Zai said after thinking for a while. Actually, I don't know most of the students very well, and I can't even recognize all of the students in my department. Lin Zai rubbed his head and said with a smile. Sarukawa nodded. Professor Lin usually studies anatomy, so he should know a lot about the human body structure. Right, so the psychological quality must be very strong. Isn't it only more interested in the human body? Hearing Huchuan's words, Lin Zai froze. Even Gu Fei instantly felt inappropriate. This is not cursing. Lin Zai, however, laughed. Officer is joking. Anatomy, it's mainly about contributing to humanity. It has nothing to do with personal psychology. Sarukawa smiled down. Well then, Professor Lin, That's all for today. Goodbye, said Tsurukawa as he stood up. Can I ask what happened to this woman named Song Xiaoqing? Hachuan and Gu Fei looked at each other. She's dead, Tsurukawa said, and the two turned to leave. When both of them were almost at the entrance of the school, Lin Zai ran out from inside in a panic. Mr. Policeman, I don't know why you guys are looking for me, but I'm really not a murderer. Lin Zai panicked. Tsurukawa nodded. Okay, we won't wrongly accuse anyone. With that said, the two turned to leave. Tsurukawa really made you right. He really chased over. Why is that? Gu Feiyan said with some curiosity. Tsurukawa laughed softly twice and said because I'm playing mind games with him. First of all, he didn't show any perversity at all when he scolded him like that before, which shows his mental strength, and then tell others that he is dead. With the reaction of a normal person, a person who is dead after the police check on him or her, he or she will surely panic, but because he had already been racked to where I was before, that kind of mental quality. So he was thinking about whether to show panic or not, but we didn't give him a chance and just left. Then he got anxious and rushed to catch up, showing the panic of a normal person. Get it? Gu Feiyan listened in awe. There are so many paths here? Night. Awesome. Are all you guys playing psychology like this? Gu Feiyan marveled a bit. She didn't see anything anyway. Then does he have a problem? Gu Fei asked. Of course. A person without any cracks is the biggest crack. We just told him that Song Xiaoqing died, but we didn't tell him how. He was anxious and blurted out that he wasn't the murderer. That's the problem. Gu Feiyan was suddenly a bit excited. You mean, he's exposed, even if he's not the murderer? He must know something. Tsurukawa shook his head. This is uncertain, because usually when people are approached by the police, what else could it be but murder? Anyway, this encounter, this Lin Zai is not simple. He is highly suspected. Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up. She hugged Hachuan and took a bite. That's great. Both froze at the same time. Gu Fei late secretly said bad. Suffered. Used to. Hachuan suddenly smiled brightly and reached out to hug Gu Fei. Get up off. Don't touch me. Gu Fei glared at Tsurukawa. Humphan left with a twist of her head. Tsurukawa was dumbfounded where he was, and instantly felt a bit aggravated up, with an injured expression like an aggravated puppy. The two were just about to get in the car and leave when Gu Fei received a sudden phone call. Hello, Song Zai? What's wrong? Gu Fei asked as she listened to the call. What? Gu Fei suddenly exclaimed. Quick, go to City West Hospital. Gu Feiyan hurriedly urged to Hachuan to drive. What's wrong? Tsurukawa was a little puzzled. Xiao Xiao was attacked. She's been shot. Gu Fei cried out anxiously. Tsurukawa was startled when he heard it, and the car roared out and sped toward the hospital. The two rushed to the door of the operating room as fast as they could. At this moment, Song was sitting dumbly in the doorway, his clothes covered in blood. Songza, how is Xiao Xiao? Gu Fei rushed over and asked anxiously. Song Zai's eyes were red, reaching out and pointing helplessly inside the operating room, still saving. What the hell happened to you guys? Tsurukawa asked. Song then suddenly covered his face and cried bitterly. We went to investigate Kong Lingrue, but we didn't find it in the sanitation bureau, so we inquired about his address. And when we went to investigate, I don't know from where someone shot. The first shot hit our side. The second shot also missed. It is impossible to find the murderer's position. And when the third shot was fired, Xiao Xiao pushed me out of the way in order to save me, and she herself was shot. Song then covered his face and broke down a bit. As soon as Tsurukawa picked up Song Zai, he lifted the sleeve of his arm, and a bullet hole appeared. You're going to die, aren't you? You're hurt and you're not taking care of it. Tsurukawa roared. Song then sobbed. I'm fine. I'm going to guard little call. Hachuan was instantly exasperated. Fei Nian, you keep watch. I'll take him to treat his wounds. Tsurukawa ripped Songza away as soon as he could to lead him to his wounds. Gu Feiyan sat in her seat. Her face had long been pale with fear. Xiao Xiao will be fine. It will be fine. Tsurukawa took Song Zai to finish treating his wounds. And at that moment, at the door of the operating room, the doctor also walked out. The three of them rushed forward to inquire. Doctor, how is she? Gu Feiyan asked. The doctor smiled. Don't worry. The bullet hit the patient in the abdomen but luckily avoided all internal organs. The patient has stabilized and is fine. The three of them relaxed at the words, and their hanging hearts were put back into their stomachs. The doctor handed Tsurukawa a bullet. This is the bullet found in the dead man's stomach. It seems to have something imprinted on it. Tsurukawa brought the bullets over to look at them, and one bullet was engraved with N. It's him again. Tsurukawa clenched his fists. It seems that this case also has something to do with the head? Gu Fei asked. No relation. They are rushing towards me. Tsurukawa's eyes exuded an eerie chill. Had he been exposed? Gu Feiyan pulled Hachuan aside somewhat seriously. Tell me, are you still in contact with the head? Tsurukawa shook his head, also feeling strange. No. In fact, I had a ring before. I had thought that the ring's ability was to be reborn and took a gamble that in their sight, I should be dead. Goofy was a bit puzzled. Rebirth? Sarukawa shook his head. It doesn't seem to be a rebirth now. It should just be something like a spatial teleportation. Or else how could I be from abroad 1 second, and appear in Haichang the next, and be saved by you? Goofy was somewhat shocked. This ring's ability was too powerful. So, you obviously faked your death to get out of it. Why is the head on us? What the hell is going on here? Goofy's head was a little messed up. Xiaoxiao was just an ordinary girl. The head should not be staring at her. It's reasonable to say that with N's marksmanship, it would be easy to kill them both if he wanted to, and it's obvious that this is just an attempt to injure them both. Or rather, a warning. Sarukawa speculated since it's a warning, it has something to do with, well, this case. And how did and know where Xiaoxiao and the others were? Gu Feinian froze. What do you mean? Sarukawa nodded. Our organization personnel, all of whom wear masks and cloaks all year round, have no idea what the other side looks like, so, it's entirely possible that he's hiding among us. You have a suspect? Gu was even more skeptical. Sarukawa nodded. A chill surfaced in his eyes. Yes. Gu evening face suddenly became a little pale. Impossible. It cannot be him. You know who it is without me saying the name, and you're suspecting him too, aren't you? Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. Gu Feinian clenched her fists tightly, cold sweat running down her forehead. How could she not have imagined this? Huchuan gently wiped Gu Feiyan's forehead. Don't be fooled by the surface. The people at the head, all crazy people. There's not a single sane person. Does that include you too? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa laughed softly twice. At least Sarukawa is normal, not always. Can I ask you a question? Gu Fei said suddenly with a raised eyebrow. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes somewhat cautiously. You said, why is your mask of gold silk? That, Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa was relieved. Because I'm good. They're all afraid of me. So, you're strong? Gu Fei laughed. Sarukawa nodded somewhat smugly. As long as they don't use the ring, even if they all come together, they won't be a match for me. Blow it you will. So powerful and still be forced to die. Gu Feiyan blankly glanced at Huchuan and turned to go to the hospital room to check on Xiaoxiao's condition. Sarukawa was a bit speechless. He didn't blow it all right. It's just that all the people in the head are afraid that he's for real. Ringing. Sarukawa phone ringing suddenly. Sarukawa is stunned to connect the phone. A familiar name into the eyes. Sarukawa. I'm sure you guessed it. The voice came from over there. Sarukawa sneered. Are you still human? Xiaoxiao and the others treat you as a friend and you do this? Oh, I don't have any friends. It's all about the organization. And since you don't want to join us, there are plenty of people who do. Sarukawa, you check further. The next bullet to hit is the heart. You know. Beep beep beep. The call hangs up and ends abruptly. Sarukawa grimaced as he arrived inside the hospital room, where Xiaoxiao had already woken up. But the face is still quite pale. Sarukawa, we should have guessed right. The murderer wants to kill and kill. Small convened mouth said. Sarukawa scat his mouth a little angry. It's all come to this and you still want a case? That? Alright, that's it for this case. No more investigations. The few people present were dumbfounded by the whole thing. Sarukawa said. Why? We're the police. Why don't we investigate? Xiaoxiao was a bit agitated, shouting and yanking his wand, instantly sucking in a breath of cold air in pain. Huchuan also somewhat helplessly picked up an apple on the table and cut it. And just after cutting it, Gu Feiyan reached out. Huchuan could only hand the apple to Gu Fei, who used a knife to cut it into small pieces and feed it to Xiaoxiao. Sarukawa was a bit aggravated. It was his own cut, but still, he said softly, N's marksmanship is the most accurate, and his own stealth ability is extremely strong. Even I can't guarantee that I'll discover his position 100%. What if, the next time, he's hiding somewhere and shooting? What do we do? Xiaoxiao clenched his fists and immediately grabbed the cell phone next to the bed. Let's call and lie. He's a gun expert too. Tu Dolu has been unavailable. Gu Fei evening a hand to snatch the phone over. Face a little ugly and lie. Maybe N. Xiaoxiao and Song Zai were dumbfounded, completely unable to react to what Gu Fei was saying. Gu Fei evening nodded. That's right. And lie could possibly be N. Do you have any proof? Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened a little. How could he hurt me? That. Sarukawa was a bit helpless, and was in the middle of this when Clocky ran over in a hurry. Xiaoxiao, is it alright? Little Call shook his head. Zhongming breathed a long sigh of relief. That's good. Sarukawa got the shot. Sarukawa nodded, his face grimaced. Now, there is proof. The video footage plays up inside the police station's file room, and Lai's figure walks in and takes away the dossier evidence from the first case, along with the bullet casing. The crowd fell silent. I actually started to suspect it before. Precisely. When the police station was haunted at the time. Sarukawa spoke with eloquent eyes. It's just, I was never quite sure. After all, he was in contact with you guys before I was. And I didn't really know that Head had infiltrated long ago. It was only then that Sarukawa's mind reacted to the fact that there were only 9 people who had chased after him in the first place. 2 of his own disciples didn't show up. Who's the other one? Now that I think about it, it's N. If N had been there, then surely a bullet would have been fired at him. But no, everything conspired. Sarukawa said with a straight face, the first time I suspected his identity was when those 3 suspects were killed. The entire route was known only to the police department and only Enlai was a firearms expert. But then Nan Chang said that there was an undercover agent in the police station. And I saw that Enlai didn't show anything unusual, so I thought I was overthinking it. Further back, the haunting time, he didn't join us, but I did sense someone at the police station that day with my powers. And when Zhang Myung was scared, that Hui Longshan case fell by itself. And at that time I thought that someone must have done it on purpose. And the only ones who were looking for a chance to disappear at that time were Xiaozhao and Song Zhe. That's too much of a coincidence. Song Zhe's old face reddened. It's not a coincidence. Because I'm a forensic scientist, I always carry some kind of smell on my body. The second team's rhubarb thinks I'm some kind of filth, so it bites me throughout the police station. Sarukawa's face twitched. That kind of reasoning would work. Anyway, that's what happened at the time. I thought this mole had a bit of a conscience and wanted me to investigate the case, but then I found out that it seemed to be directed at me, and it wasn't a conscience at all. Sarukawa said, and then went through all that, but not as well as he would have liked. I wasn't caught, but I did manage to get fired from my job as an advisor. After that, he was also present during the Phantasmagoria Deep Forest, but he likewise didn't go. It was also at that time that N also appeared in the illusory Deep Forest. Said here Gu Fei late also suddenly remembered, right? Oh, before in the illusion of different Deep Forest, I always feel N have a familiar feeling. At that time thought it was an illusion, did not care. Now think. Sarukawa nodded. That's right. Plus this time he played disappearing again and I was alerted. That's why I put surveillance in the archive room. I knew that the head was acting cautiously, and that if he revealed his identity, then he would absolutely take what was left behind. And those things are the bullets that killed those 3 suspects in the first case. With the bullet casings, Sarukawa's eyes sank. So, Enlai, it's N, and the sniper who took a life. There was silence in the hospital room. Before hearing Sarukawa's reasoning, no one ever suspected that Enlai was a cop. But, why? Obviously the previous Enlai was so reliable. Wen Zhao was a little sad. It hurt a lot more than being hit by a bullet. Goofy and gently held Wen Zhao's hand and comforted him with a strong grip on his emotions. Xiaozhao, no matter what a person looks like, his nature will never change. Sometimes, a person is reliable on the surface, but behind his back, he is an executioner who kills countless people. There are also people who have killed countless people but their hearts are still full of goodness. This is something you have to understand. Since the time Enlai shot you, he is no longer our friend. When Zhao nodded, Fei evening sister. I understand. I just doubt what he is thinking. Is not the slightest bit of friendship do not take into account? Sarukawa couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Wen Zhao. Half of the people of the heads have experienced a tragic life, and half carry out the way of the end. But whichever it is, they have lost their feelings. They have decided that there are no feelings in the world and that balance is the only truth. When Zhao nodded, Sarukawa, you know well. Oh, so is K the same? I had thought it was different. Didn't they say K only kills bad guys? Hey, ha ha ha, I don't know, I rambled. Sarukawa hastily snorted and played dumb. Goofy and glanced at Huchuan somewhat speechless. Xiaozhao, anyone has a set of their own judgment of good as well as evil in their mind. For some people K is right and he saves people, but for some people K is also wrong. So is it right or wrong with you? Sarukawa asked curiously. Wrong hemp. Goofy didn't have the good sense to add to the chaos. She was talking to Wen Zhao that. Sarukawa quickly waved his hand, signaling the two to continue. Wen Zhao nodded. I see. Sister Fei is saying that for those drug dealers, K is wrong, right? Goofy and smiled and gently touched Wen Zhao's head. Rest well. Wen Zhao shook his head. No, this case must be solved. It's not like we're scared. Besides, we're the people's police. How can we let a criminal be scared off from solving a case with just one word? Since I became a police officer, I'm prepared to make sacrifices. The case must be solved. Wen Zhao shouted excitedly. A few people looked at each other and all smiled in unison. This was their original intention of becoming police officers. Even if you lose your life, you have to give an explanation to the deceased. More so, to protect the people from harm. That's why they became cops in the first place. Good, Xiaozhao. Since you've said so, then this case, I'm going to solve it. Sarukawa's eyes were eloquent, and a confident smile curled up along the corners of his mouth. It seems some people are forgetting when they were ruled by K. It's time for him to reminisce. Sarukawa suddenly sneered at the thought. Inside the police station. Inside, Sarukawa laid all the clues directly on the table. Right now, in this case, there are only the 3 of us investigating. Huchuan looked at Zhong Ming and Gu Fei. The three of us have 2 lines at this point. The first is still Lin Ziyi, and the second is this sanitation worker, Kong Lingrue. For safety's sake, the 3 of us are going to investigate this Kong Lingrue first. Just as Sarukawa was still talking, 2 figures appeared in the doorway. La la la. There's still us. Sure-yun and Crane Spirit bounced in from outside. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow at once. You're back? Sure-yun nodded. Yeah. That old grandpa has been put in the funeral home. Sarukawa nodded. Go make arrangements tomorrow. We can help too, Sure-yun said with an oath of confidence as she patted her chest. Forget it. You don't know anything now. Don't add to the chaos. Go back and watch the house properly. Goofy hurriedly waved her hand to drive the 2 away. Don't, sister-in-law. Sure-yun immediately came over and hugged Goofy's arm as if to please her. This trip, Xiaoling told me everything and explained it to me. So I know a lot now. I know how to use a cell phone too. Sure-yun proudly pulled a small cell phone out of his coat pocket. Really? Goofy looked at Crane Spirit with some skepticism. Crane Spirit nodded with a small blush. She's really going to use it. Goofy instantly rubbed Sure-yun's head. Wow, that's awesome. Sure-yun was instantly happy. But what does that have to do with the investigation? No means no. The next second Goofy said mercilessly. Sure-yun's small face suddenly dropped down. Brother, you control your sister-in-law. Sarukawa shook his head helplessly. Oh, you really look up to me.